Chapter 701 Pencil. After enjoying lunch at the Ministry of Magic and his family, Alan moved back home and put on the uniform of the members of Wisingam, a fuchsia robe embroidered on the left chest with a delicate silver W. Although this was the first time Alan participated in the trial in this capacity, he was no stranger to the trial. When returning to the Ministry of Magic and pushing open the door of the courtroom, Alan and more than 20 Wisingama members came in. After all, this is not a big trial. Albus does not need to use the nearly 50 full establishment. Albus, who has been restored as the chief magician of Wisingama, did not come to participate in this trial. Ren Harris, as the director of the Magic Law Enforcement Division, has sat in the middle of a row of benches in front of the trial bench, and he will preside over the trial. Aras brought 7 prisoners into the courtroom, and Batty Crouch was among them. He was not by chains, but there were always 2 Aras behind him. The prisoners sat one by one in the chair in the middle of the courtroom and were tried by the members of Wisingama. In fact, the criminals recaptured by Ara are still in detention in the Ministry of Magic temporary prison, and these automatically committed fugitives are the first to be tried. Percy Ignatius Weasley It was once again sitting aside as a trial recorder. He looked at the old boss of the prisoner with a complex look. Ren glanced at Albert, who came to observe the trial. He asked the Aras to bring Batty Crouch up for questioning. In that case, I was forced to leave Azkaban, because the Dementors had rebelled, and the prisoners all ran out, and they would even help the Death Eaters to escape. I hate it, and many of them are the ones I brought them in. So after returning to the UK with the help of several other prisoners, we chose to surrender to the Ministry of Magic. Batty crowed-faced, gloomy, withered, making a final statement for himself in a low tone, and then silently, waiting for the final verdict. Albert Harris has informed him that his son Batty Jr. Lau's body was well kept in St. Mungo's Hospital, which was also his spiritual sustenance in Azkaban, to insist on keeping himself alive. As the old Crouch said, it caused a whisper of members of the Wisingama who were discussing whether they need to continue to hold the prisoners and let them serve the remaining sentence, which caused a controversy. The number of people who remain in custody and premature release are almost equal, and more members of Wisingama did not express a clear opinion on their own ideas. I don't think Mr. Batty Crouch should have been punished for this crime. Not far from sitting in the member area of Wisingama where Alan belongs, he was wearing a black robe of the Enforcement Department of Magic Law Enforcement, a wide figure with a square chin in the area, short grey haircut, wearing a pair of monocles. The formidable witch on her face said aloud and squinted from time to time. Eyes looked at Harris on the scene. The woman who looks like 40 or 50 years old is Amelia Susan Burns, the aunt of Hufflepuff student Susan Burns, of the same level as Alan, tongued soft, and said that Amelia is a fair and honest person. If it wasn't for Harris' rise, Ren's position would still be what she had. The voice of whispering ceased gradually, and the director of the Enforcement Department of Magical Law, Ron, signaled to the members of Wisingama, and then used a loud voice to say, "Please agree to release in advance to Batty Crouch." Amelia Burns immediately raised her hand, and then she found that Alan on the side of the Wisingama seat also raised her hand for the first time, and apparently led by the other party. Many did not. The voting members of Wisingama and the colleagues of the Magic Law Enforcement Department around her also glanced at Alan's actions and then raised her hand. Amelia shook her head from side to side and probably glanced at it. The number of people raising their hands has long been more than half. This makes this always majestic witch look at Alan's expression a little softer. With Batty Crouch as a reference, the next trial process is very fast, and most of the prisoners have never been tried for the innocence because of the punishment of the crime. With a snot and tears in their faces, they happily follow as Ara walked out of the courtroom. Only the third shaved shaman with no eyebrows was sentenced to imprisonment because of a mischief that caused the death of many muggles, but he also received a considerable reduction in sentence. At the end of the trial, when Alan and Wisingama members introduced each other politely and walked out of the courtroom, he found that Barty Crouch, who had just been acquitted, was standing a few steps from his door with his elder brother Albert talking far away. "Mr. Crouch, he is now in the street. Mungo's Hospital of Magical Injuries, and the doctors and nurses took good care of him." Albert's voice passed into Alan's ear. "If it weren't for your help to make his body alive, I can't imagine I could have the motivation to let myself live in Azkaban." Mr. Crouch's deep voice was bitter, from hot to hot. "When the tea is cool, when the guests are at their peak, no one is interested. When no one is interested, no relatives and friends are willing to come forward to help take care of their son who is a Death Eater. They are afraid of getting into trouble, but instead their own opponents are willing to come forward place him." Albert scratched his head. This was when Ellen stepped forward. "Mr. Crouch, congratulations on your freedom." Hearing Alan's voice, Barty Crouch turned his face and saw that it was Alan. He responded somewhat mechanically, "Thank you, Mr. Alan Harris." "Mr. Crouch, Albert, please talk. Please allow me to take a step," Alan said after seeing the other party's reaction. He did not intend to talk for a long time. Albert waved his goodbye to his younger brother, but then stopped him again. "Alan, I often met the Malfoy family in the hospital recently. I heard the therapist say that his grandfather Abraxas Malfoy is almost done. Isn't it a good relationship with Draco? Do you want to check it out?" "Oh, I will contact Lucius and Draco." Alan also waved goodbye to his elder brother. That night, the Malfoy family was in Wales, a small manor house with many peacocks, but the light in the luxuriously decorated hall was not clear. The luxurious classical pattern carpet covered almost all the ground, and the middle of the hall was a wooden. The long table is full of wizards wearing black hoods. "Cowardly and incompetent, almost all your recent actions in the wizarding world have ended in failure." A high, clear voice echoed in the hall. There was silence, and no one dared to make a sound under such anger. "Travers, I noticed that none of your actions was successful, eh?" The man at the head tapped on the table lightly. He had no hair, like a snake, 2 slender nostrils, a pair of twinkling bright red eyes. The pupil is vertical. His complexion was very pale, and it seemed to glow like a pearl. "Master, please forgive me. The Ministry of Magic has long been prepared. Errors are everywhere, and they have arranged manpower to patrol every time. www.untilnovel.com. We have a hard time finding suitable opportunities." The neat grey ponytail hairstyled wizard responded to his master with a trembling voice. Even though he had tried his best to shrink his body before, and wanted the head man to ignore his presence, "We just need to attack. It will appear in a short period of time." The Ministry of Magic has issued the communication badge sponsored by the Harris family to the wizards. As long as the wizards notify the Ministry of Magic, the errors will come in phantom, escaping from the situation that they are unable to escape. "Next, we lost a lot of manpower. It's all blame. Traverse." Voldemort's cold voice silenced the long table. "What's the matter with the 2 wastes killed by a muddy species? The rest of your men were actually killed by one mudblood scared himself and ran away." Traverse prowled the ground before he dared to respond. "Forgive me. Forgive my master. We were elsewhere, and Trasif and Viger were only performing tasks. They killed one while waiting. The dog avoids calling to disturb others, and the muddy species who didn't know where it came out killed them both. For this matter, I've dealt with the Gregory that escaped. Please forgive my master." When Voldemort heard the words, he couldn't help but send out a heart curse with his wand in his hand, so that Travers couldn't even scream, and twisted on the ground. Voldemort also burst out with a roar. "That muddy kind of killed you. Man, kill 2 wizards. Just use a pencil. Use a TMD pencil." Chapter 702. Abraxas Malfoy. "Anyway, we need to create panic to show our existence, since the magic world cannot calm." Voldemort leaned forward, and the dim light of the chandelier reflected a strange light in his red eyes. "Go attack moles." Lord Voldemort looked at the nervous faces of his followers and continued, "How is it, Yaxley? Next week I can hear the mass deaths of moles to shock the magic world." "Master," Yaxley's face with a light gold back was embarrassed, and his voice was hoarse, "my men have been broken in the previous actions, and I need people. Let Rabastan take Jidero Lockhart and let the waste see the blood. Bellatrix, sitting in the middle of the table, gave a harsh baby laugh. Rabastan, this idiot doesn't. If you want, let him die or use the soul capture. Yes. Radolf Lestrange's younger brother, Rabastan Lestrange, replied that he took his place after the brother broke his hand. But this looks like a wizard-headed wizard, the character, just as his name is another name for the star in the dragon constellation. This planet is faintly visible in the night sky, but the starlight is dim, just as its momentum is also covered by its terrible sister-in-law Bella. It is already used to obedience the other party's command. There was a soft laughter around the long table. Many people sneered and exchanged happy eyes. Jidero Lockhart was still habitually bragging in Azkaban, putting his books, the content of it, as a personal experience, bragging to the Death Eaters detained in Azkaban. His eloquence is good, and the stories he tells are after all true. Some of the imprisoned Death Eaters have no outside news, so they mistakenly thought that he was really a good magician, and he gathered a lot when he escaped from prison. Only the men dare to cover him here, hoping to get the appreciation of his master. Drill your heart. Voldemort raised his wand again and shook the little Mulsper at the bottom left of the table. At this time it was still lighter than Trevor's, but also little Merspo fell to the ground tremblingly and screamed. The newly brought Jidera Lockhart had a constipated expression on his face. At this time, he was so shocked that he retracted into his own shadow. Quite weak, helpless and innocent. You idiot, was blinded by a liar. Although Voldemort's voice was very soft, it clearly covered the laughter and commotion that sounded on the long table. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the one who was starting to dress up again. Scammer. Voldemort thought of the manpower loss that would have occurred in every recent action. Although it is not possible to talk about the degree of impact on the Foundation, he can't waste it at will. He has some helpless attempts to persuade himself, at least his forgetting spell not bad. At this moment, an owl flew in with flapping wings and fell directly in front of Lucius Malfoy on the side of Voldemort. All eyes were attracted. Sorry, Master, this is the owl of my son Draco. I can. Lucius Malfoy looked up, his voice hoarse. Your son? What new news will he bring to us? Voldemort turned his head slightly to the side, looked at Lucius, and raised his hand gently to spare the other party's behavior of interrupting the meeting. With permission, Lucius opened the letter, and after a quick glance, handed it to Voldemort. Master, Draco said that Alan Harris is going to visit my father at the Magical Injury Hospital of Street Mungo tomorrow, because I rarely stay at home except for Street Mungo during this time, so he wrote and asked me no time to go to reception. The host may be an opportunity. Lucius moved the chair under him, bringing him closer to Voldemort. In fact, he had received the Alan biography in the afternoon. The news came, thinking of Alan telling himself to ask Voldemort. He took the opportunity to ask, Master, since he knows what the other party is going to do tomorrow, maybe this is an opportunity to attack Alan Harris? Is it not as good as our layout in advance? Fool. That kid is very deceitful. And, do you think he doesn't know your situation? Maybe it's just to attract us to attack him. The only way to deal with him is to wait until the time we wait, using the most thoughtful plan to solve him at once, not to be led by him. Voldemort without a nose would certainly not be led by Alan. He just couldn't help being angry and suffocated just by hearing Alan's name. Lucius, you go tomorrow, go to receive him, and then come back and report the process to me. Just after noon the next day, the figure of Alan and his team appeared on the third floor of Street Mungo's Magical Injury Hospital in front of the Department of Biological Infection. Hermione handed a bunch of ribbon-headed dianthus to Luna, who was empty-handed, and then helped Alan to sort out the hood of the magic robe on his body. Go around. If it weren't for a while that there were other activities in the tower with Alan, Hermione wouldn't be here to visit Draco's grandfather, and you don't have to think about what the old man would think of Mulborn himself. Even though Alan now, their attitude will not be bad, but why bother to ask a patient to find it boring? Then he'll go first with Luna. Alan, who understood Hermione's ideas, nodded. He said to the captain of the umbrella team next to him, "Wolf Mother, give me the gift. You should follow Hermione." Entered the ward. The ward that Alan entered this time was very different from the small and dim ward when he last visited Arthur. It seemed that the Malfoy had packed this ward, although only the door-to-door wall was opened and narrow windows, but the crystal bubbles in the center of the ceiling and magic lights on the walls provide enough light for the room. The entire room has been decorated. It doesn't look like a ward. It looks like a rich man's home. "Mr. Alan Harris, thank you for coming." Lucius Malfoy, who was deliberately dressed more than usual, came forward. "Alan, thank you for coming to see my grandpa." Lucius Draco followed his father, because the grandpa's illness made him greet Alan with a lot of haggard than usual. Malfoy and the Harris family have a good relationship. It's right to come to visit. Alan gave the gift to Draco, and Luna handed the flowers in her hand to Narcissa, who was standing behind Lucius' right. Black Malfoy. They greeted each other a few words before continuing into the ward. On the hospital bed in the middle of the room, an elderly witch with blue skin and a green and purple rash on his face lay dimly on the hospital bed. Those rashes covered his original face so densely that he could hardly see him. The face is even on the eyelids. Alan's eyes swept over his arm that was placed on his chest, his wrists and hands that were not covered by his sleeves, and they were all occupied by those green and purple acne and rashes. "Nothing." "Father, Mr. Alan Harris, the heir to the Harris family, came to see you." Lucius Malfoy walked to the bed and called softly, "Help me." A hoarse old voice murmured from the hospital bed. "But your body, Father." Lucius looked down at his father in bed, worried. "Help me, don't be rude," the voice insisted. Lucius lifted him helplessly, and Narcissa put a few thick pillows behind him, covering the slipped quilt on his lap. The frail elderly wizard was tall and slender, with broad shoulders, and he was about 60 years old. www.mentalnovel.com. Alan's eyes moved quietly over the other person's bald head. All of his hair was shaved, leaving only two thick temples of light golden beard, but with the occasional sneeze, the sparks from his nostrils caused his beard to be sporadic. By the flames he spewed out, the ground burned a little. It seems that the severity of the disease this time has left him no time to care for his appearance like his hair. He opened his eyes strenuously. The grey eyes were dotted with light green. Before Alan spoke, he turned to look at Narcissa. "The guests are here, and they don't know how to bring the food and wine. The best wine in the wine cellar is brought in, and then we prepare some special dishes to entertain our guests. I really don't understand the rules." Abraxas' sudden request made Narcissa a little caught off guard and wronged. Who would prepare fine wine and food in the hospital? But even Lucius did not dare to refute his father's decision, and Narcissa was even more afraid. She pulled Draco and was about to leave. But Abraxas on the bed was facing Luna beside Alan, smiled as friendly as possible, although his present appearance makes this smile look a little scary. "Draco, go with this lovely girl to go to the hospital. The little girl is not suitable for staying here. It will be mine." Looks scared. Luna's trance eyes met Abraxas, and she smiled at him, then nodded, and Narcissa left the ward in the other's frozen smile. Chapter 703. Dial Yulin. "Now you are out too." Abraxas commanded his own son Lucius after Luna and their phantoms were transformed. Lucius glanced at Alan apologetically. He knew his father's temper and was stubborn. Lucius didn't know he left. His father said something to Alan Harris. In terms of relationship, we can understand the seriously ill old man. He couldn't see the expression on Alan's face, and Lucius left the room and gently took the door. "Mr. Abraxas Malfoy." Alan only stepped forward to salute. "It's a pity to see you in this situation, Mr. Alan Harris." Abraxas folded his hands and lay weakly on his lap. He looked suspiciously at Alan's appearance as if he was recalling something, but then he shook his head and laughed self-deprecatingly, seeming to give up the ridiculous conjecture in his mind, and continued, "I have heard Draco talk about you, and this child admires you very much." "Draco is my father's godson, and I have a very good relationship with him. Alan checked some of the personnel information about Abraxas Malfoy in the Ministry of Magic before coming, just like other plots that knew him. Like the Wizard of the Deeds, no one trusts him, but at least he will have some respect for him. Abraxas stared at Alan. His expression suddenly became more majestic, and the gesture of unreasonable outcry was gone, and his eyes were not like the seriously ill old man, which revealed the momentum and shrewdness of the years. You and Lucius, it is a good show. That person is hidden in the drum by you. You are letting Lucius dance on the tip of the knife. He didn't use brain occlusion at home. Alan came to his bed and sat directly in the chair in front of him. He inquired about Abraxas, and under the unbreakable vow he determined that Lucius would not tell them. Others. Lucius' brain closure technique is very good. I taught it personally, but my other teachings failed. He didn't give me the person he should be, which made me a disappointed father. Abraxas' hand covered with dragon pox kept tapping the guardrail of the bed unconsciously. Mr. Alan Harris, please forgive my arrogance. I don't have your strength, but I still have the great white wizard. Albus Dumbledore, we are all the same kind of people, and we all have our own perseverance in a mask of hypocrisy. Draco's security should obviously be your transaction, and I am in this world for one more day. I have to protect the Malfoy family and protect my children and grandchildren. Although I said that the family that puts the interests of the family first will always defeat the family that puts the stupid will of the children first. The son may also shame the family, but can the Malfoy family provide anything for Harris to ensure that my son Lucius can survive? Don't mention my relationship with Draco first. My mother and Aunt Narcissa are also distant relatives. I never planned to let Lucius die. He only needs to pay attention to that person. It was through the talent and experience in conspiracy that Alan was relieved. And then he took out an apple from the gift pile he gave and broke it in half and let the apple peel off automatically and took a bite. I will try to make sure that this makes him better in front of that person. Abraxas, who seemed disappointed, took the rash-covered hand to take the other half of the apple handed over by Alan. Some of them struggled to break a small piece and put it in his mouth. Finally, he could only sip the juice for a while. Then I spit it out. When I can still eat it, I like to nibble without peeling. Draco follows me instead of his father. The 100-backed therapist who was invented 300 or 400 years ago, the dragonpox saw invented by Goshilda of Guzmo has not improved much for so many years, but if you can persist for a few more years my company should be able to. New therapies have been developed. Alan moved the trash can to Abraxas to make it easier for the other party to reach. After that, the two fell into silence for a while. Although Alan is a potion master, he can heal many injuries and remove various curses by using the curse alone, but he is helpless for such diseases in a short time, and he cannot personally spend a lot of time. It is spent on researching new medicines, and even now it is not necessary to keep the magic stone secret, but the elixir made by the magic stone does not help the disease that is not a lifespan problem. Alan thought about it again, and then extended his hand to Abraxas. Abraxas found out that there was a scroll of parchment in Alan's hand, the map of the site of the ruins where the authentic hand of Vecna is located. It was my purpose to find Lucius today. I must have a certain understanding of the Malfoy family's history. You decide whether to tell him. Abraxas turned out that the parchment did not open. That man had no more reason than he had when he was in school at Hogwarts. You give me this to show that you really beat him? While Hughes has trouble using this thing to please and strengthen that person's strength. Dragon warrior will eventually become a dragon, so as a new warrior, the dragon will need to live longer. Alan leaned himself on the chair. I and the mysterious person should have more fights. I try to ensure that before the final battle, Lucius Malfoy's identity and reputation will be given. Extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind, and you obviously have excellent talents and experience in this matter. Out of Abraxas' ward, Alan sensed the position of his companions and came to the 6th floor of San Mungo Hospital. This floor is a tea room and shop, which provides visitors with a place to rest or buy gifts for patients. As soon as he walked out of the stairs, Alan saw his companions. Hermione was sitting in a chair, holding one hand on a teacup that was still emitting heat, while Luna was holding a jar of hazelnut jam against the side counter. "Dipped in your fingers?" Rolled out a roll and stuffed it into the mouth. There was also a paper bag beside her leg. The canned hazelnut spread inside was stacked neatly and completely, almost flat with the mouth of the bag. Umbrellas were standing in a straight line around her, which made Alan feel that the Wolf Mother had overtrained them after the last incident. The wizards passing around saw Luna look like this, and his face flashed unnaturally, and Draco Malfoy's complexion rose red. He stood far away from Luna and Hermione, looking like the picture is very embarrassing. After all, almost no one would eat it like this, but made it into a pastry or meat sauce. This scene looked a little disgusting, and Alan watched Luna the hazelnut paste on his fingers little by little. A self-satisfied look, laughed Alan. "My mother didn't come. She is preparing lunch. She asked me to invite you to my house for dinner. After all, the hospital is not a good place for dinner." Draco couldn't wait to invite each other when he saw Alan. "Visit Malfoy's main estate in Wiltshire." "Thank you, Mom, for me, but don't bother, it's more important to accompany your grandpa." Alan patted Draco on the shoulder, picked up the bag under Luna's feet and put it in his pocket, and then Delac waved his hands and led Hermione and Luna down the stairs. Seeing different hospital rooms down the stairs, Hermione told her what she had just heard. "Alan, I just saw a patient who was laughing a lot and was sent to the Department of Pharmacy and Plant Poisoning on the 4th floor. He was laughing all the time, but his facial expression was very painful." At the place where Mr. Arthur Weasley lived on the 2nd floor, the Biological Injury Department, who was severely bitten by what monster? "Llewellyn has not been discharged yet." Fatty Otto Skolzner finally couldn't help but instinct and said, "Oh, Miss Granger, you misunderstood. It's not the patient's name, but the ward's name, Llewellyn, also commonly referred to as Dangerous Llewellyn, is a very famous Quidditch player of the Caerphilly crossbow team, who is willing to play in the game Take a Risk. He was eaten by a beast of Myra when he was on holiday in Mykonos, Greece, so that the Welsh wizards mourned the country for a day. To commemorate him, people set up a Dangerous Day medal to commemorate the game Take the Risk and create the most exciting scene for the Quidditch League Cup athlete. The Wolf Mother Mona Rosia glared at the fat man, but continued to add after seeing Hermione's inquiring eyes, "Kennyworth, Whistler has a biography about Llewellyn, title for He Flies Like a Madman. The ward that treated severe bites was named after him in memory of him." Hermione suddenly realized when she heard the author's name, "Oh, I helped Gryffindor find the Slytherin team to replace the light wheel in the 2nd grade. Did the 2001 Broom violate the rules and watched Kennyworth, the book Quidditch Racing? He is a famous writer and a prestigious Quidditch expert." www.mtlnovel.com Spouse has created many works related to Quidditch, as if living in Nottinghamshire. It is said that he spends half of his time at home and half of his time in anywhere the Wigtown Rangers play this week. His hobbies include playing backgammon, vegetarian cooking, and collecting expensive vintage broomsticks. The Dangerous Day medal looks like I can't get it. I don't have a chance to play in a dangerous way. Alan suddenly put his arms around his chest leisurely and suddenly put down the message in his heart. The princes slowly read it again. "Creature-induced injuries Dangerous Llewellyn Ward severe bite." And the homonym of these words is creature, dangerous, Sirius, die Sirius. It is a coincidence that the unlucky symbol of Sirius is all unlucky symbols. His animagus image is a dog, which is also a sign of death. Sirius is also a sign of death. House of Undead. The long tunnels and wind shafts of the Egyptian pyramids allow people to see the stars during the day, and the part of the sky that is seen is exactly where Sirius appears. Those gaps are also the way to guide the dead. I told you in the planetary hall that when the elements of fate begin to work, there will be countless possible results. These are not unfeasible. Thanks to these understandings, you can see the fate more clearly. Essence. Luna's vague female voice rang from Alan's heart. Pushbook. 9 Dragon Swallow Pearl. The author Chikika's book. The scene depicts the atmosphere. The picture is strong, optimistic. It is definitely worth a visit. Friends can go and see. Introduction. A map of the immortal medicine handed down from the first emperor revealed the warlock of the surname Xu in the past. After searching for thousands of miles, he really found the location of the immortal medicine, and the location and instructions were drawn in a sheepskin book. Although I don't know the reason, Xu warlock finally gathered 3,000 boys and girls, but after going out to sea again, there was no news. This mysterious parchment scroll drifted through the long river of history, and finally fell into the hands of the Empress Liang in the Xia dynasty empire. At this time, the Empress Liang was only 40 years old, but she was seriously ill and died soon. General, the only protector general of the Xia dynasty empire, was called the enemy of everybody in the world because of the shocking act of beating down tens of thousands of people by fighting against various enemy countries alone. Protecting the Empress Liang from an early age, he decided to find the elixir for the Empress Liang, and follow up for the Emperor Liang. Then, he led the 300 warriors of the Xia dynasty and set out to find the elixir of eternal life according to the location disclosed on the sheepskin scroll! Eventually, Jiangsu discovered the real reason for the escape of the warlock Xu surnamed Xu, but because of this, he came to. The content of this chapter is being updated. Chapter 704. Phoenix. At this time, on the 3rd floor, Draco returned to the strange bacteria infection department. He pushed open the door and saw his father Lucius helping his grandpa Abraxas to lie back on the bed. Mobile phone. HTTPS. Lucius, who learned from Draco that Alan had left, asked his father, uneasy and cautious, "Father, aren't you embarrassing Alan?" Harris. Now the Harris family is in power in the magic world. The head of the family, Owen Harris, is the Minister of Magic. The eldest son Albert is responsible for the Aurora office. The second son Ren is the director of the Magic Law Enforcement Department, and the eldest daughter Daisy is responsible for the International Magic Cooperation Department. Even Owen's sister Josephine Harris is in charge of the Department of Magical Biology Management and Control, and his mother Morganla. Of course I do. Abraxas. Malfoy closed his eyes as if he didn't want to see his son's expression, and then sighed to interrupt his son's chatter. Lucius, you really thought it was the Ministry of Magic? Does the position bring power to the Harris family? Just as Abraxas endured painful lessons and guided his son Lucius, Alan and his party had returned to the Harris family tower. Luna, Alan, and Hermione walked down the spiral stairs to the bottom of the Ravenclaw tower. The candle floated in the air in the ceiling, and the soft light jumped out from the candle. Going down the last step, I came to the rotunda with dark blue granite and silver edges, and Luna walked in front, first opened one of the 3 doors and walked in. She walked directly on the road formed by laying different floor tiles in the middle of the room, with Alan and Hermione following her. They walked directly to the area on the right side of the beautiful, diamond-like flashing clocks in the storage room. It was a tall and wide bell-shaped crystal glass cover with some magical herbal plants that gradually germinated from seeds to grow, success and then withered. So repeated many of them are extinct varieties for the modern era. It's more than the kind I collected from you. Alan looked at the seeds carefully through the glass cover. They were well preserved under the magic of time. They were enough to take them out and successfully planted in the garden. Potions and attribute potions, and some potions that are difficult to make because of scarce raw materials no longer have to worry. I will have more free time. Luna took the hourglass-shaped pendant necklace specially made in the closet and put it on her body. Her hand penetrated the crystal glass cover directly. In the wrist flip room, the seeds of those plants were taken out and handed to Hermione. Hermione, how is your resistance to Nepater now? If you can resist the Nepater field in the arcane garden, no need to stay. Hermione was originally immersed in obtaining the seeds of the magic plant that should have disappeared, and had a good vision of the monopoly that the umbrella she managed could form in the wizarding world. But she heard Luna's inquiry after she took the seeds. It made her annoyed again. The Nepeta field is gone. Ha ha. Alan couldn't help but touch the hair that appeared more fluffy after Hermione's hair was shaved, and Luna also walked out of the time zone when she saw it, and began to stroke Hermione's hair after learning Alan's actions, which made Hermione even more crazy. I haven't changed into a Sphinx and Scorpion. Watching the girls start to make trouble, Alan looked back into the time zone. There were several pockets with unknown things in it. Alan knew that most of those pockets were those left over from the original system rewards. But he was more interested in the other big and small flame suspended in the air. What is that flame? It was a phoenix, and originally wanted to treat it as a pet, but it refused. So I made it into a state of rebirth and grabbed the opportunity to get inside and let it repeat this action continuously. Luna moved away from Hermione at one point. He turned his head and added to Alan, "The things in the bag are magical things, which are not much use." Hermione, who also stopped making noises, heard the conversation before she realized that the flames she had seen with Albert and Emily were actually a phoenix, and apparently listening to Luna's words, the other party surrendered. The failure of the phoenix directly killed the phoenix and put it in a state of rebirth. It was locked here. Thinking of this creature here, I don't know how many years it has been repeated. I can't help but have some pity. Luna, don't let Alan try to surrender. Is it? Dumbledore's fox likes Alan. He should like Phoenix. Try to communicate with it while it transformed into a phoenix. Luna nodded to Alan, and unconsciously touched the back of her own hand. When we're away, we do it again. It's more powerful than you. Now, Hermione didn't notice Luna's small movements but remembered Phoenix's knowledge. In addition to Dumbledore's fox, only one of the New Zealand Quidditch team, the Motorola Macaws, has another. Known as the team's mascot, the tamed phoenix called Spark. If Alan can tame it, is the third in the world. If we all have pets, Alan himself is not raised. Alan looked at Luna's movements, but realized why she wanted a phoenix as a pet. That's her animagus form. Roina planned to use Phoenix as a spiritual sustenance, but Phoenix it is a proud creature. There is almost no history of being tamed. Except for a few people and the Motola Macaw team, only the Dumbledore family has a legend. When their family members need help very much, the Phoenix will come. There are rooms for magical animals in the tower, but it seems that it hasn't been opened in a long time, Luna said, looking at Alan. Alan's eyes flashed. Since the so-called storage space is a piece of land in the storage room in the tower, Luna said that the place for keeping pets should be her own pet space. There is a door on this floor. Albert and I can't open it. Isn't it there? Hermione thought of a slight movement in the door they encountered with Albert before they discovered this floor. The door cannot be opened. Luna nodded. Alan has permission to open. Mention pet space www.untilnovel.com. Alan's expression is stagnant. His lips are a little stiff, and he has stacked various things. He hasn't seen the unicorn Gaia and the bird snake Tina in 2 or 3 years. Although I have the intention to use pet space to protect them from danger, and I have not missed these magical creature friends. But this emotion is quickly occupied by other things in the past few years. And as time goes on, there is a sense of fear, and it is more selective to avoid the reopening of the pet space compared to the determined and sincere Hufflepuff or the brave Gryffindor. This is probably the pull weakness of Wenclaw College. It's better to hit the sun than to choose the day. It's better to take the opportunity to look at it today, but I don't know if they still recognize themselves as friends. Will they condemn themselves, ignore themselves? Thinking of this, Alan feels apologetic, and he thought, when I apologized to Mr. Xenophilius Lovegood, I prepared a bunch of precious gifts. Do you want to prepare some fruit-like gifts for Gaia? But then Alan dismissed this idea. Magical animals are more sincere than humans. They care about real emotions, not these forms of gift-giving. Instead of giving gifts, they sincerely apologize to them. The three returned to the round room and walked to the door. Alan stretched out his hand and put it on the door. There was a feeling that his palm was suddenly lightly pierced. The blue magic waved various stripes on the door, crossing, jumping, and then click. The door was pushed open. Invincible Harry Potter. Chapter 705 Reunion. The space behind the door is strange and lovely. On the branches of the dense ferns, the long vines hanging from the climbing roses climbing the trees form a gently swaying curtain, and the curtain shakes violently. A beautiful unicorn passes through the curtain. Alan was spotted behind the scenes. He widened his eyes and looked at the witch in surprise, then woke up and screamed twice, then stepped back and bowed his head in an attacking gesture. Mobile phone HTTPS. The branches rustled, some unicorns appeared behind Gaia, the wind blew Alan's hair, and the bird and snake Tina hovered high in the sky, and the wings of the wind swayed. Alan has a pain in her face. After a little confrontation, a sharp and tragic cry came from Gaia's mouth and began to rush towards Alan. The unicorns also reacted and pointed their horns at Alan, raising their forelimbs one after another. Out of the state of attack, the speed of the bird snake Tina shaking her wings increased, hovering in the air, seemingly looking for an angle of attack. She could attack at any time, and all the animals made an attack gesture to Alan in a moment. When I first met Gaia, Alan's apologetic words were not spoken, but they were stunned by their positions and Gaia. After taking the thoughts through the Dementors, they discovered that after a period of time, their breath and appearance there have been changes, and Gaia and they did not recognize themselves for a while, and they mistakenly thought that they could enter this space as a black wizard, and they also thought that they might have killed Alan to enter this private space. Therefore, there is such a great hostility to the entering self. Gaia, wait for me, Alan. Alan spread his hands and signaled that he was not malicious. Gaia heard the horse's ear trembling unconsciously. It looked at Alan, slowly approaching slowly, looking at him cautiously, circling around Alan a long distance, then a few steps closer to Alan's back, nose shaking gently. He finally recognized Alan, who ran away with his hoofs and snarled, intimately arched against his head with his head in this eager emotion. Gaia even forgot its horn will poke Alan, which also makes the witch grin from time to time. Bird snake Tina finally confirmed each other in the air, and unlike Gaia's fervent eagerness, her eyes were still a little wary. Alan, you humans look almost the same in our eyes. After so long, the height becomes taller, the color of hair and skin changes, and the breath on the body becomes unpleasant. Gaia has begun to shed tears on Alan's body, standing upright and putting her front hooves on Alan's shoulder, touching Alan's body with sharp angles from time to time. The unicorns also swarmed up and joined in happily. These big guys were the little unicorns who loved to turn around Alan before. Alan's hands pacified the unicorns constantly, and the warmth of the long-awaited reunion flooded his heart. Tina circled around Alan, and the behemoth protruded her head towards Alan. When Alan reached out and was about to stroke the other person's head, the wings of the bird and snake swept violently, hitting Alan. Staggering. In fact, Alan could have avoided it, just out of apology, and at the same time knew that they were not malicious, and let them go. A group of golden little unicorns also began to look out one by one, learning the movements of their parents and rushing to Alan, using their little sharp unicorns to poke at Alan's body. Alan still without evasion. This sting is irrelevant. If you can let your friends vent, it is worth it. In the chaos, Alan kept tapping and appeasing these excited little unicorns. The bird snake Tina hovered into the air and suddenly swooped down. Several small unicorns stumbled back to avoid. Tina copied Alan onto her back, and Alan quickly hugged its scale-covered body. Tina shook her head and whispered, "It will catch you." There was a scream in the mouth, the tail flicked, and the wings were circling and rising to the sky, and then he swooped down to the ground quickly, and his body at the same time rapidly shrinking. Alan fell as a result, and Gaia ran quickly to where he fell, holding Alan firmly on his back. Tina had stopped the other unicorns with her body and stood with them, watching Gaia making a quick and short cry, just like mocking Gaia. Alan was touched. Although Gaia was angry that she did not come to see her, she would still come to her rescue when she found herself in danger. Gaia, thank you. Alan approached Gaia, stroking Gaia, but Gaia jumped back a few steps, Why haven't you seen us for so long? Gaia said, more and more angry and wronged, and big tears rolled from his eyes. I'm sorry, Gaia. Alan looked at Gaia's wet, round, star-like eyes, and sincerely apologized. There have been too many things in the wizarding world, one after another in recent years, occupying my mind and time. With the passage of time, the mysterious man and his Death Eaters have returned and are in chaos, making me think that you stay in space is more conducive to protecting your safety. And the longer I have not seen you, the more I am knowing how to face you. I procrastinated again and escaped subconsciously. Hearing the name of the mysterious person, Gaia and Tina glanced at each other, and unconsciously walked forward a few steps. They had been isolated from the outside world for too long. They did not know the outside world at all. The mentioned people returned, and they were all a little worried. Gaia himself almost died in the first year of Alan. The Death Eaters are eager to move, waiting for opportunities to plot various murders, wanting to disrupt the magic world. But most of their actions currently fail because of the strength of the Ministry of Magic. Nevertheless, it is still very dangerous outside. The era's first. The goal is to protect the Wizarding Society. www.untitled.novel.com will inevitably be negligent for the magical creature as Altdorf the mysterious person has not had the energy to care for those magical creatures recently. Alan roughly introduced the current situation in the magic world. For the friends in front of you. Tina also crawled over. Alan Harris, we are very grateful. You gave us a place that can ensure safety, but all we need is this safer place. For a few years, your figure has not been seen at all. We don't have any news from you, and we have no way to contact you. With the retirement of time, we have even suspected you. We are not pets that you keep. If you are like our friends, you should at least treat you. The idea tells us. Although we have limited abilities, we will not nest ourselves in a safe place and let our friends face danger alone. Sorry, I was thinking too selfishly. Thank you, Tina, but the current situation has been controlled. I will seek help if necessary. Alan thought again before continuing to open. This door, I won't turn it off anymore. It's only recently that I found out that you are part of the major tower that I inherited. I stayed in the tower for a long time. I think you can walk around in the tower at will. To my family and friends, if you are willing to go out for a walk, as long as you say it, I will arrange staff to ensure your safety. The bird and snake finally let their head rub against Alan. Invincible Harry Potter. Chapter 706. Hurricane. In the central area of London, England, Hungerford Bridge crosses the Thames River, and a long red train is passing through the bridge. In the sky, the black clouds pressed against the city, and the dark clouds rolled into a huge skull. A snake was spitting out. 3 wizards wearing black wizard robes and silver skull masks appeared on the bridge. As they waved their wands, Hungerford Bridge began to tremble violently. At the same time, Penlow, dressed in the H-94 era uniform, took her umbrella team with identities, that is, Wolf Mother, Victor, Fat Man, and Doctor just surrounded the bridge, and they straightened the wand in their hands. Insert into the ground, all mantras end. At first glance, the connected spell flew to Hungerford Bridge, and the bridge stopped shaking. There is an ambush. A Death Eater yelled in horror. They quickly wanted to leave the Phantom, but found that they were still in place, as if the magic had failed. They set up anti-phantom shifts, and we can't leave. A light-haired Death Eater shouted in fear, rushed out. The protective umbrella eras had approached the Death Eaters quickly and aggressively. Disarm without killing. After Penelow's gorgeous red lips spit out this sentence at random, without giving the other party the opportunity to respond, a spell with a strange light directly flew from the top of her wand. Obviously, she was only hindering you. Rule only asked this sentence at random, and she never considered whether the other party would really want to surrender. The mask on the face of a short Death Eater facing Penelope cracked and fell to the ground. He opened his mouth wide and his eyes were full of fear. His internal organs sprayed from his open mouth, even squeezed out of his nostrils. The filthy pieces that turned into blood red splashed to the ground. Seeing the fierceness of each other, the Death Eaters, who could not phantom move, knew that there was no escape route, and had to wave their wands desperately to start casting an unforgivable spell to make a deadly resistance. But the battle came to an end sooner, except for the Death Eater who first died in Punlo's hands and the Doctor's direct use of the mountain knife that she called a scalpel, leaving only a little skin left in the head in addition to the unlucky ghost. Only the Wolf Mother used the vampire storage spell to touch the leg of the third Death Eater with his hand and sucked it into a corpse. The Death Eater fell to the ground and was successfully captured. The Punlos were able to appear here in such a timely manner, naturally because of the warning from Alan, who knew that Death Eaters would attack London's iconic buildings in the summer. So he informed Albert early. After Albert put the Urras on duty in various locations in the wizarding world, they squeezed out some extra staff and arranged for the Urras to work overtime during this time, stationed in famous landmarks all over London, especially those bridges on the Thames on. Today, like Punlo and others who were ambushed at Hungerford Bridge, several teams waited until the Death Eaters came to destroy the attack. They first arranged anti-phantom shifts to prevent them from escaping, then wipe these Death Eaters together. As a result, these battles, although unavoidably seen by Muls, would require the use of oblivion spells, but with the help of the Reverse Occasions team of the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters, no major problems occurred, and the repair of these was not magical. The Mul architecture of the city did not require much effort for the wizards. At least in downtown London, the terrorist acts of the Death Eaters who wanted to cause heavy casualties ended in failure. In Lancashire in northwestern England, a wizard like Witch got information from other associates and orders from the Master from the note in the hands of the Death Eater who had just rushed to the shape. After a quick glance, the corner started to burn. He shook his hand, and most of the burning paper fell to his feet and turned into ashes. Stupid wastes. The action is blocked again, and the Master will be angry, he said violently. Beside him, a wavy blonde-haired witch looked pale and flinched. They failed in the attack in London. We must succeed here. Rabastan Lestrange pulled out his wand. Let us give these Muls a gift. Are they caught by Urra? Jidero Lockhart looked even more rickety, his eyes rolling in a panic, nervously looking around, afraid of the sudden appearance of Urra arresting them. Obviously I don't think the Urras will believe that he was taken over. What are you afraid of? When they come over, we go to other places to release the hurricane. They can catch up with us, and our actions are not like those idiots, to attack the places that are easy to be trapped. Rabstein? Lester Lancey laughed as his brother did. Since taking over his brother's position, he has always unconsciously imitated some of the previous behaviors and language of Rodolphus Lestrange, as if he could be as powerful as his brother had ever been. Start to act. A whirlwind of tiny storms gradually converged on the top of his wand and was fired into the sky again. The Death Eaters belonging to his team scattered and used the same spell, except for Jidro. Hart had some unexpected accidents while casting spells, but after being punished, his spell level returned to normal. Finally, in the seemingly long repetition of the ritual magic of the group, the sky outside Lancaster in Lancashire was attracted by the Death Eaters with more and more dark clouds. A sudden hurricane with no warning signs swept through the city where the famous Pendle witches were tried in 1612. Although the conservatively tortured 19 accused enchanted people actually counted as relatives of Mul relatives, not on, in the town, the roofs of the Mul's small buildings were completely destroyed, and the roofs that were rolled into fragments were caught in the hurricane. The Muls who were injured by the debris brought by the gust of wind screamed in fright and fled. The highlands that were not flooded in the past were also submerged this time. The lowlands of the town looked at Sco, a water town, and desperate residents who had no time to escape were trapped in their flooded homes and were eagerly awaiting rescue. After receiving a report from the local wizard in Lancashire, they found that the abnormal Urras also came here immediately, but they saw Rabastan. Lestrange laughed and fired them at them. After remembering the Avidasua mantra, he and the other Death Eaters left after seeing Urra's Jidero Lockhart escaping from Phantom Shift, and those who could not arrange the Phantom Shift circle in advance. The place couldn't stop the Death Eaters who wanted to run, and they successfully escaped the Auror's pursuit. Seeing this www.mtlnovel.com, the Aurors quickly launched a magic spell to the sky, which was still gathering in the sky and was raging, trying to offset it. Unfortunately, the losses already caused could not be recovered. In the centre of London, such as Hengford Bridge, fixed point attacks can be prepared in advance, but the random attack of moles chosen by the Death Eaters, the Aurors, are helpless. Such destruction can be carried out at any location, so Auror cannot squat in advance. A few days after the Death Eater attack, the British Ministry of Magic. Connolly, the senior Vice Minister of the Ministry of Magic, Connolly Fudge, was obviously thinner, darker, more bald, and wrinkled on his face. Although he didn't completely lose power, the feeling of falling from the highest position of the Ministry of Magic was not good. Fudge, who seemed to be much older, walked in a corridor full of paper planes, and walked to his former office with a complex heart. He has traveled many times on this road, but this office no longer belongs to him. His thoughts settled down, and he raised his hand to knock on the door. But before he touched it, the door was already opened by himself. Irving Harris walked out of the door and saw Fudge froze slightly, then laughed. Connolly, sorry, in response to the warning from the International Wizarding Association in the morning, you have to wait for a while. Invincible Harry Potter. Chapter 707. Warning from the International Wizarding Federation. Originally, Minister of Magic Owen Harris and Senior Vice Minister of the Ministry of Magic Connolly Fudge made an appointment, and today went to meet with the Mole Prime Minister. This is a tradition. The former minister introduced the current minister to the incumbent Mole Prime Minister, although Fudge himself has only seen the Mole Prime Minister once. Mobile phone HTTPS. Hearing Owen's words, Fudge froze for a moment, then a look of understanding appeared on his face. You know, the Death Eater's actions during this time, although we almost destroyed most of the other party's attacks, for this I gave a live broadcast on TV. But the hurricane that caused mole casualties in the northwest, still let the International Wizards Union warn us, requiring us to pay attention to complying with the International Wizards Confidentiality Act, and asking us to pay attention to not trying to force the Black Wizards into the mole world during the battle, reminding us to pay attention to the risks. Therefore, I need to give another live speech. Connolly, please come to my office and wait for me for a while, and I will come back after the speech. It happens that my son Alan, he also came to Magic Today Ministry, who is staying in the Department of Mystery Affairs, and the three of us will go to meet the Mole Prime Minister. Irving Harris explained to Fudge as much as possible, but his tone was not to be refused. Contrary to each other's status, Connolly Fudge, who is now a subordinate, has no intention and ability to refuse. He obeyed Irving's arrangement and entered the familiar and unfamiliar minister's office. The tables and chairs of the minister's office and the decorative carpets are still the same, except that on the wall opposite the minister's desk, a huge TV set was installed, which was playing a variety of Death Eater attacks and was captured screen. Fudge glanced at the minister's desk. He looked almost fascinated at the rotatable chair behind the desk for a long time. Then he walked to the reception chair opposite the desk and sat down, picking up a newspaper. Looking through it, one of the titles is very eye-catching. Ministry of Magic Aurora strikes Death Eaters with extraordinary shots. In recent days, after the return of the mysterious man, there have been high incidences of Death Eater attacks in the magic world, triggering panic among the people. The Ministry of Magic has taken strong measures to strengthen its patrolling ability, install monitoring, and distribute communication badges to improve its combat capabilities, reduce losses, and increase the detection rate and pursuit. Under the direction of the Ministry of Magic Enforcement Law Enforcement Harris, Auror Office Director Rufus Scrimgeour set up a special inspection team, and Armed Auror Commander Albert Harris led the armed LUO, standing on the front line against the Death Eaters, prevented many attacks. Although initially due to frequent attacks and even kidnappings by Death Eaters, a small number of wizards were unfortunately injured in these incidents. but the criminals who committed the crime were also prevented by the fast reaction armed us from committing criminal actions and were successfully captured. Just because of the high-handed attitude of the Ministry of Magic towards these criminals, this group of desperate Death Eaters turned their eyes on moles a few days ago. The Ministry of Magic arranged quickly with the cooperation of multiple departments, and arranged precautionary measures in advance. The Ministry of Magic demonstrated strong force and execution and destroyed most of the destruction of mole landmarks by Death Eaters. Only in the northwest of England. The hurricane created by the criminals in Cakesea County brought some damage to the moles. It is reported that the Ministry of Magic will continue to strengthen the police force in complex areas of security, continue to carry out armed patrols and warnings, and set up armed checkpoints to check suspicious persons and items, to combat and prevent various terrorist attacks of Death Eaters. In order to form Death Eaters, it is a powerful deterrent to enhance the sense of security of the wizard. Gentlemen, ladies. At this time, Owen Harris' voice came from the TV, attracting Fudge's attention. He put down the newspaper and looked at the TV. The entire TV screen was almost occupied by the image of Owen Harris. He was sitting at the long table, and the huge symbol of the Ministry of Magic was slowly rotating behind him as a background. His eyes were firm, he looked calm and reliable, and the sound was more calm and powerful. I just received a warning from the International Wizards Union that the Death Eaters frequently attacked moles, which made them worry that the secrecy laws would be destroyed, and reminded us to pay attention to the dangers of exposure. The meeting reminded us that we have received it, and will try our best to ensure the safety of the magic world, and divide summoners to stop the terrorist attacks on the Death Eaters in the Mole Society. However, if we want to completely eliminate similar for small events like the Hurricane Lancashire, the heroes who should have guarded the magic world are bound to be dispersed. If a large number of heroes are dispersed to the Mole Society, the guard power of the magic world will be weakened. But I think that the first target of our Ministry of Magic will always be our wizards. So the focus and core of the Ministry's work will not change. Our first consideration is to ensure the safety and stability of the magic world, and to ensure this is the premise, we will use our extra power to carry out other matters, but we will do our utmost to maintain the high pressure of unprovoked attacks on Death Eaters, and do our best to maintain and ensure the stability of the wizarding world and the mole world. We will continue to strengthen armed patrol warnings, plus the distribution of large alarm communication equipment, regardless of the identity of the wizard, will be equally protected by the Ministry of Magic. Finally, if your friends and relatives have moles or dumb cannons, you can also apply to the Ministry of Magic. They will get Magic the Ministry's attention and priority. We will issue alarms that are more similar to mole social items. Wizards can collect them for your magical mole relatives and friends. These beam-jumping clowns can't be frightened. We have also proved that their actions against the magic world have almost no effect under the strict arrangements of our Ministry of Magic, under the responsibility of each department and their cooperation. Seeing this, Fudge's hands couldn't help but beat rhythmically on his legs. Owen Harris's speech might not satisfy the International Wizarding Federation. He used the other party's walk in accordance with the regulations. The same warning pushed the International Wizarding Federation to the opposite of the interests of ordinary wizards, and also earned himself the favor of wizards in the British magic world. His reputation will certainly be better in those ordinary wizard families. In other words, to ensure the safety of the magic world, his prestige in the wizarding world may be higher. After that, the door of the minister's office was pushed open again, and Irving Harris, who had returned from the speech, took off his jacket and put it in his arms, looking at him, who saw him enter and stand up, saying, "Waiting for Kang Nelly, Alan hasn't come yet. So, Connolly, you go to the Mole Prime Minister to explain the situation. I go to the Mystery Division to find Alan, and then I and Alan will go together." Fudge felt that such a process would make it easier for the Mole Prime Minister's little head to understand, So he left the office of the minister according to the words and planned to see the mole through the fireplace in the Ministry of Magic Hall after telling the mole Prime Minister that he was going to visit Prime Minister. The fireplace in the mole Prime Minister's office is connected to the Ministry of Magic. This flyway network has always been protected by the Ministry of Magic. At this time, in a very stylish room, a beautiful marble fireplace was facing a long sash window. The windows were tightly closed. Although it was July, the outside was already filled with cold mist. The mole Prime Minister sitting alone in the office shivered slightly, stretched his fingers and rubbed his forehead, thinking of the hurricane of Lancashire in northwestern England, which was so small and without any signs and warnings. He had a headache. His political enemies have categorically analyzed in the news that this was caused by the government's failure to predict in advance. As soon as the Prime Minister thought of these accusations, his pulse accelerated, because they were unfair and untrue. This strange hurricane that appeared out of nowhere could not be explained by even the best experts, and it was his fault that he did not issue an early warning for evacuation. At this moment, he heard a soft cough in the room. He froze, and he was familiar with the cough. He had heard it before. "Hello," he said, trying to make his voice sound braver. www.mentalnovel.com. At that moment, he knew it was impossible, but he still vaguely hoped that no one would promise him. However, a voice immediately answered. This voice is crisp and decisive, as if reading a prepared speech. The Prime Minister knew when he heard the first cough that the voice came from the small man wearing a long silver wig and resembling a bullfrog. He was a character on a dirty little oil painting in the corner of the room. To the mole Prime Minister, urgent meeting is required. Please reply immediately, faithful Fudge. The man in the oil painting looked at the Prime Minister questioningly. Well, the Prime Minister said, listen. This time is not for me. I'm waiting for a call. I'm a president. I'm going to a weather conference soon. About Lancashire, that hurricane, that can be rearranged. The portrait said without thinking. The Prime Minister's heart sank. This is what he worried about. But I do hope to understand. As long as you see Mr. Fudge, you will understand. The president will forget to call. He will call again at this time tomorrow. In addition, the notice of the rescheduling of the meeting has been sent. The little man said, please reply to Mr. Fudge immediately. Oh. Okay, the Prime Minister said helplessly. Okay, I will see Fudge. Invincible Harry Potter. Chapter 708. Russian. The Prime Minister straightened his tie and adjusted his facial expression as easily and calmly as he had hoped. A bright green flame suddenly appeared in the empty grate under the marble fireplace. The mobile phone HTTPS. Prime Minister tried his best to cover up his inner surprise and panic, and watched a big fat man appear in the middle of the flame, spinning around like a gyro. A few seconds later, the big fat man crossed the grate, holding a yellow-green dome hat in his hand, and stood on a delicate antique rug, dusting off the ash on the sleeves of his thin satin cloak. Prime Minister, Connolly Fudge said, striding over and extending a hand. I'm glad to meet you again. The Prime Minister did not want to answer this polite remark from the bottom of his heart, and said nothing. He was reluctant to see Fudge at all. Fudge's previous appearances, besides being particularly alarming, generally meant that he had to hear some particularly bad news again. Moreover, he looked at Fudge and felt that the person in front of him was not in good condition, which was not a good sign. Just now he said, you can make me understand the cause of the hurricane in Lancashire. The Prime Minister pointed to the portrait on the wall. Oh, that's Eric Gump, our First Minister. Fudge raised his hat in the face of the portrait. That wind is actually a magical hurricane. Can you understand what's going on? What's that? The Prime Minister leaned forward, and he had a bad hunch in his heart. Fudge took a deep breath and said, Prime Minister, I am very sorry to tell you that he is back. The man who can't even mention his name is back. It was this situation that made him not very fond of Fuji's visit. He is after all a Prime Minister, and he does not want anyone to make him feel like a pupil who knows nothing. However, since his first night as Prime Minister and Fudge's first meeting, this is the case. He still clearly remembered the scene at that time, as if it had just happened yesterday. He knew that he would never forget the memory of humiliation and fear until he died. After the first meeting, The Prime Minister instructed his personal secretary to take down the portrait of the little ugly man, who informed Fudge of his visit. To his great dismay, the portrait couldn't be taken away. They used several carpenters, 1 or 2 construction workers, an art history expert, and the Chancellor of the Exchequer. They tried various methods to pry it off the wall, but they were unsuccessful. In the end, the Prime Minister did not try any more, just wishing that the gadget would remain still and silent during his tenure. Occasionally, he can be sure that the corner of his eye saw the person in the portrait yawning or scratching his nose. He even walked out of the frame once or twice, leaving only an empty piece of grey canvas. However, the Prime Minister trained himself not to look at the portrait often. Whenever such a strange thing happened, he always resolutely told himself that there was an illusion in his eyes. Later, the appearance of this guy let him know that it was not a dream, and every time he always brought himself all kinds of troubles. What fugitives in prisons like Azkaban and what listened to something like Hogwarts. There is also a boy named Harry Potter. The Prime Minister heard in the clouds and did not know what he was talking about, and now, this guy came to tell himself that this time the trouble was caused by their world. The Prime Minister then asked a little irritably, back? You said he was back. He's still alive? I mean, was this hurricane caused by him? There is no hurricane at all, Fudge said with some anguish. It was not caused by him, but it was similar. It was done by the Death Eaters under his hands, that is, the follower of the person who can't even mention the name. It's clearly your problem, but I was forced to answer the inexplicable question of why the hurricane suddenly appeared out of thin air, why the range was so small, the power was so big, etc. The Prime Minister stood up angrily, taking every step he took. The anger in my heart increased by 1 point. He discovered the cause of the hurricane, but he could not tell the public. This is so irritating. If it is the government's fault, it is better. Cough. Fudge cleared his throat. Actually, you should be fortunate. The situation is much better than I expected. The Ministry of Magic has sent her to successfully destroy many Death Eaters' intentions to destroy London landmarks. The intention of the building, so that their attack has not been successful before being captured, otherwise your life will be more difficult. It's as if this isn't bad enough. The Prime Minister couldn't help but slander, and he thought of the abnormal cold mist, and then pointed to the mist next to the window and asked, "That's what they made?" That's the Dementor," Fudge replied. "I remember, the Dementors guarded the prisoners?" the Prime Minister asked cautiously. "It used to be this way," Fudge said tiredly. "It's not now." They left the prison and turned to the man who can't even mention the name. "I must admit that this is really a disaster." "But," said the Prime Minister, he gradually developed a fear in his heart. "Don't you tell me that they are animals that specifically absorb people's help and happiness?" "Yes, and they are still wandering. So these mists are formed." The Prime Minister's knees softened and fell to a chair closest to him. Thinking of these invisible creatures flying around in cities and villages, spreading pessimism and despair among his voters, he felt like he was about to faint. "Listen to me, Fudge, you must take measures. This is your responsibility as Minister of Magic." "My dear Prime Minister, I am here just to tell you that I am no longer the Minister of Magic. I will introduce you to my successor in a moment. He and his heirs should arrive soon." Fudge smiled reluctantly. The Prime Minister was speechless for a while. He was indignant that he was placed in such a situation, and at the same time he felt sympathy for the man who was sitting opposite, who seemed to be shrinking. Fudge turned his head to look at the little ugly man with long silver wig wearing fists in the portrait. He was plucking his ears with the tip of a quill pen. The man in the portrait found Fudge looking at him and said, "Owen, he will be here soon. He has already joined up with Alan Harris." The Prime Minister looked at Fudge, who was sitting upright unconsciously, and thoughtfully. Although he had not seen the wizard's new minister, it was clear that the new minister had made his predecessor very scared. This must be a character to be reckoned with. Wondering if it would be harder to reach than Fudge, he was worried in his heart. The room was silent for a while, until the man in the portrait broke the silence, and he suddenly spoke in a crisp voice with an official voice. "To the Mole Prime Minister, request to meet. Things are urgent. Please reply immediately." The Minister of Magic, Owen Harris. Yes, Yes. The Prime Minister secretly did not anger, as if he had the power to say number. The flames in the grate turned emerald green again, and two wizards dribbled in the flames. They turned around for a while and walked to the antique carpet. When Fudge saw the figure appearing in the fire, he stood up immediately. The Prime Minister hesitated a moment, and also stood up, staring at the two newcomers. Unlike Fudge, who wiped off the ash from their bodies, they straightened their bodies and the ash from them disappeared. Hello. The Prime Minister managed to hide his inner turmoil and reached out to Owen. Hello, I am Irving Harris, the new Minister of the Ministry of Magic. Should Fudge all tell you? Irving smiled kindly, extended his hand, and stared at each other's eyes. The hands of both sides shook up and down together. Few times. He said that he will introduce you to me today. The Prime Minister looked at Owen Harris with a smile. His worries eased a little, and the wizard looked much better than Fudge. This is my son, Alan Harris. Irving introduced Alan around him to the other side. Alan also reached out and shook his hand gently. Nice to meet you. Please sit down. The Prime Minister pointed to the other two chairs at the desk. Irving nodded and sat down with Fudge. Alan looked at the room. His long fingers pointed at the door lock, and the Prime Minister heard the door lock click. Well, that's it. www.mtlnovel.com. The Prime Minister said, if you don't mind, I hope not to lock the door. Just to avoid being disturbed, Owen explained. And you have to pay extra attention to safety now. The Prime Minister straightened the waist as much as possible and replied, I am very satisfied with the existing security measures, thank you very much. In fact, sir, if it weren't for Long Eyes, you might have been hit by the soul retrieval curse. In that case, the moles would suffer. Alan interrupted. Long Eyes? The Prime Minister asked inexplicably. The new secretary in the outside of your office some time ago has long eyes, Fudge explained. You mean Christopher Lee? He's yours? I mean wizard. The Prime Minister was a bit reluctant to believe that this new multilingual secretary made him very satisfied. He was very efficient, and did other work 3 times as many people. Christopher Lee? Didn't we send Vladimir Birdlovsky? Irving asked Fudge questioningly. It's him, but with a fake name, Fudge replied, touching his nose. My secretary is Russian? The Prime Minister cried out in shock. Invincible Harry Potter. Chapter 709. Meet Father, in the Mole Society. This is more important. The first secretary of the British Prime Minister must not be a person of Russian origin, so the Long Eye is renamed Christopher Lee here. Think free fee watch and entire version please. 100 degrees. Challen first answered his father's question and then comforted the Prime Minister. Please rest assured that the magic world will not sell your information to Russian moles. Of course he won't do this, Long Eyes. He is a well-trained that we have specially sent to protect you. Your Ministry of Magic attaches great importance to your safety, Your Excellency, Owen said. Thank you very much, but I don't think you can intervene in our personnel arrangements at will. The Prime Minister retorted unmoved. Are you dissatisfied with the Long Eyes? Irving is still in harmony with Yan. In fact, they are surrounded by many mole seniors, and they have installed wizards, but it is not necessary to tell him. Of course satisfied mean, used to be. Then there is no problem, is it? Owen laughed. Yeah. As long as Christopher's work has been so well, so good. The Prime Minister finally had to compromise. At least the other party was willing to tell himself who they sent. Not only can he share for you at work, in fact, as far as the current situation is concerned, it is very important to have a good to protect you personally. Fudge also said on the side. Are you saying that the man will start with me? Thinking of the topic just now, the Prime Minister couldn't help but shed cold sweat and his face was pale. His terrified heart couldn't calm down. Several meetings with these wizards brought no good news. Except for the black incident 3 years ago, less than a year later. The upset Fudge suddenly appeared out of thin air in the cabinet room and told himself, Ghostland odd. At least it sounds like these words. Something went wrong in the World Cup. A few moles were involved in, but don't worry, although the mark of the mysterious person has appeared again, it doesn't explain anything. Fudge believed that it was just an isolated incident, and that while they were talking, The Mole Liaison Office was busy working on memory modification. There are other wizarding contests. They have to import a few fire dragons and a sphinx from abroad. The Prime Minister, unable to stop, is lucky to hope that there will be no more terrible things than the fire dragon and sphinx, but he is wrong. Less than 2 years later, Fudge emerged from the fire again, and this time the news was a collective escape from Azkaban. A group of fierce and evil wizards have escaped from prison and will wantonly act in his territory. Fudge, who brings bad news to him every time, makes the Prime Minister feel that these wizards are simply synonymous with bad news. "Don't worry, you are the savior in front of you." Fudge heard the Prime Minister's voice hoarse and comforted him. "Savior?" The Prime Minister froze slightly. "My son Alan Harris has recently successfully ran away the mysterious man in battle." Irving's expression was full of pride. "And some time ago, Alan challenged him in the newspaper. He didn't even dare to show up and respond." The Prime Minister couldn't help but look at Fudge and wanted to prove it. He remembered that Fudge had mentioned to him this mysterious person who could not mention the name, but the nightmare of the whole magic world would be defeated by such a young wizard who looked so young. "Yes, don't look at Mr. Alan Harris, who has not graduated from Hogwarts, but he has learned a lot of ancient magic spells. And he has a lot of magic and magic skills. Our wizards and moles are different. These things are talents." The other day, the mysterious man was driven away by him from the Ministry of Magic. Fudge turned the dome hat in his hand. He felt in his heart that the mysterious man did not respond to Alan, not because he did not dare to accept the challenge, but worried about fraud. The last time in the Department of Mysteries of the Ministry of Magic, Alan Harris was able to drive away the mysterious people because he used conspiracy to get those Auras to attack the mysterious people who were fighting him on Eonon. If he is a mysterious person, he will also worry about accepting the challenge, and it is difficult to guarantee that he will be designed and besieged again. But this must not be taken out to tell others that the wizarding world needs confidence. And the Mole Prime Minister in front of him also looks need. You probably don't know that the Death Eaters made the hurricane that night. Not just the hurricane, they wanted to destroy the landmark buildings in London, but my son Alan used his prophetic talent to get this information in advance. Although the divination cannot obtain too accurate information, it is enough for the Auras to arrange traps in many places. Although not all are used, they do prevent all their sabotage against London. The mysterious man and him, the Death Eaters, want to commit crimes and seek their own way of death. Sooner or later, they will be completely destroyed by Alan. Irving tilted one leg, striking the ground with one foot proudly because of his son. In fact, the only thing now the trouble is that their actions are always guerrilla warfare, and they refuse to face Alan. It is true. Now the reason why your mole world can be so peaceful is also thanks to Alan. It is precisely because of the existence of Alan that those people are not afraid to act unscrupulously. He is the hope of our magic world, and you moles. Hope. Fudge echoed Owen, who was showing off his son. His tone was indeed full of envy. If you give Alan some more time, he will definitely be better than the mysterious man. The Prime Minister, who was shocked by the cold sweat of the other party, looked at Alan's eyes again, and thankfully he carefully looked at the boy, who thought that it was only the new minister who brought the meeting to the market. In reality, he must be in a much worse situation than he is now, and he may even be forced to step down. It's just that as the Prime Minister looked at it, the gratitude he just had was replaced by worry, because the Prime Minister felt that as a savior, Alan was not as old and handsome as he was. But he was silver-haired and pale. The strange dress on the skin and the whole body made him feel particularly like a villain in the movie rather than a savior. Then please, ministers and Mr. Alan Harris, please protect the mole world. Although there are many concerns in his heart, the Prime Minister has no other choice but to choose trust. After all, this is the only contact with him. The wizarding power, so he asked very earnestly. Alan nodded and took out an omniscience badge and handed it over. Prime Minister, please take it with you at any time, so that I can always know where you are and I can contact you at any time. If you have any need, you can press that in a glance. I will contact you. www.mentalnovel.com hesitated between privacy and personal security. The Mole Prime Minister still took the badge and did not refute it, at least, from the past of these wizards. In terms of attitude, they seem arrogant to be completely indifferent to Mole affairs, so they can get the attention of the savior in their world, and their safety can be more assured. And Alan also learned some information in the Mole society of this country through the divine conception. The biggest obstacle to breaking the secrecy law is not that these soldiers have little military power. The military power is in the hands of the Prime Minister. In wartime, a temporary wartime cabinet needs to be established. Mole nations, they will argue for a long time in Parliament to build a road, let alone war. In the original book, 19 years after the end of their 7th grade in Harry, the adventure story of Harry and their children, Voldemort's daughter used the time converter to return to the past, once changing history. In this chaotic time and space, Voldemort take control of the whole world. All moles who dared to resist him were caught in the so-called mud-type death camp and burned to death, and under his rule, the wizards could grab the moles for torture for fun, and even the wizards exploded unscrupulously. The purpose of dropping the mole bridge is to see how many moles can die at a time. Under the circumstances that Voldemort's dark rule can control the mole world at will, Alan, who has learned some mole information at this time, is confident in breaking the secrecy law. Exactly, as long as the top level of the mole world is monitored like this, the mole is vulnerable to the wizard. His obstacle is the International Federation of Wizards and the wizarding countries behind them. Invincible Harry Potter. Chapter 710. Parkinson sincerely thank the leader. Unreal Emperor is also Voldemort, who was deeply worried about by the Prime Minister, was sitting in the luxuriously decorated hall at this time, watching Irving Harris's speech replayed on TV, and then the news commentator broadcast their immediate interview with some ordinary wizards. Seeing the unconcealed goodwill and beautiful words of these ordinary wizards to Irving, the armrest of the chair under Voldemort's hands turned to ashes and fell to the ground. Think free watch and complete aversion please 100 degrees. The mysterious man simply stood up, and his own actions were few successful. What method can be used to fight back the Harris family? Relying on the waste is almost useless, and it is more likely that he will come forward to fulfill their wishes. Voldemort's body suddenly stood up, and the summoning spell used by the other party in the duel with Alan reminded him that there was a suitable object. You can definitely fulfill your wishes. He pressed his hand to the dark demon mark on his arm. Soon, figures in black robes appeared indoors, waiting silently for his orders. Next, you have to collect the knowledge related to the devil, especially the information of the Devil's Grand Duke that Alan Harris met in the Wizard's Tree Wizard Tournament. Voldemort raised a pale big hand and went to a wave outside, said Rare and Generous, now those Auras are patrolling around, you can't move smoothly, then go to other countries, grab some mud for me to come back, those devils like to collect souls, grab more, to sacrifice to him at that time. To satisfy him, I need to make a deal with the Devil Grand Prince. Voldemort lifted his eyes and looked to the distance, as if the Harris who made him resent were there. The voice was very light but full of cold and cruel killing intentions. By the way, other wizards are also recruited in other countries to return. Wait for this the next time we were ready. Let the Harris, beautiful. He slammed his fist, and the chair behind him shattered into pieces, scattered all over the floor. Everyone stared at Voldemort diligently, and Voldemort's gaze was directed to a seemingly unclear human body hanging above the table on the long table in the hall. At the lower left of the human body, a dark brown wave-haired girl sat pale on the ground with pale cheeks and a frightened look. We have to trim some branches and leaves now. It's time to remove those rotten leaves. Old Parkinson. When you defected, did you ever think of today? Drill your heart and bones. As Voldemort's words fell, the dangling the person above the table uttered a painful wailing. The sound dragged on for a long time, gradually weakening from the sternness and sharpness, and the human body curled up in pain in the air, like a cooked shrimp, looking very miserable. However, you still have a chance. Voldemort's pale, dry fingers were pointed at the girl, and she immediately flinched back, stiffened again. Pansy Parkinson, you can choose to save or let him die. All worthless waste should be destroyed. Pansy's brown eyes were full of terror, but Voldemort turned his head. Do you want to live? Pansy nodded again and again. As a Hogwarts student, you have many opportunities to complete. Either you go to assassinate Alan Harris, or you go to assassinate Dumbledore. Voldemort turned around, giving Pansy no chance at all, and then squinted. He looked at Pansy with his eyes, and said to the left and right, of course, the girl should have some privileges. You will not be alone, Pansy. Bella, Lucius, you are outside to help her. Severus is in Hogwarts, helps her. Dumbledore and Alan Harris, as long as these two can die, I will forgive your father. Observe, Master. Lucius and Snape nodded. They both understood that they were assisting Pansy to complete the task, in fact, to monitor her and give her no choice but to act as directed. Pewee stretched his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. We will let this little baby understand what he should do. Almost at the moment when the voice of Voldemort fell, Pansy made a choice in her heart. She knew that the most admired person in her Draco was Alan Harris. If she assassinated Alan herself, she might be afraid of Draco. There is no hope of being together. On the contrary, it was Dumbledore. Using his undefense against students, he might assassinate successfully. Severus, remember to teach this idiot brain occlusion during the summer vacation, otherwise she will be discovered when she confronts Dumbledore. Voldemort sniffed at Pansy's thoughts, but although let Parkinson go to assassinate Morta, let her vent her emotions and send her to such a suicide mission. But how much can she get some help to improve a little success rate? As long as how much can hurt Dumbledore for him somewhat useful. Although Pansy was not further hurt and punished, she was finally brought back to her home, but she never had a moment of peace in her heart. How to assassinate the greatest white wizard? For her, this has not graduated. The little wizard is really a big problem. And as a member of the training class, Alan is well known for his ability to capture the mind, and how should she hide her thoughts in front of him? Is she really able to learn occlusion before this summer vacation? In the middle of the night, close to the early morning, in the office of the principal of Hogwarts, Dumbledore sat motionless in the throne-like chair behind the table, his eyes staring at him in a trance, scorched by the black magic curse. The sanity seems not too sober. Then Dumbledore raised his head abruptly, the door of the principal's office opened automatically, and Severus Snape, who had returned before midnight, hurried in with a bottle of golden liquid medicine, and he saw at a glance the broken ring on the table in front of Dumbledore, and the ruby on the Gryffindor sword next to it gleamed in the light. Snape immediately began to read the spell, pointed his wand at Dumbledore's injured wrist, and the glass of thick golden medicine brought by him in his left hand poured into Dumbledore's mouth. After the medicinal effect took effect for a period of time, Dumbledore's eyes finally regained clarity and began to focus accurately. It's just that it made your hands like this. Snape sat next to Dumbledore. www.mentalnovel.com. One hand held up the black hand that Dumbledore put on the table, and his head was covered. Shouted at his principal for a while, "You must know that it will hurt you. Why should you touch it? It's too tempting for me." As if it's like I was doing something silly for my situation. Dumbledore smiled bitterly and nodded his head in the direction of the Gryffindor sword. Fortunately, it can be used to destroy this Marvolo Gunter's ring. It is one of Tom's Horcruxes. Drinking it out can contain the curse in the hand, but only temporarily. Snape, still angry, handed the rest of the liquid to Dumbledore. He looked at Dumbledore's dark palm, somewhat suspiciously, to give a judgment. But unexpectedly, its condition is better than I imagined. This is not like the style of a mysterious person. I was still wondering why you can keep yourself up and stay awake. Notify me, don't say anything else. Drink it up quickly, but this is only temporary. If not suppressed, it will spread sooner or later. How much time do I have? Dumbledore asked, pouring the remaining golden liquid into the mouth. It is estimated that it will take about 3 years. You are in luck. If you no longer waste your magic power to fight in 3 years, this curse has the opportunity to continue to corrode and deteriorate, but to contain it as much as possible. With the potion I brewed for you, it is still very good. Helpfully they will be completely removed. Snape, who found that things were not as bad as he thought, calmly answered, "Invincible Harry Potter." Chapter 711 Pig to be slaughtered. Sincerely thank the leader. Unreal Emperor is also. After hearing Snape's speech, Dumbledore thought for a long time in silence, finally shook his head bitterly and refused. In the current form, it is unrealistic to want to use 3 years to heal the wound. I have done it well. Ready to die. Think free watch and complete version please 100 degrees. Snape's words seemed to be overwhelming his anger, and he continued to try to persuade. Damn, you can't leave things to others. The situation is not so bad now. The Ministry of Magic is under the leadership of Harris. Well done. We don't need you to nobly sacrifice yourself to protect others. But Harris, they will not deal with Tom in a short time, even if I estimate that Alan has acquired this ability in this wonderful adventure. Dragon Warrior will eventually become a dragon. They are treating our pure-blooded families in the UK are very tough. According to my observation, they are now mainly focusing on protection rather than offense, so they should be planning to keep Tom alive for a long time. Let him act as external threats have allowed the wizarding world to compromise on their expansion and strength. After talking about Dumbledore, he shook his head as if he had made up his mind. But you have also experienced the First Wizarding War, even if they can protect the British wizarding world. But made Tom anxious. I know him, he will start with wizards and muggles from other countries. So I can't let this new wizarding war turn into a tug of war. We have to end things as soon as possible. As long as Tom is resolved, Harris will compromise with those pure blood families again, which will be a good thing for everyone. Snape stood up sharply from his seat and ridiculed. That's right, the Dark Lord took the old Parkinson back tonight, so he threatened Pansy Parkinson between assassinating you and Alan. Choice. And the girl chose to assassinate you and was discovered by his dementia, and you guessed it. Well, the mysterious man has already explained to start with other countries, he plans to use the sacrifice to summon the top 3. The big devil came to deal with Harris. Poor girl, the mission is doomed to failure. Dumbledore said regretfully, the situation where I and Alan Harris are in Hogwarts, and the possibility of him coming in person is very unlikely. He just wanted the poor girl to die. The Dark Lord didn't expect Parkinson to succeed. It was just punishment for the old Parkinson's defection. Let their father and daughter live in panic, and let the father see his daughter pay for the miss. Snape's voice it became more and more condensing. He plans to recruit dissatisfied black wizards from all over the world to join his camp. When the power is gathered enough, he will fight with Harris. The last single fight was played by Harris to get him back. Some reason. So, Severus, we can't let Tom drag the war too long. If one day when I decide to go to death, I will give you as much opportunity as possible. Don't give others the chance, let alone the little girl started. She had a chance to live in Hogwarts. I don't want murder to stain her soul. So you have to kill me, Severus. This is the only way, only this way. Voldemort will trust you completely. What about my soul? It has nothing to do with her. It has nothing to do with the trust of the mysterious person. What should I do after you die? Snape stood stiffly in the room, satirizing Dumbledore. Rhetoric. Only you know that helping an old man to avoid suffering and shame will hurt your soul. Dumbledore did not try to refute too much, but continued to explain to him, when the time is ripe, you must tell Harry Potter one thing. Hearing Harry's name, Snape frowned. But you must wait until Tom is weakest. Dumbledore's blue eyes looked sharply at Snape. If at some point, Tom no longer sends the snake that attacked Arthur to execute the order, but keeps it by his side and protects it with magic, and at that time, I think I can tell Harry. Protect Nagini? Snape was a little surprised, and then said lowly, tell him what? That stupid boy is simply a copy of his father, and he can't even learn how to close the brain. Mediocre, and can directly connect the Dark Lord's ideas. So I told you to tell Harry at the last minute. If Tom tries more, he will understand that his own soul is so incomplete, it can't stand close to the soul like Harry. Like the tongue sticks to the frozen on the steel, the flesh touched the flame. After really experiencing this pain, he would never try to control Harry again. At least not in this way. For a long time before, you refused to tell me anything, but now you are still counting on me to help you with these little things." Snape snarled, with real anger flashing on his thin face. "Do you think everything is taken for granted? Should all of us do exactly what you mean to be on the right path?" "Maybe I changed my attention." Snape's sudden outburst appeared angry and unconvinced, and Dumbledore sighed. "You swear, Severus, don't refute the next words, don't intervene." The night Voldemort went to Godric Valley to kill Harry, Lily Potter used his body to block between them. When I taught her the protective spell, the spell bounced back. A piece of Voldemort's soul was attached to the only living creature in the house. Dumbledore stood up and bypassed the large principal's table toward Snape. "Harry speaks in a snake-like manner, and there is a reason for connecting Voldemort's ideas. Part of Voldemort lives in him." It was said that Snape's mouth was open, but he didn't say a word, as if he suddenly lost the ability to organize language. And all the happy time spent with Lily came to mind. And that night with thunderstorms, the night that brought him infinite despair, Lily lay on the messy ground silently. He was holding Lily's body and was desperate in that chaotic room. After leaving Godric Valley, he went to Dumbledore and asked, "You said you would keep her safe." Lily and James had the wrong letter. "Severus." Dumbledore turned his back to Snape, his hand on the mullion, and looked down at the window with his head down. "Aren't you too?" The distressed Snape felt his heart was torn. "Her son is still alive." Dumbledore turned around. "He doesn't need protection. The Dark Lord is dead," Snape said with an open hand. "The Dark Lord will return, and the child will be in danger. His eyes are just like his mother," Dumbledore said as he closed his eyes in pain. Hearing this, Snape immediately looked up to Dumbledore, as if the desperate man had caught the last beam. "If you really love her." Dumbledore's words were not finished before he was caught by Snape, who interrupted. "Do not tell anyone. You want me to never reveal your kindness? You promise? Can you risk your life every day to protect this child?" For a long time, the principal's room was silent. Snape's lips fluttered, and finally he spit out, no matter how rough the waves were in his heart. But his voice was really calm. "That means, the boy must die in the future?" Dumbledore unconsciously looked away from Snape and nodded. "Yes, he must die. And Voldemort has to do it himself, Severus. That's the most critical." Another long silence. Then Snape said, "I thought, all these years, I thought we were protecting him, for her, for Lily. We protect him because we must tune him, develop him, and let him hone his abilities," said Dumbledore, still keeping his eyes closed. "At the same time, the connection between them has become stronger and stronger, like a parasitic life. Sometimes I think he seems to be aware of it. If I really understand him, I think he will arrange everything properly." www.mentalnovel.com. So when he resolutely goes to death, it means at the end of Voldemort. You kept him alive just to let him die again at the right time. Snape's tone was calm and soundless, but he looked terrified. "You used me, I made up lies for you, I made for you at the risk of lethality. All this is said to ensure the safety of Lily Potter's son. Now you tell me that you are raising him like a pig to be slaughtered." "How touching, Severus," Dumbledore asked, looking seriously at Snape. "Don't tell me you have feelings for him." "Feeling to him?" Snape stretched out his wand and strenuously waved a large circle over his head. "Crying guard." The silver gas squirted out of his wand, quickly condensing, and the silver deer popped out of the tip of his wand. It reached the end of the office with a slight jump and flew out the window. Dumbledore watched it disappear and disappeared, then turned to look at Snape, surprised. "Lily." Snape's eyes sparkled, staring at the direction in which the deer was leaving. "You still? For so long?" Dumbledore was very surprised. "Always," Snape said deeply. Invincible Harry Potter. Chapter 712. Little Magic sincerely thank the leader Jiang Nan and the shining drops of water in the fountain in the middle of the main hall of the Ministry of Magic spattered into the water. Alan, who had just got out of the elevator from the Department of Mysteries, saw the Gower who was coming out of the row of golden gates in the main hall. Gregory, on the mobile phone https. His hair is short and hard, his arms are as long as an orangutan, which is different from what he used to be with a toe high behind Malfoy. Now he looks very decadent and low. Ren, who had come out of the Magic Law Enforcement Division and merged with Alan, also saw Gower in the sight of his brother. As long as Gregory is willing to accept persuasion, he can be the first to be free, but he refused. Ren shrugged. Shrugging, I know through the goddess that he has scruples and fears that he accepted the good intentions of our Harris, and he will be put back quickly and safely in this way, and he will be doubted by his master, so he intends to stay in prison like this. It is safer. The conditions here are much better than Azkaban. Alan nodded. He could fully understand Gower's choice. The Death Eater's awe of Voldemort was indisputable. When he was unsure of the direction of the winning balance, he spent this period in prison. The ups and downs are also a wise choice. Father hasn't finished talking yet? Did Daisy come out yet? Seeing only him and Ren here, Alan questioned his brother. That African is quite difficult. Go to the minister's office to see the situation. Ren also did not know the specific situation, so he can only suggest so. When Alan and Ron walked through the non-stop paper plane and came near the Minister of Magic's office, Rita Skeeter wore a pair of jeweled glasses and her blonde hair into a delicate large volume. The teeth were exposed, and a smile that seemed to be very charming was standing in the hallway. Fingers spread openly and beckoned desperately to Alan and Ron. Standing beside her was a dark complexion, with a wide flat nose and thick. She wears a pair of round gold earrings on her lips and ears, and a round blue hat on her round and light head. Director Ian Harris, Professor Alan Harris, it was so lucky to meet the two. Rita Skeeter couldn't wait to come forward, leaning forward slightly, and grasping with thick fingers the crocodile leather handbag wobbled on the left side of her body as she twisted her waist to the High Court. This is the new president of the International Wizarding Federation, Babajid Akinbad. He has just met with our Minister Erwin Harris and Director Daisy. When he came out, he met two more. It was so lucky. Rita Skeet said excitedly that she was called to witness the interview and report it. And now she feels that the opportunity to enrich her interview has arrived. After Alan, Ren and Babajid Akinbad shook hands politely, the two brothers wanted to enter the minister's office and meet their father and sister. Mr. Alan Harris, I don't know if I have time to sit down. We are with the International Wizarding Federation, but we haven't talked yet. Babajid Akinbad invited. Minister Owen and I, the Director West, is still processing things inside, and there may be a delay. The chairman is pleased to be honored. There is a small reception room next to the minister's office. We can sit there. Alan did not refuse. He and Len looked at each other and stayed alone. The new president in front of him is in good fortune. Dumbledore was removed from all positions by Fudge because of the declaration of the return of the mysterious person. Although the membership of the International Wizarding Federation has been restored, the chairman has been replaced by Babajid Akinbad. In the case that the new chairman did not make mistakes, the chairman is still Babajid Akinbad, and Dumbledore did not fully recover. Alan led the way. They walked to the reception room. Rita took the initiative to follow her. He smiled when Alan looked at her. Professor Harris, President Akinbad, please allow me to accompany me. There should be no place for people to listen to our conversation. Miss Skeeter should be able to join, as long as you can report it truthfully. Alan looked at Babajid Akinbad. What do you think, President? Babajid Akinbad was a little reluctant, but since Alan said this and refused, he didn't know what the other party would write. He nodded in the end, and opened the door of the reception room for others. 3 people sitting on the sofa separately. Rita held her glasses, her quill pendant on the notebook spread out on her knees. Babajid Akinbad saw the neatly arranged tea sets and tea bags in the cupboard. His hands turned half-empty circle and pinched together, and made a series of gestures to the tea sets quickly, so that the round-bellied teapot flew out of the cupboard and began to make tea. Alan looked at the other person's tea-like tea with a smile, while Rita sipped her lips with red lipstick. In the thick tea aroma, Babajid Akimbo reached out to the teacup that had been brewed and was steaming on the table, inviting Alan and Rita to taste it. A cup of hot tea flew steadily into the hands of Alan. Alan took a sip of tea. The wand was an invention in Europe. It was not until the last century that African wizards used the wand as a useful tool. So in Vajra, the magic school where the other party graduated, many spells were cast with fingers or gestures, but unlike European wandless spellcasting techniques, Vagado's gesture casting process is much more cumbersome than magic wands. The time it takes to cast the same magic spell is much longer than the time it takes to use the magic wand, which is why these Africans finally started using the magic wand. Alan put down the teacup before applauding. Wonderful skills. I heard that the Wagada School of Witchcraft and Wizardry located in Moon Hill, Uganda, Africa. It is the largest school of all magic schools because it enrolls from across Africa. Student, my sister Daisy Harris is the director of the International Department of Magical Cooperation. She was fortunate to have visited Vagato, where she said she could see a building outlined on the mountainside shrouded in mist. Magnificent buildings sometimes look like they are floating in midair. Thank you for your praise. Vagato was founded almost 1,000 years later, only a little later than the time when Hogwarts was established. In Africa, although there have been many small magic schools in history, Vagato Dudu is the only school of magic that has stood the test of time and achieved an enviable international reputation. The expression finished with some pride, and Babajid Akinbad couldn't wait to express his intentions and love. Lun said once, Mr. Alan Harris, I just met with your father Minister Owen Harris. I have watched Minister Harris's previous speech. In fact, you should be a member of the International Wizards Union. The previous warning to the British Ministry of Magic is just a fixed process. We have no other meaning, and we do not want to fight against the Harris family. Alan nodded. Maintaining the stability of the British magic world is our primary responsibility. Of course we also help to protect the lives and property of the wizards, but the British magic world is so well protected, hardly affected by it, and the security is even better and more secure than before, which means that you are completely. There is also extra power to care about the Mole world and maintain the peace of the Mole society. After all, if the Mole society is turbulent, it will also affect our magic world. If it is large in scope and frequent, it is no less than in our magic world. The terrorist attack. Babajid Ajinpa paused, sorting out his thoughts, trying to persuade Alan. But he knew the status of this person in the Harris family is the absolute core. The Harris family, the identity of the future heir and leader, is destined to have a crucial influence on the decision of Minister Owen Harris. Rita Skeeter's quill quickly flicked across the notebook. Alan didn't say anything, waiting for the other to sort out his thoughts. I think the British Ministry of Magic can do better. Apart from taking care of the safety of the lives and property of the wizards, it can also devote some of its energy to maintain social peace in the Mole world. Mr. Alan Harris, as an International Wizard Day member of the Federation, I hope that you can exert your influence and suggest that Mr. Irving Harris can pay attention to the peace and stability of the Mole Society. Finally, Babajid Ajinpa expressed his request to Alan. He felt that he had both sense and reason. As the president of the International Wizarding Federation, Alan should perform his assigned tasks. Alan shook his head to deny the other party's request. President Babajid Akinba, I think my father said it clearly in his speech, and I will also be the same opinion. Everything is British magic under the premise of foolproof. We will use our spare power to ensure other things. It didn't make sense to see Alan. Babajid Akinba didn't intend to delve into the minor problems of the British goal, but he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed when he hit the wall continuously. Section 73 of the Secrecy Act added that it is clear that each wizarding organization must be responsible for hiding the magical world in its own jurisdiction, and that violators will be disciplined by the Federation. Speaking of the International Witcher Union Confidentiality Act, Mr. Babajid Akimba. We in the UK have always been the most steadfast enforcers of the confidentiality law, and even the confidentiality law itself has been proposed by us in the UK. Recent events it has also because the Death Eaters only acted in Mole society under desperate circumstances. We in the UK have never actively tried to expose the wizarding world. We blocked most of the other less destructive actions, even if it was the hurricane. Cleared contradictions, cleared Mole memories, and solved their problems. They all did their best. Alan did not succumb as Babajid Akimba expected, but said with a sneer of disdain, "Babaji Mr. Akimba, your alma mater, the Wagada School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Since the secrecy law came into effect in 1692 until recently, Vagato has been accused of violating the secrecy laws by using the convenience of your ability to cast spells in Mole. We cast a spell in front of them. Once they were caught, they used a powerful excuse to refute. I just waved my hand and never wanted to dislocate their jaws. There are only more than 10 animagus who have completed registration in the world, and your school is good at astronomy, alchemy, and self-transformation. Among them, there are many rumors about Vagado's 14-year-old students. You can become an elephant and a cheetah at will, but no one went to the Ministry of Magic to register for this. President Babajid Akimba, what do you think? Babajid Akimba was annoyed that at the moment, his mouth was caught by the opponent in front of Alan and bite his foot. The things of Vagado are actually small things, but the nature of the contrast is different. The British is, while trying to protect the wizarding world from being exposed, his own alma mater and the area under his jurisdiction are constantly carrying out these exposure behaviors, which makes Babaji, who was originally a small loss because of taking the form but was overkilled by the other party. Akimba was even more annoyed. And just when Babajid Akimba wanted to answer the language of the organization, Alan just waved his hand, and the teacups in front of Babajid Akimba and Rita Skeeter filled again. And Alan's own teacup has been cleaned up and flew to the cabinet. His hand is much quicker than the complicated gestures of Babajid Akimba just now. Then Alan stood up. Chairman Babajid Akimba, I don't think you've made a mistake, given that you took advantage of our own mistakes in the UK last year and defeated those who wanted to break the secrecy law. Mr. Gertler Grindelwald S. Albus Dumbledore's principal lost his position after being misunderstood as the president of the International Wizarding Federation. I suggest that you know well in advance when you want to exercise your post to act again. As the representative of the British wizarding community in the International Wizarding Federation, I am not directly under the jurisdiction of the President of the International Wizarding Federation. I can also initiate investigations and warnings of the Vajra in the International Wizarding Federation. In fact, you can recall his former President Dumbledore's actions during his tenure. Can he be as active as you? Even if you have so many suspected exposure incidents in Vagado, you have been fully trusted by you. If you don't hear it, why can't you just stare at your predecessor's country? I think you and I have nothing to talk about with Mr. Babajid Akimba. Alan is not waiting to be used by himself. Dumbledore's long-term inaction due to other things after obtaining the position of President of the International Wizarding Federation in response to Babajid Akimba, who was deliberately misleading and described as a despicable person. He walked directly out of the door. Only before he left the reception room, he turned his head and blinked at Rita Skeeter. Miss Skeeter, please forgive me for having lost my companionship, but I don't want any deliberate additions to your report, but I don't want any abridgments. In addition to keeping Dumbledore's mind in mind every day, in addition to Percy Parkinson and Harry Potter, since receiving Dumbledore's letter, he looked forward to being taken away by Dumbledore as soon as possible. Finally, on the day he had agreed with Dumbledore, Harry came to the tavern next to the subway station early. He held the Prophet daily and watched the news above pass the time. In a place he couldn't see on the back of the newspaper, a black waitress with short curly hair and an explosive head quietly looked at Harry, a regular customer, and then she walked slightly in front of Harry, looking for a topic. Asked, Harry Potter, who is Harry Potter? Harry was a little surprised and put down the newspaper and replied, No, he is nobody. www.mentalnovel.com may be a nerd. The pretty waitress grabbed her grass green short skirt. Your newspaper is weird. I dared to swear to see the person in the photo a few days ago. Harry asked awkwardly, really? I guess I'm tired of work and I'm tired. The waitress threw a wink at Harry and walked away swaying. It's just that Harry and the waitress had different expectations. He didn't pay attention to her attractive posture as Ginny was already good. Harry's eyes were attracted by the magic word flashing outside the window. He stood up, slowly approaching the window, reaching for the mist on the window. There was a figure faintly under the magic letters on the billboard. After another train galloped, Harry finally saw it. That's exactly the person he was expecting and made an appointment today. Albus Deng. Burrido. Harry happily put away the newspaper and immediately left the tavern to come to Dumbledore. He and Dumbledore, who had turned around, stared at the huge advertising poster posted on the wall. This is a perfume billboard. A slogan is written next to the pictures of the tempting female stars. Tonight make a little magic with your man. Invincible Harry Potter. Invincible Harry Potter. Chapter 713. Consider the feelings of young people. Sincerely thank the leader Jiang Nanan. I like to take the subway so that I don't think about it. Oops. Dumbledore burst into a sudden cry, and Harry quickly lowered his head, noticing that Dumbledore's right hand was injured on his arm. It doesn't look very attractive, right? Dumbledore moved the fingertips of the four fingers that seemed to be scorched or dark and corroded except for the thumb. Dumbledore murmured, to be honest, it's a very thrilling story. I thought Tom would be more powerful than I thought at that age. Voldemort. Harry looked at Dumbledore's look, but the other party seemed completely meaningless. To avoid embarrassment, Harry continued, yes, Dumbledore, Mr. Arthur Weasley this year. Alan was also invited to the Burrow as a guest, and Alan agreed. It is really rare. You have to know that he has not been there for several summer vacations. Dumbledore turned his head to look at Harry, and he smiled. Arthur didn't tell me this. Why did he invite Professor Harris to be a guest? Because when Mr. Arthur Weasley was hospitalized in the protection of the Prophecy Ball attack, Alan brought Ron, George, Fred, and Ginny to see him. Plus the twins were in Diagon Alley. The joke shop I opened was also invested by Alan, so Mr. Weasley wanted to invite Alan to be a guest at home after he recovered. Harry pondered. He was a little hesitant to ask his doubts out, but he was still brave in the end. Asked, Dumbledore, why didn't you let Fox take us to the past? That way, as long as Mrs. Weasley sent us a letter, you wouldn't even be notified to us, so it wouldn't be Mr. Weasley's encounter. We will know a few seconds after the attack. And the former head of Hogwarts in the headmaster's office, Delia Derwent, also has a portrait of her in Street Mungo's hospital. And Mr. Arthur also has a portrait in the Ministry of Magic and the headmaster's office. Principal Fran discovered the first time. Why can't they say that they notified us? I'm sorry, Harry. That was my fault. I was thinking about dealing with other things at the time, and I ignored these methods. As I told you before, those things I did and those I didn't do. With the regrets of older people. Young people don't know what older people think or how they feel. But if older people forget what they were like when they were younger, it's great. It's wrong. I will try to take this into consideration as much as possible in the future. Dumbledore looked at Harry from above his half-moon lens, concealing his concerns about Alan's behavior, and said, but not now when telling a story. Take my arm. Do what I said. Harry grabbed Dumbledore's forearm. Very good. Dumbledore said, okay. Let's go. The sudden squeeze made Harry unable to help screaming, and he felt a dark spin. When he stopped again, he and Dumbledore had arrived at a courtyard like an abandoned village, with an ancient war memorial erected in the middle, and several benches. Welcome to the beautiful Barberton village. Dumbledore's kind voice sounded, and Harry quickly followed the pace of Dumbledore, who had already moved on. Harry, I guess you are strange now. Why should I bring you here, right? Dumbledore asked. To be honest, after so many years, I almost don't want to. Harry shook his head and shrugged. They walked through the empty tavern and several houses and approached a neat little stone house in the garden. Dumbledore looked towards the well-maintained path, and his heart sank suddenly. The hinge of the front door opened, and the door hung diagonally. "Harry, pull out the wand," Dumbledore whispered. Fluorescent flashes. The top of Dumbledore's wand was lit, and a narrow porch was illuminated. He and Harry walked high into the living room with their shiny wands in front of them. There was a mess in front of them. A master clock broke at their feet. The clock face was cracked, and the pendulum was lying a little further away, like a band sword. A piano fell to the ground and the keys were scattered around. There was also a fragment of a chandelier shattered shimmering nearby. The mat was thrown around in a mess, and it was deflated, and the feathers came out of the crack. Broken glass and broken pieces of porcelain were sprinkled on the ground like powder. "Horace?" Dumbledore called softly. Harry saw the same prophet daily as he had seen before, scattered on the floor. One of them had photos of him and Alan. The large black headline read, "Who is the real savior?" At this moment a drop of red blood dripped. Harry looked up and saw a large blood stain on the ceiling. Harry's eyes widened in horror. It was hard for him to imagine how badly a person was injured before he could splash those blood stains on a wall so high. Another drop of blood fell on Harry's forehead. Harry raised his hand and wanted to wipe it, but Dumbledore took a step first, dipped the blood on Harry's forehead with his middle finger, and gently put it in the mouth. Then he looked at a bulging single sofa standing on the ground. He looked relaxed, even a bit naughty, and led Harry slowly towards the chair, saying that sooner or later, Dumbledore suddenly shot, and drew his wand tip into the back of the bulging single sofa. The head of a bald fat old man suddenly emerged from the top of the chair back, and cried out, "Merlin's beard!" In a blink of an eye, the single sofa became a chubby old man standing there shyly, complaining, "You don't have to poke me, Albus. I have to say that your sofa has become very successful, Horace." Dumbledore couldn't help but want to laugh. The wand in his hand illuminated the bright bald man in front of him. His puffed eyes, and his thick double chin, still shining on his vertical striped velvet light blue pajamas. His head only touched Dumbledore's chin. "That's all the surface kung fu has done. The inside is natural." "Where did I reveal it?" he asked, roughly. Dumbledore's elevated wand pointed backwards. "Dragon blood." "Oh, Hollis?" Slughorn suddenly realized. "By the way, let me introduce you, Harry, to meet my old friend and old colleague, Professor Horace Slughorn." "I know who he is." The old man's round eyes looked at Harry's forehead and the lightning scar on his forehead. "Harry Potter." He walked over to the door, leaned over, and locked the door carefully. "What is the stage effect in your room? What's the matter, Horace?" Dumbledore asked. "Aren't you still waiting for other guests?" Slughorn locked the door and turned. "Guest? I don't know what you mean." "Well, Death Eaters have wanted to recruit me for more than a year. Do you know what kind of day it is? I can't refuse too many times, so I can't stay anywhere for a week." Slughorn whispered, frowning. Dumbledore asked with some curiosity, "Why not go to the Ministry of Magic for help? You know, they have done a good job protecting the wizarding world recently, which is much better than it was during the First Wizarding War." "I have also refused to recruit the Umbrella Company of the Harris family many times before." Slughorn looked a little regretful. "How can I know that they can really chase Tom? And you know, if he is sincere, I want to catch me. Can't I put my hope on that alarm?" "My situation is different from that of a normal wizard. This Malona went to the Canary Islands for a vacation." Slughorn then approached Dumbledore and whispered in a very low voice, "Albus, the recent Minister of Magic's speech, and Alan Harry Bubbagid, President of the International Federation of Wizards and Bubbagid, Aginbus Wickedness. You must know the background of their family, don't you worry." "I think Harris just took the opportunity to gain a good reputation. He did so successfully. As long as they can maintain this, I'm happy to let my people support them." "But Horace, thank you for your reminder. I will focus on the observation later." And now the opposition between the British Ministry of Magic and the International Wizarding Federation is not a good thing. But now, Dumbledore put his hand on Harry's shoulder and turned to look at the chaotic scene, suggested, "I think we'd better clean up here, don't mind." "Let go of Harry." The 15-inch, elderberry wand in Dumbledore's hand drew a semicircle flatly forward. The cracked silver photo frame scattered to the ground flickered to the end of the room and landed on a writing desk, becoming shiny again. The chandelier returned to the top of the ceiling. Pieces of furniture jumped back to their original positions, and the ornaments restored their prototypes in midair. Everything became organized. The room was torn and torn. The open areas were restored as before. The stains on the wall were automatically wiped off, and the room became cozy and comfortable. The restoration of the bright and clean room allowed all three to relax. "It's funny, do you mind if I use the bathroom?" Dumbledore asked after looking at Slughorn, but Slughorn kept staring at Harry all the time. "Of course not." Dumbledore took a step towards the toilet. "Don't think I don't know why you came, Albus. The answer is still no. Sure and sure no," Slughorn said fiercely. All the wrinkles on his forehead were raised, and his tone was very firm. He shouted at Dumbledore's back, and he smiled again when he saw Harry watching him. "You look like your father." Slughorn nodded to affirm his opinion. "Except for these eyes, it's like." Slughorn's tone was slightly sad. "My mother's eyes, I know," Harry said immediately. Harry heard this many times, and felt a little bored. "Lily, smart Lily, your mother is very smart." Slughorn seemed to be caught in memory. "If you consider that she is still a mole, it will be even more amazing." "Not counting Alan, the best witch in our grade is mole," Harry said. "Please don't think I am biased, absolutely not." Slughorn seemed afraid of Harry's misunderstanding and quickly approached Harry. "Your mother is definitely one of my favorite students. Look, she is there." He pointed to the many shiny photo frames on the cabinet, each with active wizards. "Front row." Slughorn added, "It's all my former students. Do you recognize Barnabas Guff? He is the editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet." Slughorn and Harry walked to the cabinet. Slughorn introducing the wizard in these photos is like an enthusiastic collector introducing his beloved collection to the guests. "If I have any thoughts on the news of the day, I can send an owl to send him a letter." Gnog Jones, the captain of the Holyhead Harby, an Alfmarl Quidditch team in the British and Irish Quidditch League, can get free tickets whenever I want. "Naturally, I haven't watched the game for a long time." The smile on Slughorn's face suddenly disappeared, like the blood on the wall just now. "Oh, by the way, Regulus Black, you must be familiar with his brother Sirius." Seeing Harry took the photo in his hand, Slughorn introduced, "The whole Black family is my college, yes, except Sirius. Regulus is a very talented boy. I'm optimistic about him as soon as he comes, and of course it would be more perfect if the brothers are together." Horace, Dumbledore re-entered the room and raised a mole magazine in his hand. "Do you mind if I take this?" Harry, who didn't know how to respond, hurriedly approached Dumbledore. Dumbledore, holding the magazine to Slughorn, who looked surprised, said, "I really like these knitted styles." "Of course you take it. But won't you leave now?" Slughorn asked, looking disturbed. "Things are set, I still know that. It's a pity. If I can persuade you to go back to Hogwarts with me, I will naturally be honored. You are just like Potter." "Okay, goodbye." With that said, Dumbledore left unrequitedly. Slughorn stood a bit at a loss in the room. When Dumbledore reached the door at the end of the garden path, they heard a cry from behind. "Well, I agree." Harry turned to see Slughorn standing breathlessly at the door of the living room. "I want the original office of Professor Mills. My original one is like a toilet. I have to raise my salary. There are a lot of crazy things this year." Slughorn kept raising his hands, expressing his strong demand. "It's a lot," Dumbledore whispered, and took Harry out. "Professor, what just happened?" Harry asked, walking down the deserted street. "You have talent, fame, strength, and everything Horace valued. Professor Slughorn will want to put you under the door. Harry, you will be the most shining of all his disciples." "Don't be so." Believe Harry, Alan's situation is different from others. You also have your own flashpoint, and according to Alan's character, he should not become a disciple of Horace. Because of you, he only returned to Hogwarts. Come to us. It is also important to say that he is back. After Dumbledore explained to Harry, he then hesitantly said, "So Harry, Will you take classes in the course offered by Alan next year? I'm not 100% sure, but I think I might. Dumbledore. Alan said that magic itself is not good or bad. If there is a need to use those not so good magic to protect people and save people, they are good magic, and if the ordinary magic spells we usually use are used for evil, then it is not bad magic. Harry also hesitated and repeated carefully and whispered carefully to the greatest white wizard. He did not say before. Rita Skeeter's reports learned that Dumbledore himself was also proficient in black magic in his early years. After avoiding these sensitive topics, Harry looked at the unspoken principal after he finished speaking, and asked a little anxiously, "Dumbledore, did I let you down?" "No, Harry, I won't be angry with you because of your choice. In fact, I'm glad you can think about these issues independently now." Dumbledore and Jan loosened Harry, then added, "The conflict with Alan stems from the difference in this concept. Child, I just think that if a few of us do well enough, then most of the other people don't have to learn these dangerous spells by themselves. Than me, in the early years, I also committed irreparable sins because of indulging in it, so I hope that like what the Ministry of Magic does now, they are doing very well in protecting the wizard. Ordinary wizards do not need to risk themselves to protect themselves to be safe. Harry, I don't want anyone to repeat the mistakes I made in this matter. I just want to protect others. As long as a small number of us bear these, most people don't have to bear them." Harry was obviously relieved by Dumbledore's words. www.mcnovel.com. He solemnly promised Dumbledore, "Alan also hopes that I can think independently. Dumbledore, before making the final decision, I will think more about this matter." "That's the best, Harry. I'll take you back to the burrow now." Dumbledore raised his arm as he said. "But what should I do with my luggage and hideaway?" Harry asked quickly. "All waiting for you." Harry's hand rested on Dumbledore's arm. When he took control of his body again, he found that Dumbledore had disappeared. The muddy water splashing under his feet wet his pants legs. He looked down at his muddy pants legs and couldn't help but whisper, "Don't you think about how young people feel?" Harry raised his feet and walked out of the pond deep and shallow. The lights of the burrows in the distance appear so bright and warm in the dark. Harry looked at the burrow and reflected the figure of the girl he missed in a window. She was sitting on the protruding bay window of the burrow. Harry's face couldn't help but a smile appeared, and the look of his sweetheart made him forget there was mud on the legs. Chapter 714. Classic Cars. A black classic car with an ultra-long wheelbase stays on the lawn of Harris House. The combination of Fang Haiyuan is most vividly reflected in this car. The dynamic arc of the body makes it look very smooth. A short wheelbase chassis of 12 feet is customized with a 4-door body. A pair of flying wings with a silver symbol of the letter B in the middle are attached to the top of the car. And not far from the car, Luna sat on the swing and swayed casually. Helena floated in the air and swayed with Luna's shaking. It looked like she was swinging with Luna. Punlo stood nearby. She was tipping her toes and whispering to Punlo, who bowed, and Punlo listened seriously. Bentley 8 liters is said to be the last model designed by Mull's talented engineer Walter Owen Bentley for Bentley. Ren introduced beside this super luxury classic car, was shown a seamless expansion curse, Mull expulsion curse. When it flies in the sky, the Mulls who see it will think it is a kite or a big bird. You are using a Mull mode to run a silent sports car at a speed of 100 miles per hour on the road. The mute effect in the car has been specifically enhanced to isolate most noise. Alan looked at Ergorin and was very satisfied with his choice. He had a headache. With so many modern style cars not selected, he chose a classic car, although it must be said that it is in this era. It looks attractive, but if you drive directly to the street, it will attract the Mulls too much. Although the flying broom is fast, the number of passengers is limited and not so comfortable. The flying carpet can allow the whole family to sit on it, but the carpet is prohibited from misusing. Mull Supplies Division's Arthur Weasley. The book is defined as Mull Handicrafts, and it is prohibited to transport. It is more troublesome to release at Altdorf. The car itself was also transformed by Mr. Arthur Weasley for us. But Hermione told his father before, The wizard, our general flying tools are not as good as the development of this magic car that is comfortable and practical. It works properly and can make huge profits for us." Harris Wren patted the two spares hanging on the front of the car. "One of the tires, Alan, you try it first to see if there is any need for improvement. After it is done, we can take the finished product to the Magic and Transportation Department to formulate and pass the bill." "Right, give it to the Weasleys." I put the gift in the car. Alan understands this approach. Forcibly lifting the restrictions on flying carpets or directly passing the magic car bill is not difficult for the Harris family today, but in this situation, it seems so rude for such a small matter. It is not good to pass the dictatorship forcibly. It is possible to prepare some information and go through a procedure, so that everything looks right and bright and more in line with the interests of the Harris family. Compared to my locomotive, this looks very good. Punlo and Emily hugged a goodbye, walked in front of the classic car, opened the door, and slender legs looked forward. The older man was in the co-pilot's position as long as he was empty recently. Punlo would follow Alan as a reason for escort. Alan also stepped into the car, holding his hands on the steering wheel. He sits on this red brown leather chair. Although the Alwood interior looks rather low and luxurious, it still has some rough functions and single functions compared with modern cars, but the overall quality brings excellent enjoyment. After groping for the dense dashboard in front of the driver's seat and the unique way of starting gears, Alan's head came out of the window and asked, "Helena, Luna, do you want to go to the burrow together?" "Helena will be left by my father when she goes." Luna waved her hand and refused to go with Alan for herself and her daughter. The car drove slowly out of the courtyard of Harris House, driving faster and faster on the flat road. After driving a distance, Alan started the flight mode and the car automatically turned on the expulsion spell and left. The ground rose and flew to the blue sky like a Washington. Along the way, Punlo was sitting in the co-pilot's position, his legs twisting from time to time, as if something was bothering him. Her gorgeous red lips were bitten out of her teeth. Halfway through the journey, when the car passed through the thick clouds at high altitude, the windshield of the car was covered with water vapor, and Alan opened the wiper when he could not see clearly. At this moment, Alan suddenly heard a melodious singing voice, and Punlo pressed his hands on the seat, shaking his body with the rhythm of the music. His head chased left and right as the wiper danced. Alan saw Punlo's movements for a moment, and then thought of the reason why she did so. Alan felt guilty. He had not been alone with Punlo for a long time, and did not do more for the other party. Some things, but Punlo paid a lot for himself. Alan held the steering wheel in one hand and held Punlo's arm in the other hand, stopping her movement, and Punlo turned his head suspiciously. "Punlo, don't listen to Emily's suggestions. In my heart, you are good enough to be yourself." Alan's hand patted on Punlo's arm to appease him. Punlo, who understood the meaning of Alan's words, leaned forward from the seat, straightened his legs, and stepped back into Alan's arms. His hands embraced Alan's neck, and his gorgeous red lips leaned towards Alan. The lips and teeth touch each other, and the atmosphere is intertwined, as if the whole car is enveloped by this lingering love. Only a sound suddenly sounded. Alan's eyes widened, and he swiped the steering wheel to the right. The car made an arc in the air, bypassed a straight face, and began to suddenly avoid the helicopter. Fortunately, the two drivers did not make the mistake of moving you to the left and to the right between you. Unexpectedly, Punlo's center of gravity was unstable, and his entire head fell on Alan's back, leaving a lip mark on it. Alan pressed Punlo in one hand and controlled the car in the other, finally let the car stabilize its direction and continue to fly in the sky. Alan looked at the helicopter flying past the window on the left with some fear, and couldn't help but think of the flying wizards who brag about their superb flying skills when flying lessons. When bragging, I always end up avoiding a helicopter. I didn't expect that when I was driving today, I actually avoided a helicopter. There are thousands of roads and safety. 1. Driving is not standard, 2 lines of tears for loved ones. Even if this road is in the air, this sentence is also applicable. The mole pilot who had just flown couldn't help but reach out and wipe the sweat from his nervous forehead on his forehead. It's so hell, where did the crows come from? In the classic car, seeing Punlo, who was back in his seat returning to his seat, hadn't cleaned the lipstick on his face because of the previous incident. Alan wiped her face with her hand. Under the action, it became clean and white again, and Punlo rubbed the palm of Alan's face that had not been retracted with his face. After going back, I must immediately let Ren cancel the effect of enhancing the silence. I haven't heard. The awkward atmosphere in the car began to return to the warmth. www.untitlenovel.com. Alan couldn't help thinking that Luna's father and Hermione's parents had seen each other, but only Punlo's parents had never seen. I didn't even hear the other person mention it, so I asked her, Punlo, shall we find a time to meet your parents? No. Don't do it. Don't get me wrong. Actually, my parents didn't like wizards, and even I was able to study at Hogwarts because I forced and insisted on going to get there. My parents are all lawyers. Yes, the people I contact each day make them unclear about their position and are keen to chase power. You have no power in the magic world. In their eyes, there may not be a World Bank president. I can't let you be ridiculed by them. Punlo, who was still experiencing the long-lost feeling of being spoiled and looked happy, heard Alan's question, and her face was difficult to look at once. She didn't hesitate and didn't want to think about it. Shake his head and refuse. Alan nodded first, knowing that this was the reason why Punlo hadn't kept his parents before him, but after a moment of contemplation he thought of a solution and couldn't help smiling with a smug look. It's okay Punlo, don't worry. Let me arrange it for you. When you're ready, let us meet. I think your parents will be satisfied with my arrangement. Chapter 715. Transfer away. When Alan and Punlo's car drove near the burrow, Alan controlled the vehicle to descend slowly, noticing Punlo's scornful expression as he watched the burrow, and Alan coughed to attract the witch's attention and said, "Wait. Don't show this expression in front of them." But there are 7 children in their family who still have children to raise. Let's stay for an afternoon to converge. Mobile phone https. I see, but these red hairs are making a lot of money now, but they won't be refurbished. Punlo's deflated mouth agreed, and then he couldn't help saying more. Molly, who was cooking in the burrow, noticed the car outside the window, and flicked her hands quickly. She wiped the apron on her body, and then quickly removed the apron. The apron flew to the door where it was originally hanging. The sound of rumbling sounded, and Mrs. Weasley quickly descended the stairs, yelling, "Alan is here." "Ron, take your chess piece away from the chair. Ginny, go and call George and Fred. I saw Alan's car." "It's the car I modified." Mr. Arthur Weasley jumped from the sofa and ran out of the door when he heard his wife's words. He just saw the car slowly descending from the air. He excitedly said to Harry, who was running by next to him, "It's much smoother than the one I modified before." Percy also rushed out. He sorted the tie around his neck, and looked at him as if he was about to be received by the minister, and he was very formal. After accepting the invitation from Gryffindor College, the only friend Ginny, Hermione and the Haggard looked through the phantom shift in the morning. Even the Lucky Tunks also came out of the door, and everyone's attention was focused in the car that had fallen to the ground and was approaching the gate of the burrow. Alan and Punlo got off the car, and Arthur quickly stepped forward to shake hands with Alan. He could not wait to ask, "Welcome, welcome, Alan. Is it still functional? Is there anything that needs to be modified?" "It's a great modification, but the mute effect is so good that you can't hear the outside. This is more dangerous, and it is easy to hit the mole helicopter," Alan said heartily. Percy leaned forward after they let go of their hands. Alan's hand was released with a slight grip. Percy looked at Punlo, who had a stiff smile, and nodded noisily. "See?" Backing behind Mr. Arthur Weasley, Molly Weasley rapped his son's shoulder and patted it gently. Although Punlo's reputation in the Ministry of Magic is not good today, it is regarded as a murderer and a devil, but Mo knows that his son used to like her when he was in school. Pinlo stood quietly behind Alan, and said no more than the first polite greetings. After hugging gently with Harry, he nodded again to Ron, who was greeted with stiff face. Alan smiled at Ginny, who was standing on the side, then stretched out his fingers and wiped towards Ginny around Hermione's mouth. Hermione still hid a smile on her face and looked at Alan in surprise. "You have a little toothpaste on the corner of your mouth," Alan said. Although Alan had wiped it, Hermione could not help raising her hand and wipe the corner of her mouth again. "Although I came here in the morning after brushing my teeth, Mrs. Weasley prepared too many delicious sweets. I couldn't help brushing my teeth again after eating," Hermione explained in a low voice. "You should use the spell to clean as I did, which is more convenient." Punlo was dissatisfied that Hermione used toothpaste to make Alan intimately move her, but the scene did not happen. "Alan, today our LS score will be mailed out. Won't the owl find me? I should come one day later." Hermione wanted to use the topic to ease her embarrassment, but after talking, she really started to get anxious. Cough. "Don't worry, they will find you." Noting Hermione's appearance, Alan glanced sideways at Punlo again, resisting the urge to rub her hair habitually. "I took all the items of the General Wizard Examination and the Advanced Wizard Examination." Punlo stood with his arms behind Alan, squinting at Hermione deliberately, with a nostalgic tone. Hermione, who was caught by the weakness, couldn't help but start to recall what she had done in the exam, and fell into a deeper level of anxiety. "There shouldn't be any mistakes that won't get me." Alan, who can only change his attention, looked at the debilitating and decadent Tunks beside Molly Weasley. "Tunks, you don't look very good. Otherwise I beg Daisy to let you go take a good rest for a while." "Thank you, Alan." "No, she just gave me the leave. I'm fine." Tunks barely made himself smile, and then glanced at his witch colleague again. "Hello, Punlo." Alan found that the girl's smile had completely lost the ability to infect people in the past, and the haggard look was a lot worse than before. "Tunks, are you still worrying about that Remus Lupin?" Punlo, who can't bear to look at Tunks, plucked his eyebrows and directly pierced the problem. "Since you like it, you should be right. He should not show up again." "Punlo, I'm just not feeling well." Tunks pulled the cloak on his body, then turned to Molly Weasley and said hastily, "I have to go. Thank you for your tea. Thank you for your comfort, Molly." "Alan, I still have things. Let's go ahead and wish you a good time." As if afraid of Punlo continuing to talk about Lupin, Tunks waved wildly to Alan and turned around. It disappeared all at once. Molly Weasley looked a little irritable. She glanced at Punlo in disapproval. In order to match Bill and Tunks together, she often invited Tunks to eat in the burrow recently, and today before Bill came back, Tunks left. After calming down, Molly Weasley warmly invited Alan to enter the house. "You must be hungry after driving so far. Come in and have something to eat." Alan nodded. He walked back to the car and picked up the gifts for the Weasleys from the car. There were a lot of things, including desserts made by Mrs. Morgan Le Fay Harris and some bottles of homemade bones, muegiu, as well as exquisite magic chess, moon mirror and other magical wonders. Are not too expensive items, but they all contain intentions. "Thank you, it's so kind." Molly Weasley's short and chubby body moved forward, and received the gift from Alan. The Weasleys naturally accepted it without any response this time. That's right. In fact, they are not as sensitive to these things as they were when the economy was getting better. A groan from the hen came from the shed in the distance. Although Arthur has found a part-time job in the Harris Group, the rewards have made Molly Weasley no longer need to be as frugal as before. Plus, after the twins graduated this year, there are already 4 of her 6 children. With their respective jobs, life has bid farewell to poverty and began to become rich. But out of habit, Molly Weasley still spends his time carefully, save for money except for traveling to visit his son who works in a distant place. A very important thing. As soon as Alan entered the burrow and sat down, Molly Weasley put all the dishes he had prepared on the table, and the thick steaming onion soup was poured from the iron pan that automatically flew into the air. One by one, the bowls are automatically sorted, and fly to the bottom of the iron pan, just to catch the hot soup poured out of the iron pan. Although Molly Weasley was short and fat, she was extremely skilled in cooking. Her wand waved back towards the sky, and the bread and knife flew gracefully to the table, neatly placed on everyone's in front of him. The bread was automatically cut into slices, and the soup pot flew back to fall on the stove. When everyone started to enjoy the food, Mrs. Weasley also sat at the table and said with a wide smile, "Alan, thank you very much for investing in George and Fred, so that stupid people have something to do. They are really talented and motivated to do pranks. The wizards need more fun in their lives. The joke products sold by the Weasley Magic Workshop should be welcomed by their wizards. I am not out of human affection, but I really think this business has value worthy of my investment." Alan affirmed the value of the investment itself. "Your mother told me that the shop is doing good business," Harry whispered to Ron in a small voice. Further said that Fred and George are very business-minded. "It's too late to say that." Ron glanced at the mother and Alan talking at the other end of the long table. He looked envious. "Harris and Fred are now making a lot of money. I really want to hurry go to see that place. But our mother did not allow us to go to Diagon Alley, saying it was unsafe. It's better to wait a few weeks to prepare for the start of school, and everyone will take a walk to their shop in Diagon Alley. Unlike my worry, the magic world is safe after the mysterious person returns, as long as everyone wants to come together. What an accident will happen?" Molly Weasley glared at the young son who spoke too loudly, but she obviously enjoyed Alan's optimism about her son's shop, and she said to Alan happily, "Also Arthur's affairs. Arthur was promoted." Molly Weasley could hardly wait to say this happy event. In order to respond to the current situation, Minister Owen Harris has created several new departments. Arthur is now in charge of the Counterfeit Defense Mantra and Protective Equipment Investigation and Collection Office. This work is very important. www.untilnovel.com. Now there are 10 people under his command. This is thanks to Minister Harris' trust. Hearing here, Arthur Weasley thanked with heart. "I also specifically asked my assistant Perkins to follow me." In the past, the father's office for the misuse of mull items was only 2 of him and his assistant Perkins. The office is very small. The previous position had neither the respect of others nor a high salary. "Can I get Irving now?" Minister Harris's attention. "It's great to be transferred to the new department." Percy commends the opportunity. He had stood in the wrong team before. Now, Alan Harris agreed to his father's invitation and came to the house as a guest, so he suppressed those emotional ripples on Punlow, and never let this opportunity to show your heart go. "It used to be the most boring department of the entire Ministry of Magic," Ron muttered. "It is Mr. Arthur Weasley who has his own skills and talents, and will naturally not be buried," Alan said politely. He and Punlow glanced at each other. In fact, they are the core of the Harris family. The reason why Mr. Arthur Weasley was transferred away in an ascending way is just to free up the position of the director of the Office for Prohibiting the Abuse of Mull Goods. The position of this department in the future will only become more and more important. Those plans need to take this important position that the shamans look down on, but inconspicuous, but their actual functions are important, and will inevitably be in the hands of the Harris family, but these follow-up plans have not yet been implemented. Will Arthur why Mr. Sly's transfer is only the first step. Chapter 716 Ordinary Wizard Grade Test Results are out. HTTPS. Hermione, who had been watching the window, said suddenly. She clearly saw that several owls were flying towards the burrow. Their bodies became bigger and bigger. Hermione endured can't help grabbing the tablecloth. The pretty tawny owls each grabbed a large square envelope. They flew in through the open kitchen window and landed on the table, standing neatly in a row and lifting the right in unison leg. At this time, the little wizard who took the ALS exam received special attention. Alan was the most calm. When other people were still nervous, he had opened the envelope, glanced casually, and put away the stationery. Alan must be all 12 doors. Hermione, who had become more nervous, was envious. She wanted to wait for her trembling hand under her table to open her envelope. On her right hand, Harry took the envelope with his stiff fingers, and Ron stood up from the seat, disturbing his test scores. "Don't worry about Hermione. Bill and I both took 12.0 in the training class of Alan. There should be many little wizards who can get 12.0. Besides, you are the best witch of your grade." Percy saw Hermione slowly opening the envelope, glanced at Alan, and comforted with a good tone. If it was not a series of events later, Percy's relationship with Hermione had actually been very good at the beginning. It's good that they are all learning bullies and like to follow the rules of life, and do not like others. But apparently Percy's comfort at this time made Hermione look even more anxious. Miss Masterstone fell into the imagination that she had 12 doors filled with people around her and what she would do if she weren't. Harry held the parchment and read it several times, his body relaxed. His divination lesson and the history of magic were unsatisfactory, and the other lesson passed. Even the potions he was most worried about got good. His finger repeatedly slides on the achievements of the black magic defense. He knows that he has done well in the exam, and actually got excellent. Ron was full of joy, handing his parchment to Harry. "Come exchange." Harry glanced down at Ron's transcript. There was no excellent. Just like himself. Only the divination class and the history of magic failed. "Dark magic defense is excellent, Harry. You know you will definitely be sharp in this course," Ron said, thumping Harry's shoulder. "Hermione, how are you doing?" Ginny's hand rested on Hermione's slightly trembling arm. Finally Hermione reached out her hand under the table. She opened the envelope seemingly calmly. She just opened the transcript and only saw the result description. When she didn't see her results, she found Punlo. He got up from the seat and deliberately walked behind her. Hermione quickly clasped her transcript on the table, but was snatched by Punlo, who is more agile. Hermione took a moment and stood up from the chair, trying to get her score back. Punlo turned sideways, raised her arms, and took advantage of her height to make Hermione unable to grab it. After seeing Hermione's results clearly, Punlo deflated and returned the transcript to Hermione. Hermione hurriedly looked at her results and was relieved that all of her 12 results were O. The 12 are excellent, great Hermione. Ginny shouted loudly and hugged Hermione. Awesome, 12 excellent means that there will be a wide range of industries for employment in the future. Molly Weasley exclaimed, then turned to Ron and Harry. Of course, dear. You and Harley also did a good job. Congratulations, you are all students now. Arthur Weasley toasted to celebrate. The inadvertently avoided asking about Alan's achievements. Even Ron would not believe Alan could not get 10. Second Doro. In a beam of joy, everyone toasted. After dinner, avoiding the joy of the burrow, Alan, Hermione and Mr. Weasley walked in the garden outside the burrow. Arthur and Alan walked side by side. Hermione was on the right of Alan, slightly half a step behind. Arthur Weasley watched with a smile as a goblin slipped quietly around the garden fence, as if it were a very interesting thing. In the burrow, looking at the three people walking in the garden through the window, Punlo was sulking for a while, and she could not help Alan in doing business. At this time, she suddenly crossed the sofa and moved the other end. A pair of telescopes on the cabinet was taken into his hand, and he quickly turned back, set up the telescope, and looked at the garden. Mr. Penn, Miss Cravat. Compared to usual, Percy's tone was a little erratic at this moment. He just met Punlo's eyes that turned back, and he immediately looked like a scared beast. Put your face aside and dare not look at it again. He hesitated for a moment and reminded. The telescope was left by George and Fred. With their character, I am afraid that it is a prank. And since they did not get a joke shop to sell, it should be defective of immature products. Of course I know you are strong and you are not afraid of anything, but please be careful. Got it? Impatiently said Punlo's attention was completely in the garden. Alan's words brought back Arthur Weasley's attention. Arthur, transforming mall items into items suitable for wizards will become part of the Umbrella Company's business development. I don't know if you are willing to be an Umbrella Company R&D consultants so that these transformations can proceed more smoothly and more quickly. I mean different from before. Let us be more formal. You have always been very interested in malls, knowing that many things are useful even for wizards. But because of magical places like Hogwarts, electronic products that are too close will automatically damage, so it must be made into a situation where the wizard radio and TV do not actually rely on electricity in order to use it normally. Coupled with the regulations prohibiting the abuse of mull items and the International Wizards Confidentiality Law, it is necessary to rely on the conversion of mull items to the wizard. Your experienced master as a consultant will allow us to take a lot of detours. Hermione persuaded him for the future goals of the umbrella company he manages, which ify many items in the mull world. Arthur suddenly realized that Harris wanted to take control of the office that prohibited the misuse of mull items. Everything was for the umbrella to develop these items and prepare them for promotion in the wizarding world. But this is a good thing, and the office for prohibiting the abuse of mull goods that he had been in for many years could be reused. His former office director also felt very pleased, but Arthur didn't understand the meaning of Alan's last sentence. But Alan and Hermione, am I already a consultant? More formal means, Arthur, in fact, we transferred you out of the office prohibiting the misuse of mull items. Not only because of this position, we Harris need to control it in our hands, but more importantly, the Office of Inferior Defense Curse and Protective Equipment Investigation and Collection actually acts as the office director. The workload is quite easy. You only need to go to the Ministry of Magic for the necessary management work in the morning. In the afternoon, you can come to the umbrella company to work more fully on the transformation of mull items. Alan noticed that the other party violated this rule. The exclusion of suspected power for personal gains added, of course, if the Ministry of Magic has all the tasks, the Ministry of Magic will take precedence, but it is more reasonable to use some free time. www.mentalnovel.com Hermione added, the magic world is also a good thing, which can help many wizards understand the lives of mulls. The Weasleys have been unfairly excluded for many years because you are too curious and friendly about mulls. I believe that when mull transformation wizard items become more and more popular, when other wizards also start to treat mulls when curious, the wizarding world will give the Weasleys a fair. Alan put out the last straw that overwhelmed the camel. He changed the greater interest that makes ordinary people sensitive to persuade Arthur Weasley, in the face of this benefit, which is more beneficial to others. I don't think we can be affected by some old rules. We could have exerted more power to benefit the wizarding world. Why not do this? Of course I am willing to accept this position. Mr. Arthur Weasley felt that he had no reason to refuse such a good thing. Wesley in his vein was regarded as a traitor of the blood by some stubborn pureblood wizards. Just because they do not agree with their crazy belief in maintaining pure blood, and they are very friendly and interested in the mull world, they have nothing to do. But the family has been treated unfairly by other wizards. If they can rely on their own hobbies correcting this, plus as Hermione said, is itself a good thing for the magic world. Just after Arthur agreed, they chatted about the goblins in the garden with a loud bang, and Penelow's figure was covered by a large cloud of black smoke except for two long legs. Everyone in the room was taken aback by the sudden change. Chapter 717 Eat Bamboo. There was a terrible silence in the room for a while. Miss Gryva, are you okay? Molly Weasley, who heard the news, quickly looked around and found out who was the person in the black smoke. Think free watch and complete aversion please 100 degrees. A coughing sound kept coming, and Penlow stepped out of the black smoke, and his eyes became dark blue. A long spring protruded from the top of the telescope she was holding in her hand, with a small fist on it. Penlow looked down at the little fist, and he threw the telescope aside inadvertently, waved to Molly, who was approaching, to signal that he was okay, which could not hurt her. The figures of the three Alan suddenly appeared in the room, and they heard the explosion and immediately moved back to the burrow. Penlow stepped forward with joy because of the care represented by Alan's actions, but now he always showed a charming smile with a darkened face. Alan, it's okay. The twins haven't developed successfully. Prank props. Alan refrained from pointing at her eyes with a smile, and Penlow froze. Molly directed the mirror in the house to fly to Penlow, who yelled, "You should wash your face." Looking at himself in the mirror, Punlo shouted and immediately raised his hand to cover his eyes, turned his back to cover his eyes, tried to prevent Alan from seeing what he was like, and tried to heal himself with the curse, but watch going up has no effect. Upon seeing this, Molly felt guilty and also raised her wand. Miss Crivet, I'll help you. Some magic spells in the healing manual are very useful. Harry was a little nervous. He could see the fight between the opponent and the Death Eater in the Ministry of Magic. He was worried that the other party would lose control of their emotions. Know that since I saw the Bellatrix Lestrange and the mysterious person behind him, after Penelope's battle, he always felt that the two's characters were just like the ones poured out from a mold. Don't worry, Harry. Ron, who had been hit by Penelope before riding on a motorcycle, was somewhat gloating. He apparently tried hard to laugh when he persuaded Harry, Mum will treat her, Mom treats her. These minor injuries and pains are the best. It used to work very well before. I really don't understand. But none of the spells she cast can work on the Uakin in Penelope's face. She was a little worried and comforted herself calmly. We will find antidote. Don't worry about Miss Crivet. This is the prank idea that George and Fred came up with to make sure it won't fade, Ginny said. The sharp eyes in Penelope's still intact eye made Ginny's words that she wanted to continue to choke at once, which was a little funny, and stared at Penelope's Alan, who was a little cute because of a dark eye. Upon seeing this, he quickly pulled Penelope, who began to radiate a gloomy and dangerous atmosphere, and the green muscles began to beat in his hand. Gone back. The dragged Penelope appeared obedient. She covered her eyes and stood silently next to Alan. Alan pulled her out and turned her head to ask Miss Master that Hermione, don't go back with us. No, I've made an appointment with Ginny this afternoon. Hermione waved her hand and refused. She felt that she would go back together now. Judging by Penelope's character, she would think she was following to see her. Jokes. With her eccentric temperament, she seems to be out of control now. She may be stimulated to do some bad things. In addition, Gryffindor was the only real friend of her. Ginny invited him to come to the Burrow as a guest, and stayed for a long time before leaving. It is a polite way to live up to the goodwill of the other party. I'm so sorry, Miss Crivet. I'm writing to let the twins come back quickly and ask them to apologize. Mr. Arthur Weasley's red nose and bare forehead were sweating. When Fred and George come back, I must take care of them. Alan and Miss Crivet, I'm sorry to make you encounter such unpleasantness. Maury Weasley's double chin shivering as he nodded hard. No need, I'm fine. Penelope's voice was cold and stiff. Since Alan was willing to be a guest at Weasley's house, she certainly did not want to have conflicts. She was just out of control just because she was seen by Alan. A little. Alan reached out and shook hands with Mr. Arthur Weasley. Don't. I also like pranks. Please don't punish them. Don't worry, I can formulate a potion to remove it. Then Arthur Vice Mr. Lay, Mrs. Molly Weasley, well leave now. Alan was hugged again by Molly Weasley, nodded at the others, and walked out of the door first, with Penelope following behind him. Everyone followed Alan out of the burrow. Instead of using Phantom Shift, Alan took Penelope back into the classic car, started the car, and flew into the sky after driving a distance in the eyes of everyone. Penelope, we didn't seem to have been alone together for a long time except when we came today. Although the Phantom is back, we can arrive very quickly, but the family is there. Plus we have a lot of things to do. It's a closed private space like this, and no one bothers. Alan explained to Penelope why he didn't choose to go back to the Phantom. It has been a long time since we drove back. Exchange. Penelope snorted softly, but always blindfolded his eyes and looked out the window, unwilling to let Alan see his dark eyes. The wiper of the car swayed left and right. In the clouds, Alan asked the Death Knights he made. Yes, the Death Knights I brought back. How is their training progress now? Hearing that Alan mentioned the official business, Penelope's expression was right. Individually more flexible. Like a normal person, people can't see the traces. But most of them still can't adapt to the current life, and their behavior are still reserved. This original habit will be very out of place when standing with modern people. I think training them is probably a long process. After all, Training such Death Knights is the first time for me and other trainers. We need more time. I know it's not that simple. You'll explore it slowly to find out the training rules and use their habits. Alan glanced at the corner of Alan's eyes and glanced at Punlo, who was still talking about business, and he didn't forget to blindfold his head. Alan looked at her dark eyes and remembered the difference with other people. Deliberately said in a mocking tone, "Your eye looks very unique on your white skin. If the other eye is also this color, Punlo, do you want to eat bamboo?" Bamboo. Punlo froze for a moment. When Alan was contacted, the black and white fur and round body of the panda appeared in his mind. "I'm not a panda." The annoyed Punlo couldn't help but stretch his hand and thumped hard at Alan's arm. The car wobbled in the air. Alan stabilized the steering wheel with one hand and pressed Punlo with the other hand. "Stop, you are violating the crime of endangering public safety." "Punlo, you have to learn, relax and show yourself the less perfect side in front of each other, which will make us more intimate." Punlo stopped trying to pull his hand out of Alan's hand. Alan let go of her hand and lifted it up a few times over Punlo's dark eyes. Punlo's long eyelashes like a small brush gently across the palm of Alan. Her eyes blinked, and she looked into the rear-view mirror of the car, and found that the skin around her eyes had become smooth and white again. At the beginning of the joy, Punlo couldn't help but complain, "Alan, you can remove the dark blue from my eyes long ago. You actually let me wear this dark circle until now. You rewatching my joke, it's too much." Punlo, who was even more annoyed, leaned over and beat Alan with his fists, which made the female look more or less like the normal girl she showed when Alan first met her. "Don't you think it's funny?" Alan quickly grabbed the steering wheel with one hand and pressed the angry girl in his arms with one hand. Alan could have removed Punlo's dark circles when he saw them. He did it on purpose. He wanted to see Punlo's dark circles with them for a long time. He found it interesting. As a female Punlo, she needs some fun in her life instead of being completely surrounded by killings, criminals and interrogations. After seeing the emotional vent, Punlo's expression and posture were relaxed, and Alan continued to explain, "Punlo, there is one more thing you need to work hard." Alan's voice and look are correct. Punlo, no more slapstick. Facing Alan half sideways and listening carefully, "I need you to go to the African school of Wagadu witchcraft. These African wizards, they can use magic wands to cast spells, and they can also pass through them. The traditional way of using complex gestures to directly cast. I need you to take people that to find this kind of technology that does not require a wand or silent spell, but uses the technique of gesture casting to bring it back to Britain." "Alan, don't you have to rely on the magic wand anymore? Isn't that better? Why do you want such a complex spellcasting technique?" Punlo also knows the spellcasting methods of the wizards in Africa, but in her opinion, those complex movements are too cumbersome to cast without a wand. After all, there are very few wizards who can cast spells without rods. The conditions for the Nether Scroll to read are too harsh. "It will take me almost a month to complete a chapter, and Luna has no extra time and energy to help you learn. And for most ordinary wizards, they don't have the opportunity to watch the Nether Scroll, and they don't have enough talent and time to learn our European wizards' traditional wandless spellcasting skills, so we only need this gesture ability to cast spells. Although it is more cumbersome, but I plan to use this technique to understand the principles, and then teach these methods to Hogwarts students, so that even if their wand is taken away, will be completely in desperation, like a mole who has no power to parry and let anyone slaughter." Alan gently tapped the steering wheel he was holding. "Of course you also need to practice this skill. Also about our European wizard, the traditional skill of wandless cast cannot stop practicing. Punlo is in Ellen's arms. Will those African wizards know that if you teach their skills to British students, won't you bother you?" Alan explained softly. These Africans started to give up for their own laziness and convenience. Instead, they started using our magic wand a century ago. In fact, if it's just ordinary gesture skills, they only need to go to Africa. If you buy a few books in our bookstore, We can get them www.mentalnovel.com if they have disputes. I will use them to talk about things with our wands. Some of the personal skills of famous wizards, which we can't buy with more gold gallons. You want me to bring it back to you? Punlo agreed in a natural tone, and it seemed that he wanted to leave now. I don't want you to act immediately. Your animagus and your strength. I believe that as long as you don't want to play against Tom Riddle and Dumbledore, no wizard is your opponent, but this time you bring the Umbrella team on the other hand. The armed forces of the Red Umbrella Department that you established yourself also brought some. Punlo, another purpose of letting you go this time is to let you learn to use the power of other people instead of doing everything yourself. Alan calmed the witch's impatience. This matter is not in a hurry. It's best to wait for Hogwarts to deal with it after school starts. So you should send your people over and figure out their situation. It's better to complete the plan and then act. As long as you learn to let some trivial things be given to the following people, we can get along with free time and it will be more. At this time, Alan felt that the mark of perception on his arm was slightly hot, and he reached out to touch the mark of perception. Aunt Josephine's message. We have to go back to the Ministry of Magic first. Invincible Harry Potter. Invincible Harry Potter. Chapter 718. There was a terrible silence in the room for a while. Miss Scrive, are you okay? Molly Weasley, who heard the news, quickly looked around and found out who was the person in the black smoke. Daring asked. The coughing sound kept coming, and Punlo stepped out of the black smoke, and his eyes became dark blue. A long spring protruded from the top of the telescope she was holding in her hand, with a small fist on it. Punlo looked down at the little fist, and threw the telescope aside inadvertently, waved to Molly, who was approaching, to signal that he was fine, which could not hurt her. The figures of Alan suddenly appeared in the room. When they heard the explosion, they immediately apparated and returned to the burrow. Punlo stepped forward with joy because of the care represented by Alan's actions, but now he always showed a charming smile with a dark face. Alan, it's okay. The twins haven't developed successfully. Prank props. Alan could not help smiling and pointed to her eyes. Penelope couldn't help but stunned. Molly directed the mirror in the house to fly to Penelo. The mirror yelled, "You should wash your face." Looking at himself in the mirror, Penelo shouted and immediately raised his hand to cover his eyes, turned his back to cover his eyes, tried to prevent Alan from seeing what he was like, and tried to heal himself with the curse, but watch going up has no effect. Seeing this, Molly felt a little guilty and raised her wand. Miss Scrive, I'll help you. Some spells in the healing handbook are very useful. Harry was a little nervous. He could see the battle between the opponent and the Death Eater in the Ministry of Magic. He was worried that the opponent would lose control of his emotions. Know that since you saw the Bellatrix Lestrange behind the mysterious man after fighting with Penelo, he always felt that the two people's personality was just like the one poured out from a mold. Don't worry, Harry. Ron, who had been hit by Penelo before riding on a motorcycle, was somewhat gloating. He apparently tried hard to laugh when he persuaded Harry, "Mum will treat her, Mom treats her. These minor injuries and pains are the best. It used to work very well before. I really don't understand." But none of the spells she cast could work on the peninsula on Penelo's face. She was a little worried and comforted herself calmly. "We will if you find the antidote. Don't worry about Miss Scrive. This is the prank idea that George and Fred came up with. Make sure it won't fade," Ginny said. The sharp eyes in Penelo's still intact eye made Ginny's words that she wanted to continue to choke at once, which was a little funny, and stared at Penelo's Alan, who was a little cute because of a dark eye. Upon seeing this, he quickly pulled Penelo, who began to radiate a gloomy and dangerous atmosphere, and the green muscles began to beat in his hand. "There are some medicinal materials at home. I can configure to apologize to eliminate them. Sorry, please forgive me for bringing her first. Gone back." The dragged Penelo appeared obedient. She covered her eyes and stood silently next to Alan. Alan pulled her out and turned her head to ask Miss Altone, "Hermione, would you like to go back with us?" No, I have an appointment with Ginny this afternoon. Hermione waved her hand and refused. She felt that she would go back together now. Judging by Penelow's character, she would think she was following to see her joke. With her temper now looks a bit out of control, she is likely to be stimulated to do some bad things. In addition, Gryffindor was the only real friend of her. Ginny invited him to come to the burrow as a guest, and stayed for a long time before leaving. It is a polite way to live up to the goodwill of the other party. I'm so sorry, Miss Gryffindor. I'm writing to let the twins come back quickly and let them apologize. Mr. Arthur Weasley's red nose and bare forehead were sweating. When Fred and George come back, I must take care of them. Alan and Miss Gryffindor, I'm sorry to make you encounter such unpleasantness. Molly Weasley's double the jaw trembles with a nod. No need, I'm fine. Penelow's voice was cold and stiff. Since Alan was willing to be a guest at Weasley's house, she certainly did not want to have conflicts. She was just out of control just because she was seen by Alan. A little. Alan reached out and shook hands with Mr. Arthur Weasley. Don't, I also like pranks, please don't punish them. Don't worry, I can formulate a potion to remove it. Then Arthur, Mr. Weasley and Mrs. Molly Weasley, well, leave now. Alan was embraced by Molly Weasley again, nodded to the others, and then walked out of the door first, and Penelope followed behind him. Everyone followed Alan out of the burrow. Alan did not use Phantom Shift, but took Penelope back into the classic car, started the car, and flew into the sky after driving a distance in the eyes of everyone. Penelope, we didn't seem to have been alone together for a long time except when we came today. Although the Phantom is back, we can arrive quickly, but the family is there, and we have a lot of things to be busy. There is no a closed private space like this, and no one bothers. Alan explained to Penelope why he didn't choose to go back to the Phantom. It has been a long time since we drove back. We can take advantage of it. Exchange. Penelope snorted softly, but always blindfolded his eyes and looked out the window, not willing to let Alan see his dark eyes. The wiper of the car swayed left and right. In the clouds, Alan asked the Death Knights he made. Yes, those Death Knights I brought back. How is their training progress now? Hearing that Alan mentioned the business, Penelope's expression was correct. Some individuals are more flexible and can see no traces like a normal person, but most of them are still unable to adapt to the current life, and their behavior are still retaining this original habit. It would be very out of place to stand with modern people. I think training them is probably a long process. After all, training such Death Knights is the first time for me and other trainers. We need to be much time. I know it's not that simple. He'll explore it slowly to find out the training rules and use their habits. Alan glanced at the corner of Penelope's eyes. Even though he was talking about business, he didn't forget to blindfold his head. Don't let Alan look at her dark eyes. Remember the difference with others, and deliberately said in a mocking tone, your eye looks very unique on your white skin. If the other one, the eyes are the same color. Penelope, do you want to eat bamboo? Bamboo? Penelope froze for a moment. When he contacted Alan, the black and white fur and round body of the panda appeared in his mind. I'm not a panda. The embarrassed Penelope couldn't help but stretched his hand and thumped it on Alan's arm. The car wobbled in the air. Alan stabilized the steering wheel with one hand, and pressed Penelope with the other hand. Stop, you are violating the crime of endangering public safety. Penelope, you have to learn, relax and show yourself the less perfect side in front of each other, which will make us more intimate. Penelope stopped trying to pull his hand out of Alan's hand. Alan let go of her hand, and lifted it up a few times over Penelope's dark eyes. Penelope's long eyelashes like a small brush gently across the palm of Alan. Her eyes blinked, and she looked into the rear-view mirror of the car, and found that the skin around her eyes had become smooth and white again. At the beginning of the joy, Penelope couldn't help but complain. Alan, you can remove the black eye from my eyes long ago. You actually let me wear this dark circle until now. You are watching my joke. It's too much now. Penelope, who was even more annoyed, leaned over and slapped Alan with his fists. This made the female look somewhat restored to the attitude of the normal girl she showed when Alan first met her. Don't you think this is quite interesting? Alan quickly grabbed the steering wheel with one hand and pressed the angry girl in her arms with one hand. Alan could have removed Penelope's dark circles when he saw them. He did it on purpose. He wanted to see Penelope's dark circles with them for a long time. He found it interesting. As a female Penelope, she needs some fun in her life instead of being completely surrounded by killings, criminals and interrogations. After seeing the emotional vent, Penelope's expression and posture were relaxed, and Alan continued to explain. Penelope, there is one more thing that requires you to work hard. Alan's voice and look are correct. Penelope is no longer making trouble. Facing Alan half sideways, listening carefully. I need you to go to the African Wagada School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. These African wizards, they can use magic wands to cast spells or pass them. Their traditional method uses complex gestures to directly cast them. I need you to take people that to find this kind of technology that does not require a wand or silent spell, but to use the technique of gesture casting to bring it back to Britain. New web phone, https. M.X81ZW. Alan, don't you have to rely on your wand anymore? Isn't that better? How do you want such a complex spellcasting technique? Penelope also knows the spellcasting methods of those wizards in Africa, just in her eyes. Come, those complicated movements are too much trouble compared to wandless spellcasting. After all, there are very few wizards who can cast spells without rods. The conditions for the Nether Scroll to read are too harsh. It will take me almost a month to complete a chapter, and Luna has no extra time and energy to help you learn. And for most ordinary wizards, they don't have the opportunity to watch the Nether Scroll, and they don't have enough talent and time to learn our European wizards' traditional wandless spellcasting skills. So we only need this gesture ability to cast spells. Although it is more cumbersome, but I plan to use this technique to understand the principles, and then teach these methods to Hogwarts students, so that even if their wand is taken away, will be completely in desperation, like a mole who has no power to parry and let anyone slaughter. Alan gently tapped the steering wheel he was holding. Of course you also need to practice this skill. Also about our European wizard, the traditional skill of wandless cast cannot stop practicing. Penelope is in Ellen's arms. If those African wizards know that you teach their skills to British students, www.mtlnovel.com won't it bother you? Alan explained softly. These Africans started to give up for their own laziness and convenience, and started to use our magic wand a century ago. In fact, if they are just ordinary gesture skills, they only need to go to 1 week and get a few books by visiting African bookstores. If they have disputes, I will use them to talk about things with our wands. It's not a big deal, but I want you to collect some famous wizards' personal tips. These are things we can't buy with more gold gallons. You want me to bring it back to you? Penelope agreed in a natural tone, and it seemed that he wanted to leave now. I don't want you to act immediately. Your animagus and your strength. I believe as long as it's not against Tom, Riddle and Dumbledore, no wizards are your opponents. But this time you put the Umbrella team. Bring on. Some of the armed forces of your own Red Umbrella department also bring some. Penelope, another purpose I let you go this time is to let you learn to use the power of other people instead of doing everything yourself. Alan calmed the witch's impatience. It's not a hurry. It's better to wait for Hogwarts to start after school. So you should send your people over to find out their situation. It is better to make a perfect plan and then act. As long as you learn to let some trivial things be given to the following people, will we be able to get along with free time? At this time, Alan felt that the perceptual mark on his arm was slightly hot. He reached out and touched the perceptual mark. Aunt Josephine's news. We have to go back to the Ministry of Magic first. Chapter 718 Ghost Blair. The classic car became a burden at this time. When they drove to the Ministry of Magic in London, it took much longer than the Phantom Shift. So when Alan arrived at the Magical Biology Management and Control Department, Luna has been here for a long time. https. Luna was sitting in the reception chair of Josephine Harris' office, playing with a black plush earmuff. At that time, The female ghost imprisoned in the ghost department was prepared for Alan and Luna. They wanted to study the female ghost and the Pippi ghost to give Helena the 5 senses that humans can have, such as touch and taste. When Josephine saw Alan and Punlo coming in, he put down the document that was being revised. "Okay, everyone is here, let's go to the ghost department. The female ghost can make the staff of the ghost department have a headache for a long time." Ministry of Magic, Department of Magical Biology Management and Control. In front of Ghost Branch, put on the earmuffs. The female ghost's cry is fatal. Josephine Harris handed a pair of black plush earmuffs to Alan. A black pair of the same paragraph was handed to Luna beside Alan, but he took off his hat and put on a pair of pink plush earmuffs, and then quickly buckled the hat back on his head and sorted it out. Streamers on the hat. Punlo ignored the plush earmuffs, and as Alan's guard, she was going to guard at the door. Seeing that Alan had also put on the earmuffs, Josephine pushed the door open, and it was a 5-pointed star formation, with a female ghost in her prison, her black hair dragged to the ground, her face like a skull with a green glow. She opened her mouth wide and was obviously screaming. Josephine pointed at the female ghost and motioned to Alan to take the female ghost away. Alan felt that a female ghost of this level was not a scary creature compared to the childhood nightmare in her heart. Luna beside him opened her pockets and aimed at the female ghost. Before Josephine would, when the imprisonment was opened, she directly forced the female ghost into her pocket. Everyone took off the earmuffs and Josephine's pink plush earplugs hung around his neck, saying disdainfully, she had killed 3 moles when she captured this female ghost in Ireland. The forest where she is located has become a forbidden area in the mouth of the local moles. The 3 moles seem to be said to be film students. They came to the local to investigate the local legends about witches and prepared to shoot them into a documentary, but soon encountered a witch who has become a ghost and died. Alan was curious, what was the name of this female ghost in her lifetime? Blairshire is a witch who likes to play tricks on moles. She likes to use branches to make little wooden men to scare those moles. The Ministry of Magic has warned her many times for this, Josephine said with a shrug. It's almost the same to study under the skin and the ghost. Luna carried her waste bag on her arm, and she seemed to be going back immediately. Okay. Alan knew Luna's purpose, and this was what he expected. He returned the earmuffs to Josephine. Thank you, Aunt Josephine. By the way, when we caught the female ghost, we also got another strange thing. Voldemort, Lethifold and Voldemort are actually different in English. Northmore Calcis of our secretary, I was attacked by Voldemort while sleeping, but fortunately, this time I sent a lot of staff to catch the female ghost foolproof, and the staff who slept with him woke up when he struggled with suffocation, and joined other staff. They drove it back together with a guardian deity curse. This is very rare. After all, although the danger of Voldemort is planned to be Samsung, it is a pitiful creature that can only be seen in tropical areas. Do you want it? See if it works for you, Josephine said. Of course I am interested. Alan has only seen the introduction to Voldemort in books, and he can personally witness and even have research. This is a temptation that Alan cannot refuse. As far as I know, about Voldemort, the earliest description was recorded by a wizard named Flavie Bobby in 1782. When he was on vacation in Papua New Guinea, he was attacked by Voldemort and survived. In addition, for Voldemort, descriptions are rare. Now you can see it alive. Let's go to the Division of Beast Office's Disposal of Dangerous Creatures Committee. Both Calcis and Navu are there. The Guardian Charm is the only known spell that can expel Voldemort, so we arranged for the staff to take turns guarding the prostrate. When there were signs of escape, they cast a patron scent curse to make sure that it was bound to nowhere in the corner. Josephine opened the door and led Alan outward as he walked. Punlo followed behind Alan, and Luna had teleported away to appear to be experimenting with the ghost. I don't know if this thing can match your animagus. It is also called Lived Shroud. Although the attack method is worse, it can only be expelled by the patron scent like the Dementor. From the above, The defense is good. Alan thought about the characteristics of this creature and the fact that the family had not yet transformed. Actually, Alan. Josephine looked a little stubborn, but he still made up his mind to tell his nephew. Actually, Irving asked us not to change in advance before. You know we are winning. The minister has been very alert before this position. Owen hopes to suspend his transformation temporarily and collect unscrupulous magical animals that are too dangerous. He wants to make the Harris family less stressed. After listening to Alan for a while, he only understood the pains of the people in the family. Except that the lion-headed scorpion was his own request, they turned into a match for the family's tacit understanding. The matter of Nemagus was postponed. Josephine thought Alan didn't speak and thought he was unhappy about it. He quickly added, "Don't be upset about Alan. After gaining the position of Minister of Magic, Owen has ordered me to start collecting more dangerous magical creatures to use them. It's a match. And Owen is just for her." Alan waved his hand and explained, "Aunt Josephine, thank you. I took it for granted." Next, as soon as they entered the committee to deal with dangerous creatures, Alan's eyes stayed on the ground like a cloak, about half an inch thick black matter. It was forced by the silver hound-like patron saint hiding in the corner, unable to move. Inside the room, two wizards dressed as magical creature management and control divisions separated the door, and another tall man with a yellowish complexion and a narrow face was sitting on a chair, holding a magic wand. And the tip of the wand was always aimed at the ground. He turned his head when he heard the door ring, and they quickly stood up when they saw Alan. "Alan, Luna, this is Lucky Callisis. Do you remember Alan? You and he met many years ago," Josephine introduced. "Of course I remember that we met in the sea snake incident in the summer vacation at the end of the first grade." "Hello, Kelsey." "Few people can survive the attack of the Swathes." Alan took the initiative and Kelsey shaking hands. The face of Callisis is very unique. He has high cheekbones and a long red beard, and his crooked nose was distorted by a cursed attack by a freaky black wizard. It was restored, so Alan was impressed with him. This is because Voldbat usually attacks people who are sleeping, so the victims rarely have the chance to use magic to deal with it. "If no colleagues live with me, I will definitely be attacked by it." Callisis squeezed his long beard. Once the prey attacked by Voldemort was successfully suffocated to death, Voldemort would eat its prey on the bed on the spot without leaving a little bit of itself or it. The trace of the victim of the war, even if it digests me, it will only make it thicker. If it is not the alertness of the peers, you may think that I am missing. Alan nodded in agreement. In the dark, if this thing slides on the ground completely silently, it is really difficult to find. This thing will hide itself. Callisis took it seriously, and told Alan and their experiences with a fearful expression, "This Voldemort is so bad that it judges me sleeping, and chooses to attack me." When I felt something was wrong, the shadow had climbed onto my bed, and I felt a little weight on it. It was just like a fluttering black cloak covering me, but I didn't know that at the time. What the is a thing, and what makes me feel scary is that I felt cold and moist on my face at that time. www.untitled.novel.com. It slipped on my face and covered my mouth and nose, trying to suffocate me. I couldn't cry for help. I had to struggle, feeling that my body was always wrapped in its coldness. Because the thing sealed my face, I felt dizzy. Even I can't take a breath. I know I am going to lose consciousness completely because I feel suffocated and desperate. I have saved a little of my last effort to touch the wand as much as I can. I concentrated on the coma spell. Then, this curse didn't subdue the monster. It just blew a hole in my bedroom door, but it was equally useless. But fortunately, this awakened my colleagues, who used the patron saint to trap the prostrate. So I breathed fresh air again. Not only did you not catch death after meeting Voldemort, but your luck was indeed good, Alan said. "Okay, Callisis, you go to rest first. We will handle this Voldemort," Josephine ordered. Chris looked at Voldemort, turned his wand, and beckoned another staff member to leave the office. Alan walked to Voldemort and stretched out his hand. The silver light resembling a pater and scent enveloped his hand. These hands lifted one side of the ground bat, and the movement was so fast that the ground bat only had time to struggle twice. Before he could wrap Alan's hand, he was rolled into a carpet roll by Alan's hand. Because of the silver light, this Voldemort was completely immobile, and was firmly in the hands of Alan. Chapter 719 Mischievous. Returning to the tower, Alan's first thing was to throw the ground bat in the pentagram of the imprisonment. He and Luna's most important task is to study the female ghost Blair, the spirit, and the sea. Luna can restore the feelings and abilities of some living people's talents is the most important task at present. Think free fee watch and complete aversion please 100 degrees. With the female ghost named Blair in front of him, Luna and Alan began formal research, transferring time and energy to studying the spirit. In the engraved with the imprisoned circle, the pentacle formed by Mithril stood in the face of a female ghost named Blair, with a silver-green glow, and a scary female ghost, but now in front of Alan and Luna be pitiful like a lamb. Her body constantly turns into black smoke in all kinds of perception magic and detection magic of Alan and Luna, transforms into various shapes, and finally condenses into the original appearance. During this period, her screams continued to permeate in the perception room. Miles or ordinary wizards would hear such a weird and weeping death on the spot, but this is for themselves because of the strong will of the attribute potion and the control of the power of death. Luna and Alan's impact is not big, but if he is not attentive and prepared during the confrontation, it can still cause a serious vertigo effect to them, just like hearing the scream of the young Mandela grass. In this room, many eight-eyed giant spiders lay silently on the ground with their heads up, their huge, sharp limbs curled over the body. Even the eight-eyed giant spider, who had escaped to the door of the house and hid a certain distance from the female ghost Blair, failed to survive the female scream. The howling of the soul comes from the power of death. Luna kicked the body of an eight-eyed giant spider and observed it for a while. The necromantic spell of howling of the banshee mimics this ability of the female ghost. It's true that her heart-wrenching wailing acts on the soul, and within a certain range, everyone can hear this terrible scream. If the will is not firm enough, it will die. But now let me clean it up first and captured the soul. As Alan's words fell, the strange magic wave echoed in the room, attracting a trace of red and black mist from the body of the eight-eyed giant spider. Slowly, they converged to form a condensate spinning in the air, and finally compressed into a soul gem of the size of a dove egg, and the bodies of all eight-eyed giant spiders on the ground were turned into ashes. You can let Helena learn it. Luna glanced aside at Ellen's staff that collected a lot of souls. There is enough soul energy. It's not a big problem. The female ghost's ability is actually very useful for Helena. Alan touched her chin and said, although she is now a ghost without entity, but after studying Pippi Ghost in the future, so that Helena has the physical sense of being able to touch moving objects, so she may also have weaknesses at the same time. For example, chewing gum can be stuffed into Pippi's nostrils, and they can also be poisoned like humans. For example, the tongue locks the throat. As far as Helena is concerned, she is in a ghost state, and there is almost nothing to hurt her except for the basilisk. But if she has the entity, although these means will not have any real meaning for her hurt, but I don't want our daughter to be like Pippi Ghost. When she encounters a gifted student or professor, she may be bullied and punished by them in reverse. Then a scream like a female ghost can become her self-protection. It is enough to make them faint as if they heard the underage Mandela grass without fully exerting their power. Luna's erratic gaze whirled around the female ghost. This female ghost had no special value other than horror howling. Speaking of Pippi, I'll get it back. Alan saw Luna nodded, and immediately stepped into a shadow in the room, and then from a shadow in Hogwarts Castle. Drilled out. It is not difficult for Alan to know the trail of Pippi Ghost. With a quarter of Hogwarts ownership, he easily got the whereabouts of Pippi Ghost through ghosts and portraits. The naughty ghost is hiding not far from Filch's office, holding a big dung egg in his hand. Filch passes here every day. It is waiting here, waiting for the opportunity to throw to Filch passing by. Since the last prank, he hit the wizards of the Special Operations Investigation Team with the big dung egg. Pippi fell in love with the action of smashing the big dung egg, but no little wizard could play with it during the summer vacation. It stared at Filch, which made Administrator Filch hate him even more. Seeing Alan appear in the corridor, Pippi's first reaction was to shrink behind the chandelier, curl his body behind the chandelier, and hide. He looked forward to and prayed that the wizard he feared would leave soon, but it turned out to be counterproductive, and Pippi watched Alan get closer and closer to him, closer and closer. Pippi ghost. Alan stood under the chandelier side, as if he could see the Pippi ghost through the chandelier. In fact, Alan had already locked the Pippi ghost by virtue of his perception ability just after entering the room. Location. I need you to do me a favor. Although Pippi is particularly unruly, it will be quiet for a while in front of the people it fears, such as Dumbledore and the Bloodman Barrow, which has to be counted in front of him since the end of last semester. Alan, Professor Harris, I'll be happy to help you. Pippi flew down the chandelier reluctantly. Pippi looked like a small man with evil black eyes and a big mouth. He often wears brightly colored fancy dresses, like wearing a hat full of bells and an orange bow tie today. Alan looked at Pippi's twisting legs and was amused. Pippi was a naughty trick-or-treat and was derived from a German name. It literally means noisy ghost. In fact, it's just noisy. Mischievous ghosts can fly, and they can stealth at will. They like to engage in sabotage and mischief, and make living people angry and embarrassed. He can unscrew the chandelier, write curse words on the blackboard, throw water-filled balloons at people, throw canes at the crowd, block eyes with chewing gum, etc. And its ability to touch the real thing is unwanted. What Helena had. Pippi, holding my hand. Alan's words were undeniable. What are you doing? Pippi whispered, but when she saw Alan's calm expression, her words choked up suddenly, and she dared not say more, reluctant to put her little hand in Alan's. I'll take you back to my house to play with. Alan smiled at the Pippi ghost, who felt bad, and told the surrounding portraits before leaving to let them notify other portraits. It is forbidden to tell anyone about Pippi ghost, and took Pippi ghost back to the imprisonment room of the tower. When Pippi was taken away from the Hogwarts area by Alan, it seemed to be a lot of dysfunction. In the imprisoned room in the tower, it was thrown into the pentagram by Alan. The ghost looked at this strange place in horror, and there was more horror in his heart than ever before. Alan was constantly cleaning the hand that had just been picked up by Pippi with a curse. He smelled annoyedly and smelled the smell on his hand. Pippi just wanted to attack Filch and grabbed the dung with his bare hands. Egg didn't tell me, but it was weak immediately after leaving Hogwarts. Is it okay? Since we founded Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Pippi has been living in Hogwarts Castle. To be precise, he was born with the whole building and became a large gathering of children here after the institution appeared. It was a mental energy rather than a mark left by the deceased. Hogwarts ghosts all admitted that the Pippi ghost was not one of them. Some wizard theorists generally believed that the mischievous ghost was caused by subconscious behavior, especially the subconscious behavior of the oppressed, a kind of spiritual body. Hogwarts students have been under great pressure for thousands of years, and Pippi ghost is such a spiritual body that came into being. Not surprisingly, he is so weak now because he left Hogwarts. Luna recalled her memory of the Pippi ghost, but don't worry, Godric stared at him and was irritated. He was thrown out and drove out Hogwarts, but when he was weak outside and completely disappeared, Pippi would reappear in Hogwarts and even more aggressively tried to prank Godric. So wait until the time we catch it and get him back. Alan nodded. He grabbed Pippi and came back to experiment. He didn't really want to cause him to disappear completely. After all, unlike Ghost, Pippi belonged to Hogwarts. Although Luna's words made Alan reminisce about the great achievements recorded in the history of the school about Pippi. The most serious accident occurred in 1876, when the administrator Abraxas Calp designed an elaborate trap to drive the Pippi ghost out of the castle. The trap consists of various mole weapons used as bait, and a huge bell jar with multiple spells. When Pippi enters the proper position, the bell will fall down to catch the mischievous mischief. But everything did not go according to plan. Pippi easily blew up the bell jar and left with a few scimitars, a few crossbows, a large caliber rifle and a small cannon. Pippi started shooting at will for fun. Although professors and senior students had sufficient means to protect themselves from enchantment, the lives of young students were still threatened. As a result, Hogwarts Castle had to evacuate for 3 days. 3 days later, www.mentalnovel.com Professor Euphrasia Moore, the principal at the time, agreed to sign an agreement with Pippi Ghost to surrender his weapons in exchange for more authority. Every week on the first floor the boy took a swim in the bathroom, preferring the moldy bread in the kitchen for littering, and got a new hat specially tailored for him by Mrs. Burnable. This is the most catastrophic and last attempt to get rid of Pippi. This incident also forced Mr. Kelp to retire early for health reasons. Later, when Alan and Luna carried out various research and experiments on the Pippi ghosts imprisoned in the circle, at the same time, Voldemort's Death Eaters also left the UK by various means, even disguising became their most hated muggles, using confusion spells to spread abroad. Lockhart, put away your smile. You have caught the attention of the security inspector. Rabstein. Lestrange slaps his head towards Jidro. Lockhart's head, put the other side's top. The blue dome hat fell to the ground, and Jidero Lockhart, in a blue suit, dared not resist, nor smiled at the blonde French female security inspector, and bowed his head in silence. He picked up the hat soundlessly. Tomorrow, at the end of the kidnapping operation, you are responsible for ending the casting of a forgetful spell on the witnessing wizard. Rabastan Lestrange remembered his brother's mantra and deliberately imitated the threat. I will burn you to death. Invincible Harry Potter. Invincible Harry Potter. Chapter 720. Embrace. Since the Death Eaters have gone abroad, they have caused great troubles to these countries, and a large number of people have disappeared, leaving these mole governments in a daze. Think free fee watch finish complete a version please 100° so and judge that it was the wizard who created these missing incidents. They also acted immediately and organized their owners to find ways in order to destroy these people and round up these impunity criminals. But because the Death Eaters are different from the previous unscrupulous and blatant actions, they have made the unreformed old-fashioned errors of other countries somewhat helpless in order to make the mission more secret. The wizards in these countries worked overtime and worked a bit and sent some memory clerk to revise the memories of the muggles who had witnessed what happened. The disappearance of wizards and muggles, some dangerous magical animals have also been stolen, and the information of the local black wizards is also about to make everyone in the magic world and Muggle society panic. After they arrested individual Death Eaters and finally figured out the source of the criminal, snowflake-like letters flew to the British Ministry of Magic. Some countries that have good relations with the British Ministry of Magic try to ask the British Ministry of Magic for help, want to buy those communication equipment, ask the British era for help, learn the British Ministry of Magic's precautions and experience. And some foreign Ministry of Magic like Bulgaria and Africa declared that these matters should be taken by the British Ministry of Magic to arrest the Death Eaters who came to their country back to the UK, and the British Ministry of Magic responded quickly and vigorously. Since it happened on foreign territory, the matter should be their own regulatory responsibilities abroad, instead of prosecuting their own weak supervision. They want to hold the UK accountable. Does it mean that the Ministry of Magic is seriously incompetent? To this end, Alan also took the time to use the membership of the International Wizarding Federation to issue warnings to these countries to strictly enforce the International Wizarding Association Confidentiality Act. The Ministry of Magic of some more responsible countries also sent a letter to inform the British Ministry of Magic that they inform the UK of the information of black wizards and the lost dangerous magical creatures that were wanted by their country, and warn the British Ministry of Magic that they may have smuggled to the UK. Hope the British magic world should pay attention to this. The British Ministry of Magic officials headed by Irving Harris attached great importance to this, and strengthened ERA's armed inspections. They wanted to bring these black wizards to justice before they caused damage. But unlike their worries, apart from the few special objects kidnapped and some magical creatures, Voldemort did not immediately bring the recruits and other kidnapped wizards moles back to the UK, but let them gather hidden in the chaotic area of the Albanian forest. Voldemort used the wealth of his pure blood to build a temporary base here, and he planned to use this power when he had accumulated enough power. The president of the International Wizarding Federation, Babajid Akinbad, was so disturbed by these things that he was forced to stipulate that he had to issue warnings to many countries in accordance with the regulations, plus Alan Harris, a member of the British Wizarding Association, to individual countries. Severe warnings have been launched to make the Wizarding Union an unwelcome presence in the eyes of many countries. Babajid, who had already been guilty of the British Ministry of Magic, also issued a notice again. Although the British Ministry of Magic itself did not violate the International Witcher Union Confidentiality Act, but because these terrorists originated in the UK, they hope that British Magic the Ministry can take the responsibility, take the initiative to solve these problems, and catch the Death Eaters back. This notice was exchanged for a stronger counterattack by the British Ministry of Magic. The British Minister of Magic Owen Harris directly questioned this time whether the new president of the International Wizards Federation was capable of performing his duties. Ironically, when he took office and the world situation of his predecessor Dumbledore is very different and deteriorating, ironically he has nothing to do except to issue warnings to various countries. The entire wizarding world has become chaotic under this mutual blame. The ordinary wizards of the wizarding circles of various countries are panicked in this tense atmosphere. But the wind and rain outside cannot affect the ordinary wizards of the British magic world. Even less affect Alan and Luna, who concentrate on research in the tower. Although I got the same news from the newspaper, although I am very satisfied with the advantage of the British Ministry of Magic in the face of the International Wizarding Federation, but Alan knows that this is only a temporary situation. He has not directly broken the secrecy law. The plan is to be announced to the public, and if this step is reached, the International Wizarding Federation and the respective countries represented behind them will truly unite instead of being as silent as the current sand. The two people who are focused on research are very interested in the characteristics that Pippi can reappear in Hogwarts after dissipation. Under various experiments, the two people have seen the various curses on Pippi. If you don't smell it, it can still appear in Hogwarts anyway without real death. It transcends life and death and is a kind of indestructible mental chaos. Luna commented on the mischievous rascal who was captured by Alan again from Hogwarts after dissipation. The naughty trickster and the ghost have never been alive. He has never died, nor can he die, because he has never survived. No wonder naughty tricksters are classified as boggart-in creatures. Non-existence. Alan summarized the investigation of Pippi Ghost. Fortunately, he is still a kind of spirit. He can use the power of the soul to let Helena imitate. Exiting from the tower and returning to the room of Helena's Harris Villa, Luna beckoned to her daughter. The staff that Helen had left her in the air stood upright. Helena, come to me. It won't be uncomfortable or last for a long time, rest assured Helena, with your father and mother there. Soon, you can feel the beauty of this world again. Alan stepped forward and reached out his hand. Holding Halion in the void, came to the staff. The tall Ravenclaw Academy's ghostly expression drifted indifferently next to the staff. Alan and Luna stood side by side, watching her daughter, while raising her hands. The silver soul energy stored in the staff was flying from the mouth of the devil's skull, out, spiraling around Helena, wrapped in layers, as if a cocoon was suspended in the air. Gradually, as if pulling away cocoons, a trace of purified soul energy flows from the top of the cocoon into Helena's body at the center, and nearly half of the soul energy in the staff is injected into Helena's body. The cocoon gradually became smaller and thinner, and the figure of Helena in the center gradually became clearer. After all the soul energy was absorbed by Helena, according to the tips given by her parents, Helena raised her right hand, bent her fingers a few times. Her eyes widened suddenly, and she floated to where she was before. The corner of the corner is the square table that Alan used for divination. A crystal ball that Alan usually used for prophecy and divination was on the square table. Helena watched the crystal ball intently, and slowly reached out her hand. The moment she touched the crystal ball, in Alan's eyes, Helena's figure was more condensed and more substantive under her concentration, no longer the silver translucent state as before. Helena's slender fingers gradually touched the crystal ball. The crystal ball rolled on the table, and her fingers were instantly recovered as if they were electrocuted. No actual objects have been touched in the past 1,000 years, so Helena is not sure about her feelings. In a trance, she doubts whether her feelings are just an illusion. As soon as Helena's spirit dissipated, her body returned to her former translucent ghost state, and her extended fingers pierced through the crystal ball again. Helena turned her head and looked at Alan and Helena side by side with uncertainty, asking them to prove their situation. Alan and Luna nodded at the same time, and Helena saw it, trying to break her indifferent expression, trying to tear her lips, but then returned to her usual old appearance. Be focused. Try again. Alan encouraged Helena to try again. The crystal ball just moved. Helena focused on her spirit again and reached out. Her body changed from transparent to a more solid state. Helena's fingers covered the crystal ball little by little, and then wrapped the entire crystal ball in her palm. Helena tried to lift the crystal ball. Some stiff movements made her look funny. www.untitled.novel.com. The crystal ball was quietly held in the palm of her, slowly away from the table. But before she lifted it to her face, the crystal ball fell from her palm into a transparent palm. After she was relieved by the excitement, fell to the ground, and the bones rolled to the side. She recovered again. It became a ghost state. Seeing the silent daughter mistakenly thought that the other party was a little disappointed. Alan comforted, after all, unlike the Pippi ghost who was born with this ability, Helena, you can practice more in the future, which requires your spirit for concentration. When you get used to this state, there should be no such accidents. And after confirming that she can indeed touch the actual objects and feel the feel, Helena is actually very excited, but her long-term ghost career and even the materialization will not have an endocrine body that produces various pheromones. The feeling is still different from the previous state of being a living person. After a moment of stun, she turned around directly and drifted towards Alan and Luna. Although she can step on the ground if she concentrates now, she is still more used to floating past her feet in a ghostly way. When she came to her parents, Helena worked hard to concentrate, and with her solid body, she opened her arms and held Alan and Luna side by side, letting her parents lift her feet off the ground. At the time of her death, Helena inherited the particularly tall figure of her mother, Rowena Ravenclaw, which made her now behave more like a daughter hugging her parents than a mother hugging her son's daughter. Mobile Station, Chapter 721. Mr. Skill. The light of Harris Manor is warm, the restaurant is bright, and the table has been filled with rich meals. All kinds of sweet and sour, bitter and salty flavors are complete. The glass is swaying under the light, and the red wine inside emits an attractive luster. https. But everyone's attention in the restaurant is not on the diet, everyone's eyes are on Helena next to Alan. After Helena calmed down, she picked up the knife and fork intently, and Daisy made a surprise and short cry, and quickly covered her mouth, fearing that it would affect Helena, Irving, and Morgan Le Fay at this time. They exchanged a look of joy with each other and looked forward to the granddaughter's next move. Helena forked up the dishes in front of her, bread, fish, chips and even the hazelnut sauce that Luna had bought at Street Mungo's hospital. After tasting it all, Helena shook her head for each dish, and then they spit out the food that they could not secrete saliva but chewed into the trash bin prepared for her. The restaurant was disappointed. Alan was not discouraged. He suggested, Helena, don't be impatient. Let's try a heavier dish. Helena steadily forks a piece of haggis, also known as mutton pudding, which is a traditional Scottish dish with a strong taste. Helena forked a set of prepared pieces of sheep offal into the mouth, and suddenly the fork fell through her palm to the ground, and the sheep offal fell out of her chin. "How is it? Can you taste the taste?" Alan asked what everyone wanted to ask, and Helena nodded hurriedly. How many years later, she once again tasted the taste of real food. Her eyes turned to several others, said that she has not tasted dishes. Morgan Le Fay let the fork fly from the ground and flew into the kitchen sink, and a new fork flew in front of Helena. Helena nodded gratefully to her grandmother and calmed down for a long time. She picked up the fork again and tasted it with a dish, but during the tasting process, she didn't pay attention to her energy and relaxed. The food fell out of her chin. Upon seeing this, Daisy directly found a square box and placed it under Helena. Anyway, she couldn't secrete saliva. She just tasted the food. This way, she put a box even if she was not skilled or she was lax in concentration. The food falling out can also be caught. Finally, Helena put down her knife and fork. "I can also taste this beef waste pudding." Helena pointed to a dish on the table that was steamed from minced steak and lamb loin as a filling. "I don't have other lighter dishes yet." Wait to taste the taste. For ghosts, rotten and spoiled foods are needed to give them a little taste. Now, even though Helena's taste and touch are restored, her sensitivity is lower than that of our living people. It's a lot. But it's always a celebration to be able to taste something. Helena, you will continue to practice concentration afterwards. After you become more proficient, you won't see forks or food falling to the ground. Alon patted Helena's hand encouragingly, and the place where it started was cold. Alon's strength was not strong, but Helena seemed not to feel it at all. In the next few days, Helena practiced with the company of her family, and the restaurant became her favorite place. Hufflepuff and Morgan Le Fay on the picture scroll were so varied that she could taste the taste of Helena. For this reason, I also learned a lot of foreign dishes that are more important. In fact, Alan also feels that he has benefited a lot from eating. And in the long night, Helena will not wander around. She still can't really fall asleep, but now she has a goal and motivation, and constantly practice these abilities. Alan deliberately brings the tangible Helena into the tower every night, letting Helena practice horror howlings imitating female ghosts in the practice room. Although the progress is slow, this practice will affect the family. This methodical day passed a few days and it was just over the weekend. After leaving the burrow, Hermione also went to Harris Manor to find Alan. "Alan, the service golem has been successfully developed. Come with me to see the prototype. If you can name it, ready to put into production and sale." Alan nodded in satisfaction. In this way, at least the golem industry is finally free from wasting investment, and it will pay off. Explained to the family, Alan and Hermione moved to the umbrella company, and Irving Harris rarely enjoyed the joy of being with his granddaughter. He took his granddaughter Helena to find each other on weekends. This kind of thing makes her experience some more feelings. Emily, who was at home on holiday, saw her and was entangled to keep up. She felt that as an aunt, she should help Helena adapt to those senses. For example, in her own garden, she could first smell the flowers and touch them. The touch of different plants is described to Helena, so perhaps Helena will have a clearer understanding of these feelings. In the umbrella company, Alan and Hermione, under the leadership of the head of the golem department, Ross Geller, stood in front of a weird golem. The golem was suspending on the ground with a silver light. It had the detector like a raised eye can move left and right, and the 3 arms that can be bent and stretched are connected to these 3 eyes, and can be extended 360 degrees to observe the surrounding environment. It has 3 long tentacle arms on its ball-shaped torso. Each arm has a different shape and is engraved with different ancient golems. It seems that each arm has different functions. It can complete a series of tasks that can be done by a private butler, from pruning branches to cooking, making coffee, coaxing children. In any way, this golem is a very reliable product. Ross Geller, although his expression seemed a little agitated when he saw his Quidditch idol, his unique voice when speaking was very slow and very different from his excited expression. The 3 arms correspond to each. The housekeeping is different. It can be cleaned up. The whirlwind is swept away and repaired as before. Even we can do more refined customization services. According to the different needs of customers, the arm accessories of the golem can be replaced and customized. We will continue to develop and innovate on this, which will allow all customers to be satisfied. Those accessories, except for the 3 basic functions, can be sold separately. I believe that just selling custom accessories can bring more profit to the umbrella company. Hermione said his business philosophy. Alan nodded approvingly. Hermione's idea is like selling various DLCs after selling the game itself. Good morning, sir and miss, this is your tea, 203 degrees Fahrenheit. Superb. The golem steadily brought 2 cups of brewed black tea in front of Alan and Hermione. It's English style. The pronunciation is somewhat mechanical, but the etiquette is still in place. Seeing his boss and idol drinking black tea, Rose carefully added, although the voice is still a bit stiff, it has been imported with a lot of content to make him more humane. Not only can he respond politely, sometimes they will curse people quietly, and they will even tell you jokes even if their personality settings are imitated as optimistic. Hermione took a sip of tea and didn't speak, and she clearly distrusted her sense of humor in her subordinates. It's good. I think Filch will like it. He needs someone who can talk to him in his life, instead of talking to a cat all day. Alan agreed to Hogwarts. Argus Filch, the administrator of SE, wanted to give him a gift that surprised him. This golem could help Filch free from the tedious work of clearing the castle by hand. Alan, you can always care about these people who are discriminated against by the public. I think he will like this gift from you. Hermione heard that although she hated the school administrator herself, she couldn't bear it at this time. Lived and stepped forward to hug Alan gently, and then she reminded, the color of these golems can be chosen. Although the name itself can be customized by the owner, you still have to give the golem series basic name. Mr. Geller, www.mtlnovel.com. I am very satisfied with this golem. You are doing very well. I think this series is called Mr. Kieozu. Alan applauded Rose, then looked at the 3 flexible images of the golem. The tentacle gave it a name, and then asked, the one given to Filch will be painted in the same color as the dark gray fur of Mrs. Loris. The other one will be painted on behalf of Ravenclaw. Blue. I keep this one for my own use. The name is C3PO. We will prepare it for you immediately, Mr. Harris. Rose Geller, who was praised by the idol, was even more excited. He added that he was much faster than usual but still slower than normal. As long as the follow-up accessories are developed, we will send them to you. Remember to also send a copy to the Hogwarts administrator. Alan nodded to Ross again, and then his hand took Hermione's hand, whispering in her ear apologetically, Hermione, I am so sorry, this golem is not as good at hiding as a house elf, and can prevent muggles from seeing them. You can't experience it in your own home. Hermione was a little bit numb by the breath spitting into Alan's ear when she whispered. Her hand that was not held by Alan waved again and again. I am more than enough. This golem was originally for inability. The replacement made by the wizarding family of house elves is not as good as the house elves. After all, golems are not real living creatures and do not possess real wisdom. Invincible Harry Potter. Chapter 720. Due to a small problem at the starting point yesterday, I found that many people missed chapter 720. Our book Harry Potter's Invincible has always been updated at 0 o'clock every day. I uploaded the chapters on time last night, but the table of contents is not displayed. If you missed 720 chapters, look at today's chapters. Chapter skipping. You can flip through the next 720 chapters, so that you will read it completely and you won't miss the plot. Thank you for your continued support. Please, the content of this chapter is being updated. Chapter 722. Nettle Harris Manor in Dorset. In the garden, the flowers are colorful, fragrant and charming, and the colorful flowers in the garden are lush and warm under the influence of magic. Owen Harris took Emily's hand, and Helena floated beside him. Owen took Helena to stroke the small purple trumpet blowing from the morning glory, sniffing the blue cornflower that burst into joy. picked up the big and magnificent gorgeous British national flower red and white roses. Your grandmother would like it. She has always liked roses. Be careful not to be stabbed, Irving said, carefully picking a rose that had fully bloomed. For Helena, these flowers can touch them, but most of them don't feel it. Only when they touch the thorny rose can she touch her a little, but it is very slight, almost number. Emily, like Owen, carefully avoided those thorny places, but Helena felt nothing about it. She was picking roses intently. Those thorns pierced her palm, but she seemed unable to hurt. What impact? Oh, see what nettle I found. Owen found a green plant with densely bristle and puberty, near circular outline growing under a cooler tree. Emily, don't touch it. Nettles. The thorns above will make you feel burning. Helena reached out without hesitation and touched a nettle leaf, and Owen and Emily looked at Helena with concern. Do you feel it? Emily asked headways. No, Helena said flatly. Emily looked at Helena, extended her finger to a nettle leaf in front of her, hesitated to gently touch the nettle leaf, and then quickly retracted her finger. Feeling a little said, it seems to have little effect. It may be because there are few leaf thorns. Helena, please try to touch its stem. Be careful not to push too hard. Irving pointed to the stem of the nettle, which is different from the leaves. The stalk is covered with sharp thorns. He glanced at Emily's delicate palm and warned the younger daughter, Emily, don't imitate Helena, don't touch it. Helena's fingers touched the stalks of nettles. Her fingers paused, and she squeezed a little more. Then her hands shrank back expressionlessly and became translucent. Grandpa, I felt a tingle sense. Can you feel it? That's not bad. Let's smell other flowers. Maybe the lily can make you smell. Irving turned around first, and Helena floated behind him. The two didn't go far, and behind them suddenly came the earth-shattering howling. The grandfather and granddaughter turned around in surprise, and found Emily curled up and fell to the ground with her face up, and tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. She opened her fingers and held things empty, but when she moved her hands like this, the pain became more and more unbearable, and she cried more severely. The sound was like the alarm sound when the hot water was boiled when making tea. Quiet. Emily cried and ran out of her nose. The cleanliness of the past was thrown behind her head, and her snot almost ran into her open mouth. But she didn't care about rubbing. There is no usual image like a little princess. I told you. Irving saw Emily's appearance, and guessed that Emily must have ignored her warning, thinking that Helena also touched the stem of the nettle curiously. Owen looked at such a young daughter. It was difficult to suppress his laughter. Helena put herself back into the ghost state, letting her hand continue to pass through the Aunt Emily's injured right hand, trying to let the ghost past the living person's cold characteristics, which made the other side feel better. Emily heard her father's laughter and cried even more sadly, and her feet kept kicking, as if she could relieve her pain and vent her anger. Tell you, little fool, get up quickly. Irving couldn't control himself anymore, smiled and extended his hand to her daughter, trying to pull her up, but loved and never experienced such painful AI. Millie was completely immersed in the burning sensation caused by urtica toxin, and she didn't even notice her father's actions. Why are you boiling hot water in the garden? Morgan Fez's voice suddenly sounded from behind Owen. What happened to Emily? Owen seemed to be strangled by his throat, and the laughter stopped abruptly. That night, when Alan came back from the Umbrella Glum Institute for dinner, it was not surprising to find that Morgan Ferrill prepared a sumptuous table of food, but everyone could enjoy the food. Only his father Owen's the dishes are all vegan dishes like kale chickpeas. Irving poked the chickpeas on his plate with a fork to make them mashed, and looked pitifully as he was enjoying one of Bremen's most famous local specialties, kale with smoked sausage. Wife, Morgan Ferrill turned a blind eye and instead seemed to eat more deliciously. And the taste of Helena could clearly feel the stimulation of this heavy German sweet dish. Her movements were much more proficient than before. Emily's usual right hand touched the stems of the nettles. The stinging of the nettles made her dare not put it under the tablecloth and twitched it with her other hand. A piece of butter cake made by her mother to comfort her was put in her mouth. Several beautiful brown owls flew across the window to the dining table. The arrival of the owl eased the awkward atmosphere. Owen shouted, "Children, your book list is here." Emily just lifted her intact hand, and Albert beside her wiped her mouth with a napkin, and then reached out to help the injured little sister disassemble the letter tied to the owl's leg. Although the actualist pain was cured by his mother Morgan Ferruil. A jingle snapped to attract everyone's attention, and a glittering badge fell on the table. Male Student Council President badge. Congratulations. Daisy recognized the badge at a glance. She was at Hogwarts. I really wanted this badge when I was reading. This is inconsistent with Hogwarts' usual practice. www.untilnovel.com. 7th grade students can serve as the president of the student union, and Alan is in the 6th grade. What special purpose can Dumbledore arrange in advance? Len's eyes followed. Turning around that badge, he also held this position at Hogwarts. Alan shrugged. It's either showing good or trying to use the principal's identity to assign tasks to the chairman of the student union. It's finger pointing to me, but I think he should not use this useless means destined to fail. Anyway, Alan is already a professor at Hogwarts, but it was a very fulfilling thing to be able to include both the class leader and the president of the student union in the student age. Irving nodded in satisfaction, turning his fork the chickpeas stuffed into his mouth, and then frowned again. Alan got the badge of the student union chairman in 6th grade. Should Morgan Ferruil celebrate it? For example, the father of the student union, too? Meet. He'll choose the right clothes to match Alan's badge. Morgan Ferruil twisted Alan's badge and wiped it with his fingers, ignoring her husband's request. After the meal, Weasley's owl Errol flew into Harris Manor and found Alan. This is a letter written by Mr. Arthur Weasley. I want to know when Alan has time to go with them to the Weasley magic trick invested by Alan. Chapter 723 Weasley Magic Trick. Alan and the Weasleys agreed on a dim and overcast day. But Diagon Alley was lively, with a variety of merchandise in the colorful windows, and the merchants did their best in order to attract little wizards to stop and enter. Unlike other countries, the influence of Voldemort and his Death Eaters on the British magic world, except for some of the panic that was initially created, is now negligible on the bright side. But in this prosperous situation, there is still a shop that is particularly eye-catching. Their windows attract people's attention like a fireworks display. Many wizards passing by stopped and could not help turning their heads to look. With a fascinating look on the window was full of bright colors and displayed a variety of twitching, flashing, jumping and screaming goods. This shop is the Weasley Magic Workshop. A huge gentleman sculpture stands on the shop sign with the umbrella sign. This sculpture that is integrated with the store door is several floors high. He opened his mouth and smiled. The eyes rolled occasionally. A rabbit stood on the head of this sculpture and waved his hand. The hand of the sculpture buckled the hat over the head to cover the rabbit. When he opened it again, the rabbit in the hat disappeared, and bright fireworks came from the room, lighting the window. Alan, didn't you come by car today? Arthur Weasley's red-headed forehead did not know whether it was because of the heat or the excitement, and a lot of sweat came out. Of course not. Parking in Diagon Alley is a problem. Alan pointed to the bustling crowd in the narrow streets. Diagonal Lane and Hogsmeade are not suitable for cars. It looks like business is good. They still have a little talent for doing business. Molly Weasley's attention was clearly still in the business of her sons. She looked up at the shop where customers were everywhere and raised her head. It's too modest to say, it's more than good. Ron opened his mouth wide and looked at the lively scene, pulling Harry into the shop quickly. As a guard, Punlo saw that there were so many wizards in the Weasley Magic Workshop, so he held his arms and took the Wolf Mother Victor and the fat man outside. Punlo, why don't you always see you with the doctor during this time? Alan asked strangely. Doctor, she has something to do recently and is inconvenient to get out of the task. Punlo said vaguely. Alan saw Arthur was pushing the door at the door above the steps and waiting for him, so he didn't ask any more and hurried up. As soon as she entered the shop, Ginny took Hermione to the counter where a group of girls gathered. playing with the crystal clear bottles. "This is simply wonderful." Ron sighed and embraced his favorite merchandise in his arms. He and Harry jumped into the various wizards and looked closely at the counter one by one. The shop is full of customers who buy goods. All kinds of lattices almost piled up on the ceiling, and all kinds of goods were placed in the lattices. George and Fred both wore the same magenta robes. They stood in the middle of the stairs, avoiding the purple belt-pressing frisbee flying around the shop from time to time, and then greeted the customers in unison. "Look and take a look. Newly arrived coma sugar, nosebleed nugget. If you want to get off class on time, use vomiting tablets." Alan and Weasley stood in front of the most prominent item in the entire store, Mr. Kieozu, but not for sale, but only for display here. One was to show Mr. Kieozu himself. It has attracted the attention of many ordinary wizard families. In addition, it displays the items in the store. Mr. Kieozu's 3 tentacle arms, each holding a store product, are displayed to everyone at various angles. Can give voice commentary. The shop was full of wizards who tried various items. Some children began to walk on the wall. With the motion of the feet, the sound of a suction cup made the sound, and the waiters in magenta robes held the cauldron. The little wizard who had eaten vomiting tablets and showed signs of effect was ready to hand the cauldron to their mouth. Before Hermione and Ginny were easily surrounded by some kind of potion display cabinet by the girls, they found that the beautiful bottles under the display cabinet of fuchsia flowers were filled with mother-of-pearl gloss, and from time to time, a spiral of steam came out of the bottle. "Hello, girls." George and Fred teleported behind them and said in their characteristic high synchronization rate, "Want to try the obsessive agent? The effect is really good. But after all, you yourself, it's a lot of fun." "What do you mean?" Ginny asked, frowning, holding a bottle of potion. George and Fred laughed and said, "Sister, aren't you good with Harry? We saw you and him in the kitchen a few days ago." "It's none of your business," Ginny retorted, blushing, and turned away as soon as the potion was lost. The twins again focused on Hermione, who was snickering next to them. They pointed to a box next to the obsessive agent printed with patented product, Daydream Curse, which was printed with a bright color picture. A handsome young man stands on the deck of a pirate ship with a fascinating girl. Just a spell. You can enter a high-quality, lifelike 30-minute daydream. It is suitable for classes in ordinary schools. The operation is simple and it is absolutely difficult to detect. Side effects include dull expression and slight drooling. This thing cannot be sold to teenagers under 16. But Hermione, you and Ginny can take you for free the gadget you want. Hermione nodded first, and then frowned like Ginny. The twins noticed that the expression of Miss Masterstone suddenly changed and added a little guilty. "Of course, this account will be counted on our own. The umbrella is at a disadvantage." After saying that, not waiting for Hermione's reaction, George and Fred moved to their parents beside Mr. Kieozu. "I saw many wizards deliberately skipping the waiters and holding the items they wanted to buy. They came to Mr. Kieozu and asked for the price. They also tried to ask Mr. Kieozu to introduce the function of the product." Seeing this, Ron and Harry each took their favorite things and walked in front of Mr. Gollum. Harry took out a set of retractable ears and the piece in his hand that seemed to be mixed with diamonds or pieces of glass, which looked like something like a lump of coal, and asked, "How much are these things?" "Telescopic, ear shape works well." "Stealth smoke bombs. The bosses imported from Peru, but they are their cash cows. It is necessary to get out." Mr. Kieozu used a mechanical tone in London to imitate the tone of twins, and then the words changed. "Mr. Harry Potter, you are free to choose 3 items. They are free." "What about this?" "I'm your brother's younger brother." Ron couldn't wait to wave a replica of the lightsaber in the Mull science fiction movie that was broadcast on Harris TV before him and waved it in front of Mr. Kieozu. Pin hitting the other person would cause the other party to twitch slightly, and let its hair stand upright, but it would not cause any substantial harm to the wizard itself. A detector on Mr. Kieozu's round head was aimed at the toy in Ron's hand, and he replied mechanically, 7 gold gallons. Ron emphasized angrily, "I don't think you understand. I am your brother's brother. Mr. Keogh's cold and mechanical voice sounded again. 7 gold gallons. It's rigid enough. George and Fred must have forgotten to give me my identity. Ron muttered angrily, and then raised the green lightsaber in his hand. Not far from Mr. Keogh, the twin brothers who are accompanying Arthur and Alan talking to them shouted www.untitled.com. Hey, George, Fred, your glum said you were asked to pay 7 gold gallons. Have you forgotten to tell me my identity? The twins turned and glanced at Ron's hand and replied, it's true. Its price is 7 gold gallons. Ron's eyes widened as he heard the words, I am your brother. That's 14 gold gallons. The twin brothers said in unison. The two men put their hands in their trouser pockets and turned their heads at the same time. Then they stopped arrogant Ron and turned to face Alan again. If Mr. Hand goes public, it will be very hot. We can't count how many wizards come to us and ask us if we can buy it. Ron saw that the twins were no longer taking care of himself. He deflated his lips and thought sourly, this is a far cry from the house elf. The house elf obeyed the master's instructions and was a real living intelligent creature. Can take the initiative to help the master to accomplish anything. He looked at Mr. Keogh's appearance, and once again despised his heart. On this shape, it is too ugly. The aesthetic of the wizard who designed this thing is too bad. Look at the 3 tentacle arms and the circle head, like an octopus with no legs. Chapter 724. Awesome. It's really rare that Mr. Keogh can remember so much information. Guangzhou Literature Network. Arthur looked at Mr. Keogh's unhurried answers to all kinds of questions. Goodwill and interest. And he will not be impatient with the customer's questions. This is definitely a good assistant for the merchant, but should it be expensive? George and Fred are really flexible. I don't know when they quietly developed so many products, and the two of them also performed well in business. I never thought their business could be so good. Molly Weasley looked around at the wizards who were choosing. Alan, you suggested that they should not let them compete for the Ministry of Magic, but let them do what they like. But now it seems there is no wrong. These two guys are really talented in business. Mr. Keogh, there is still a period of time before the official listing. If you don't dislike it, I would like to get a Mr. Keogh in your house. I would like to ask you to help you experience and observe whether it is still in a more complex geographical environment. Can maintain a good ability to move. Alan saw Arthur was very interested in it, and then deliberately used the help test of Yata to send a Weasley family a Mr. Keogh. And then he turned his head carefully and deliberately. After looking around, of course, as an umbrella company, we will give priority to the purpose of making profits when we customize the selling price. But Mr. Keogh does not count those technical development costs, and only the material cost is not expensive. Harry, who was beside, heard Alan's conversation and looked at Mr. Keogh with some eyes. He planned to give his godfather Sirius Black a TV set with his age or Dumbledore when Mr. Keogh went public. Because he was busy with other things, the principal of Hogwarts no longer confessed that Hagrid had strict control over his use of the property left by his parents in Galing, as he did in the lower grades. When Dumbledore came to the Black family ancestral house at 12 Grimmauld Place a while ago, although Harry did not know what happened because the Phoenix did not allow himself to attend the meeting, he later discovered that Sirius and his family had raised their children. The relationship between the elf cliques reached a freezing point. If it wasn't Lupin's stop, Sirius seemed to shout at the time that he was going to trouble Aaron with what to defraud. And then they ordered Cretcher to stay in that small corner. You can't go too. All the housework is done by the adults themselves. Looking back, Harry noticed that Ron had stepped forward to examine the golem carefully. In fact, Ron, who had just heard that he would be given a gift at home, now looks at this skillful man again. His feelings are very different from before. Ron opened his eyes wide and stuck very close. It looked like to kiss Mr. Keogh. Look, awesome man. Harry, with it, my mother will never nag at me because of my laziness while on holiday. She can be completely relieved of housework by herself. Ron, Mr. Keogh's hand touched Mr. Keogh, and then took a sip of saliva exaggeratedly. Digging Lotus. Awesome. Unlike my imagination, Harry, Mr. Kiaosu feels very good. It must be expensive. It must be expensive. And the wizarding family that owns it will definitely look decent. A somewhat sweet girl sounded from behind Ron and Harry. Hi, Ron. Hi, Potter. Harry and they turned around and found out that the hostess who suddenly started to giggling in their own self was their fellow Gryffindor classmate Lavender Brown, a girl known for her love of divination, because Trelawney the professor had predicted the death of the rabbit she had raised and began to worship Professor Trelawney. Not far away, Lavender had an excellent relationship with the Indian girl Parvati Patil who was squeezing her elbow at her side, and they happened to be roommates in the same female dormitory as Gryffindor. Hermione's relationship with them has never been good, and to Miss Masterstone, Lavender Brown was too cheerful or too stupid to appear a little neurotic. Hi, Lavender, Parvati. Ron heard the words, and his back was straighter. While smug, he held the pile of merchandise back a little awkwardly a few steps back to Harry, both sides of his nose. Her freckles became less noticeable on her red cheeks. Harry nodded politely to the two, and was immediately attracted by the group of people entering the door. Well-dressed Lucius Malfoy and his wife Narcissa Blake Malfoy headed up and walked into the joke shop of the Weasley family with the Umbrella Company logo in a haughty gesture like a peacock. Pansy Parkinson was pale-cheek followed Draco Malfoy closely, and as soon as Draco saw Alan, he walked over excitedly. Percy saw Draco's direction. Not only did he not follow closely as usual, but leaned back slightly towards Lucius' back, and then concealed a short distance by Lucius' shape and flashed up behind the counter. Pansy's uncharacteristic state attracted Ginny's attention in front of the counter of which magazine. Ginny flicked her red curly hair and pretended to follow Lucius Malfoy and his party as if they were picking merchandise, and observed Parkinson using the mirror in the girl's cabinet. Seeing that Parkinson was hardly attracted by this dazzling array of products, he didn't even look at the girl's favorite mirror, but instead glanced at the Malfoy family who was questioning with Alan and then completely concealed himself behind the cabinet. It seems that Pansy not only did not intend to go up the question mark, but also tried to make Alan invisible to her. This abnormal behavior aroused Ginny's stronger curiosity. You must know that Pansy had followed Draco everywhere when he was free like a poodle, and always respected Alan in order to please Draco. Because of the existence of Arthur and Molly, after the Malfoy family ignored the Weasleys and Alan, Lucius and Narcissa began to wander around the store with this critical and slightly contemptuous eyes and began to choose products. Draco was left behind to talk to Alan about his grandfather Abraxas' illness. The Malfoy family came to Diagon Alley today in addition to buying Draco's school supplies. Things go back to make Abraxas happy. Although Draco did not make it clear, even the Wesleys who were a little embarrassed and annoyed because of Malfoy's ignorance on the side understood the situation of Abraxas. It seems that these days, or the Malfoy families obviously wouldn't walk into the store they opened. Even if these two families can be regarded as a hostile relationship like a feud, but the kindly redheads obviously will not have any excessive behavior towards Malfoy at this moment. After randomly selecting some commodities in front of several counters, Lucius Malfoy gave all his commodities to his wife, Narcissa, and gave a few words, and glanced at Pansy Parkinson behind the cabinet. They without calling Draco who was talking to Alan, the two began to pretend to look at the goods, and actually began to quietly pass through the wizard who was addicted to various joke goods and slowly moved towards the store door. Bypassing a counter, Ginny, who was hiding on the side of the cabinet, heard Ron's voice. www.untitled.novel.com. Harry, look at Draco. After Alan's chatting and returning tears, want me to say, if any of us are truly in love, it must be this ferret. Ginny flashed over, grabbed Harry's arm, and pointed quietly in the direction of Pansy and Lucius. Harry held his glasses, and his elbow hit Ron. Old Malfoy and Parkinson, what are they doing? Harry frowned as he saw the abnormal behavior of Lucius and Pansy. Ron looked back and saw that Narcissa, who was still shopping, and Draco, who was talking to Alan, didn't seem to notice Lucius's actions. They also said doubtfully, "It looks like Ferret and his mother were taken by them. Deliberately dumped." "But why?" Just now Parkinson saw Alan when she came in and hid. She didn't even say hello to Alan as usual, as if she was afraid to be seen by Alan. Ginny paid attention just now when he arrived. He informed his boyfriend and brother. Alan is a master of psychics. Parkinson is afraid that Alan will discover her inner secret. They have nothing to do to let Alan know. Harry shouted in a flash of light himself a few semesters ago. It was shameful that Alan and Snape had repeatedly explored the secret in his head, which also led him to speculate about the reason for Pansy Parkinson's abnormal behavior. Let us follow up. Chapter 725 Inside and Outside Windows. Genius remembers the permanent address of this site for 1 second, www.81zw.us. With the cover of The Crowd and the Cabinet, the three of Ginny trailed behind quietly. Everyone was attracted by the goods of Fred and George. These three ages are not too young, and they are still playing sneak games like a house. The childish behavior in this trick is not too conspicuous. Hermione, on the other hand, looked up to find Ginny and found that the three of them got together and had some unnatural actions. They put down the goods in their hands and walked towards them. "What are you doing?" Hermione asked strangely. "Look, Hermione, Lucius and Pansy, they are going out." Ginny pulled Hermione over and whispered, and then quickly squeezed through the happily together with the somewhat ignorant Hermione. The customer also crouched down and used the cover of the counter to start walking towards the door of the store. Lucius, who had come to the door of the store, watched the situation outside the store vigilantly through the door glass. Then he pushed the door open for Pansy. As Pansy passed by him, Lucius looked back through the crowd in the store, and Alan's eyes on the other side of Mr. Kieyozu in the distance met. Lucius' jaw lifted slightly and nodded, and then sneaked with Pansy, left the joke shop. When Lucius left the gate, Harry and his party quickly came to the door. They saw the two walking on the street through the window. I said, "What the are you doing? Why should we follow Lucius?" Hermione, who was pulled over, had the opportunity to ask the question she just wanted to ask. Ron looked at Hermione's gaze that you didn't understand anything. Lucius didn't take Draco but walked sneakily with Pansy alone. "This is really abnormal. You just not curious?" Ginny heard her brother's question and reminded her suddenly of the taboo romance novels that she saw in front of the counter of which magazine, which made Ginny's face suddenly rise. "The redness looks like a boy when he saw a boy who was dead." "Hurry up." Harry hurried out of the door, followed by Ginny and Ron, but when Hermione also followed them out of the door in a daze, he was caught by Penluo and stayed. Penluo Yang raised his delicate chin and pointed to Ginny in the direction they left. I said, "What the are you doing? Why are you following Lucius?" "I don't know." Hermione was a little annoyed to hear this familiar question. She said angrily to Penluo, "Trust me, I just asked the same question." Seeing the figure of Lucius and Pansy gradually disappearing on the corner of the street, Ginny turned her head and saw Hermione still being pulled by Penelope. Harry urged, "Hurry, don't lose your goal." The three didn't care about Hermione, and hurried over. I saw Lucius Malfoy looking around, and with Pansy Parkinson. He flashed into the entrance of Knock Alley. From the entrance of Overturned Alley, it is different from Diagon Alley. There are some people who are inaccessible. Even if there are one or two suspicious wizards, they are in a hurry. Harry waited for the wizards inside to leave, and they also entered the entrance. Then Harry looked around for a while to make sure that no one was paying attention to them. So he took out his cloak from his bag and shouted to others, "Come in quickly." "Oh. We can't go to Downing Alley yet, and it doesn't seem so good to explore other people's privacy." "Harry?" Ginny looked hesitantly into Overturning Alley and asked. "Ginny, hurry up." Ron, who had already entered, urged his sister, And wasn't this the first time you started tracking? The three little wizards walked through the narrow alleys in the cloak and into the overturned alleys. But the prosperity of this small street, closely related to black magic and Diagon Alley, is different from the lively and dangerous memories of Harry's memory when he accidentally broke into it. Outsiders in the upside-down alley are very rare except for those shops and patrolling areas. As they walked, they looked into the window, as if there were some customers in each store. Harry guessed that buying during this special period, or being seen to buy black magic products, even if these bright things are legal goods, they will still be suspected by the Aurors to be Death Eaters. Obviously, even if they are not Death Eaters, the wizards who like to buy these things obviously cannot withstand the scrutiny of the Aurors themselves. Harry dodged behind Lucius and Pansy and saw them enter the Perkin-Box store. The door closed with a loud bang, and the light of the Perkin-Box store lit up the dark area. My dad used to say that this is the biggest shop in Upturned Lane. It specializes in selling black magic items, some of which are very dangerous. The owner, Mr. Bojin, sells and collects all kinds of strange and evil things at the same time. Things are very popular with the Dark Wizards, and almost every item hides an unknown dangerous force. Ginny looked at Lucius and Pansy after entering a shop named Black Magic, but instead he sighed with relief and returned to a chatty state. Unlike the Weasley family's siblings, Harry wasn't actually the first time he saw the Birkin-Box store. He said, "I was sent to this store when I made an error using fan during the summer vacation before my second year of school." In the fireplace, "Let us go." Ginny immediately stopped Harry, who wanted to follow up. She pointed to her ankle. "If we go in, our feet will be seen. Someone may have noticed that we just didn't care about us." Harry followed the gesture of his girlfriend and only then noticed that the hem of the cloak was tilting around their ankles. Now that they have grown up a lot, they still want three people to hide together under the invisibility cloak. It is indeed more difficult than before in the lower grades. "Even if we can cover us, we can't go in." Ron also rarely had the same opinion as Ginny. He added when his friends and sister looked at him, "I heard when Percy and Dad used to chat they said that it seems that in our first grade, the Bojin-Box store was said to have been blatantly robbed of some treasures from them, and that Mr. Bojin's own business had problems." The Ministry of Magic was not reported, but it was gradually strengthened in the following years. In order to protect the store, Percy said that when Auror used their cloak to cast a magic spell to investigate the store, the stealth effect was lifted as soon as they entered the store. "Harry, your stealth, although the effect of the clothing will not be lifted, we will definitely be discovered when we go in this way." Although Mr. Bojin does not dare to do anything to Auror, Harry nodded in annoyance. He looked around anxiously and suddenly his eyes widened. Then he pointed to the roof of the house next to the Bojin-Box store. Ginny and Ron turned sideways to look up. Facing the window at the top of the Bojin-Box Black Magic store, you can see the inside of the store through the glass windows. So the three climbed up as quietly as possible. They grabbed the pointed ridge of the house with both hands and peeped through the glass window to see the situation inside the store. Looking through the window, Lucius and Pansy stood back to them among the boxes full of skulls and old bottles, just behind the cabinet. In the second grade, when Harry was misinformed to this shop, in order to avoid Malfoy's father and son, he used to hide in that big cabinet. Judging from Lucius' gestures, he was talking excitedly, and the shop owner Mr. Bojin was a man with shiny hair and a stiff figure, standing in front of Lucius at the moment. The expression on his face was strange, mixed with resentment and fear. At this time, they saw that Panx's expression became a little lighter, which turned out to be pale. "It would be nice if we could hear what they were talking about." Ginny looked a little disappointed at the window where she couldn't hear anything. "We really can." Harry took out the pair of retractable ears he had just asked for price from his bag. Although he did not intend to take the twins for free, he didn't rush to return the things in a hurry just now. Ron turned his attention back at this time, and he complained a little bit tastefully, George and Fred didn't plan to give me anything." "Awesome." Ginny just cheered and was blindfolded by Ron at the beginning, and Harry untied their long, flesh-colored strings and began to control them to let the roof and the wall past 2 ears stick out of the window slit. "Oh, hope this window is not disturbed." "No," Ginny said happily. "Listen." They put their heads together and listened intently against the end of the string, and Lucius' habitual pretentious voice came out loudly and clearly, as if turning on a wizard radio. "Do you know how to fix the other?" "Maybe," Bojin said. From his tone, he seemed unwilling to make a clear statement. "But I need to take a look first." "Why don't you bring it to the store?" "I can't," Lucius said. "It must stay where it is. You just need to tell me how to fix it." Harry saw Bogin lick his lips nervously. I didn't see it with my own eyes." "I'm afraid it's difficult to make it clear." "It may be impossible at all." "I can't guarantee anything." "Can't?" Lucius said, and Harry heard him knowing he was sneering. "Maybe this will make you more confident." Lucius approached Bogin, and the big cabinet blocked his body. Harry, Ron, and Ginny hurriedly lay on the roof and carefully tried to move to the other side, so as not to let Lucius disappear from his sight, but they could only see Bogin, and he was very frightened. "Dare to tell others," Lucius said. "I can't walk around with you." "You know Bellatrix Blacklistrange and Fenrir Greyback. Will they come to you from time to time?" "Ask for advice to see if you are concentrating on solving this problem." Bojin's pupils enlarged a lot and looked a little scared, but he still tried his best to keep a pleasing smile and replied to Lucius, "No need. It's up to me to decide." www.untitlenovel.com Lucius said, then took out a cloth pocket from his robe and threw it to his son's girlfriend. "Pansy, help me put this one intact. Go in, we have to hurry up." Harry couldn't help but lean forward, trying to see what they were going to take away, but Mr. Bojin, the shopkeeper, seemed to feel someone peeping, hurried forward and looked up, and the three of Harry quickly shrank, turning back to hide behind the eaves. Mr. Bojin turned his head suspiciously, and after looking out the window for a long time, he found no strange thing. Mr. Bojin pulled down the black curtain, blocking the window, covering Harry, and with the curtain of the protective enchantment falling, the retractable ear can no longer transmit any sound inside. After a while, the bell on the door of the Bogin bookshop rang. Lucius strode out of the shop, and Pansy followed him, looking smug. In the shop, Bogin put the curtains back together again. Harry found that the shopkeeper then stood still. The false smile on his face disappeared, and his expression looked very worried. In the Weasley Magic Workshop, Alan noticed Hermione and Penlo, who were talking outside through the window at the window, and went out to ask, "What are you talking about?" August 1st Chinese mobile version reading URL m.81zw.us. Chapter 726 Stella's Potion. Penlo pointed to the direction of Harry's departure. She slightly raised her lips in a sarcastic way. "It seems that Harry thinks they have some problems with Lucius and Pansy. Several Gryffindors intend to use their excellent stealth technique tracks them." Alan, who had just communicated with Lucius through his heart, knew that these little lions wouldn't really have anything to do, so he didn't ask any more. He gave the large and small commodity box he held in his arms to Ying. After coming to the fat man, when he saw Penlo, he remembered the conversation with her before entering the store. He thought of the unusual and ambiguous words of the other party at that time, and asked with concern, "You and the doctor, is there any contradiction between them? Why haven't you seen them appearing at the same time recently?" The fat man, who was holding a bunch of commodities, snorted and grinned, and the wolf mother glared at him, making this guy have to hide his fat head behind these boxes. Then the wolf mother looked at her forehead with some embarrassment, rubbing her forehead a few times. "What are you guys?" Looking at the reactions of the fat man and the wolf mother, Alan was even stranger. And then he noticed that Victor had just quietly stood away a little while still, although he had made serious guards now. It looked like, watching the situation around him cautiously, but Alan found that he had deliberately ignored the situation here. "She still has some research to do on the umbrella. I think. Well, it's just that I didn't get together with her time," Penlo said. his eyes floating, not daring look at Alan. Hermione also noticed that the atmosphere was wrong. She held her arms around her chest and secretly suspiciously, is it because Punlo thinks the Doctor is beautiful and worried that Alan likes the Doctor? The Doctor was deliberately moved away from Alan. No, the Doctor just doesn't perform the task at the same time as Punlo. Wait. The Doctor is not a woman she likes either. Thinking of this, Hermione, who looked at the strange looks of the members of the umbrella around her, suddenly realized that she opened her eyes and stared at Punlo's uncomfortable look in the unnatural ruddy cheeks that had never appeared before. Facing Alan's concern, she felt the miserable atmosphere of Punlo around her. In this situation, especially Hermione was still present. She couldn't really explain what happened between herself and the Doctor. Penelope's hands were intertwined with his fingers, and he wished to step on his own flying motorcycle immediately. Hermione looked at Punlo and became more and more convinced that if she was entangled by a witch she didn't like, it would be very annoying, but it would be more like and entangled by a equally beautiful and powerful witch. I am distressed by Punlo, and the Doctor is a member of the Umbrella team. Punlo's aggressive methods for others are not convenient for her. Hermione had seen the distressed appearance of a wolf mother being harassed by a Doctor, and some misfortune Miss Masterstone could not bear the urge to cover her mouth, and turned her head away, not wanting Punlo to see her expression of tolerant smile. Herself and the fat man's identity is different. If she is seen by the female and mistakenly thinks that she is laughing at her, Punlo's reaction will be more intense. Alan, I still have a few favorite products that I haven't paid for. I still have to wait for Ginny to come back and visit Diagon Alley with her. See you in a few days, Hermione said and walked back to Weasley Magic. The joke shop gave Punlo a chance to explain everything to Alan in private. Punlo watched Hermione walk into the jolly shop with a smirk expression, and when she thought about it, she angrily understood that Miss Master had guessed a part of the truth, and then saw the look of Alan's inquiry, and the expressions of the wolf team. She felt a little embarrassed and whispered, Umbridge is blamed. This made Alan even more strange. Umbridge closed at the Western Pavilion. What does the relationship between you and the Doctor have to do with her? This. Penelope did not dare to look directly at Alan's eyes, and licked the gorgeous red lips with anxiety, his hands twisting the hair scattered on both sides of his cheeks behind his ears. Alan was more concerned about Punlo's abnormal behavior. He looked at the other members of the Umbrella and found that they were also at a loss. They realized that there must be something wrong between them. You and the Doctor have 4 eyes. What happened to Umbridge? Alan, let's go back to the Western Pavilion first. I will show you over. Punlo looked at Alan's slightly frowned and serious expression, knowing that there was no way to hide it, and then she faced the other Umbrella team members. Ordered, you stay here and protect Granger. Then, Alan and Punlo quickly moved to a building with a Gothic style. After going through the complicated security check of the Western Pavilion, which was more complicated and rigorous than the Gilling Pavilion, they completed the tedious security check. Enter the courtyard gate through the garden. In front of the gate of the Western Pavilion, guarded by the 2 giants, a petite figure with short hair and glasses was standing there waiting to greet his boss. Alan was notified when they arrived through those magical defenses. In order to meet Alan as soon as possible, the 4 eyes didn't have time to take off the experimental equipment. Her white robe was covered with a floor apron, and there were still bloodstains on it. Some of them had even turned dark brown. The dragon leather gloves on her hands were still dripping with blood, and there was a nerve that didn't know what animal was on the wrist. Master. After 4 eyes saluted at Alan, he straightened up and waited for the boss orders. Take us to Umbridge, and take me by the way to visit the laboratory. Alan glanced at the silent Punlo, then made a request like 4 eyes, and then walked on the burgundy carpet stride forward. 4 eyes led Alan through the arched colonnade and led them straight to the basement. The wood-culled floor on which the insect and moisture-proof spell was applied was polished with wax, and there was a magic crystal lamp on each colonnade. The rooms on the left are all arranged into a living room. Mr. Remus Lupin and the werewolf friends he invited and the wizards who experimented with the new medicine on their own. Occasionally you need to stay here. Master, you know that many experiments are not it can be observed in a day. Four Eyes randomly opened an uninhabited door, a small sofa and a wizard TV, a coffee table, a bed and some green plants to create a room in this basement. There is a feeling of vitality. The room on the right is the potion laboratory on the first floor. Today is the full moon. All the people who participated in the experiment were related to the werewolf. Many of these werewolves also chose to spend this difficult day here. But this period time Mr. Looping seems to have a lot of things, so he didn't come over. He just received the potion of this month some time ago. Four Fingers stretched his fingers. Through the large transparent glass window, he could see the staff in the laboratory waving the shoulder of a werewolf gently. This was Wolf, who obviously had no tendency to attack and run away. Drank a bottle of potion under his appeasement. Medicine for wolf poison. There is no way to stop the transformation of the werewolf once a month, but it can limit his transformation process and make him a sleepy ordinary wolf. Those who have maintained the kindness of the wolf, the deepest fear is to worry about killing yourself when you can't make it. However, the preparation of wolf poison is very complicated and the materials are very expensive. The previous situation made these werewolves get subsidies if they did not register with the werewolf registration office, or not knowing a kind-hearted potionist and confessing to him that his true identity is a werewolf. This werewolf has absolutely no chance to try this potion, so he can only continue to live a lonely wandering life. In fact, apart from individual lucky people, werewolves, the poverty caused by the status and the price of the wolf poison potions have prevented most wolf people from taking this potion before. Four Eyes said that they pulled out a bottle of color from their pockets and the color of the potion that the werewolf took just now. Slightly different potions. Alan recognized that it was a venom potion made from old-fashioned recipes. He had given Lupin many times in the 3rd grade, and Alan glanced at the situation in the laboratory. Tao, the progress of your research is still good. I noticed that the wolf disease patient's complete change in it became that the werewolf did not become an ordinary wolf, and still maintained enough saneness, and it seemed that there was no runaway attack. But from the point that he was still taking the medicine just now, the potency of this magic potion is not as good as the original potion poison. Do I have to take it multiple times to maintain it? Alan's insight and knowledge of potions apparently made this research man very happy. His 4 eyes and lack of emotional differences in peacetime. Some can't wait to add to this research topic. Master, you are right. The experimental goal of this project, the main purpose, is to study and improve the original formula of stellar charmism, and we have arranged small risk tests on this level. The methods used have determined the basic safety after preliminary tests. There are several mature ones. The formula has been changed, compared with the original formula of the wolf poison. Some of the newly developed wolf poison is more free in terms of time of use. www.untitlenovel.com. Whether it is taken in advance or postponed, it can be normal effective. This is actually the most practical version for ordinary wolf people. You must know that the original wolf poison potion has expired if it is taken too early to wait for the full moon, or you forget to take it too late. It has not fully played its due role. The version taken by the werewolf is not as good as the original formula in hindering the transformation. They will still be transformed into a complete werewolf when the full moon is full, but this formula allows the werewolves to maintain sufficient reason, and human nature is not swallowed by those bloodthirsty and chaotic attacks, which can even allow them to retain a little language ability. Although because of the change in the structure of the mouth, only a few people can say enough syllables in this state. Short words. Your research seems to be quite effective at the moment. Alan was still satisfied after hearing the arrangement. The version that makes taking time more free. If there is no big problem afterwards, let Hermione and my aunt Magical Creatures Manage and Control Secretary Director Joseph Harris contacted the werewolf registration office she managed. In this kind of thing, we don't want to make any money. It is provided free of charge as a charity for those who want to return to normal life and have registered. Werewolf is enough. Invincible Harry Potter. Invincible Harry Potter. Chapter 727. Yanguin Underground Laboratory. The crowd continued to descend, turned a staircase, and went down to the second floor of the basement. This floor looked like a huge beehive built under the ground. It was completely different from the above building layout. It is a huge and unique octagonal floor composed of white and white. The ceiling is grey. Everything around it is dark and cold. The white square stripes around the floor are dim light. Around them are cages holding magical animals and humanoid creatures. Among them, the silver-plated cages flash icy light under the pale light, and there is a werewolf in each cage. At the top of these cages, there is a round crystal ball shining like the moon. The werewolves who were desperately pulling these silver-plated cages obviously lost their minds, and the thin werewolf whimpering in the corner heard the footsteps and moved closer to the corner. Seeing Alan walk in, all kinds of howling came from the basement. They grievously exposed their sharp fangs to Alan. Some strong werewolves, their dilated muscles and glowing fangs exuded the horror in the pale light. Some werewolves still have self-rationality, holding silver-plated railings and staring at Alan coldly. Those irrational werewolves slammed into the cage. Passing through the cages, a silver-plated iron door opened to the sides. With a clatter, Four Eyes retracted the wand, and the body leaned forward slightly, made a gesture to Alan's palm, and Alan stepped in and heard not only it was a werewolf's wailing, and there were some groaning noises from something unknown. In the laboratory on Alan's left-hand side, a werewolf was tied to a bare iron bed. The wizard, wearing a white lab robe and a mask, poured a bizarre blue potion into his mouth. On the other side, several humans seemed to be bound by invisible ropes, struggling hard but unable to resist. The experimenter turned a blind eye to this, and pulled the empty medicine bottle out of the werewolf's mouth, completely ignoring the blood that had begun to ooze from his facial features, put the empty medicine bottle down, and recorded it on a splint. When he looked up and saw Alan, they quickly came out. "George Carpenter, failed again?" he asked, stopping with Four Eyes. "Yes, this is criminal number 13. After injection of blood containing lutein, he took our anti-transformation medicine and still did not wait to resist lutein, infected with wolf disease, so I put this bottle of lutein H7. The potion was poured into him and tested to see if it could produce some effect," George reported seriously. "But looking at the reaction, the effect is still uncertain. The side effects are a bit big. At present, H7 is not suitable for delivery. The first basement, it is not safe. Well, those who are sent upstairs must ensure safety." Four Eyes turned back to look at Alan. "Master, those upstairs potions that we have determined to be low in risk and high in safety are to go through this layer constantly. After the tests were screened out, Looping let them do the second test. You did a good job, and you can't let these kind-hearted wolf people who voluntarily abide by the harsh wolf code of conduct suffer any more accidents. It is safe to be the correct way." Alan nodded in agreement. A group of people continued to move forward. The doors on both sides of the corridor were tightly closed, but signs such as "Horned Beasts" and "Yi Chi" were written on the door plates. Through the large transparent glass window of the Horned Camel's room, you can see that some staff are observing and measuring the day two of a sleeping horned beast. It's just that Punalo's footsteps didn't stop at this level, but took them to continue to go down, bypassing their long, narrow corridor, standing in front of an ordinary office door with Four Eyes. The doorplate wrote the name with Four Eyes. Push the door open with Four Eyes. At the front is a large office desk with Four Eyes and a rotatable office chair, but the back is like a data room. From the floor to the ceiling are huge curved lattice bookshelves, arranged in rows and rows. Indoors, closed the office door with Four Eyes, pointed the chandelier above the bookshelves with their wand, and the light flashed, and the grid bookshelves turned. When they stopped, a dark door appeared on the wall, where there was a row of bookshelves. If you enter the door and just push open the bookshelf, you won't see the secret door. Only by turning the bookshelf magically can you activate the secret door. The wand with Four Eyes aimed at the secret door, and the door opened silently. A spiral staircase spirals downwards, and magic lights illuminate the entire space on both sides of the wall, leaving almost no shadow. A group of people walked down the stairs. At the bottom of the staircase was another arched corridor. A guard stood in front of each column. The heavy metal gate was at the end of the corridor. After carefully checking the magic certificate of the Four Eyes, the guard gave way to the side. The creaking chain sounded, and after all the door chains were unlocked, Alan walked in. Still a long and narrow corridor. There was silence in the hallway. Only Alan's own footsteps could be heard. Without going too far, it was a heavy iron gate like before. The four-eyed wand pointed at the gate. When there was a muffled noise, as the door in front of me opened, the door behind them that they had entered before closed. Moving on, when Alan opened the same gate again, the iron gate in the middle was closed tightly. These three doors can only open one when the two doors are closed. The Four Eyes took the lead in the front, and the deeper they were, the thicker the smell of rust and the rotten odor would be. The experimental bodies and scenes in each laboratory are different. The hides of invisible beasts are completely hung on a shelf, and the long fine hair of silk like silver is still invisible or visible from time to time. Animal bones that were broken down into invisible shapes were scattered on the test rig, and bubbles were used to cook crucibles with bizarre potions. It was these unscrupulous experiments that were covered by the vigilance. The captivity room was divided into densely packed small cells, each of which contained a werewolf. These werewolves were in different forms and had been completely transformed into werewolves. Irrational, trembling, sluggish, non-moving, howling werewolves abound. In a few cubicles, the ordinary wolf that failed to turn into a werewolf drooped its tail around. There was also a torn werewolf who was partly covered in fur and partly bare meat whimpering between the cells. In an observation room, an abnormally decomposed werewolf corpse was tied to a shelf with iron chains. Some of its skin looked like it didn't die long, but the decaying part seemed to die for many days. The skull of the dead werewolf was opened on the side table. This type of secret experiment is only open to a few senior personnel. The focus of our current research is the werewolf. The Werewolf Capture Plan Group of the Beast Office of the Director of the Animal Control of the Department of Magical Animal Management and Control Josephine Harris www.mtnovel.com. After the reform, the situation as before was changed, and they cooperated with her to provide us with many experimental bodies. The 4 rows of labs pointed to the front right. All the area is classified as werewolf research, dissecting room, medicine room, observation room. The dissected body of another werewolf was laid flat on the dissection table. It opened its mouth wide, its entire chest was exposed, and its internal organs were placed separately on another table. The blood ticked smoothly. As the test rig fell to the ground, the blood that had splashed on the wall before it had time to clean up started to go black. Alan glanced at the sticky nerve fragments on her wrist. Apparently, this nerve was the nerve of the dissected werewolf inside. He noticed Alan's eyes and cleared the debris with 4 eyes. He apologized and said, "Sorry, I just observed the changes in the body of the werewolf after the wolf transformation in this laboratory. Because the guard informed the master of your arrival, I, anxious to go to meet, has not had time to clean up the laboratory." "It's okay, but..." Alan narrowed his eyes and looked around again, then turned to look at Punlo, who had been silently evading, and asked helplessly, "So Punlo, now you can tell me, have you done anything to poor Dolores, or should I ask where she is?" Chapter 728 Werewolf Dolores Jan Umbridge. Punlo looked at Alan's face with a guilty conscience, and he was hesitant at this time. He was hesitant when he was able to sit down on the stool and watched Punlo sigh. "If you do something you need to worry about as I am now, why do you want to do it?" "Don't worry, Punlo, I promised you not to kill her and use it as you please." "I don't blame you, but you always have to do things. Tell me." "We didn't initially think of making Umbridge like it is now, but things are out of control." Punlo saw that Alan didn't seem to blame. She let out a sigh of relief and squatted carefully. Alan's expression on his side seemed a little annoyed. The doctor and I both had our own ideas about how to deal with Umbridge, and we all thought that our own tactics were smarter and could make Umbridge more painful, so the two of us in the end, there was a little dispute. Punlo stopped to look at Alan. Alan patted Punlo's hand on his lap and asked, "What then?" In the case where no one can convince others, we decided to take turns to experiment with Umbridge's own means, and turn this into a game, and seeing whose technique can make her more painful. Punlo candidly stated what the two people did to Umbridge. Umbridge has become a tool for our game, and neither of us are easy to admit defeat, so the means for Umbridge are upgraded one by one until I think of Dolores. Umbridge is in the Anti-Wolfman Law, was drafted in 1993, and she was a mixed blood but pretended to be a purer blood. Punlo's eyebrows could not help but raised, and he couldn't help but bring a little pride. So I let her test a new drug against wolf disease. I persuaded her to take this medicine. If she is lucky, she can resist wolf disease. As long as she can help us succeed in the experiment, I will let her go. Just what I didn't tell her is that this medicine is an agent that has been tested and proved to be ineffective. If you want to judge whether the anti-poison agent works, you need to wait until the full moon. The results of this experiment cannot be seen in a short time. During this time, Dolores' inner suffering can be imagined. Alan tilted up. He put a leg on his hand and touched Punlo's short hair. Give Dolores hope, let Dolores feel uneasy and hopeful, and finally let her despair. This kind of gap will be disappointing. The sadistic direction is from the heart. The doctor is from the body. It seems that you won. Then what is the matter between you and the doctor? Hearing Alan mention the doctor again, Penilo's brows were pressed down. His brows were wrinkled, and his face was raised, looking very harsh, as if the doctor would appear to be beaten by her immediately if she appeared in front of her now. Pause. Master, you are right, Miss Cravat won the final victory, but the doctor is very admired for this mentally tortured and ill-treatment method, so she began to pay attention to Miss Cravat. Even it can be said that it is a little obsessed. And flowers are sent to Miss Cravat every day. Even the photos of Miss Cravat are placed on the doctor's office desk. So Miss Cravat separated the doctor's work from her own, so that the doctor can't entangle her. Seeing Penelope's woo in 4 eyes without telling for a long time, he helped tell Alan why Punlo and the doctor did not appear together recently. She's a neuropathy. I'm rude to her, and she didn't stop tangling with me even after beating her. Alan, if it wasn't because she was yours, I would have killed her long ago. Cursed. Unexpectedly, Alan King, who had a female rival, resisted making him laugh. He touched Punlo's head and pressed his head on his shoulder so Punlo could not see himself. The smile in his expression just across Punlo's shoulder to see the werewolves in the cage. Alan recalled that Dolores still paid respect to him most of the time, and he was also as patient as possible to the training class. I thought it would be too cheap to let her go, but her evil deeds did not reach the point of killing her, so she was let the Wolf Mother team take her to the protective umbrella and put it first. Nello and the doctor actually abused her as a prop for the game. Remembering her resume, Alan even began to feel that the other party was still pitiful. Dolores Jane Umbridge is the eldest daughter of Alfred Umbridge and Alan Clarknell, and the only daughter in the family. Her father was a pure-blooded wizard, her mother was a mole, and the couple also had a dumb son. The Umbridges did not voluntarily marry, and Dolores secretly despised her parents, because Alfred was a lack of enterprising person. Although he was pure blood, he almost did it in the Ministry of Magic, a cleaner's job. And her mother Alan is frivolous and sloppy and a mole. Both Alfred and Umbridge blamed Alan for failing to make his son a wizard. As a result, when Dolores was 15, the family split into 2 parts. Dolores and Alfred lived together, and Alan and her son were hidden in the mole world. Since then, Dolores has never seen her mother and brother, never spoke to them, and pretended to be a pure-blood wizard in front of all the people she had seen. And Umbridge, who has no appearance and background, has no advantage after graduation and joined the Ministry of Magic as a low-level intern who prohibits the abuse of the magic office. Although she is picky, prejudiced and cruel, She takes her work seriously and treats her superiors flattering. The praise she received for her coldness and dedication made her quickly promoted. When she was less than 30 years old, Dolores was promoted all the way to the core of the office, which was only one step away from her entering the magic law enforcement department. At that time she had persuaded her father to accept a small allowance to retire early, so as to ensure that he quickly lost news in her world. When she was asked, by colleagues who often do not like her, "Are you blood related to Umbridge, who used to clean?" she smiled sweetly and denied them with a smile. There is no connection between them, and tell others that her father was an outstanding figure in Wiesingama. Someone who talks about Alfred or Dolores doesn't like being mentioned will always have something bad happening. And anyone who wants to be treated with her kindness will pretend that they believe what she is talking about. A version of the family story. As he grew older, Dolores became more demanding and his status in the Ministry of Magic gradually improved. Her aesthetic began to become more and more girlish. The office was full of gorgeous lace and she liked anything decorated with cats, although she thought they were dirty and troublesome after trying to raise real cats. In addition, although Dolores had tried her best to please one of her superiors, her marriage was a mess. People's evaluation of her is based on her work and ambition. People who really know her find it hard to like her. After drinking sweet sherry, she often talked about her cruel and ruthless opinions. Some of her suggestions on how to use their deserved means to deal with non-magic groups in secret even make some anti-magic groups. Moles are shocked. Alan looked at the cage beside them. The werewolf in the cage shrank in the corner, her body and head were elongated, and her hands and feet became wolf claws. Despite this, the werewolf's body is very fat compared to other werewolves. Her shoulders arched, her fat face and hands were occupied by dense wolf's hair, curled up into a ball clearly visible. www.mtlnovel.com. Dolores. Alan called softly. The werewolf in the cage heard Alan's voice, and suddenly his body froze. He raised his head in a daze, and saw at one glance the nightmare of his life, Penlow, who was terrified and fat. Then it shook a few times. Alan saw its appearance and called again, Dolores. The werewolf's gaze fixed on Alan's body, his mouth wide open, and his sharp fangs were exposed, but there was no sound. With a look of excitement, it moved a few steps in the direction of Alan, extending its hairy claws. But then lowered its head, retracted to the corner, no longer give any response. Umbridge, how about Alan calling you? Penlow frowned, and a spell hit the cage beside Umbridge, and the fat werewolf was scared and crawled away, just off the corner. Don't pretend to be dead. Alan tells you to answer quickly, or you will be dissected. Penlow's wand pointed at the fat werewolf. The werewolf shook his head desperately, whimpering, and uttered a few vague words. No. Not rich. I am not. Pretend to be crazy. Don't you know I don't know yet? Penlow said as he tried to punish her, but Alan pressed the wand he raised. She was irritated and didn't want to admit that she was Dolores in front of me. Alan saw that the domineering Umbridge had turned into the pitiful look it is now, and now she was completely down. Let's go up and say that the smell here is not very good. You have to pay attention to your health problems with your eyes. The obese she-wolf was holding the cold silver-plated railing, watching Alan and his party go away, and collapsed to the ground weakly. But Alan stopped paying attention to her condition. https. Remember Ishang novel net in 1 second? Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 729. With parents returned to the office with 4 eyes, the rows of huge curved lattice bookshelves turned back to their original positions, and a group of people walked out of the bookshelf area and sat down on the sofa. Penlow, last semester, I asked you to investigate too many Law's family information. Before you go to Africa, find the mole mother and mole brother of Dolores and bring me to see them. Will she speak? Alan asked Penlow around him for a new task. Why is this trouble? Give it to me, and I will let her admit it right away. Penlow's expression flashed fiercely. Alan gently patted her magic robe and leaned back to lean on the back of the sofa. Dolores is domineering, self-righteous, stereotyped, has a strong desire for revenge, control, but it seems that the attitude towards her mole brother is quite different. But when she was 15 years old, she never saw her mother and mole brother again. Sent someone to try to find her mother and brother back. I did this to decide what to do with her. If Dolores still cares about them, I will let her go. If you don't care, then take her away. I'll send someone to find them as soon as possible. Punlo raised his eyebrows and leaned on Alan's chair. You are always so forgiving of these unpleasant aliens. I'm not a mysterious person, and Dolores' attitude towards the training class last year won him a chance. After that, Alan turned to look at his hands, holding his hands in front of him, respectfully standing. Four eyes, I just noticed below that the decay of a werewolf's body is abnormal. What's going on? Master, that is the side effect caused by the failed formula of the immune wolf disease potion. Four Eyes turned around, opened the safe where he stored the medicine, and took out a bottle of double spiral blue medicine in a transparent crystal medicine tube. He handed it to Alan, and the potion was spinning slowly in front of Alan. Master, this is a type immune magic potion that can prevent wolf disease. It is a researcher from Melbourne, Professor Marcus. Combining wizarding and mole means a gadget researched from a magical plant called sunladder unique to West Africa. Why failed? Alan narrowed his eyes, and the blue potion in the potion tube looked pure and thorough. Type immune potions have obvious effects. He can indeed prevent wolf transformation, even improve physical fitness and theoretically delay aging and increase lifespan. However, its side effects are also very large. The vaccine will make the mole wizards say that something called white blood cells tries to kill the cells infected with the wolf-shaped virus, but it adopts a same-thing approach. The toxins contained in it will also excessively stimulate the body's immune system, resulting in systemic inflammation, skin and other outer tissue necrosis, a large amount of fluid loss and secondary infections of various diseases, and then sepsis and severe shock, eventually leading to death. This is the reason why you see the abnormal decay phenomenon. In addition, to repair the loss of tissue to restore the function of the immune system, a large amount of food is needed to provide materials and energy sources, which causes the infected person to have a strong appetite and body decay. Therefore, although the wolf transformation is prevented, the immune magic potions are also taken. People lose their sanity in order to lose their appetite, unlike the werewolf who just wants to attack people. They attack people for their appetite. Finally, although they don't get enough nutrition to repair the tissues, they look a bit like corpses and ghouls, undead creatures, but in fact just like the living creatures of the dead. The Four Eyes took out a report and looked at it for a few times before continuing. The other trouble is that I took type immune wolfification. The situation of the experimental body after the disease potion is somewhat like a rabies carrier. If he is bitten by him, the effects of the wolf virus and the immune potion will pass through, and eventually cause the same effect of infection. It seems that Hermione doesn't know what you are doing. Alan's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. This side effect. This experiment must be cautious. Once it reveals, it will be fatal to the wizarding world. Danger. Oh, Master, please forgive me for not having made it clear just now. If unfortunately bitten, it will be no big deal. In the early and middle stages of this infection, as long as the wound is treated with a curse, nothing will happen at all. Only let it go. Regardless of the worst result. Alan misunderstood in Four Eyes and quickly waved his hand to explain. Miss Granger is clear about the experiment in the Yangwin laboratory. Although she has not seen the laboratory in person, the situation may, if you look at the written report, there will be a certain deviation from the actual situation. Alan raised her eyebrows and glanced at the pure-blooded witch, but moles don't use healing spells. So, Four Eyes, Hermione once took a copy to open a branch in the American Raccoon City. For the sake of safety, the plan of the base will wait for the umbrella to open the branch in the United States. This kind of taboo experiment will be moved to the United States. Four Eyes nodded clearly. Yes, young master. Then he'll go back first. By the way, Penlow, See when your parents will be convenient before I start school. Let's have a meal together. After that, I didn't wait for the other party to reply. Waving his eyes in 4 eyes, he moved back to Harris Manor in Dorset. In the early morning of the next morning, the rising sun dyed the pale white sky before dawn golden, and everything was booming at Harris Manor. In the restaurant, Helena helped her grandmother to put the knife and fork on the table one by one. "Good job, my dear." Morgan Ferrell looked lovingly at his granddaughter who was wiping her hands. Now after a long period of practice, she got what she wanted. Helena was already very skilled and almost never appeared the situation of dropping things. Everyone in the family is keen to get her to help her get things, and she is also happy. Abraxas Malfoy passed away. Owen Harris' face was hidden behind the prophet daily sent by the owl in the morning. The obituary of his death was published in the newspaper. The last time I saw him, he was already very sick. Alan thought of a brief meeting with him at the beginning. Although he was not surprised by this result, he also felt sorry. After all, I am old and still suffer from dragon pox. Without his prestige, the status of the Malfoy family is not as strong and prestigious as before. Lucius' ability is like a piece of Abraxas. The gap between the evil dog and the wolf. Irving put down the newspaper and said to Helena, "Helena, can you pass me that bottle of Worcestershire sauce? Thank you, dear." "Okay, Grandpa." Helena grabbed the bottle in front of her. www.mentalnovel.com walked around the table and walked to Irving in front of her, placing Worcestershire sauce on the table in front of him. Then she walked back to her position, habitually picked up a napkin and wiped her hands. In fact, as long as Helena made herself translucent, her hands were naturally clean. Just to practice, she also developed a napkin wipe the habit of hands. "Good, Helena, hold it very steady." Irving Harris put some Worcestershire sauce on the Welsh rabbit, then put this piece of roasted toast in his mouth and narrowed his eyes comfortably. There is still a period of time until the start of school. In these days, Alan and Luna have not gone to work in the Ministry of Magic these days, but have been busy for a thing. Helena can already touch something, but her expression is very little change. Luna leaned her head and looked at Helena, who was chatting with Morgan Ferrell and Helga in the portrait. "I don't like her expressionless expression. Let's think of another way." Alan nodded in agreement. Then he peeked at the indifferent face of Luna, and couldn't help but think, "Isn't this daughter's look like a child?" Then Alan found that Luna's eyes were focused on himself again. He quickly waved his hands and begged for mercy. "She also followed me. I have less expression." Chapter 730 Hazelnut Spread. Harry Potter's Invincible Scrolls. Chapter 730 Hazelnut Jam. Only afterwards, Alan and Luna tried to scare her intentionally loudly behind Helena, and also tried to become horrible. The magical creature suddenly jumped out on her way to scare her, and even found some of the classic comedy, tragedy and thriller moles. But without exception, Helena's expression was calm and almost did not happen any changes. After several failures, the parents, still discouraged, discussed the next plan in the room. Alan sat on the sofa, tilting his legs, and his index finger and flicked on the sofa arm. "You what better way?" After being silent for a while, Luna jumped out of the room, and in a short while she put a bottle of hazelnut jam into Alan's hands. "Go to the toilet, Alan." Alan blinked and instantly took the bottle of hazelnut sauce to the toilet, sitting on the toilet, and waited for a few minutes deliberately. Alan suddenly began to call out the name of Helena. "Helena, there is no toilet paper anymore. This time I want you to hand over something to Dad so I don't plan to clean it up. Helena, get me a roll of tissue." Helena, who was chatting with Owen and Morgan Ferrell, heard her father's call and immediately responded loudly, "Father, I'll come here." "Then I borrowed the scroll paper passed by my grandmother." Helena, both hands hold it and start moving towards the bathroom where Alan is. "Take a photo to commemorate." Luna appeared on the side of the corridor, holding the camera that Alan had sent her in her hand, and the daughter who ran over to Wenyan and took the toilet paper pretended to keep recording the moment of the moment. Take a picture of Helena. Being able to do something for her father made Helena happy, and seeing her mother's shooting action made Ravenclaw's Academy's movements more decent. She deliberately used the etiquette she had learned before. Putting his feet on the ground, despite his expressionless face, he took a roll of toilet paper at a brisk pace but walked to the door of the bathroom quickly. Click. Luna kept pressing the camera's shutter and recorded these pictures one by one. You put your hand in and pass it to me through the door gap. Alan opened a door gap in the bathroom and said to Helena. Helena held a roll of white toilet paper in her hand, protruded through the half-covered door, and handed the paper to Alan. I can't reach it, Alan yelled inside. Helena started to squat in a pretty lady's posture on her side, and continued to stretch her hands in. After she finished, she turned around and her pace was more brisk, maintaining the posture that a trained girl should have. Holding her fork in front of her, she looked down blankly at Luna, who was following her constantly, and asked her mother to take a few photos of her face. Then she walked a few steps, and Helena stopped suddenly. She felt something wrong with her two hands. Helena lowered her head and opened her two hands, and found that a dark brown, sticky substance stuck to her right palm, and the back of her left hand was also glued a lot because of the posture just now. Helena turned her head off. She tried hard to remember what this thing was. When her memory of more than 1,000 years could finally match the material in her hand, for a moment, this poor girl was completely. I was at a loss for a while and couldn't believe what was on my hands was the dirt in my memory. She stuck her hand. The muscles in her face began to twitch, and she turned around incredulously to look at the bathroom where her father said. At this time, the expression of Luna holding the camera has also changed, and she has been shooting continuously with a smile, chasing the movements of her daughter and the expression on her face. After confirming what was indeed contaminated on his hand, this female ghost who had not produced intense emotional changes for 1,000 years suddenly couldn't help but grinned and cried out. Although the shape made it, she couldn't shed any real tears, but she still shivered and quickly walked to the side of the stairs, sitting on the stairs of the stairs. What's the matter? What's the matter? Alan in the bathroom shouted to Helena for some reason. Luna, who also seems to have a relatively large emotional response. She laughed and remembered to jump up and down, and began to record her daughter's situation with the camera. Helena cried open her mouth and cried to ask for help from her mother, but she reached out her hands covered with dark brown material only to notice that her mother not only did not intend to help herself, but also became more serious and happy to record herself with the camera at this time. She looked embarrassed, so the female ghost sat on the stairs in tears and cried louder. This performance was at least in line with Dumbledore's idiot when he was in the first year of Alan crying nose. In such a strong desperation, Helena completely forgot for a moment that as long as she turned back to the ghost, the dirty things in her hand would automatically fall off. She just widened her eyes and looked at her mother accusingly, and then turned around to stop looking at Luna. She just tried to lie on the stairs and cried, but then she worried about the things in her hand, so she raised her arm. The dilemma between them made the facial expressions on her crying face start to twitch irregularly. Helena, my good granddaughter, what's wrong with you? Morgan, Ferry and Owen hurried over when they heard the wailing of Helena, anxious to see Helena sitting on the stairs. Repeatedly asked, in their knowledge, never seen Helena had such a gaffe. The figure in the portrait hanging on the staircase flashed and I heard Helena crying, and Helga Hufflepuff in the kitchen portrait hurried over to check the situation here. Helena, like finding a backer, stretched out her hands to Morgan Philly, sobbing and speechless. The dirty things on Helena's white palm were very obnoxious. Morgan Ferry glanced at Luna, who was still taking pictures, looked at the direction in the bathroom door, and leaned over to the sea. Luna's side, holding her granddaughter's hand, lowered her head to smell the smell, raised her eyebrows. Clean up. Morgan Ferry patted the granddaughter's clean palm and appeased. It's just hazelnut spread, not dirty stuff. Morgan Ferry'll beat Luna for me. It must be her idea. Helga on the side also reacted, shouting, just use the spell I taught you before. Luna's gaze was still on her daughter's crying nose, but the smile on her face began to freeze and she put down the camera. Immediately stopped taking pictures. and unconsciously stepped back a few steps. Morganfilly stood up quickly, waving a whip made of a wand in one hand, raising the corner of a long skirt in one hand, rushing towards Luna quickly, and striking a series of rapid footsteps on the floor. It's just that the whip is going badly, but the weight on Luna doesn't matter. Luna is Royna Ravenclaw's identity, and Morganfil can't let go. You crow. I just thought you two were more reliable. You can play this for Helena to come back again? Hufflepuff waved feather dusters in the portrait, urged Morganfilly. Bash her, Morganfilly. Pump hard. Morganfilly didn't know if he had listened to Helga's words, or after a few hits, he saw no response from the other party. So he really increased his strength and hit Luna's upper court. Hey pop, hey pop, hey pop, oj, oj, oj. I'm wrong with Helga. I'm wrong with Morganfilly. Don't fight, Luna, who was holding a hand by Alan's mother, exclaimed painfully. Trying to dodge, use the other hand wanted to protect his own Royal Highness Moon, unable to escape, and could only sue her for her usual trance and some high expression, which was no longer found at this time. Mom, Luna, she's not. Alan, who rushed out of the bathroom when he heard something went wrong, wanted to dissuade Morganfilly. www.untitled.novel.com. Mom, we have a reason. Without persuading, I heard Alan's voice and realized that Morganfilly, who was aware of his existence, suddenly turned around and changed his goal. A whip was slammed on Alan's body, and his own son, Morganfilly, could fight. There were no worries. Alan's beating made Alan's teeth grin. Hey pop, hey pop, hey pop, oj, oj, oj. Mom, I'm wrong. Don't fight. This time it was the turn of the white-haired wizard who had tried his best to protect his highness. When Alan looked up, he caught a glance at Owen Harris, who was grinning happily. His eyes turned, and he immediately shouted to his mother Morganfilly, "This is the attention our father gave us." He said that Helena's expression would change. Owen's smile also solidified. He noticed that as the younger son framed himself, the characters in the scene including the portraits began to stare at themselves, a kind of grievances from the sky at home that made him good at language art. The two lips of the new Minister of Magic were trembling, and he muttered only, "I'm not, I don't talk nonsense." The wife's Morganfilly used the wand in his pupil. The whip of change is getting bigger and bigger. Chapter 731. View the door of Harris Manor. Penlow, who had just transformed into a phantom, walked into the room. She was a little surprised that she saw the three figures lying on the sofa in the parlor when she came in. It was Alan and Luna. And Owen. Hearing the sound, Alan and Owen looked up at Penlow, and the expression of pain in their faces made Penlow froze for a moment. This situation left the always capable witch a little overwhelmed. "Son, good day. What's wrong with you?" Alan's arm was leaning on the sofa, raising his body. "Nothing, Penlow, it's Dad." He made his mother angry. "Dirty beast." Irving then glared at his son angrily. Then Alan's teeth grinned away from the sofa pillow that Irving threw, and then put it under his body. Owen awkwardly said hello to Penlow and seemed to be too lazy to explain what he was wronged by his younger son. Now their condition is shameful enough. He doesn't want to describe the details to each other. He slept soundly next to Lon, unaware of Penlow's arrival. "Alan, I'll tell you quickly, so I won't disturb you to recuperate." Penlow glanced at Luna, who was lying beside Alan. "My parents have time next Monday." "Okay, I'll visit with you at that time." Alan let himself raise a little and smiled at the witch, and then suddenly fell down on the corner of his mouth. He said a little embarrassedly, "Mom doesn't allow us to use healing spells before dinner." Owen Harris, who was lying on the sofa with some folds and messy clothes, stared at the younger son again and complained that he should not say the punishment, and then said to the female with a serious expression, "See Penlow's parents. I go with Morganfilly on Monday." "No trouble, no trouble. Alan and I can just go." Penlow quickly waved his hands. Judging by his parents' personality, Alan would never receive a warm hospitality, so why should they let the minister be treated coldly? And seeing the scene before her, she didn't want to make a bad impression of herself to Morgan Allura, Alan's mother, because of her parents. Next, in the days before Monday, the heirs of the Ministry of Magic discovered that Penlow, who had always been cold and inaccessible, became more moody, because she was both happy that Alan was going to visit her parents officially, and worried that her family had some the secular parents would look at Alan, dominated by such emotions, and at work, the female heir appeared restless and anxious. At this time, in the Prime Minister's mansion at 10 Downing Street, Westminster, London, the mood of the Mole Prime Minister was completely opposite to that of Penlow. Since the last meeting with Minister Owen Harris of the Magic World, he discovered his own affairs. In contrast, it looks incredible and smooth. In the surrounding countries, various unexplainable evils have frequently broke out, but the areas under their jurisdiction are all safe. Apart from the inexplicable cold, even political enemies who always like to smear their images in front of the public have nothing to say. Thinking of the young, white-haired savior I saw at the beginning, the Prime Minister deeply felt that his country's luck was really good. Because of his existence, he ruled the guy named Voldemort, so that they did not dare to act arbitrarily in their own country. It also saves you from the pressures that other leaders inexplicably bear. Standing in the sash window and looking out, the rather proud Prime Minister heard a soft cough coming from behind him, and then heard such a voice. The Prime Minister was not as frightened as before, but he was very worried. "This portrait, what kind of news will you bring to yourself?" "Hello." The Mole Prime Minister suppressed all thoughts and tried to calm himself down. The character in a dirty little oil painting in the corner of the room immediately answered. The voice was crisp and decisive, which was very inconsistent with his image of a small man wearing a long silver wig and a long bullfrog. To the Mole Prime Minister, "Have lunch at the Prime Minister's mansion on Monday, please reply immediately. Faithful, Alan Harris." The man in the oil painting looked at the Prime Minister questioningly. "Alan Harris? The savior?" Matching the name and the impression in my mind, the Prime Minister immediately weighed the weight and responded, "I am very willing to have lunch with Mr. Alan Harris, but this time is not very good." Appropriately, I had an appointment with an ambassador at noon on Monday, and if there is no reasonable reason to refuse, I hope you can help me rearrange. The ambassador forgot this matter. "He will call you the next date to apologize." The little man in the portrait said, "We will have 4 people here, please prepare in advance for the Mole Prime Minister." Alan, who got the exact reply, changed the magic robe he had been wearing since returning from ancient times on Monday. For this lunch, he deliberately put on a dark blue suit and made himself dressed meticulously. He left his room, together with Penlow, who had come here to wait early. He set foot on the classic car that was maintained by the house elf, and leapt into the air after galloping on the road for some distance. Entering London, Alan drove the car into an alley, and then let the classic car turn on the mole mode and import the traffic. "Father, Alan Harris and I are almost here. Please come to the front door with your mother. We will wait there." Penlow, who was carefully dressed in a black evening dress and sat in the co-pilot, carried it with him, took a phone out of her handbag and made a phone call. After hanging up, he saw Alan staring at her. Penlow misunderstood and became the other party curious about mole items, so he explained, "This is similar to as the badge can be used to communicate with each other to speak, but many magical places in the magic world will cause damage to electronic products. So I usually only use this thing at home." After hearing the phone calls of her and her father, Alan thought of the fact that Pen had been reluctant to meet her parents before. It seems that the relationship between her and her parents is really not too good. Talk to her parents, but he looked respectful, even with a sense of depression and rustiness in his tone. But Alan did not point out www.mentalnovel.com but said, as the other party said, "It is convenient. Arthur Weasley's work it is to transform these mole items, like Wizard Radio and Wizard TV, are not electronic products at all, but magic objects that use magic as energy. These things can improve the quality of life of our wizards and can also make us a huge profit." Penlow nodded his head with emotion. Most pure-blood people look down on moles, not to mention what interest and understanding they will have in their products. In the past few years, the wizarding world has allowed those pure-blood antiques to accept this. Many novelty things, all rely on us, Harris, Most wizards of origin have no say in the wizarding world. Alan holds the steering wheel and his expression becomes a little serious. It will change. Then, the closer to the destination, the more embarrassed Punlo, the always capable. She couldn't help opening her mouth to tell Alan again, "Alan, my parents are all lawyers and are passionate for chasing power. You are in the magic world. No matter how powerful they are, they don't matter in their eyes. I mean, if they wait for their unfriendly attitude and dare to ridicule you, then we don't need to worry about it. Just leave." Alan held the steering wheel in one hand and patted it on the thigh under her evening dress with one hand. "Don't worry about patience. When you reach the destination, I believe they will change their view of the wizard." Chapter 732. It stood up. The 8-liter Bentley finally stopped in front of a towering building. A bearded man wearing a white shirt with ironed plates stood on the steps and looked at him impatiently. A plain quartz watch on his hand and a black suit jacket on his arm. Next to him stood a slightly petite, middle-aged lady with long brown hair curled up. She wore a pair of gold-tone glasses. In addition to her husband's quartz watch, she only had a pair of pearl earrings on her ears as a decoration. She wore a dark blue professional suit skirt, and each button of the suit jacket was buttoned meticulously, stepped on a pair of chunky-heeled white high heels. Mr. Cravat and his wife were straight, and when Alan closed the door and approached them, her chin lifted slightly. Mrs. Cravat pulled her eyelids halfway, leaving only a slit in her eyes, and slowly looked from top to bottom. Alan. Seeing Alan's white hair and unusually pale skin, Mrs. Cravat's lips tightened even younger. Wouldn't it be albinism? The Cravat couple looked at each other and sighed at the same time that her daughter Penelope's occupation could not be told to friends and relatives. She was secretly joke, and now she found a boyfriend who is not only so much younger than her, but a freak. They appeared at home at the same time and were seen by people. One can imagine what those people would say. But when Mr. Bearded Cravat's eyes glanced at the 8-liter Bentley driven by Alan, he nodded slightly. "Father, Mother, this is Alan Harris." Punlo, who was down from the co-pilot, sorted out his clothes, introduced Alan to the parents who had stood on the steps, and then faced Alan a bit rigidly. Introducing her parents, "Alan, this is my father Felipe Cravat and my mother Letizia Serrano Cravat." "Hello, Mr. Harris." Mr. Cravat offered his hand. "Hello, Mr. Cravat." Alan leaned forward, holding each other's hands, and the hands of both sides shook lightly. Mrs. Cravat did not mean to shake hands with Alan, but just nodded reluctantly as a greeting. Her eyes were raised, her lips drooping, her lips squeezed tightly. From the face, Alan felt that this lady might be more severe than Professor McGonagall. "Time is tight, let's go." Mr. Cravat looked at his watch again. Punlo's brow furrowed, and Alan opened the door and gestured to please. When Mr. Cravat stepped into the car with one leg, he couldn't help but stop the pace of getting on the car. Mrs. Cravat behind him pushed him. "Come on, Felipe." But instead of going in, Mr. Cravat didn't go in, but took a few steps back in amazement. He looked up and down again at the classic car in front of him, and then walked into the car again in a daze. When Mrs. Cravat also got into the car door with the help of her daughter, she was stunned by the sight in front of her. The classic car with little space appeared to be a motorhome. The space in the car is quite comfortable and spacious, even enough for several individuals to lie down. The classic car was moving smoothly on the road again, on a trail that was empty before and after. The car suddenly bounced out of the air like something, and suddenly there was a cold breath that made everyone in the car exclaim, "What's that? Did we hit anything?" Mr. Cravat looked nervously out the window, but didn't see any foreign objects on the road. "Ah. Sorry." Alan glanced back from the right rear view mirror. "Don't worry about Mr. Cravat. It's okay. It stands up. It's a Dementor." "You bumped something? What did one take?" "I didn't have anything." Mr. Cravat stopped asking, as he saw his daughter protruding out of the window and pointed her finger at the car. Then the silver light flashed with the coldness in the car. "It has disappeared." "I'll notify Director Josephine." Punlo, who withdrew his wand, pressed his badge and said to Alan, "These ugly things are quite smart. Although they have betrayed the Ministry of Magic and know that only smoking emotions use dementor kisses to prevent the Ministry of Magic from focusing their energy and attention on them. Alan nodded. Before we and the mysterious form are truly understood, these crazy guys still take care of it. A female voice broke the conversation between the wizards. Letizia looked at the cab with a fooled feeling and said, "Mr. Alan Harris, please forgive me. But your age. Do you have a driver's license? If not, once stopped by the police, I am afraid it will be delayed for a long time." "Mother, please rest assured, Alan will drive. Just now, it's just a little monster. You can't see them without magic." Alan hasn't answered yet. Pillow sitting in the co-pilot suppresses his anger. The tone replied stiffly, and she heard the mother's indifference and alienation in a polite tone. Alan's eyes were still on the road ahead. He held the steering wheel in one hand and calmly tapped the mal-expulsion button of the car. The car that imposed the mal-expulsion spell will not be noticed by the police, nor will we stop us for inspection. Punlow's explanation made her parents stunned for a moment, and the couple looked at each other and frowned in unison. That is to say, Mr. Alan Harris has not obtained a driver's license. In this case, I suggest that we better transfer to a car or let Felipe drive. I don't mean to disrespect Mr. Alan Harris, just I think even wizards should obey the traffic rules. Mrs. Cravat leaned forward, holding the backrest of the front seat in a serious and restrained tone. Mr. Cravat held his wife, who spoke faster and faster. "Mr. Harris, I think Letizia is not unreasonable. It is better to park on the roadside and change me to drive. I have a driving license. I think compliance with laws and regulations is our citizens' obligation, and please forgive me, where is our current destination? Is it our human place?" Felipe is worried that the boy and daughter in front of him will take them to the couple. Their freaks concentrated on those strange food. Miles can't control the wizard. The wizard is not a citizen. Punlow, who felt that he had restrained for a long time, couldn't help but blurt out. Alan held the steering wheel in one hand and held Pay in the other. Nello patted gently to appease, and Punlow frowned deeply to calm herself. She leaned obediently on the back of the chair and relaxed her just stiff body. And Alan directly turned on the car's flight mode, and the car rose off the ground. Mr. Cravat and his wife instantly pulled the armrests in the car and watched with horror as the car climbed higher and higher. They saw someone in the towering office building next to them clearly looking out of the window, but they seemed to turn a blind eye to the car. They were flying in the sky, and no one was surprised. The couple felt the slight weightlessness, but it was smoother than the usual flight. The car was very quiet, and they could even hear each other breathing more quickly than in the past. "Sorry, Mr. Cravat, Mrs. Cravat, but I don't think we can be considered driving on the road. I have a permit from the wizarding world, so it shouldn't be a violation of the law, whether it is mal. It is the wizard's destination. Don't worry, it is a mal, you know it. But please allow me to keep it secret." Alan smiled and pointed to the sticker on the car windshield. The icon of the Ministry of Magic was deliberately ignored. The fact that strict accounting actually violated the flight control regulations. The Cravat couple looked at each other. These memes beyond Mull's understanding made them speechless for a moment, and the atmosphere in the car fell silent again. Alan saw a couple of depressed and angry faces through the car's interior rear view mirror. www.untilnovel.com took the initiative to find a topic to alleviate the atmosphere. "Mr. Cravat, I heard Punlow said your profession is a lawyer. I heard that the profession of lawyer is very important in Mull society, and it is quite respected. This is similar to the situation in the wizarding world. In addition to the profession, Punlow Essera works in the magic world. Probably Era is equivalent to an agent of Mull society, and the requirements for wizards are quite high, even rigorous, so often only very good wizards can become Eras." Hearing Alan's compliments, the Cravat's husband and wife were silent, and they put a lot of effort to become a well-known lawyer. This is their most proud thing. Except that the strange daughter who was obedient and sensible when she was a child suddenly turned 10. Rebellion must go to a magic school to learn what kind of witch to be. After graduation, he still worked as an agent in the magic world. Whenever neighbors, relatives, Friends and colleagues asked about Punlo's graduation school. When asked about her occupation, two individuals can only support me in perfunctory ways, which makes them feel very embarrassed, and the conflict with their daughter has not been eased. And what makes them more annoying is that they have no way to take Punlo. Mrs. Letizia Crivat's heart was depressed, and Punlo once said about Alan's age, so now she has not graduated from Hogwarts. So she put her hands on her knees and raised her eyebrows, sharply asked, "Speaking of occupation, Mr. Alan Harris, please forgive me for taking the liberty. What is your occupation?" Chapter 733 Public Safety. Seeing her mother's inquiry, Punlo's tone was full of pride. Although he has not graduated, he also worked in the Ministry of Magic at the beginning of the summer vacation. The Ministry of Magic is equivalent to our government, and his position is similar to the human world. He is also a teaching professor at Hogwarts, and he is also a seeker of the English Quidditch national team, and he won the World Cup in the last game, which is equivalent to today, the world's top star. But unlike Punlo's idea, Mrs. Crivat felt completely different from hearing these titles. As far as she knows, this Alan Harris is still a minor student and has to do so many careers. The same is true of her daughter, not only in the profession of a highly respected agent, she is also said to have worked part-time in a pharmaceutical company in the wizarding world, which makes Letizia's favor with the wizarding world decline faster. Female. The lawyer looked at her daughter's clothes with pity again, remembering the uniform that hadn't been changed since Punlo joined the job. She mistakenly understood that even the so-called wizard elite in the wizarding world needs to be carried out. More work is needed to maintain a decent life. Letizia is now even suspecting that the luxury classic car they are riding in is not the same as the underage boy who just rented it for decent. In addition, Alan's father Owen Harris is the new minister of the British Ministry of Magic, which is equivalent to our Prime Minister. Punlo continued to prove his boyfriend and his family's excellence in front of his parents, and his other family members also. They all hold important positions in the Ministry of Magic. You can understand that the current wizarding world in Britain is controlled by Alan and his family. Mr. Crivat's eyes flickered, remembering his daughter's introduction to the wizarding world. Compared with his own society, the wizarding world has a much smaller population, and a student who has not graduated can occupy a place in their government, even taking part in several important tasks at the same time. Coupled with the fact that a family can now control the wizarding world, then the wizarding world may not sound formal and rigorous. It is like a child playing in a house. In this case, Mr. Harris' family seems to be a famous family in the wizarding world. Mr. Crivat tentatively calmly dismissed, unlike his own and his wife's efforts to obtain today's status, this one in front of him, the motor kid, who has not graduated, can get so many titles, mostly because of family power. Punlo is not used to the use of the telepathy of her family, and she failed to notice the meaning in her father's words, but continued secretly, saying, "The umbrella company that is the most popular in the wizarding world, which is my part-time job." That company is actually a family industry belonging to the Harris family, and the umbrella company produces many products that are in a monopoly in the wizarding world. The umbrella company relies on everyone's hard work. As for my own profession, although the income of each type of work is quite considerable in the wizarding world, these are actually not important to me, because I am following Nicola after May, the only wizard who made the magic stone. Then, Alan pulled out an all-knowing badge from his pocket and pressed the middle eye, said, "We are about to arrive. Please take the trouble." Nicola. "Mr. Harris, do you mean that you can turn a stone into gold?" Mr. Crivat had been surprised for a long time to match the legend and reality in his mind, but then found that Alan had started driving the car to drop down. Mr. Crivat turned his head to look out of the window and watched the car pass through the clouds, directly over the large black iron gate, and fell into the courtyard of a Georgian building, reflected in the iconic black brick wall and that a simple black wooden door with a chandelier in front of it, and a lion head knocker on the door, decorated with white Arabic numerals 10. Looking at this familiar scene, he shouted angrily, 10 Downing Street. It is not a place where you can go in, just leave, and you will be detained. Our profession must not be stained. But then he closed his mouth because Mr. Cravat found that the police standing in front of the big iron gate guarded the big iron gate straight as if he had not seen such a car break in illegally. But he was right, they turned a blind eye. The car came to a complete stop. Alan stepped out of the car and opened the rear door. Then he snapped his fingers behind him. Just after he got out of the door, he moved in the direction of Mr. Cravat, turning his head back. It seems that these people who suddenly appeared in the yard should have been like this. When the Cravat and Alan walked to the Prime Minister's mansion with Alan, they saw the man standing on the steps in front of the door with a smile. Their breathing was fast, and they exchanged glances in surprise. Felipe, Mrs. Cravat pointed at the man on the steps to her husband, only to feel that her heart was throbbing. The place where Alan Harris invited herself to eat turned out to be the Prime Minister's mansion. Part of the time is not open to ordinary people. Only her and her husband's employers can only enter this place. Fortunately, the professional qualities she has always developed have made her back more straight in this case. Mr. Cravat frowned and lowered his head, whispering to his wife, Letizia, "This may be magically controlled." It was just that Mrs. Cravat had no time to respond, and the Prime Minister had already stepped down to the front of them. "Mr. Alan Harris, I am honored to see you again." The Prime Minister smiled and extended his hand to Alan. After shaking hands, Alan introduced the Penlow and Cravat couples to the Prime Minister. "I am glad to see you again." "To you, Your Excellency." "This is Penelope River, her parents, Mr. Felipe Cravat, and Mrs. Letizia Ocasarano Cravat. It is an honor to have the opportunity to have lunch with you." The Prime Minister immediately offered to reach out to them. Seeing the mole Prime Minister in front of him, Penlow, who understood Alan's intentions, was uncomfortably cold with strangers and smiled at the Prime Minister. "It's an honor to meet Your Excellency." Mr. Cravat leaned forward slightly, regretting that he had not just put on his coat. On such occasions, it was not too solemn to put the coat on the arms. And Mrs. Cravat showed her most decent smile that she had practiced in front of the mirror countless times. "Let's go first. First, put your hand on the lion's head knocker and knock him," then apologetically explained to Alan and the others. "The door can only be opened from inside the house, so that the people inside can answer it. Just open the door." After the waiter opened the door, the crowd entered the Prime Minister's mansion, and the Prime Minister took them up the stone staircase. The yellow walls next to the stone staircase were filled with portraits of successive Prime Ministers. The wife had removed all the portraits, but Wilson returned to the previous tradition in 1964. In 1979, Callahan once hung a color portrait, but soon returned to the original state. "When I resign, my portrait will also be hung here." The Prime Minister shook hands in front of him, took the lead in the front, and introduced himself enthusiastically with his body on his half side. Going upstairs and moving on, the Prime Minister kindly said to Alan when passing a hall, "This is usually used as a pillar hall in one of the 3 living rooms in the mansion where official activities such as signing ceremonies are held. It is often haunted. My wife has seen a female ghost wearing a long dress and jewelry here, and she has rarely stayed here since then. But since Christopher Lee came here, she hasn't been troubled." As soon as the Prime Minister had finished speaking, the long eyes of his new secretary, Christopher Lee, quickly appeared before them. He bowed slightly to Alan and said to the Prime Minister, "Your Excellency, the small dining room has prepared the banquet. Now, okay, let's go over here." The Prime Minister nodded and extended his hand to Alan. "Please follow me." As they proceeded, assistants and consultants in the Prime Minister's mansion nodded to the Prime Minister and Alan. The Cravat and his wife walked steadily behind the Prime Minister, looking at the faces that often appeared in newspaper headlines. "Be more cautious about your posture at this time." Finally, under the guidance of the long eyes, the crowd entered a small dining room with white-roofed walls all decorated with wood. This room is not large, and all wooden tables and chairs can seat up to 8 people. This place was originally called the breakfast room, but after being converted in 1826, It became a small dining room. You can reach the state banquet hall through the double door, but it is too big. Please forgive me for choosing this. There are more private places to entertain you. Then, the Prime Minister took the initiative to open the two chairs and extended an invitation to Mrs. Punlo and Mrs. Crivat. Ladies first. After keeping a smile and thanking her, Mrs. Crivat smoothed her skirt and sat down. Punlo also nodded his thanks to the Prime Minister. His eyes turned to the environment of the small dining room, and he sat beside his mother. Alan sat on the left of the Prime Minister, and Mr. Crivat sat on the right of the Prime Minister. As lunch progressed and people became more familiar with each other, the conversation between them was no longer as rigorous as it was originally under the mutual understanding and the deliberate guidance of the Mole Prime Minister. Mr. Crivat, so your law firm is also based in London? Well, we usually have more exchanges and exercises. Many members of the Parliament around me need lawyer friends like you. Everyone can meet several times in private to help each other. The Prime Minister raised a toast with Mr. Crivat. With the keenness of politicians, the shrewd Prime Minister has seen through the purpose of Alan's arrival, and he is very cooperative and warmly entertained with only one meal and these small things to have the opportunity to please the Saviour, but it is hard to come by. The Prime Minister's words undoubtedly provided the Crivat couple with a platform for further contact with the real upper class. Even with a beard, they could not block the red light on Mr. Crivat's face, and the rejuvenated lawyer responded, "I am honoured, thank you for your support." Welcome. Mr. Alan Harris is an important person in our country. The recent chaos in other countries must have been learned from the news. I don't know whether the two people know the inside story, but if there is no Mr. Harris, I am afraid this at the time, I also fell into the same state of anxiety. As our most valuable friends, the two who can be so grandly introduced by Mr. Alan Harris will naturally be my friends and the guests of the Prime Minister's mansion. The Prime Minister spared no effort complimenting Alan. The Crivats can see that the Prime Minister's expression of these words is very natural. Unlike the previous guards who are estimated to be controlled by the mind, the face is full of machinery. This is by no means a hypocritical polite speech, which gives them a view of the wizard. Greatly changed the influence of the wizarding world on the mole world beyond their previous imagination. The banquet and the host were full of joy. The high-standard service and exquisite meals were second. The harmonious relationship created at the banquet was the focus of everyone's attention. So when Bentley stopped at the front of the law firm at 8 liters and Alan politely said goodbye to the Crivat couple at the door, Mrs. Crivat stopped him. "If you are not in a hurry, Mr. Harris may wish come sit up." "Thank you for your invitation, Mrs. Crivat, but please forgive me. You know that the new semester is about to begin. I have to prepare in the afternoon, and if I can, wait for my holiday to reunite." Alan's expression apologized with regret rejected. At this time, Mr. Crivat handed an exquisite black business card to Alan. "Mr. Harris, www.untilnovel.com. This is my business card. Although I think your wizard has many ways to solve many things, but you can call me at any time if necessary." Punlo was quite quiet at this time. She just looked sideways to her parents. Her deflated mouth was a little disgusted by their snobbery, and felt that she was a little shameful in front of Alan. But thinking about all the things Alan arranged for her today, some could not help but ecstasy. Alan took the business card with both hands and put it in his suit jacket pocket. "Oh, that's so, thank you. I think that if my family's umbrella company can come to the mole industry to develop business, I will ask Mr. Crivat to help you deal with these things. You know, our wizards don't know much about mole law." Later, in the Bentley 8-liter classic car on the London sky, Alan raised an eyebrow at Punlo. "How are you? Are you satisfied with this arrangement?" Punlo looked at Alan, who had an expression of gratitude, and she licked her red lips with a light in her eyes. "Him going to commit a crime against public safety." What? Chapter 734. Platform at King's Cross Station. Alan is saying goodbye to Punlo and the umbrella team on the 9 platform that had just guarded them to the crowded passengers. Although platform 9 is still noisy, compared with the past, the order of the platform is more orderly. and the little wizards lined up and boarded the train in an orderly manner under the patrol of the Aras. The thick smoke of the steam locomotive lingered over the crowd. Armed Aras were patrolling on the locomotive and on the platform. In order to prevent the Death Eaters from madly attacking the students, Scrimgeour sent 3 times more power than in previous years. Pinlo was standing beside Alan with his arms folded, and the Wolf Mother team surrounded them with vigilance, guarding with due diligence. The crowd's buzzing voices, the noise of dragging bulky salutes, and the piercing owl of owls made Pinlo frown, and she approached Alan, raising her volume slightly. "Alan, it'll take a few days. We'll lead the Umbrella Squad to Africa. Although you and Luna don't need it, Albert will send other Aras as your temporary escorts. They can still be used as errands for you." Alan turned sideways and took Pinlo's hand and gave her a hug. "Don't rush to Africa, collect it slowly and collect as much information as possible. And pay attention to safety and don't take risks." The sense of pouring a bucket of ice water on the body came, and Helena walked through Alan directly. Alan looked at the train that followed Luna, ignoring herself and the newborn Helena who was scared to run around, and touched her nose with a wry smile. "Recently Helena is breathing with me, because I used to lie to Luna with hazelnut sauce, and made her cry in public, but she only aimed at me." And her attitude towards Luna quickly changed as usual, and nothing changed. "That's because it's you, Alan, not Luna, who spread the hazelnut spread on her hands," Pinlo said, raising her eyebrows. She saw them before lying on the sofa and inquired from Daisy's mouth. "This matter is clear. For ghosts, many things have been difficult to stimulate them, just like Professor Binns of the History of Magic does not care about most things, but once stimulated, it is more difficult to dispel that impression and feelings. Helena is always more emotional." Alan shrugged. "Why didn't she stay at Harris Manor? The portrait of your mother and Hufflepuff would be sad." Pinlo, who had seen Morgan Ferrell's affection for Helena in person, asked. "After all, Helena is a ghost of Ravenclaw's Academy and a member of the Hogwarts Ghost Conference. Going back to Hogwarts is equivalent to going to work. Anyway, now that she has made herself an entity, I can take her." The phantom shifted, and it was convenient to go home. Alan touched her chin. What she didn't say was that Helena was more inclined to return to Hogwarts after the holiday. After all, she stayed in this place for 1,000 years. Don't give up easily. Seeing signs of increased traffic on the platform, Alan gave Pinlo a hug and embarked on the train. This time, Alan's carriage changed again. He didn't have to go to the senior coach, but to the coach's carriage at the front of the train. On the platform, Sirius, who usually separates from his own godson to perform a parting drama, today hurriedly said goodbye to Harry, and then searched for Alan on the platform, but the train was about to leave, and he did not. After finding Alan, Sirius ran to the Hogwarts Express, hoping to follow the little wizard who got on the train and jumped on the train, but was stopped by the Auror, the patrol responsible for security. "Sorry, please let me go up. I need to find Alan Harris. Just say a few words, and I will be able to come down soon," Sirius said quickly, and wanted to continue in. The two Auror's wands quickly pulled out and pressed against Sirius's chest. "This gentleman warns you to go back. The train is about to leave, and according to the regulations, we absolutely do not allow any but students and staff." People got on. Sirius was angry in the face, but in the end he could only helplessly raise his hand and step back. The train started and gradually accelerated. Sirius put his hands in his trouser pockets until he watched the train throw the platform far behind him, turned around, and could no longer see it. Then he cursed low. In Auror we left with frustration in our alert eyes. "Don't you see Alan?" Lupin, who was gloomy, leaned against the wall in the hidden place of the platform, and saw Sirius coming and stood upright. One step later, he was already on the train, and Auror did not allow me to get on the train to find him. Sirius kicked the corner in a haunted manner. "Cheap Critch, the traitor. The Alan must have known beforehand. What will lie to me to agree to the transaction?" On the train, Alan first found Hermione, Luna, and Helena in the last carriage. Hermione felt relieved when she saw Alan left the magazine on the table and stood up. Luna pressed the magazine to her chest and pointed to the article above. My father and I wrote about harassment. The article was published in Singing Contrast, and a pair of anti-demon glasses is also given away for free in this period. Luna then took off the pair of glasses on the last page of Singing the Contrast. The two lenses in the middle of the glasses are like the eyes of an open owl, except that the left side is blue and the right side is pink. The light gold frame that wraps the lens is like two palms, like two wings spread by an owl, and it is densely dotted with stars and moons. This pair of glasses was on Luna's nose bridge, which made her look like a colorful owl. Hermione turned her head and tried to control the eyes she wanted to turn up. The other party was obviously the famous Ravenclaw, but she always loved her father Xenophilius and was fascinated by those creatures that could not be proven to exist. He also speaks crazy words that embarrass others. Alan, let's go. We have to inspect the carriages. Hermione said, they should go to maintain the order on the train now, rather than listening to Luna Cop's knowledge about the parasites in mistletoe. Maggots are thick and black, with 5,000 teeth and long tails. They have sickle-shaped hooks, 3 eyes, and worm hooks with a lifespan of about 20 years. Luna, you and Helena will sit here first. Let's go to the tour, take care of our duties. I'll bring food to you later. Alan nodded to Hermione and told Luna and Helena. Luna shook her head at random, and continued to read Singing Contrast, reading the stories about strange creatures to Helena herself. Helena leaned her hands on the train table, and she should be with her mother from time to time. While looking at the scenery outside the window with his cheeks, but completely ignored Alan's intentions. Alan scratched his head, pulled the car door, and took Hermione out. After being attracted by a figure standing in front of the corridor window, Alan, who had the duty of inspection, stepped forward and patted the other person's shoulder. Hi, Tunks. Alan and Hermione, how are you? Tunks turned back. His messy hair also showed a grayish-brown color. His face haggard, and some grudging elements in his smile. What are you looking at? Alan looked at the window that Tunks had just looked at. He saw only large swaths of green farmland, and there was nothing unusual. It's nothing. I'm going to inspect, Tunks said hastily. Okay, www.untitled.novel.com. Alan blinked and let the other person leave. Just a moment later, because Tunks was uneasy, Alan sensed her thoughts, and the female error, who was trapped in love, stood in front of the window. It turned out that because Lupin had been seen on the platform before, even though the train had moved away from the platform, the girl was still in a daze here, missing her. Tunks doesn't seem to trim at all now. Hermione stared thoughtfully at the other person's leaving back. Why did Professor Lupin refuse to accept her? Daisy said what Tunks said. He too busy to blame himself so that he did not notice justify Lupin. This is because the werewolf Remus Lupin, who has been subject to shame and prejudice all year round, he thinks he is not worthy of being loved. Alan turned his head to look at the back of the disguised witch of Magnum's. Often melancholy and lonely, Remus actually thought this young heart-shaped face, which was very interesting at first, and then deepened her impression. Later, he was also deeply fascinated by Tunks. He had never fallen in love before, as a kind of self-abuse, self-sacrificing thoughts want to evade this relationship. He hopes to make Tunks fall in love with a young and handsome wizard of the Auror Command. After talking, Alan noticed that Hermione was a little melancholy, and patted her arm as a comfort. The purpose of the laboratory under our umbrella paradise is to help these werewolves so that they are no longer marginalized in the Wizarding Society. Return to normal life. Well, as for Lupin and Tunks, don't worry, I will find a way to help them. Chapter 735 Lip Balm. After Harry and Ron boarded the train, Ron, as the head of the train, was about to patrol the train. Harry was not sad. He and Ginny wanted to find an empty box. Ginny, come and see the new divination crystal ball we bought at the Weasley Magic Workshop. Lavender Brown saw Ginny in the corridor and shouted happily, Harry, I have to go through it. Ginny was only too late to give Harry an sorry look, and was pulled into the box by the little lionesses. Harry watched Ginny turn away, her long red hair fluttering behind her, and a strange melancholy developed in her heart. "Hey, Harry!" A familiar voice came from behind. Navi. Harry saw the round-faced Neville Longbottom and Foleg Brown look out of the front car. "We heard your name." Neville waved at Harry. Harry pushed his glasses and hurried into it. It was just that Harry's chair was still warm, and Neville suddenly yelled in annoyance, and then burrowed under the seat to grab his toad. His toad always loved freedom. "Would you like me to help?" Harry asked with his head lowered. "Thank you, Harry, but I can definitely find it before getting off the car." Neville scratched his head. Looking for toads has almost become a fixed ceremony for him at school. Fortunately, Raffle will always be found back. Fletcher put a whole chocolate frog into his mouth in one breath, and his cheeks bulged. "Hello, Harry Potter, this is Romida, Vanny." After a chuckle, a confident female voice sounded. Harry turned their heads and found a girl with eyes, a protruding chin, and long black hair standing at the door of the carriage. "Hello, Romida." Harry looked at the uninvited witch in surprise, remembering that the witch and Ginny were of the same grade. In fact, Romida had just seen Ginny and Harry separate, and then quietly left the fourth-grade witches who were traveling with them. They ran over and made an invitation to Harry. "Why don't you sit in our box?" "You can't sit down with them," she said in a low voice, but she let others hear it intentionally, and pointed to Neville's that was exposed when he got under the seat again and grabbed Luff, and had a full face. "Flags are all chocolate residues. They are my good friends." Harry waved his hand and refused. "I prefer to sit with my friends, and my girlfriend Ginny will come back soon. She should know that I am here." "Oh, that's fine." The girl opened her mouth and finally didn't speak. She shook her long hair and retreated from the open door of the box. "We are too ordinary. In the eyes of people, we are not qualified to be your friend." Fleagle blinked and swallowed a Mars chocolate bar quickly, "But since you were in the Ministry of Magic it's spread, and everyone hopes to make friends with you." She also wanted to be Harry's friend, Neville said as he drilled out from under the seat. He had fluff and dust sticking to his hair, and he was holding the rather honest Luff. "Look, I've caught a Luff." "In my heart, you are my good friends. They didn't help me against Umbridge. Neville even broke into the principal's room for me." Harry pushed his glasses. Again, it was Alan who faced Voldemort. "I did nothing." "Alan is so good that people dare not easily approach." "Harry, you are also very good. The savior, captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Your curse is also very good. At the time DA taught us a lot of things." Fleg praised his friend from the bottom of his heart. Neville kissed his toad and said to Harry without looking up, "Harry, you really should hear what my grandma said about you. That Alan Harris has the power to fight the mysterious man. Harry Potter has the courage to risk his life and participate in the operation to lure the mysterious people out. These two little wizards are much better than most adult wizards. If you can be her grandson, she is willing to exchange anything for anything." Harry smiled awkwardly. Neville didn't know that he would almost have his own destiny now. The prophecy could refer to either of them. If Voldemort chose to mark Neville, then, "Harry, are you okay? Although the girl may like you, but I think Ginny is more suitable for you." After the matter just now, Frigga opened his eyes to Harry more like he was in Mull before. He teased Harry like that at school. Looking back, Harry smiled with a frown. "Don't joke, I'm not Alan." "Alan should be in the last car." Draco Malfoy's voice rang in the doorway. Harry's index finger quickly touched his lips, and the other palm raised his 5 fingers to let him accept. Will and Fleg kept quiet. "Draco, why didn't Pansy follow? Isn't she the class leader who should be on patrol?" Gore asked roughly. "She's a little strange recently. It seems to be secretly making something, and she always avoids it when I'm going to Alan. I asked her why, but she didn't tell me." Draco's voice was a little confused. The tall black witch Blaze Zarbini shrugged. "Wouldn't she have done something shameful? Afraid Alan would know?" Seeing Draco and his party walk away, Harry stood up and approached the door of the carriage, leaned out his head and watched Draco's back as they walked away. Then Harry pretended to withdraw money and turned his back to Neville and Foleg, quickly pulled his luggage, pulled out something, hurriedly stuffed it into his pocket, and left the box. "I'll buy some food." Quickly passing through several cars, Harry hid in the doorway of the train restaurant car in the middle of the train, his eyes fixed on Pansy, who was sitting next to Emily and was cutting fruit for Emily, because at this time, there were many wizards walking around, and Harry could only wait quietly by the door of the carriage. The fat witch crab sniffed his nose at this moment, and he asked with some doubt, "What smell do you smell?" "A bit like a strawberry." At this time, the black hare on the deck next to them was tall, strong, and sturdy, and his thick chin was protruding forward with ugly appearance. The witch turned her head, and she was still sniffing hard at the face. The scented crab smiled and waved a small thing in his hand. "It was the lip balm I just bought from the dining car." Harry recognized that she was Millicent Burst, and she became one of the most hard-working members of the Umbridge investigation team in the 5th school year, renovating many Gryffindors. In the second year of Harry's second year, Millicent collaborated with Hermione at the Duel Club under the guidance of Snape. Despite the no-touch wizard duel rules, Millicent was unable to cast spells by brute force. Still holding Hermione's head, and leaving some black hair on Hermione's robe, the witty Hermione used them in the compound soup. "Unfortunately, these hairs are not Millicent, but a cat." At this point, Vincent Crabbe seriously gathered his face and smelled it. He swallowed. "This smell is really good. Does it taste the same as it smells?" Millicent raised an eyebrow, and her chubby face became a bean by the side. "Do you want to try it?" Crabbe nodded happily. "Of course." Upon hearing this, Millicent closed his eyes, ignoring the coaxing of other little wizards around him, pursing his thick lips and closing his eyes, bringing his head closer to Crabbe. Crabbe froze for a moment. His expression suddenly realized how he thought of it. Then, he directly pressed Millicent's fat head with his left hand, and then used his forefinger to scrape a lip balm on Millicent's lips and put it in his mouth. Then he was satisfied, nodded to this strawberry lip balm, and after Morrison Birdside was in amazement, her face was the same as Amos Diggory's expression in the toilet. She felt that her lips were all scratched. She snorted coldly, stopped speaking, and returned completely to his place. Obviously, the other Slytherins were completely stunned by Crabbe's madness and forgot to coax. Emily, who had been looking at this scene with a gossip, looked at Crabbe, who was still sucking her fingers, and opened her mouth, trying to say or do something, but shook his head and gave up. Found that the attention of the wizards in the car was attracted by this incident. Harry's eyes fell on the extraordinarily clever Emily, secretly said sorry, then lowered his head and pulled out a portrait from his pocket. It is a Peruvian stealth smoke bomb mixed with diamonds or pieces of glass, which looks like sparkling coal. Thick smoke billowed, and a thick black fog filled the whole car in an instant. There were screams and coughing from inside the car. "Vincent, what's going on?" Pansy immediately hugged Emily and protected him, shouting, "I don't know." Crabbe sounded in a daze. Pansy changed her hand and continued to press Emily under her www.untitlenovel.com. She stood up halfway, struggling to look around in the middle of the smoke-filled carriage, even a little nervously, the angle of the wizard's robe collar so that it no longer strangles her neck. "Let me up." "Don't be nervous, maybe the kid who hasn't branched out is messing around." After a short consternation, Emily pushed Pansy away and sat upright, waving her wand slightly over the head. The smoke in the carriage seemed to be attracted by the magic wand in her hand, gathered in front of her, condensed into a small group, and then directed by Emily to fly out of the car window. Pansy looked suspiciously and returned to her position. She continued to help Emily cut the cut apple into small pieces, but the size of the apple she cut out was different in thickness and thickness. Emily turned to her head and asked with concern, "But thank you, Pansy, just now, and what happened to your family recently? Can you tell me? I can ask my brother Alan to help you solve it." Pansy's knife fell on the table with a bang, and she waved her hand repeatedly. Pansy picked up the knife, and his sloppy eyes suddenly focused on the salute opposite the head, raising his eyebrows. Chapter 736. Dumbledore is better at treating injuries in this area. The train slows down and slides forward slowly. With the last bang, The train stopped completely. Then Pansy, who was cutting apples, stood up and let Emily come out first, and in the eyes of everyone's doubts, he immediately commanded Crab, "Go to Draco first, and we will gather at the carriage. Just come." People walked by in the train corridor, and Ginny found the box where Neville and Fletcher were. "Navi, I heard that Harry was in this box. How about others? Did he not go to you?" "We saw that Harry hadn't come back, and thought he went to you," Frigg replied doubtfully. Neville nodded while holding his toad. After everyone had left the car for another moment, Pansy, who had peeled apples, stood up and walked to the door of the car to look around. After confirming that no one was nearby, she suddenly pulled out the wand in her pocket and turned around instantly, pointed to the luggage rack just above her seat, "All petrochemicals." Then Pansy stepped into the train aisle, and the sound of her leather boots echoed in the empty carriage. She leaned over, probed with her hand, and then pulled away the invisibility cloak, and the petrified Harry lay flat in the middle of the carriage aisle, motionless. "Look at who this is." The famous Harry Potter turned out to be a voyeur. "You lost the Peruvian stealth smoke bomb, in order to climb the luggage rack in a mess, but the trick is very skilled. But you did not expect Emily can get rid of the smoke so quickly, and I see you have not confiscated your legs. Potter, you are shameless enough to dare to spy on me." Pansy Swan pointed at Harry. His head drooping slightly narrowed his eyes to Harry, tilted the corner of his mouth, and then gave Harry a severely cut off his son's feet. The imprisoned Harry could not move, but his eyes were convex because of the pain. "It must fall out. The tongue locks the throat." Seeing Harry's fierce reaction, Pansy thought of the foot he had just kicked out. He was worried that Potter would be too painful to make the petrochemical spell invalid, so he yelled at Harry again. To make up for a magic, this spell made Harry's tongue and palate stick together, making no sound. Putting the freshly peeled apple into Harry's mouth to hold him in his mouth again, Pansy picked up the invisibility cloak. "Far away from me later, Potter. My business is not something your stupid lions can provoke." Pansy covered the invisibility cloak on Harry's body again, then turned away indifferently, ducked the train door, and walked into the dark platform train. Crab, sent by Pansy to find Draco Malfoy, found Draco, who was behind Alan, in the far end of the train. Crab saluted Alan first, and Fang said to Draco Malfoy, "Draco, Pansy asked me to come over to you, and she said let's meet at the carriage." "Draco, I regret once again your grandfather, but you and Crab should get off the bus first. I still need to patrol on the Hogwarts Express," Alan said. As the president of the Boys' Union, he must stay at the end and tour cars one by one to ensure that no wizards are missed in the train is his duty. "Well, see you at Hogwarts." Draco touched the necklace chain around his neck that he didn't know what to hang, and greeted the three followers and got out of the car. Hermione, Luna, and Helena, who had already merged with Alan, did not leave in a hurry, and there was nothing else. They planned to make a regular tour with Alan, and they could just return in a carriage. Hogwarts. So, in the gradually empty corridor, Alan pushed open the box doors one by one in the front to check. Luna jumped up and down in the corridor to take her anti-demon glasses. Looking for those trail legends only exist the magical creature, and Helena, who returned to Hogwarts, has completely no longer maintained the physical state, just floating quietly behind her mother. Hermione rubbed her forehead and looked at Luna like this. She always couldn't match her to the legendary harsh Ravenclaw. As they toured the hall where Harry was in the middle of the train, Luna, who was looking around, suddenly crossed Alan, her hand holding her demon glasses and staring at an area on the ground of the aisle. "Don't move." "Luna, what's wrong?" Hermione asked strangely. Luna took off the owl-like demon glasses, and its color became darker again, and then she put on the glasses directly to some ignorant Hermione. "Luna, I don't need." Hermione just raised her hand and just wanted to refuse. As Luna's hand was touched on the eyeglass lens, the demon glasses re-emitted a colorful dazzling light, and the scene in front of Hermione suddenly a change has taken place, and the demon glasses spread out a colorful aperture made of small diamonds in her eyes, circle after circle, The colorful ripples gathered and shrunk to the middle of the island, then diffused outwards and then shrank again in that area. Dappled colored light spots flew around the area. Hermione leaned back against the carriage wall and stroked her forehead. She was stunned by the sudden colored aperture. After adjusting for a while, Hermione stared at the piece of countless glowing mosquitoes in surprise. The area formed. What are those? Luna's slender fingers pointed forward. Leaning close to Hermione's eyes raised seriously and said, "Harassing gadfly." Relying on the telepath to catch his thoughts, Alan's eyes flashed when he felt the violent painful mental thought. He walked to the position where Luna pointed and leaned over, also peeping with his hands like Pansy, and then set off invisible clothing, with the petrified figure of Apple Harry in front of everyone. "Harry!" Hermione raised her goblin glasses and screamed. The sudden appearance of Harry and his condition made Hermione throw the harassing gadget behind her for a moment. Judging the opponent's state, Alan waved his hands and used all the spells to finally lift the two spells on Harry. But the regained freedom of Harry did not show any joy. He just bowed his body and curled up in a moment, just like a cooked shrimp. "Alan." His pain. Harry's voice was sharper than usual. His facial features twisted so that his glasses were skewed aside. "God, are you hurt?" Hermione hurried over to try to support her friend, but Harry just covered her lower abdomen with an unbearable pain and did not mean to stand up or straighten her glasses. "Oh, Harry, turn over. I can treat you with healing as before." Alan was so painful after seeing Harry released from his imprisonment. He couldn't help but quickly commanded. After hearing this, Harry, who was forgiven, clenched his teeth, endured the pain and stretched his body, exposing his lower abdomen. Alan squatted in front of Harry, then swept his eyes unconsciously and moved his upper body back. Alan raised his eyebrows and determined the specific part of Harry's injury through telepathy and observation. Immediately gave up the plan to treat Harry's injured area. The witch stood up with a stern expression. His hands clenched into a fist, and he coughed a few times on the chin. His tone was hypocritical and embarrassing. "Harry, this is more serious than I thought. So I have to take you back to Hogwarts. Dumbledore is better at treating injuries in this area, allowing you to get better treatment and avoiding any sequelae." Zerlon heard a disappointed exhalation coming from his side. He turned his eyes and glanced at Luna, and found that she was standing aside and pulled out the camera, aiming at herself and Harry. And Helena was also the same as before. Different attitudes began to stare at me positively. "Luna, don't shoot." Alan couldn't help crying. She was obviously preparing to take pictures of herself touching and healing the wound. Oh, finally, Miss Masterstone, who noticed her friend's injured part, also blushed. She was awkward and let go of Harry directly. As a result, he fell to the floor again. The forehead had a pitiful imprint of lightning. The boy can only make hissing sounds like when he is using a snake tongue. Seeing the atmosphere was awkward, Alan stopped talking. He took out a small bottle from his pocket, opened the cap and turned it over, and a drop of mercury dropped from it. Alan's hand nodded at the drop of mercury that was still in the air, and the mercury turned into a dimple floating dish out of thin air. Harry's body seemed to be lifted by an invisible pair of hands, and was placed on this floating dish. The floating dish floated in the air and followed Alan and they moved. Abandoned to continue the tour. www.mtlnovel.com. Waving to stop the others who were about to ask forward at the lacquered platform, Hermione, with her fluffy hair and demon glasses, suddenly stood still again. She suddenly realized that she whispered to Luna, "Harassment really exists." On the dark path, Pansy found the Draco party who was standing in front of the carriage and waiting for her. After meeting, they randomly found a reason to explain the reason to them for a night. The snakes also entered the dark carriage. "What are you eating?" Draco turned his head when he smelled a fruit and noticed Crab's fat 5 fingers seemed to wrap a few things, but because of the darkness of the night, he could not see what. "Eat the lip balm he just bought." Pansy, who had just settled, slapped her forehead with a slap, and she felt her brain hurt. The light blonde wizard pulled out his wand. Fluorescent flashes, The compartment was shrouded in flashing light. Then Draco and his two others looked at Bambas, Zabini and Gregory Gore, and they were sure that Bansi's answer was not just a joke but a fact. Chapter 737 Old Dumb Cannon. In the dark, Alan and his party got out of the carriage and dragged Harry lying on the floating dish into the iron-fenced door outside Hogwarts Castle. Professor Felius Flivy, the Dean of Ravenclaw, is standing in the open space outside the fence gate, facing a piece of parchment and checking the list of students. Behind him, several tall armorers watched Professor Flitwick's movements with caution, to see if he seriously checked every wizard who had entered Hogwarts. Name? Professor Flitwick looked at Alan, who approached them and asked, but then they explained to the confused Alan, "Sorry, Alan, but this is what the Ministry of Magic requested. Check each one, enter the name of the wizard in Hogwarts. Everyone must report their name, and no one can be an exception." "Sorry, Professor Harris, this is the rule." A young armorer recognized Alan, and although he repeatedly apologized, let Alan and his team complete the rule. "Wait, this is Harry Potter, what's wrong with him?" Professor Flitwick looked at Harry, who was almost unable to speak with a painful expression on the floating dish. As a caring student in Professor Hogwarts, he found that Harry's misfortune was a bit shocked. Suffering from pain, unable to speak, and anxious to release, Harry pointed to the position of his lower abdomen 3 inches further, and Professor Flivy quickly stepped forward, reaching out to where Harry was injured. Harry was a little shy, hesitated a bit between his brows, and he was at a loss for a moment. Suddenly, when he heard a click, Harry turned his head and saw that the crazy girl pulled out the camera and pointed at him somehow, which made Harry's face flush suddenly. The sound of click-click of the camera shutter continued to sound. Hermione's lips squeezed tightly, just like Professor McGonagall was in class. She took a step forward. "Luna, we should respect." Alan was gloating over the words before he finished speaking. Stopped. "It's okay, give him a lesson, and next time Harry will be more cautious before taking the risk." Alan relied on wit and understanding of Miss Mastery to compile a reason unsuccessfully made Hermione think of Harry. "Those reckless things that I once did." Hermione glanced apologetically at Harry lying on the floating dish, no longer preventing Luna's photo taking. Upon seeing this, Harry stretched out his hand in vain to block Professor Flitwick, but because he was really in pain, he could not exert any strength in his hand, and Professor Flitwick flicked it aside, and then set it aside. Then, Professor Flitwick opened his pants directly and looked at it for a while, judging Harry's injury. He pulled out his wand and pressed it against the injured part of Harry. "Mr. Potter, rest assured, just a skin injury, can be cured." Professor Flitwick's wand moved slowly against Harry's injury. Harry's teeth grinned, and his face was even more grim. But then, Harry took a long breath and calmed down. The wand's feeling of coolness after touching it made him even nostalgic. "Okay, no problem. Just what's going on?" This indescribable injury position made Professor Flivy somewhat curious about what happened to Harry. "I found Harry while visiting the Hogwarts Express, and I don't know what happened to him." Alan spread his hand. Harry was also very embarrassed. He couldn't tell the professor that he was suspecting a Slytherin girl. She ran to peep and she fell down after being found and kicked hard by the other party. So he could only tell a bad lie. "I accidentally fell on the train and hit it." Fortunately, the people present didn't mean to go deeper. Harry said that there must be something unspeakable. "Okay, but you have to hurry up, and the banquet is about to begin." Flitwick let Harry turn around and reminded them to Alan. Then he approached the iron fence, spreading his wand in one hand and spreading it out after the mantra was whispered. The transparent blue light on all the iron fences surrounding the school began to flash, and Hogwarts' magical defense system was turned on by the Dean of Ravenclaw. Everyone also started to move on towards the castle. "No, you old dumb cannon. I'm from the Holy Twentieth clan. You can't just open the baggage of a pure-blooded lady." Pansy Parkinson seemed a bit fiercely resisting the place where the students' luggage was stacked. From the corner it was heard that she held her bag tightly so that the next administrator, Filch, would not touch it. "I think I can. Miss Pansy Parkinson. You can't refuse. This is Hogwarts' unified request. Now, open your luggage. Filch, who was ridiculed by the other party to care about things in his heart, was even more gloomy. He stepped forward and said toughly, behind Filch, Mr. Clever, the same color as Mrs. Loris, dark gray fur, flicked 3 tentacles behind Filch to 3 different luggages, and the 3 raised eyes inspected the contents of the luggage. It's all right, Filch, I can guarantee Pansy. Professor Snape stood beside Pansy. The voice is low, but it cannot be refused. Professor Snape, this is Dumbledore's order. No one can make an exception. Although Filch was habitually afraid of the professor, he did not intend to obey this time, and Filch walked forward with a cane. Step by step, Yin Shai's gaze crossed Pansy, and behind her, the old, wrinkled face suddenly pulled out a smile, and then waved at Pansy. Forget it, go ahead. Holding his big backpack, Pansy's eyes met Harry, who was glaring at her. Seeing Harry standing there in good order, with no harm, Pansy pouted and snorted, but then when she saw Alan walking behind, she panicked in her heart and held her luggage follow Snape and leave. Filch greeted Alan and his party quickly on crutches, and sincerely thanked Alan with a smile that was more pleasing than when he faced Umbridge last year. His voice even whimpered, Professor Harris, thank you Mr. Kiaosu for sending it. It is very easy to use and frees me from the endless cleaning work. In fact, for Filch, Mr. Kiaosu was very practical, but what moved him more was so many years. He had seen many wizards, but whether he was born of pure blood or mixed blood, only Alan made him feel respected. Filch pointed in the direction of Ravenclaw Tower. Professor, I have no luggage with Miss Granger and Ms. Lovegood. It has been opened and has been delivered to you in advance. Thank you, Argus. When you are free, you are welcome to come and communicate with me. Your profession can try various functions of Mr. Kiaosu in many aspects. During the use, you can pay more attention to it. It is best can give me some advice. This will help the development of Mr. Cleverhand. Alan smiled at Filch gently. You can also try to use it to help Mrs. Ermipins to see if it can help she cleans the library. Alan's final ridicule made the dumb gun administrator blush, but for the first time he felt busy with tasks other than trivial tasks such as cleaning and cleaning. Professor Harris, you can rest assured, I must pay more attention. In fact, Alan, as the leader, does not really want to collect Filch's opinions. For the improvement of Mr. Kiaosu's function, the Umbrella Company naturally has a professional team to carry out research. The reason why he said this is only to allow Filch to communicate with people a lot, and Mrs. Ping's eye has some ambiguities. The similarity between her and Filch is that they both hate ordinary students so much. It's just that Filch was jealous of the students' magic, and Mrs. Pins just didn't want the students to touch her baby books. However, their relationship has never progressed, and it has not been clear yet. She also has a good opinion of Mrs. Pins. Alan, who was taken care of by the other party in the lower grades, wanted to push them to make Filch more active. Say goodbye to the administrator who still needs to continue to check the salute. In the dark night, Alan and their quick footsteps broke this silence. Not far from the castle, the lights were bright, and Harry, who had been silent, saw that there was no professor around. He kept asking and asked, what did you say in Pansy Parkinson's bag that you didn't want others to see? Harry, I think you should put your attention on other things. There may be some personal items in the Pansy bag. I think no girl would like Filch to see these things. Hermione's tone was a little helpless. She knew that Harry was going to declare his suspicions again. Hermione, I have to emphasize to you again. I suspect that Pansy Parkinson might have a problem. Didn't we follow her and Lucius Malfoy in Diagon Alley? Unfortunately, Hermione was stopped. When they came down, they went to the Bokbojin store in Upturned Lane, where they were weird. When they came out, Pansy Parkinson, who was originally frowning, looked very happy. She and Lucius' action was too deliberate. Lucius, he even did it without knowing his wife and son. Harry's voice was a little excited. It's a little suspicious. But isn't it normal for Harry, people like them, to shop like this? Hermione disagreed. Again, through the understanding of black magic. I think they are misunderstood by many wizards themselves. Even if it has a small amount of spells that can affect your mind to some extent, as long as you're not addicted to it, it is not a bad thing to learn it properly. Harry, you should attend Alan's new class this semester. Is what really helps you. I just think so. I don't know, but she definitely has any plans. I think we should take it seriously. Her father was a Death Eater in the First War, and finally escaped on the ground of the so-taking spell punishment. In addition, her recent performance is very strange, just like just now, obviously trying to hide from Alan. I suspect that Parkinson is afraid that the secret in her mind will be discovered by Alan. Plus she herself is so arrogant. Spicy, you said she would accept Voldemort's duty. Harry's small head flashed, thinking that his guess was probably the truth. Impossible. She is just a little girl. How could the mysterious person need her to do something for him? Wait, you said she shot fiercely. You were injured because of Pansy. Hermione noticed her friend's unspoken. She began to wonder if it was because Harry felt that Pansy Parkinson was suspicious of turning over Ally, so she hurriedly followed on the train and was injured by Pansy when she was found. Yes, I was indeed injured by Parkinson, but you can't deny that she is indeed very suspicious. Harry stressed, half embarrassed and half annoyed. Her recent performance is a little strange. But Harry, it's best not to bring a personal mood to judge a person. Hermione shook her head in disapproval. You can observe more, but don't take it easy without enough intelligence. Just make a judgment www.mentalnovel.com and then use her judgment to look at her behavior. And, the next time you plan to take a risk, it is best to consider your strength. I mean, if you face Pan when she was West, she could easily be put down. I will attend Alan's lecture. Harry's face was a little embarrassed, but he also clearly realized the difference in strength between him and the training class members after this incident. Originally, he had some hesitation because of the conversation with Dumbledore. Harry, at this time, he has firmly decided to participate in the Alan course to improve his strength. Harry, I suggest you better go to Dumbledore and tell him everything you see and the doubts in your heart. If there is really anything wrong, I think Dumbledore can find it. This kind of thing is also the matter that the principal is going to solve. Alan remained silent and did not comment on Pansy Parkinson, but gave Harry a suggestion. I will. If she really has a purpose, Dumbledore will surely be able to find out something. Harry agreed with Alan's suggestion, and then he noticed that Lou, who had not said much after him, and Miss Grey, the ghost of Ravenclaw's college. Sometime I tried to ask Luna. Just the photo. It won't appear on Singing the Contrast. Luna interrupted Harry's pleading with a smile on Harry's head. Chapter 738. New professor in the Hogwarts auditorium. The other little wizards of the college have been sitting around the 4 long tables. The velvety black ceiling above the table is a bit of starlight, and thousands of candles floating in the sky are lit up. Restaurant. On 4 tables were shining gold plates and goblets. There is another long table on the first table in the restaurant, which is the seat of the teachers. Harry, too slow. Why didn't you change your clothes? Ron, he and the other lions, stared at Harry with wide eyes. I'll tell you later, Harry said briefly at the Gryffindor long table. He was alert to find that the wizards around him were listening to his conversation with Ron. He was not good to tell on such occasions. My previous embarrassing experience. Ginny frowned at her boyfriend's mole clothes. And how crumpled and dirty are your clothes? What's wrong? He said he had a big fall. Hermione, who said goodbye to Elle and Luna, was back at the Gryffindor table at this time, and she completely forgot that she had a strange look on her head. The demon glasses, which helped Harry attract the attention of many little lions. Harry really hoped that they all thought he had done a very brave thing. It would be better to face 2 Death Eaters and a Dementor, but now he was a little worried that Pansy Parkinson would tell the story. The embarrassing experience of her snake school classmates will spread to other Gryffindor ears. Alan and Luna, who also sat back at the Ravenclaw long table, but Helena found that she had missed the usual practice of the ghosts to scare the first-year students over the years. But she did not give up on this. She still ran to the group of freshmen waiting for the branch to float around for a while, although this had little effect on the little wizards who had just experienced it once. Then Helena and the other college ghosts waiting on the side and the 20 or so pearly, translucent ordinary ghosts whispering across the room fluttered through the room and left the auditorium through the wall. The singing of the branch hat is similar to the previous years, but it also emphasizes a few additional words that need to unite to face the enemy and then divide the freshmen into their respective colleges. You noticed that the number of people coming to Ravenclaw this year is much higher than in previous years. Flag pointed to the Ravenclaw long table where welcome applause broke out from time to time. The branch hat will consider the wizard's personal wishes. Hermione thought of her experience of being almost assigned to Ravenclaw when he was in first grade. He couldn't help regretting that he had blindly followed some of the articles described about Gryffindor as the best college. She insisted that she become a Lions College student. She paused to adjust her emotions and then said, "Alan is now famous and hailed as the new savior. There are many small wizards who want to go to Ravenclaw." Neville turned his head seriously and looked at the long table of each academy, but their number is still the smallest, and the number of Hufflepuff is still the largest each year. Hermione added, "The class hat is not just about the wizard's personal wishes. You have to have at least some obvious traits. Hufflepuff accepts everyone and treats them equally, even if you don't quite fit them. Enrollment standards or traits are not obvious." As the last freshman walked into Ravenclaw, the dinner officially began, and the dinner table on the long table was instantly filled with all kinds of food, which made the freshmen who had never seen the wizard world stunned. Likely you are well. This kind of veteran has already picked up a chicken leg with his left and right hands and gnawed up unscrupulously. Ginny slammed Harry with her elbow. "Hagrid is waving at you, Harry." Harry looked towards the staff table. Hagrid beckoned at him, and he smiled at Hagrid. Even if the mixed-race giant has gone through the protection of the umbrella, it feels much better than being completely out of control a few years ago. But the innocence and coarseness revealed from time to time are still very uncoordinated when they are together with the majestic Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall was the Dean of Gryffindor. When they sat together, her head only reached between Hagrid's elbows and shoulders. At this moment, McGonagall saw Hagrid's greeted manner in such a passionate manner, showing a dissatisfied expression, and she also bumped him with her elbow, reminding Hagrid that she should maintain her decentness as a teacher of the protection of magical animals. But it is different from Ginny. What's more, the power she used seems not light, because Hagrid maintained the beckoning movement, solidified her smile, and suddenly bent her body to make a greater movement. Harry couldn't bear to look straight away, but was surprised to find that sitting on the other side of Hagrid was actually a divining teacher, Professor Sybil Trelawney, who hosted the show on Harris TV. She looked more dressed than before. It's weird, but it seems to be a lot more economically generous, because Harry found that the ornaments that are weirder than the crazy girl-less self-made accessories look much better than those she used before. Professor Trelawney is still willing to come back to teach. I'm really surprised. Her TV shows are so hot now. Romida. Vanny just noticed Harry's gaze. She glanced down and looked at herself, said loudly, and then satisfied with his success attracted Harry's eyes again. Lavender Brown's attention was also attracted by Romida's words. She turned her head to the dark-haired witch and said, "Isn't this a good thing?" When Professor Trelawney communicated with me during the summer vacation, just told me she will not have much time to make a show. After hearing this, Harry looked up at Professor Trelawney again, and found that her terrifyingly large, bulb-like eyes were looking towards him, terrifying Harry again, and quickly lowered his head. "Go down." Harry had always regarded her as a liar, but did not expect to learn from Dumbledore's mouth after the incident of the Ministry of Magic last semester that she had spoken that prophecy, causing Voldemort to kill his parents and try to deal with him. "I also got poisoned by myself." Knowing this, Harry was even more reluctant to stay with her. Fortunately, He no longer took divination classes this semester. As the dinner progressed, the food on the long table was finally replaced by desserts for a while. Dumbledore stood up behind the staff table. The upper part of his lecture platform was a metal shelf. Below the shelf was an owl sculpture facing the auditorium. This owl sculpture stood with Dumbledore in front of the shelf, unfolding its originally gathered wings. Its wide eyes stared at all the little wizards below, their wings shaking from time to time. "Good night, everyone." The laughter echoed in the auditorium subsided almost immediately, and Dumbledore smiled kindly, spreading his arms as if to embrace the entire auditorium. "What's wrong with his hand?" Hermione asked in amazement. Dumbledore's right hand was black and dry, lifeless. Not only was she noticed, she whispered in the auditorium. Alan saw that Dumbledore could not bear the temptation to put on the ring as he expected, and estimated the power and erosion speed of the curse. Alan smiled with satisfaction, which can win for him a lot of time can also prevent Dumbledore from choosing to use more radical methods to stop his actions and make him have to bear the notoriety of killing the world's greatest white wizard. As long as things are going well, wait until the outcome is final, and then remove the curse for this conservative old guy so that he can enjoy his old age. Noting the surprised look of others watching his palm, Dumbledore only smiled softly. He shook the purple and gold sleeves to cover the injured hand. "When I saw him during the summer vacation, his hands were like that." Harry whispered to Hermione. "I thought he had healed long ago. Or Madame Pomfrey healed him." "That hand looks like it's dead," Hermione said with an uncomfortable expression on her face. "Some injuries will never be cured. An ancient curse. There are also some potions that have no cure, etc. Wait. Maybe Alan and Luna have a way. They seem to have studied the power of the curse recently. Administrator Felch asked me to tell you that this year students are absolutely forbidden to bring any joke goods purchased from the Weasley magic trick. Students who want to participate in the college Quidditch team will report their names as usual. Dean. We are still looking for a new Quidditch game commentator. Interested parties also sign up for the Dean. In addition, I would like to introduce you to the new faculty member, Horace Wattle's former Slytherin Dean Horace Professor Slughorn. I am honored to announce that he has agreed to come back to succeed Professor Potion. Dumbledore's words fell and Slughorn stood up, his bare head under candlelight shiny, the belly in the waistcoat cast a large shadow on the table. "Potion lesson?" Ron glared at Harry with his head tilted. "But you said." At the same time, Professor Snape, Dumbledore's raised voice overshadowed the discussion, "will serve as a teacher of black magic defense." Apart from the enthusiastic applause of the students of Slytherin, the students of other colleges doubted whether they had heard it wrong. The people in the entire auditorium heard the news that Snape finally got his wish. No! Harry's ecstatic screams were too loud, causing many heads around the long table to turn toward him. But he was no longer in control. He just stared at the faculty's table angrily. "Why did you give Snape the teaching post of the defense of black magic? Not everyone knows for so many years. Doesn't Dumbledore believe that he can do the job?" "But, Harry, you didn't tell me Slughorn was going to teach black magic defense the other day." Ginny also asked in surprise. "I thought it was him," said Harry. He desperately recalled when Dumbledore had told him. However, now that he thought about it, he couldn't remember what Dumbledore told him which Slughorn would teach. "In class, I can only think of annoyance." Slughorn said that when he taught his mother Lily, his mother's potions class was very good. And from the mouth of Alan, Hermione, who had long known the appointment, was a little surprised by the surprise of the little lions around him. The potion class Slughorn had taught in Hogwarts before. "Isn't this appointment unusual? No one wants to be a professor in this course of black magic defense, and Snape tries to apply every year." "All right, this thing has a little benefit," Harry said with a gritted teeth. "Snape will get out in less than a year." "What do you mean?" Ron asked. Harry said sullenly, "That job was cursed by Voldemort. No one could be more than a year. Quirrell even took his life in. I sincerely hope that another murder will happen." "Harry, how can you say that?" Hermione reproached in horror. "By next year, The old bat will probably go back to teach his potions class again. Ron rarely let his little head think rationally for a while. My dad said that Professor Slughorn even taught the mysterious man. It was said that the Death Eaters were still trying to find him before the summer vacation. He was too old and he was willing to go back to school. I think it was because it was safe enough. Dumbledore cleared his throat and didn't seem to realize how sensational the news he had just announced. He didn't talk about the teacher's job anymore. Instead, he waited a few seconds to ensure that everyone was completely quiet before continuing. Everyone in the auditorium knew that Voldemort and his followers. Then Dumbledore suddenly stopped speaking again, because he found Alan on the Ravenclaw long table to stand up. www.mentalnovel.com. White hair, unnatural pale skin and some evil magical retro magic. The robe made the mole freshman who didn't know him shudder. There was silence in the auditorium, and Alan, who was the attention of the audience, slowly walked to the faculty seat. He deliberately left and right as if he noticed that no chair was empty. Alan stood there, but there was no trace of embarrassment on his face. After all, he thought it was not him who was negligent. "Come and sit here, Alan." Professor Flitwick beckoned to Alan. He moved to the side, because the small size left half of the chair. Dumbledore was silent for a moment as if he had noticed this, and he immediately apologized. "I'm so sorry, Professor Harris. I thought you would prefer to sit with the students because you used to sit in Ravenclaw on the table. Please forgive me for the old man's thoughtlessness. I'll put you on right away." After the momentum unfolded, Alan looked surprised at the mole freshman, not only because the real identity of the wizard who was not wearing a school uniform was actually a professor, but also because of bad harmony. The first impression was different. Alan just smiled friendly and his voice was very gentle. "Thank you, Principal Dumbledore, don't bother." Chapter 739. Podium. Alan turned to the Ravenclaw long table when he came back, and he calmly ignored the comments and gazes of everyone in the auditorium. Michael, who was next to his original position on Dean Eagle's table, looked at Alan's return and moved to the side, trying to make more room for Alan. Almost everyone in the auditorium thought that Alan gave up sitting in the teacher seat, but chose to sit with the students as in previous years, which also made McGregor, who began to worry about the teaching staff seat, feel relieved. "It's too unfair. Isn't Alan a professor of ancient magic classes? Shouldn't the school prepare him a seat?" Hermione was already accustomed to Alan sitting at the long table, but after all this series of actions make her aware of Hogwarts mistakes. Ron wanted to refute the habit of speaking, and then suddenly remembered the end of last semester on the train. It was Alan who helped improve his orientation. The Weasley family's years of tutoring made this freckled red. The sorceress blushed and finally just opened his mouth and took a piece of chocolate cake into his mouth, swallowing the ironic words and sweets into his stomach. The frowning Dumbledore stared at Alan for a while. He turned his body and coughed a little, wanting to continue talking, but the piercing rattle sounded through the auditorium. It turned out that Luna transformed her metal pudding fork's metal fork into a wooden chair, and Alan took it and dragged it slowly to the faculty seat, dragging the chair and the floor on the floor. The harsh sound of the friction was embarrassing. In a quiet atmosphere, Alan sat leisurely on the faculty seat, then knocked on the table, and the house elves stacked the rich desserts prepared on the gold plate. He had to be full, and then changed to the table in front of Alan. Seeing Alan's actions, Professor McGonagall shook her head in disapproval. She tried to explain to Dumbledore, "Professor Harris, Albus didn't do it on purpose. You don't have to." Dumbledore, who had been watching Silent's actions silently, spoke to him again. "I have to apologize again, Professor Harris." Alan replied with a friendly smile, "It's okay, Principal Dumbledore, I'm also wrong, and I shouldn't be sitting in the student seat at the beginning." The originally silent auditorium suddenly became noisy. The wizards discussed the behavior of Alan. Some new Mulborn freshman could no longer pretend to be reserved, and curiously asked the person beside him who he was. And some wizards who are close to Dumbledore think that Alan is a bit too proud and must make the situation so embarrassing. But after last year's propaganda, Hogwarts. Alan's supporters and admirers have also become, most of them think that actions like Alan are not only blameless, but are full of personality and a symbol of strength, and the matter itself is due to the negligence of the school, so that the new savior does not get the respect it deserves. Sorry, Professor Harris, such a thing will never happen again in the future. Dumbledore apologized again. He waited a few more seconds and continued talking after the auditorium was completely quiet. As you know. Excuse me. Alan raised his hand and interrupted his principal's speech again. Dumbledore turned around and stared at him seriously. Sorry, Professor Harris, you are, I think, the principal. You forgot to introduce me to the students, but please forgive me for my brashness, and let me do it myself. After that, Alan stood up without Dumbledore's consent, and he also put the metal fork in front of him was transformed into a shape similar to the lecture desk in front of the principal. The only difference was that the owl statue was turned into a raven statue and let it stand on the dining table. Then he used his voice to loudly I started to introduce myself. I am Alan Harris, I teach ancient magic classes at Hogwarts, and I will teach you how to use these ancient magic properly in your studies, which includes ordinary spells and black magic, and how to use them to fight. And I will let you not be extreme to which end. I will not try to make you a saint, or let you fall into a devil. These knowledge will only make you forced to need when facing the enemy. You will have a greater chance to be the one who survives. Finally, my course is an elective course. It is only open to students in the 3rd grade and above, and the Ministry of Magic is expected to be in it. Will be included in the Owl's exam 2 years later and in the Newt exam 4 years later. If you want to join ARA in the future, you'd better make sure that you can get your Newt score at least T. After talking, Alan made the podium turn back and sat down again. He nodded to Dumbledore, who was staring at him, then sat down and began to fork the pudding in front of him. The members of the training class and the aspirants on the road of magic went further and applauded and cheered. Thank you very much, Professor Harris, your speech is very enlightening. But I am sorry. Dumbledore did not try to apologize for the forgot introduction to Alan this time. He rushed to Alan. I owed my body, then turned around to face the students again, and I used the sound to overwhelm the cheers. I have to remind you that whether the ancient magic class will be included in the Ministry of Magic exam is still to be determined. Because in view of the current situation, the Ministry of Magic has guaranteed everyone's safety, so some school managers and I are discussing whether to discuss with the Ministry of Magic whether this discipline is really necessary, so that no one needs to risk to learn magical techniques that are too dangerous. So I personally suggest that you think twice before deciding whether to enroll in this course. Alan's voice immediately sounded again. I also have to remind you, Principal Dumbledore, the Ministry of Magic cannot guarantee the safety of all people absolutely, just like under the protection of our Ministry of Magic. Let us your arm, the world's greatest white wizard, has suffered severe curse damage. I don't think we can substitute for others to make their own decisions on how to keep their lives safe. I thought you had finished speaking, Professor Harris. Dumbledore did not look back. I interrupted your speech, but Principal Dumbledore, if you don't want someone to refute your speech, then your speech should not involve that person. Otherwise you can't try to expect others to always follow your advice. Alan nodded to Dumbledore with his back on his back, and then shrugged with his hands spread out. In addition, because of the exploration of those subjects that I will not teach before, there are no professors in the college. If you don't mind, Principal Dumbledore, I might be able to help you treat the damage caused by this curse and prevent its spread, although it will be time-consuming. Of course, I think if you can be a principal, like a young man, just continue to specialize in black magic, and with your talent on this, I want to solve it is not difficult. Dumbledore raised the covered cursed palm and let it appear in front of everyone. Thank you for your concern, Professor Harris, but I have let Horace and Severus I have configured the potion for me. As you said, it will take some time, so I think my old man will not delay the 3rd person because of the accidental injury. But you are right, I take the next speech is guaranteed not to involve you and your class. But like the conversation we had in private, I had to do that, although it would take some time. Alan didn't speak, just picked up the glass and raised it at the principal of Hogwarts, and then really focused all his attention on the pudding in front of him. But now the entire school hall, whether it is a student long table or a teacher's seat, is silent. Even the rash of Gryffindor dare not make any noise in this atmosphere. The students looked at each other. The greatest white wizards and the new savior has some ideological contradictions. Many people are more or less aware of it. But just like those who heard the report that the two most powerful wizards in the world are all able to defeat Voldemort in Hogwarts, like the optimists, they were shocked and frightened to find that the contradiction between Alan Harris and Albus Dumbledore had actually become so intense. The dispute finally stopped, and Dumbledore once again put his hands on the podium. As everyone knows, everyone was searched before entering school tonight. You have the right to know the reasons. www.untitled.com. The young man, like you, has sat in this hall, walked through the corridors here, slept in the beds here. He looks just like everyone else. I think everyone has already given his name in the Daily Prophet. The name is familiar. It is called Tom Riddle, which is Voldemort. But because of the previous debate between Dumbledore and Alan, the appearance of the name of the second generation of the Dark Lord in the auditorium did not cause too strong a reaction as usual, but this still made everyone refocus on Hugo, the principal of Hogwarts. After waiting a few more seconds, Dumbledore spoke again. The current situation in the wizarding world is much better than what I originally thought. Hogwarts has also been more effective by the eras sent by the Ministry of Magic. Professional protection. But in order to avoid accidents like the one that happened to me, each of our teachers and students must always be vigilant and never take it lightly. I urge you, whether inside or outside the school, as long as any abnormal or suspicious situation is found, you must report to the faculty immediately. I believe you will restrain your behavior for your own safety and the safety of others. Well, kids, go to bed after enjoying desserts, take a good rest, prepare for tomorrow's class. Good night, yes, a good dream. Dumbledore waved his hands at the students without leaving his head. It seemed that he didn't return to his seat again, but after a few steps, he turned back and grabbed a small handful of lemons with bow before leaving again. Chapter 740. Ray's class. Just like the opposite of the atmosphere at the opening ceremony, the weather at Hogwarts the next morning was particularly good. The sky was light and the clouds were clear, and the sunny and slightly cool weather was very pleasant. After enjoying breakfast, the wizards in the restaurant were still sitting on their seats in order to wait for their dean to come down from the staff table, but surprisingly, at this time, almost no one discussed the matter of last night. At least no one does this in such public places. Today, the deans of the 4 colleges have to collect applications for advancement from 6th grade students and above, but they do not provide guidance services. For the wizards of Alan and their grades, it is more complicated than in previous years. The 6th grade is the 6th year for young men and women wizards to receive magic education at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The 6th grade students are usually between 16 and 17 years old. Of course, some people will be older because they have to repeat grades. The 6th grade is the first year of the course. If a certain ELS test score meets the minimum requirements of the instructor at that time, students can continue to participate in this course. If the score does not meet the requirements, they will not be able to directly participate in their course. They can only continue to study ELS course until they pass the exam. If a student is eligible to take a course, but thinks that he does not need to obtain a certificate for this course, then he can also choose not to continue this course, because in the course, the teacher teaches the content is very difficult. There will be more homework after class. On the long table of Ravenclaw, Hermione, who had breakfast next to Alan, faced her. The sigh of the advanced class sighed. Alan was puzzled. Then Luna stared her eyes in horror. Hermione, you want to enroll in 12 courses again? A lot of people in the training class are going to do this. Not only the wizards who got 12 excellent wizards filled out all the courses, but the wizards who achieved good grades also reported all the courses they could fill in. I am going to report your class, that S13. I know I don't have time to do this, but I don't know how to choose." Hermione lay on the long table and messed up the hair on her head, thinking about the choice. "The course, I don't know so many people who can successfully apply for time transfer. Is that necklace? I don't want to use it anymore. I was born in 1979 and I was almost 1 year older than you. I added the 3rd grade to me. Use it for a semester." Alan couldn't help but he held Hermione's shoulder from behind to prevent her from cutting her scalp. "Hermione, Eureka! I am not going to report for a course in this semester, even if you can take exams in all subjects without attending advanced classes. With our level, we no longer have to waste time on these courses and homework." The Ministry of Magic's management of time converters is different from before, except for silence. People can continue to study and no one can apply for it. "You have to calm down the members of the training class." Hermione first nodded her approval, and then reluctantly thought of a reason. "But Alan, you can teach at school without a report, but if I don't report, I also have the ELS exam certificate. I've got it all, so I can't continue to study which ELS course. Then why I came to school?" Alan was speechless for a moment. He had to make concessions and said, "You choose 3 of your favorite. In addition, remember to come to my class when there is no conflict with the improvement class. We have to complete our own in free time. For practice, these are the right things." Hermione nodded reluctantly, but this required her to face the schedule again. "Counting, divination, curse, potion." Luna's voice floated. "What?" Hermione looked up suspiciously. "The 3 subjects you thought of just now." Luna stared her head and stared at her eyes. "It's like throwing a coin when you choose one. You don't have to watch it. When you throw it out, your brain can give the answer. Now, don't look at my brain again." Hermione waved the hand holding the pen angrily. "In addition, the time Alan stayed after entering the Veil last semester, theoretically, the age gap between you and you should be smaller." Luna did not respond to Hermione's protest at all, and she kept her own self-finger calculations. "So, I am 2 years younger than you." Royna Ravenclaw, who didn't know how to respond to the shameless Alan, immediately diverted the topic after a moment of silence. He said directly to Miss Masterstone, who was stupefied and didn't know how to respond, "Yes, Hermione, this year, when recruiting members of the training class, you can relax some restrictions, as long as you are willing to enter and want to improve your own wizards can be included. Of course, if you want to join our internal elite team, you must be more strict and strengthen the assessment." Judging from the results of these years, the wizards who joined the training class are much better than the wizards who did not join the training class, only because the selection conditions were relatively harsh, and the number of Hufflepuff students who can join the training class is very large. Alan had just remembered through Luna that he had been blessed by Helga, so he decided not to be as arrogant as before in these matters. And in the choice of colleges, many little wizards do not like being assigned to Hufflepuffs. Although they had a Cedric degree before, it was not enough to change the wizards of the other 3 colleges, or some of the invisible discrimination. Many people and even some professors will have no reason to think that the Hufflepuff's little badgers are not very smart. Of course, each college will be posted in the other 3 colleges' respective labels. Great. The training class is on track so that it can help more. Oops, Professor McGonagall is down. I have to go back to the Gryffindor long table first. Hermione heard the movement behind her and turned her head. Noting that Professor McGonagall was already standing in the front row of Gryffindor's long table, she quickly stood up and held up her books and hands in her hands. Improving the class schedule, she walked and trotted back to herself the long table of the college. Hermione, sitting back at the Gryffindor long table, realized that she didn't have to be so anxious just now, because Professor Milva McGonagall was looking at the applications of Gryffindor students one by one, checking their results. After watching anxiously for a while, Professor McGonagall gradually approached. At this time, Professor McGonagall was looking down at Neville's curriculum, and Neville's round face was full of anxiety. McGonagall supported her glasses on the bridge of her nose, staring at Neville through its square glasses. "Mr. Longbottom, your herbal medicine score is excellent, very good. I think Sprout the Professor must be very happy to see you go back. The defense of black magic is also sufficient. The problem is that the metamorphosis class is just a pass. Sorry, Longbottom, I can't let you enter my advanced class." Neville dropped his head and said nothing. "Why do you have to choose metamorphosis?" "I don't think your interest in metamorphosis is strong." Professor McGonagall's inquiring eyes made Neville's head lower. "And I suggest that if you really want to go Mr. Alan Harris's ancient magic class, so please be careful to use the knowledge you learned in that class. If these spells have accidents when they are used, it is not like the accidents that you usually have." "Now, my grandma wants me to learn metamorphosis," Neville murmured, very sad. He didn't want to raise his grandmother disappointed at all. "But going to ancient magic classes is my own idea. I hope I can change to be more useful." "Oh, does that mean Augusta?" Professor McGonagall didn't try to say anything more about Neville's plans to take an ancient magic class. She looked at Neville's transcript again. "I see your the curse class score is not bad. It is exceeded expectations. Why don't you apply for the curse class?" "My grandma thinks it's easy to choose a spell course," Neville muttered. "Choose a curse lesson?" Professor McGonagall said, tapping on a blank class schedule with the tip of his wand, and then handed over the class schedule that had filled the class he was going to take this semester. "I want to give Augusta wrote a letter to remind her that she should not try to make her grandson go further because of her failed spell exam. Al's exam. Your grandma should be proud of you, not always think you should be better." Neville's rounded face turned crimson. He looked up carefully at his dean and blinked in confusion. Professor McGonagall had never praised him before. "Longbottom, I heard that you were facing Umbridge." "You are a Gryffindor." Professor McGonagall, who had already started looking at the next application form, explained. Neville's gaze and explained, but then she frowned and glanced at the little wizard sitting next to Neville, and finally she sighed and shook her head gently. "Mr. Foleg Brown, you only filled in the history of herbalism and magic. Well, both of these courses have met the requirements, but I suggest that you can continue to study Mull studies. This is an easy course for the wizards of mixed race and Mull-born, to get a certificate. Els, please don't give up. If you want to put your career in the wizarding world after graduation, an extra certificate will be very helpful to you." Hearing Professor McGonagall, Frog clenched his fists secretly, and he finally nodded helplessly. In fact, he had some anger before and generally did not want to choose this subject compared with others. Frigga, the talent in magic can only be said to be not a dumb cannon, but whether it is a spell or a potion class that requires a wand to complete key steps only occasionally, it is not too easy for Frigga. Such a course, even though he tried very hard so that he would not have any problems with the content of the written test, he could not meet enough standards in order to get the qualification to enter the advanced class. Flag put together the new curriculum with Mull studies, and McGonagall quickly checked Ron's curriculum. Professor McGonagall shook his head with his face in a serious face, and the reason for shaking his head was not the same as when he was facing Frigg, but she thought that even if Ron tried harder, the courses he passed, Els would be passed beyond expectations. Then the combination of better classes can be better arranged. But as she expected, Ron Weasley did not choose to participate in the course of Alan Harris. Then, McGonagall's eyes turned to Ron and Harry, who thought he would not be discovered when he applied to Ron while he was applying at Ron. "Porter," Professor McGonagall raised your own volume, "it seems that you will make yourself comfortable this semester, forgetting the 20 minutes that was deducted by Professor Snape yesterday because you didn't change clothes. I haven't seen any college just in the semester. So many points were deducted from the beginning." "Professor, I have selected as many advanced courses as possible that do not conflict with each other." Knowing that Harry was caught, he pressed his anger at Snape and quickly shook his application form in front of him. Akira tried to change McGonagall's attention. Professor McGonagall glanced at her with a bit of regret. "Last year, because of Dumbledore's temporary departure and the pressure from Umbridge, he suggested Harry go to Alan's ancient magic class. Ledo's wishes didn't match, And now Harry really did just that, but McGonagall couldn't speak more and focused her attention on Harry's other choices. Finally, she extended her finger and clicked Harry's application form. I think you might consider going to potion class. Don't tell me that you no longer want to be an Auror. Harry was aggrieved, and he quickly defended himself. Of course I want to be an Auror, Professor. Look, I chose the course recommended by Auror's office. Curse, herbal medicine, transfiguration, and even eye lens. All the black magic defense techniques taught by Professor Nep have been selected. But my potion class. L's score must reach O to go to the potion class to improve the class, Professor. It was true when Professor Snape taught the potions class, but Professor Slughorn was very willing to accept. L's students with good grades entered the improvement class. Would you like to continue the potions class? Great. Of course I am willing. Harry nodded quickly and said worriedly, but I didn't buy the potions lesson textbooks and materials during the summer vacation. You can use Owls to order them, and before the package arrives, I believe Professor Slughorn will be very happy to provide you with these help. Professor McGonagall said, very good, Porter. This is yours class schedule. Miss Granger, I thought I wanted to persuade you in the training class to let you abandon the one-time application for the 12 advanced classes. Professor McGonagall, who picked up the Hermione application form, was surprised at the moment. I even noticed that you only reported 3 courses, even without my transfiguration. Teach me. Hermione had some words at once. www.untitled.novel.com. Just now she could ignore the fact that she didn't fill in her dean's course. She was a little annoyed. If you noticed it earlier, it would be good to add defamation. Don't worry, Granger, since you can already transform into magic animagus. I will take the 7th grade exam directly. I don't think anyone will let you fail. I just have some regrets that I can't be in my class. See you again. Professor McGonagall looked sad, and then looked at Hermione's application form. McGonagall knew that her level of strength was no longer willing to waste extra time on improving her class. Gran, the female dean of Fendo, hesitated for a moment, and then asked Hermione tentatively in a less harsh tone that was not usually available. Yes, Miss Granger. Next it's not the dean's order, it's just my personal request. Under the current situation, if Mr. Alan Harris and Albus temporarily put down their respective ideas to ease the relationship and fight against the mysterious Death Eaters, that is a great thing for the entire magic world. I hope you can persuade Mr. Alan Harris in private, and I will try my best to convince Albus. Professor. What? Not Mr., but Professor Harris. Chapter 741. He just looked too happy in the auditorium. The students of all colleges got their own schedules. The first session in the morning is the potion class. I have to go to class. Hermione walked through the wizards who had hurriedly left the auditorium and came to Alan to say hello. I have to investigate the venue for my Hansen practice of ancient magic classes. Don't be late in the afternoon. As my first group of students, I have gifts for you. Alan told Hermione and Luna. Although his course for improving classes was not reported, but he did not return to the tower for research. As a professor, he hoped that his students could enjoy the best classroom experience. Although he did not know the specific number, Flivy told him just now according to the applications he has received so far, the number of people who are going to participate in Ravenclaw is quite large. After a holiday arrangement and renovation, the classrooms and offices of the ancient magic class have been assigned to Alan, but referring to Thomas Test dual class, Alan doesn't want all students to spend some time in the classroom all day. Intensive activities. For this reason he plans to go around the Forbidden Forest Black Lake to choose a suitable area, and then transform it into a venue for combat training. I have to go to a magical animal protection class. Luna flicked her carrot pendant and stood up. Alan, you can come and see near Hagrid. Seeing Luna mentioned the magical animal protection class, Hermione suddenly looked down at her class schedule, which made her realize that none of herself, Harry, and Ron had been reported by Hagrid as best friends. Hagrid's magical animal protection class. Although I know that because there are many wizards trying to fill up the 12 courses, Hagrid's current teaching does not want to be so bad at the beginning. Plus, after graduating, I would like to enter the Magical Biology Management Control Department. So there should be a lot of wizards who apply to Hagrid's advanced class, and there will be no embarrassment of no one going to class. But the problem now is that when Hagrid found that his 3 favorite friends did not go to his class, how can I explain to him when? At this time, the aisles outside the auditorium were full of people, and the little wizards who got their schedules after breakfast were looking for their classrooms in a mess, especially those freshmen. Under such a situation, Hogwarts says the terrain is even more dizzy. Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown were holding books in the corridor, and the laughter of the 2 beautiful witches attracted the attention of many wizards. It's a pity that the beautiful horseman Firenze didn't teach 6th year divination classes this year. Parvati and Lavender sighed after whispering for a while. It's him who supports me in choosing divination classes. Professor Drawlini is as attractive as she is. She is very popular on Harris TV. Many people have come up with a big price and asked her to do private divination. Now we can reach her every week and get her own advice. It's the most anticipated thing. Lavender's head was raised, and she had never disconnected Professor Drawlini. She would naturally make the professor's favorite student. I knew she would succeed in the early years. She predicted the death of my rabbit. Ladies, the history of magic is taught upstairs, not downstairs. Professor McGonagall held a roll of parchment and shouted to Lavender and Parvati, who were wrapped in the crowd without paying attention to the direction. She was in confusion. Helplessly commanding in the crowd, she quickly yelled out when she saw the scene in the distance. Davis, Mr. Davis, don't go in. There is a woman's toilet. In the crowd, Harry watched the wizards hurrying to the classroom and said to Ron, I have to go to the potion class. Ron's face was light, and he frowned at Harry wonderingly and said, I have no class this morning. Mr. Potter, Weasley. With Professor McGonagall's cry, Harry looked at Professor McGonagall, and Ron's face was frozen. Oh, it's not good, Ron whispered, and he had to hurriedly walk with Harry to Professor McGonagall. Potter, I remember you had a potion class in the morning. Professor McGonagall asked with a stern expression. Yes, Professor, I'm going to the potion classroom. Harry rubbed his hands a little nervously. Very good. Professor McGonagall nodded, then raised his chin to Ron, and said to Harry, Potter, take Mr. Weasley with him, he just looked too happy. Ron quickly explained, Professor, my grades can't meet the requirement of entering the potion class to improve the class. Mr. Weasley, so I let Potter bring you. Professor McGonagall looked at Ron anxiously out of the anxiety of class and sighed helplessly. Yes, Professor. Ron gave up his argument with his head down. McGonagall saw Weasley's appearance, slightly shook his head slightly, and then said to Harry, Harry, the former captain Angelina Johnson graduated. As the successor, you are the new leader. The captain of the team wants to select the players as soon as possible. We haven't won the Quidditch Cup for many consecutive years. In addition to our main chaser last year, the twins of Batters have all graduated. This time, there is a lot of pressure to rebuild. Potter, there are only 2 chances before you graduate. Professor McGonagall glanced at Weasley again. Last year, it was because Ron was the goalkeeper, because the Slytherins used that King Weasley to cause him pressure too big to play properly, so that every other team can brush a wave on the total scoring list every time they face Gryffindor. Although McGonagall didn't say it, Ron, who noticed her eyes, shrugged shyly and complained after walking away from Harry, it's better to leave quiz for me in this potion lesson. As they walked up the stairs leading to the basement, they saw Hagrid raising an arm happily and waving hello to them. Harry and Ron glanced at each other. They avoided his gaze and fluttered towards the ground. He waved his hand in response, trying to pretend not to hear the shout that Hagrid asked them to go early in the afternoon. Harry, who got rid of the hybrid giant, said to Ron embarrassedly, the magical animal protection class is in the first session of the afternoon. It should be to teach lower grade students. Hermione didn't take his class. He shouldn't know that none of us took his class. Ron scratched his head in frustration. I knew he'd report to Hagrid's class well, Professor McGonagall. It won't let me go to any potion class with you. If Hagrid knew what he would think, Harry didn't want to think about it again. Speaking of potions, we are going to be late again. Let's go. When Harry and Ron entered the potions classroom, they found themselves late, because the underground classroom was already filled with steam and filled with all kinds of weird smells. Attention to detail in the preparation stage is a prerequisite for the success of all plans. After a lot of hot steam, Professor Slughorn turned around to hear the movement behind him, and then greeted Harry very enthusiastically. "Ah, Harry, my dear boy, I am so happy to see you. I am all worried. Do you think you've brought a friend?" "Professor Slughorn, my name is Ron Weasley. Professor McGonagall just asked Harry to take me over. But my grades are not enough to improve the class. I can't meet your standards. Actually, my potion has been compromised. To be honest, it is also a threat to others if I want to make a potion." Ron tried to explain that he was not qualified and wanted Professor Slughorn to refuse his study. Harry heard the red-haired friend say this, letting himself back half a step, with his hand against Ron's back, not letting Ron back. He didn't want himself to take a potion class by himself. If Ron could accompany him, nature is the best. Slughorn, who had heard some hesitation, noticed Harry's movements. He simply raised his hand to welcome Ron, and smiled sympathetically at Ron. "Nonsense. We won't know until we finish the class. I heard that you are a good friend of Harry, so you are my friend too. Take out the textbooks." After that, Professor Slughorn will turn around and prepare to continue teaching. "Professor?" Harry raised his hand. Slughorn looked back at Harry in confusion. "What's wrong with Harry?" "My book hasn't arrived. Ron hasn't booked either. We don't have any equipment, because we didn't expect that we still have the qualifications to go to the higher class. We just placed an order for Lysan Bookstore, but it's not that fast," Harry said dryly. "You can go to the closet to find textbooks. The materials in the storage cabinet can be used first, and Libra can also lend you." Slughorn raised his hand and continued to concentrate on his teaching. "I am preparing this morning after adding some soups. Does anyone know what these are?" Slughorn was pretty straight because of his fat chest, and the buttons on his vest seemed to be about to fly. He walked in front of these potions, and looked at them in fascination. At the same time, Hermione raised her hand. "Very good. This." "Hermione Granger, Professor." Hermione lowered her hand. "Hermione Granger." Slughorn suddenly groaned and suddenly his eyes widened, his body leaned forward, and then he went around the crucible with a big belly, and walked to Hermione and stretched out his hand. He smiled enthusiastically. Asked, "Can it be the CEO of the umbrella company, Miss Granger?" "Miss Granger, I am honored to see you here. I am very sorry. Last year, because I was not in good health during my bed, I refused." "I'm so sorry for your solicitation." Seeing Professor Slughorn's sudden enthusiasm, the wizards in the classroom exchanged their eyes in surprise and whispered. Except for the elite wizards who chose to join Harris and a little wizard born in a pure-blooded family within the training class, most other ordinary wizards knew that Miss Master was managing the training class, but no one could think of the well-known umbrella company in the wizarding world is actually under the management of Hermione Granger. Is the Harris family so relieved that a mole-born witch? It doesn't matter, Professor. The umbrella company still has the opportunity to cooperate with you. Hermione's pretentious calmness didn't want to be embarrassed to be revealed by Slughorn. www.mtlnovel.com. She gently shook hands. He deliberately walked a few steps forward to the potions. "Professor, that pot is a spitting agent, which can make people tell the truth." Just as Hermione answered the question, Harry and Ron had arrived in front of the closet. Inside the closet, there were two sets of luxury potion making by Abraxas Pollack. One of the books was slightly newer. Harry and Ron glanced at each other, and immediately started a competition for the slightly newer textbook. Harry achieved the victory of this small competition with the agility of the golfer, and proudly raised the textbook in his hand. Ron threw his book angrily. Hermione had guessed the last pot. "This pot is an aphrodisiac, the strongest medicine in the world. Hermione looked at Professor Slughorn. It is said that it varies from person to person and emits the most attractive odor, such as the one I smell just now: cut lawn, brand new parchment. Hermione pursed her lips. Her cheeks were rosy, and she secretly said the smell of Alan. But what he said became, there is also the smell of the sister soap of Ogilvy. Chapter 742. Life and Death. Of course, highly skilled pharmacists can induce strong affection, but so far no one has been able to create a truly unbreakable, eternal, unconditional emotion that can be called love. This is probably the most dangerous and powerful potion in this classroom. Professor Slughorn smiled at the attentive little wizards at this moment. He put the lid on the crucible and covered it. Spiraling steam. The little witches who were attracted by the potion and gathered around the crucible showed a greedy look, but after Slughorn closed the lid, they realized their gaffe, holding their textbooks, and backed away. Professor, haven't you told us what's inside? Hufflepuff's pure blood witch Ernie Macmillan pointed to a small drop of potion. Oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, what you see is a magical potion, called a potion. Slughorn took the drip-shaped potion off the shelf and lifted it up. It said to the wizards, but people usually call it Lucky Potion. Hermione Granger replied, seeing Hermione answer the questions in succession. Slughorn asked tentatively with a smile on his face. It is the Lucky Potion, Miss Granger. Have you personally tried to brew this potion? Professor, although I have tried boiled spirits, it takes at least half a year to prepare the materials plus boiled medicines, and I still need to take classes. So after persevering for a while, I failed because of a conflict in time. He minutes shook his fluffy curly hair a little embarrassed. Miss Granger, don't feel ashamed. After all, its preparation process is extremely complicated, and the time requirements of the pharmacist are also very demanding. However, you can handle the initial medicinal materials and start trying to make the preparation. Explain that your potion level may already be able to take an E or even an O in the Newt exam. Slughorn comforted with a smile, and then turned around. Of course, if the production is successful, only a sip, all your efforts will be easy to succeed. At least until the effect disappears. Speaking, Slughorn's expression was a little trance, and it seemed to recall the wonderful feeling when he was taking a psychic agent, and regardless of whether the potion class professor was acting, but the effect was very effective. The classmates seemed to straighten their waists suddenly. Draco's hand brushed the light blonde hair, which had been changed to a partial distribution, and approached Pansy, whispering, staring at the bottle of magical agent. When playing Quidditch, if you can steal a little, it can be help me catch the golden snitch. But Pansy, who always used his head to look at him, just nodded mechanically and did not respond. When he realized that the female partner was not right, Draco turned his head and saw that Pansy Parkinson, who had been casually leaning against the wall, put down the embrace with his arms and bent legs. He straightened his body and took 2 steps forward. Of course, the potion is only effective for 12 hours. From dawn to dark, you will be a lucky star no matter what you do. Today I will use it as a prize. This small bottle of lucky water will be rewarded for the most within an hour. For the students who first brewed the birth water, the materials needed are listed on page 10 of Advanced Potion Making. As his words fell, the wizards in the classroom were all excited, and everyone began to read them desperately. Holding the textbook in his hand, Slughorn continued, but I would like to remind you that before this, only one student in my teaching career has managed to pass the qualified life and death water and won this award. Having said that, I wish you all good luck. Officially start now. The harsh scratches when the crucible was moved, the sound of books being flipped crazy, the sound of putting weights on the balance, the sound of processing herbs. But no one spoke. Everyone was racing against time. Ron also flipped through the shabby textbooks he placed on the table, and the first page read, "This book belongs to Raven Tugwood." The red-haired wizard then looked around cautiously, flipping through the textbook carefully, only to see that the picture on the textbook was changed, and the blank space on each page was the same as the place where the potion was printed. Note: Even in some places, the ingredients of the medicament originally marked on the book were crossed out, and Ron struggled to identify the original operation guide from the various texts scribbled in the textbook. But the surrounding movement caused Ron to raise his head again. The source of the sound was still that some wizards had trouble cutting the sleepy bean. Harry shot it, and the sleepy bean bounced out, Ron's roommate Simone Finnegan catching the dozing bin on the countertop with his hand. Macmillan poked the dozing bin with a knife, deliberately being able to poke the dozing bin out of the juice. Ron lowered his head and cut it with a knife. His bouncing bin bounced away, scrolled a few times on the console. Ron looked up in confusion, and found that Hermione's potion had become the kind of pale snowy green after the dormant bin juice was added. He looked at some wizards who participated in the Harris training class, and found that Michael was squeezing the sleeping bean with the side of the silver short knife. They were not using the original method described in the textbook. The red-haired wizard lowered his head suddenly. He just saw the same treatment in the annotation of the Pure Blood Princess in his textbook. He narrowed his eyes and found the location of the note in the impression, carefully recognizing the Pure Blood Princess in the book. Annotation: I saw that she wrote an additional note at the position of the squash bean slice. Squeezing the side of the silver short knife is easier to juice than the slice. Ron simply laid the side of his silver short knife flat and squeezed the dormant bean. Sure enough, the bean immediately oozed a lot of juice. Ron quickly dripped the juice into his crucible, and was surprised to find that his own medicine had immediately become the kind of pale snowy blue mentioned in the book. Harry, look! Ron dragged Harry down with his elbow. How did you do it? Harry held his glasses. He was so stunned by the sleepy beans that he caught his hair in a mess. It looked very embarrassed. You grind it, don't cut it. Ron pointed. Harry did not hesitate to follow Ron's method, and sure enough the potion turned pale. If Ron doubled his confidence in treasure, Laventugwood must be a potion elite from a pure blood family. Only these guys with family heritage will know more efficient secret techniques training courses outside of textbooks. Those guys must have won Harry. The professor of the C family would understand this. Thinking of this, Ron immediately picked up the textbook and carefully recognized the following content. He had planned to brew the potion exactly according to the comments in his textbook, while Ron was devoted to follow Laventugwood's notes to continue to boil the medicine. Seymour threw the freshly cut grass roots into the dry pot, and the fire burst from his crucible. His cheek was one piece in black. The facial features were crumpled. A big ball suddenly popped out of Macmillan's dry pot. The jelly-like green gel-like object was even more frightening because it seemed to be alive. Slughorn toured the classroom and helped these little wizards to clean up the mess, but he unexpectedly found that this class was different from the previous one. Many little wizards handle potions differently from the textbooks. Like Draco Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson, they did not treat the herbs like a student who only attended the improvement class, but like a potion master. These changed tips are both skillful and efficient, and they all succeed in making their potions work orderly. It was noticed that Hermione Granger had taken the lead to stop processing potions. She added wormwood powder to the daffodil root and was waiting for the potions to boil to the corresponding heat. She glanced at her crucible and judged that speaking to the other party would not be affected as she progressed. Slughorn approached Hermione and asked, Miss Granger, please forgive my curiosity. I would like to ask, where did you and your classmates master these textbooks? Knowledge and skills for brewing potions outside. Professor Slughorn and Professor Alan Harris' training class provided these precious knowledge to the sufficiently good wizards. Hermione's back straightened. Awesome. I have heard some of Harris' ideas about education reform, but I didn't expect him to be enlightened to this point. Slughorn couldn't help but admire Alan, although in fact this knowledge is only. It was obvious that Slughorn had misunderstood the little wizard who was included in the Harris family in the training class. Oh, no. The red-haired wizard's panic screaming and sudden burst of gas frightened everyone. How come my potion is gone? The potions in the crucible in front of Ron disappeared without a trace. leaving only a ray of green smoke floating above the crucible. The little wizards around him who directly smelled the smoke felt very excited. Slughorn walked past Hermione's table, glanced at the residue in Ron's crucible, and picked up Ron's textbook. "Oh, Raven Tugwood, the great-granddaughter of Cecilia Tugwood. I remember her. She has some talent in potions, likes to steal other people's private skills and unauthorized changes to the formula, but refuses to be down-to-earth and never wants to be verified." "Mr. Lay, I happened this time because I don't blame you, but next time, please strictly follow the original textbook. In addition, the person who is exposed to the smoke may not be able to sleep for the next 3 days." Lavion's conjecture to change what should have been a powerful sleeping pill into a powerful stimulant. www.untitlenovel.com. Weasley with red hair and dark circles to grow out of sleep. "Is this going to imitate the Red Panda?" Draco immediately mocked Ron, who was guilty. "What kind of hero do you think you are in a novel? Do you find any secret knowledge easily?" Slughorn turned his head to glance at Draco and shut him up, although his expression was just a bit gloating. Then, Slughorn took this opportunity to ask others, "Does anyone know who Cecilia Tugwood is?" Cecilia Tugwood was born in 1874 and invented many beauty remedies and was the first witch to use such potions. Cecilia also discovered the effect of babotuber pus on pimples. She died in 1966, at the age of 92. Her tombstone reads this line of text: "Thanks to Cecilia Tugwood, she made the world a more beautiful place." To commemorate Cecilia's achievements, she boarded chocolate worms. Pansy opened the mouth before Hermione this time, but was interrupted by the sudden burst of gas before the words were finished. "I saw the same green smoke covering the potion professor who was listening to Pansy's answer," and Harry coughed a few times and began to apologize to his professor in a whimper. "Sorry, slag Professor Horn. I forgot that my potion was also made following Ron's method." Chapter 743 Lesson 1. During the lunch break, many 6th grade students chose to complete their work in the common room. The free time in the 6th grade without classes is not as relaxing as Ron Weasley expected, but must be used to complete a large amount of homework assigned by the teacher. Not only did the students in the improvement class work hard as if they had to deal with the exam every day, the assignments by the professors did not take into account that they had just finished a pleasant summer vacation, and they did not adapt to high-intensity learning. Even if Hermione was able to figure out the content completely, but because of the quantity, she had just finished her homework in the potion class, and it was time for the afternoon class. "Quick, Professor Harris' first class of ancient magic, don't be late." Ginny quickly packed her textbooks into her backpack, and many wizards in the lounge were scrambling to pack up their textbook assignments and ink. "Ginny, are you going to an ancient magic class?" Ron, still distressed at the potion class assignment, asked her sister in surprise. "Of course." Ginny raised her eyebrows. "Professor Harris has only 2 lessons of ancient magic a week. All wizards who have taken this course at all ages have to go to class. I have to move faster with Harry or I won't be able to grab it. Position. Okay, go, you all go. I can play my wizard chess in the dormitory." Ron put his hands behind his head, leaning heavily on the back of the chair, making a decent appearance. Harry, who had just finished packing, heard Ron's words when he got up and asked, "Did you just say you intend to practice Quidditch for a while?" "Don't worry about Ron, let's go. I hope he can be so comfortable when dealing with others." Ginny snorted, shook her long red hair, and pulled Harry out of the common room. The little lions rushed to the ancient magic classroom along the familiar path. In the hallway outside the classroom, they saw that there were a lot of people coming to the class, and all the grades gathered in groups of 3 or 5 waiting for their new professors. Most of them were members of the Harris training class. No one in the class wants to miss this course. The other general students also wear Ravenclaw and Slytherin school uniforms. "Look, Pansy Parkinson really didn't follow Malfoy. She was hiding from Alan," Harry whispered, pointing in the direction where the Slytherins were gathering. Draco and Gore and Crabbe stood together. The two of his classmates could not improve because of the potion class score is not enough, but apparently did not let go of the ancient magic class with no hard requirements for the wizard. Harry, you should think about your girlfriend more than Pansy Parkinson. Ginny walked in the direction of Hermione, who had stood with Luna. Not far behind the Mad Girls, 4 HECPAC students took a corner of the classroom under the leadership of Ernie Macmillan. Ernie was born into a pure-blood family and can trace his lineage back 9 generations. He is related to Melania Black, the grandmother of Sirius Black. Although Ernie was a rare and arrogant type in Hufflepuffery, he was not prejudiced against other pedigrees. He used to be friendly with Mulborn Justin Fenry and made it for him. So after Cedric graduated, he became the leader of Hufflepuff. When the class time was up, Alan and Mr. Kieozu behind him walked into the classroom as if the time had been calculated, and the classroom suddenly became quiet. Wearing the ancient magic robe, Alan walked slowly to the podium and stood to turn. His eyes swept from the wizards. He checked the incoming wizard and the list he had received, and confirmed that no one was absent. Afterward, Alan spoke and wandered on the podium. My classmates, my students, you come to my class today because of your inner desire and a belief that the old Hogwarts teaching method is not suitable. The eyes of all the wizards in the classroom are focused on Alan. They can publicly claim that black magic will be involved in ancient magic lessons, and they still choose to learn after the open conflict between Alan and Dumbledore at the opening ceremony. Such a wizard, there are more or less ambitions in my heart or ambitions in my heart. No matter what the purpose of this ambition is, it is good or bad. You came today because you longed for something new. A way out. Something different. Alan glanced back at the little wizards at the desk. I recently learned that my relationship with Dumbledore has made a lot of people are very nervous. Yes, my idea and Dumbledore have a serious conflict, but the struggle between me and him is not from private hatred, but he is trying to make all the wizards become the same person, become a protected person. Of course, in my opinion, it is not that there is anything wrong with choosing to be such a majority group, and they are not useless. Being a protected wizard can also have different values. But, I think I should give all the wizards a choice to make their own decisions. Ancient magic will only grant you people who have high lofty ideals. It will only bloom in the souls of a few wizards and we will be protected. Someone else. The words of the professor of ancient magic had just fallen. The Hogwarts wizards who were sitting behind the desks were aroused by Alan's opening remarks. They all stood up and started to cheer and could not help but applaud for Alan and themselves. Whether Harry made this choice in his heart but hesitated to be correct or not, he still thought of Neville, who was abused by Death Eaters to his mad parents, or those who were a bit repulsive of black magic and only intended to come to learn some neutrality. Hufflepuffs of ancient magic, even with no purpose in their hearts, just followed Crabbe, who came to Draco. At this time, they were full of passion and longing for the course they chose. Alan looked at the little wizards who were agitated, and he was quite satisfied with a smile in the corner of his mouth. Alan did not use spells that could imply others in his speech, but he achieved this by using charm and language. Effect. The ancient magic class professor opened his arms with a cheering voice and officially started the first content of the course. Excuse me, students, we have a lot of content today, and the time is relatively tight, so I can leave you time to celebrate and not much. So let us start directly. First of all, please take out your wand and line up. Upon hearing the wand, many wizards became more excited, but there were exceptions. Are you going to fight again? Neville grabbed his wand and stood behind him in horror. The purpose of this class was to learn something new to arm himself, but now everything is still there. The posture that it was possible to fight without learning made Neville nervous. Don't worry, Professor Harris won't let us have a problem. But I don't know if it will ask us to fight an unknown duel just like the duel club. Otherwise, why should we line up? Kuzang's sweet voice came from behind them. She is in 7th grade and has to deal with the NEWT exam this year, but she still signed up for this course and did not mean to quit the Quidditch competition this year. In fact, She is also engaged in this sport after graduation and her boyfriend Cedric Diggory, who is currently in a long-distance relationship, works in a team. The wizards, under the experienced leadership of the members of the training class, acted quickly according to the college and the grade, but they were different from their initial expectations. www.untilnovel.com At least at this time, the professor of ancient magic did not immediately let the students work with each other. The meaning of Mr. Kieyozu behind Alan moved to the little wizards himself. The three tentacles quickly gestured to the witch's wand and body. The three eyes blinked continuously and reported the measured data. Mr. Harry Potter, please straighten your arms. I need to measure the length of your arms, Mr. Kieyozu said to Harry, who was leaning his head and looking at himself fascinatingly. The golem used a soft middle-aged female voice. Harry couldn't help but think of his experience of being measured in the Ollivander and Madame Mogin's stores. Compared with automatic magic tape measure and manual measurement, Mr. Kieyozu was undoubtedly more accurate, smarter and faster. The data is reported on the measurement side and recorded on the parchment paper. Mr. Argus Filch kindly lend me Mr. Loris too, his skillful man. Well, it should be called Miss Skilly, and Mr. Filch set it as a female voice. Alan coughed and continued to introduce. It will measure the shape, weight, material, and various aspects of your wand. Please take the measured students back to your desk. After that, I will follow these. The data is tailor-made for you, but don't be disappointed. As the first lecture, I prepared a small gift for you today. Chapter 744 Textbook. When the last little wizard was also recorded by Ms. Kieyozu, Alan waved at random. Dozens of books with a blue background and a bronze relief cover, similar to the decorative manuscripts of lacquered gold, floated in front of each wizard. This hand was also used by Dumbledore at the time, but he used the silent spell technique at the time, but he used a magic wand, and Alan cast a spell without a wand. Harry's eyes were fiery, but Neville beside him did not respond to him. Harry looked at Neville strangely and found that Neville was staring at the book floating in front of him. Wizards use magic wands to guide magic, so they can make the effect of spells more accurate and effective. Only powerful and skilled wizards can stably master difficult wand-free magic. Transfiguration and magic spells are usually difficult without using magic wands. Cast, and if the operation is not accurate enough, it is easy to cause unexpected consequences. I can only use this technique to cast a few small magic spells. Hermione responded to Harry. However, the magic wand is a magical tool invented in Europe. Therefore, before the magic wand was introduced to other places, the wizards that did not rely on this tool when using magic, Native Americans had formed their own magic system before the arrival of the European colonists, and they did not need to use the magic wand. The African wizard. It was not until the 20th century that the magic wand was accepted, and to this day, the magic wand is not a necessity for them to perform magic, although the African witch's wand-free casting is replaced by the longy-consuming casting gesture as a price, and Alan S. drew the wandless cast in the sense or Dumbledore's unfolded wandless technique is incomparable. At this point, Harry's eyes were fixed on the book. The bronze embossment of the big omniscience mark was all over the book, and the rotating eye of omniscience in the middle seemed to have infinite magic, attracting the attention of the wizards. They can hardly remove their eyes from above. Harry's fingers could not help but slowly brush over the embossed lines. This book seems to be worth a lot. Ernie Macmillan stared at the sapphire on the cover relief as the eye of omniscience, murmured in admiration, and held the book firmly as if by magic. If other disciplines require us to buy our own, I think many students will have to give up this course because of economic reasons. There is also a metal lock on the spine. Where is this hanging? Theodore Slytherin pointed to the lock on the spine. It may be hanging on a backpack, hanging on a belt, so that we can carry it with us. Look at AI. Look at Professor Harris' belt. Draco Malfoy explained a few words, and Theodore looked up. Looking at Alan's belt with a devil's skull, the tone was full of envy. I also want to customize a belt like Professor Harris. It looks really cool. Fool, Let's not say whether you have the ability to get it. The key is that you don't have the robe of Professor Harris, and the light belt does not match our school uniform. Brez Zarbini was Zarbi, his mother who had been a widow 6 times. Mrs. New was pretty good at aesthetic education. Miss Handy just measured our waistline. Obviously the professor will prepare it for us. This book lock is a Ravon, Malfoy said. His hand touched the book lock firmly on the cover relief. His finger eye pressed the lock on the book lock of the vividly carved raven lock, whose wings were still shaking slightly, and wanted to open the book. A click sounded and the lock was opened. Oh, Malfoy sighed in surprise. Absolutely not. Only was he alone. The wizards had never seen such a book. I used to think that the Monster Book of Monsters, the Invisible Book of Invisibility, is a very strange book, and the one in front of it completely breaks through. The text on their cognitive book is not in order. On the smooth dark blue pages, like the starry sky, Silver's magical writing slowly moves like a star. These jumping characters attracted the attention of the wizards, but they couldn't be completely unable to read the contents. Even if their eyes widened, they couldn't tell the famous characters from the floating characters. It seems that you still like the little gifts I gave you. At this time, Alan's voice rang in their ears. You can't see the contents of this textbook now. Wait until we have a theory class. At the time, I will let our course content appear on the top, and then the page will automatically arrange the content we want to teach. If you want to read and review after the class, just hold a book in your mind. You can see the relevant text when you recall. Although it is known that there may be no content in the book at this time, wizards such as Michael and Draco can't help but start tentatively searching various keywords in their minds, trying to be able to see some content. Alan stepped down from the podium and continued. You can also use this book as a notepad that will never run out. No ink is needed, just use a feather pen to write on it. Professor Michael Kono raised his hand in a familiar relationship with Alan and asked directly, what if I accidentally make a mistake? Focus on your spirit, think about erasing the wrong place, and wipe it with your hand and it will naturally disappear. Alan nodded to Melk, and Michael sat down and couldn't wait to take out the quill and wrote in his book, sliding carefully. It's not unusual for him to do so. It's just that pale-looking Ginny held a quill pen but refused to move. She thought of the nightmarish experience she had written in Tom Riddle's diary and chatting about the mysterious person as the object to talk to. The fingers of the quill were pinched tightly, and the joints of the fingers turned pale with too much force. Hermione looked at Ginny worriedly, took her arm, and wanted to give her friends some warmth and encouragement. Don't worry, Ginny, this is not. It won't chat with you. Luna raised her eyes and leaned in. But these are not the most important. One of its main functions is when the wizards are experimenting with the function of the textbook novelty. Alan raises the volume to re-engage their appeal to himself. This book can make you store a spell. As long as you touch the book, you can quickly cast the spell with a thought or command. Of course, you have to store it again after casting. But in the classroom, there was an instant agitation. What does it mean? Even if dull like Neville understands the meaning. If you store an armor and protect it in a critical moment when fighting with others, this may be a chance to save your life. Because the trigger mechanism requires you to quickly touch it, so for your convenience, a metal lock has been designed on the spine. Just now, Mrs. Loris 2 has recorded good physical data for you. Lessons will be given to you. A textbook floated up, and Alan pointed to the position of the spine. This setting is really necessary, because there are always some idiots that will lose things. Draco glanced at Neville holding the textbook, put his lips down, sneered, and in his heart, such a good thing, Alan, it's too wasteful to give the guy who often loses. Neville held the textbook in his arms, and consciously and Draco's irony quickly said after the number, Professor Harris, I will keep it well and will never let it be lost. Don't worry, this textbook is very private. Even if you accidentally lose the textbook, the content recorded on it will not be detected by others. Alan turned the floating book in one direction. This raven, the shape of the book lock, like the golden thief, has the function of memory. Only the first person who touches it can open the book lock. Even if someone else gets your textbook, he can't open it. Of course, if you lose it, download you have to pay for one book, and declare in advance that its cost is not cheap. The reason why Alan elaborately designed the textbooks for students is because the ancient magic he wants to teach is almost impossible to buy related books on the market, even if some of this knowledge is revealed in those bookstores, but they are not systematically texturized like other subjects, and their content is not suitable for young wizards who have not graduated. Therefore, Alan can only summarize and publish himself. He did not choose to print the textbook in the traditional way. He wanted to take this opportunity to try to use the knowledge on the Nether Scroll to create these ancient magical wonders, which is also a kind of his own exercise. Collect the feelings and other data of the students during the use of him, and then continue to improve his design concept. When the technology matures, Alan can equip himself and others with more mature products. And several functions in this textbook www.mtlnovel.com are also after Alan's deliberations. On the one hand, cannot write a notepad, these little wizards will naturally come up with other courses. This textbook is used to record notes. After all, with a portable, unlimited use notebook, who would like to bring a pile of heavy ordinary notepads and parchment on the body? On the other hand, for the textbook to store a magic function presumably, even when there is no course, they will try to wear this book at any time. This is equivalent to the fact that his students are promoting ancient magic lessons to the little wizards who have not joined. Therefore, in addition to the two functions of storing an enchantment and recording information that are actually useful, Alan spared no expense to spend a lot of extra gold gallant to use them in the decoration of this book. Those exquisite reliefs and the gems above are actually completely unnecessary decorative items, but these personal imprints representing Harris are only used as a means of publicity. The introduction of the textbook is almost the same. The professor of ancient magic class tied the book floating in front of him to his belt and let the book hang on his left waist. This action is the same as Alan expected, attracting the attention of the little wizards who worship him and making them quite eye-catching. I believe that this style will allow them to imitate afterwards. Then, Alan clapped his hands. Now ask everyone to put away their textbooks. We don't need to learn theory today. Everyone follow me out. I will take you to the practice venue to officially start the first class. Chapter 745 Cite Harry Potter's Invincible Scriptures. Chapter 445 The venue. Alan said to Miss Chaos and Mrs. Loris to let it help tidy up the classroom, and took the lead out of the door. The little wizards were scrambling to pick up their things and follow behind their new professor, knowing that ancient magic practices and practice sites. These little wizards were even more excited. Compared with the boring and obscure theoretical study, practical operation is always the favorite course of Hogwarts wizards, and the group left the castle under the leadership of Alan. Professor Harris took us in the direction. Oops. Hagrid. Harry watched them approaching Hagrid's hut near the Forbidden Forest, thinking that he hadn't taken the magical creature protection class. He pulled Neville around him, trying to use obese Neville to block his body. Harry, what's wrong with you? Neville asked sideways, strangely. Oh, he saw it. Harry patted his forehead painfully. He saw the big guy Hagrid stop teaching, and didn't control him to raise other students in the class, but stood not far from his hut, just stared at him so angrily. Harry mechanically beckoned to Hagrid, and Hagrid turned his head angrily, as if looking for something in this group of people. He seemed to be more angry, and then muttered something in his mouth. Go around and stop looking at Harry. Harry lowered his head sadly. He must never want to see me again. He is so good to me, but I am ungrateful. It's not you who is most angry with him, Harry. Ginny didn't pay attention to others' eyes at this time, came over and took Harry's arm. The ancient magic class is in conflict with the 6th grade. There is a reason for this, and Ron didn't sign up for other classes, preferring to leave the vacant afternoon without choosing Hagrid's magical biology conservation class. I think this is Hagrid's most angry. Unlike Harry feeling a bit gloomy mood, the afternoon sun shone warmly on the little wizards, passing the Hagrid hut, and the black lake in the distance was rippling round and round with the breeze. They followed Alan came to a meadow near the Forbidden Forest and Black Lake. Alan turned his back to Black Lake and looked up to see the terrace of the principal's office. He adjusted the position a bit to keep his practice class as far as possible from the terrace standing on the tower of the castle in the distance to the area. Okay, here it is. A smile appeared on his eyebrows, and Alan held out his finger to this large area. We will use our ancient magic practice class at this location in the future. This site will wait for me to design the drawings. Formal construction can begin, and after completion, it will meet the training needs of our ancient magic class to achieve the purpose of improving everyone's actual combat capabilities. After experiencing the surprises brought by the textbooks, the wizards, who had no doubt about Professor Harris's aesthetic and generosity, could not help but be full of curiosity and expectation for the future training venue. Harry thought of the request room where Hermione took them to when he organized "That's the best training room with the most complete equipment and facilities he has ever seen." If the ancient magic practice class venue can have such a level, it is enough to meet the training needs. Although Alan always surprises, Harry cannot imagine that there will be a better training venue than the request room. If you just look at the venue, Alan will not bring us over when the venue is not yet built. There must be other purposes for this trip. Draco's understanding of Alan and the surrounding Slytherins guess with confidence. And just now, many snakes who have been so enamored with the political struggle have been keenly aware that Alan's previous line of sight was originally dissatisfied with the principle of Gryffindor. They were very satisfied with the tough style of Alan. We are here today to have a mission to select teacher assistants. Alan looked around the wizards and surprised the little wizards who had been guessing his purpose, and then explained the mission further. Since our different grades are mixed in, let us take an ancient magic class together. But as everyone knows, my current teaching plan is not only to teach some powerful magic spells to everyone, I also have to teach you how to use them correctly, so I plan to each grade is equipped with a teacher assistant. Unlike other courses, it will not only be my assistant, but also a glory for you. A kind of glory? Wizards all know that Alan used to work as a teaching assistant for magic spells and black magic defense. Under normal circumstances, teaching assistants are appointed by professors, helping professors to issue handouts, send and receive assignments, and notify course arrangements. But this is an assistant teacher of ancient magic. I don't know how Professor Harris chooses, and from his last subtext, I am afraid that it will not be easy to become an assistant teacher. Irrespective of the student's anxiety, Alan took out many healing potions from his pocket. The way this assistant is generated, just like my class, is to change the effect of a near-known duel when you are fighting. All the wizards of the same grade will enter the venue to fight together. The students of other grades will observe, and the wizard who can still stand on the ground is the teacher assistant of this grade. Don't worry about your identity, whether you will be injured. In addition to not being able to use the unforgivable spell, you can use any spell you want to use. I will only take shelter when you are facing too dangerous spells, so if you don't want to suffer too serious injuries, I suggest that you do your best as much as possible to exert your own strength. Although my healing spells and potions work well, before they take effect, the pain is still inevitable. Alan's eyes swept over Hermione and the members of the training class. Hermione noticed that Alan nodded slightly when making eye contact with her, so she pulled out her wand and stood up straight. She didn't need any special treatment from Alan. She took the attribute potion to increase the magic potion and studied in the tower. With so much precious secret knowledge still unable to defeat other students, Hermione felt that she had no face to meet others, and the members of the training class who did a bunch of groups in 3 or 5 groups also cheered up. They are confident that they will not get the final victory in such a melee, but they have learned for many years in advance that they will never become the object that was knocked down from the beginning. Draco Malfoy quietly retreated to the middle of Slytherin. He pointedly pointed at Hermione to the followers such as Gower, Crabbe, and Sabine. First, we will work together to get rid of those obstacles, and then deal with Granger together. The professor said he wanted to fight. Gower's voice said sullenly. He looked silly. He actually had other thoughts in his heart. He knew that Hermione and Alan had a special relationship. Because of Alan, the Harris family was still in prison. His father took good care of him, and he was really reluctant to deal with Hermione with Draco. Draco heard Gore's meaning. He glared at Gore contemptuously. His tone was quite jealous. "You are a fool." She was taught by Professor Harris personally, and she took it earlier than I. No, and although she was born in Mal, she has a great talent for magic. You can see that in the training class. Even the wizard of the pure-blood big family is far behind her in terms of knowledge and strength. If it is not a melee, if you don't unite, you will definitely be defeated by Granger. Didn't you notice Alan's lines and look at her? We can let go and fight this time. After that, Draco's wand turned around in the palm of his hand. Originally, he thought he wanted a neon match. In that case, he knew he could not beat Hermione, who took the attribute potion earlier. The power of magic comes from the potion of enchantment. www.mentalnovel.com. I thought it was just the talent of Miss Masterstone. But if the battle becomes a dogfight, then if several of them join together, Hermione Granger may not necessarily win. After this, compared with ordinary wizards, he took the attribute potions himself, and went to the Deemstrand School of Witchcraft and Wizardry with Alan. He has had many experiences in this practical combat method, so he won. The possibility is great. It's just. Draco couldn't help but glance at Alan's direction when he saw Gore's expression become very disturbed. Although Alan just said that he didn't have to worry about identity, if he played more and less, he won't be upset if he beats. Thinking of this, Draco decided to wait for the tentative trial of Granger's actions. If Alan looks bad, he will give up. At this time, the professor of ancient magic had no time to detect the careful thoughts of his students. He was raising his arms, and the whole venue began to vibrate. The little wizards stepped back and forth, and saw a square of mud in front of them from the grass. Lifting up the ground, scattered high walls, excavated trenches all around. Alan temporarily simulated his practice class venue into the terrain that may be encountered in actual combat. If Deemstrand's the training room is generally filled with obstacles of various shapes. Let's start with the 6th grade first. Looking up and seeing that the 6th grade wizards were the closest to the venue, Alan decided that the wizards of his own grade would take the lead. Chapter 746 Practice Course. The 6th grade wizards spontaneously relied on each other's relationship to form an alliance, to form a squad, guarding each other and slowly entering the scuffle. Draco took Gore, Crabbe, and Zabini to ride a road to occupy a highland in the corner of the site, hiding behind those earthen walls. Michael Kona and Edward Fox took 2 acquaintances. The members of the Ravenclaw training class occupied a thick and high wall as a bunker, and began to block the weakness of some obstacles with super strong armor. Some of them have not received this before. The educational wizards also imitated their behavior, and Ernie Macmillan jumped a trench with a few Hufflepuffs, while Harry and Neville stood in front of a round pillar with their wands. Neville's round face was full of tension. Harry and the team, composed of his 2 other roommates, Simone Finnegan and Dean Thomas, nodded slightly at the back of the other column, forming a temporary alliance. The Gryffindors chose most of the positions are positions with better vision, so that they can theoretically facilitate their offensive, and of course there is a lack of cover, but fortunately, this ancient magic class also has more ordinary little wizards who have not been trained or trained before. They seemed to be scrambling to find a place on the field, and Hermione Granger, who attracted most people's attention to the center of the field, made the Gryffindor lions less glaring. Then, the 2 identical Alans seemed to come out from behind Alan. Harry turned their heads violently and looked at the 2 directions behind and behind him. This is mirroring. Harry remembered that Alan had the illusion used to deal with the fire dragon in the first game of the Goblet of Fire. Can no longer judge who of the 3 Alan is the body by perspective or hearing. Zabini also whispered to Draco around him in doubt. The best effect of this magic is that it can achieve 8 mirror images. Alan can do it early. Why did he only divide 2 this time? Draco, who is familiar with mirroring, exclaimed, "This is not mirroring. The mirroring avatar only simulates the behavior of the body." For example, the avatar will make the same casting action when the body casts the spell. Healing potion. The body floats in the air, and its avatar will also float. These three Alan are doing different actions. Suddenly, as if confirming Draco's judgment, all the wizards on the field screamed out, and one of them all appeared in an additional 8 Alan, and then, the other 2 directions Alan avatars also cast spells one after another, creating 8 mirrors for themselves, and then after a dazzling phantom shift and shadowing, 27 Alan were divided into 3 groups using similar flying skills of the mysterious man. An equilateral triangle floated in the sky above the venue, and then looked down upon the 6th grade wizards in the venue without saying a word. What is this? The avatar created by mirroring will not have the real ability to cast spells. Michael Kona looked at the same line of 9 Alan's heads lined up in the same pose, with horrified eyes and some fiery heat. So, shouldn't the first 2 avatars be touched like a mirror? At this time, the wizards who were surrounded by Alan in all directions could not tell who was Alan's real body, who was created with real attacking power, and who was a completely false mirror. Is this still human power? Why doesn't Professor Harris use this trick when facing a mysterious person? Ruddy complexion, with long golden hair braid, dragged to Susan Hufflepuff. Her backburns was obviously stunned by Alan's hand, and she muttered to herself around an earth wall obstacle not far from Harry. Spider web, barriers. Accept your weapon. The sound of Draco Malfoy and his enemies suddenly sounded, and the light of several spells appeared at once. Harry pulled away Neville, the speed cast by Draco himself using the silent spell technique. Imprisoned. A thick rope fired from the tip of the wand was tied to the pillar next to them. Many pieces of soil were squeezed and cracked, and Neville was covered with mud all over the face. And Susan Burns, who spoke just a short distance away, was caught by the web spiders learned by Brace Zarbini in the training class. A large layer of tough, sticky grey filaments covered the earth wall of Little Hufflepuff and the surrounding area of about 20 feet. These sticky filaments will trap the creatures in them. They look like spider webs, but far bigger and more than the spider web, and these sticky wires must be fixed on 2 or more completely opposite elevation fixing points. Otherwise they will only become some sticky feet and affect the movement. Because they cannot be fully opened things, the creatures in the cobweb will be entangled with sticky silk. The right hand was wrapped in silk together with the wand she was holding. Susan Burns, unable to cast, screamed and tried to pull the spider silk with her left hand, trying to break away from being entangled in place, but because she had no magic, can be regarded as an ordinary little girl, does not have the strength of a strong man, or possesses a strange power like Hermione, who took the attribute potion, so this behavior just caused more spider webs to entangle her, and finally let Born Sri Lanka could not move at all. And the Quidditch team players of Hufflepuff Academy beside her, who often disobey Harry's guidance of Zachary Smith during training, rely on the fairly good reflection of Quidditch athletes due to their agility, ability to use the gap between the cobwebs as soon as possible to make him only entangled by a small amount of silk. He did not lose all his mobility, but he could only move at a very slow speed in the sticky cobweb. Be careful not to get trapped by more filaments. However, this level of resistance is only in vain. After a while, he was followed by a heavy blow with obstacles after disarming you. Accept your weapon, which caused him to be wrapped in more air. Can't move. Shameless. Foul. Surprise attack. Shamelessly. Justin Fenry of Hufflepuff, who was in the trench with Ernie Macmillan, was lucky to stay out of the cobweb's effectiveness, but when he raised his head, he shouted angrily at Draco Malfoy on the high ground. Professor Harris, Draco Malfoy, the Slytherins cheated, and they cast a spell before they even started. Hannah Abbott, who also stayed in the trench, pointed directly at the head closest to him. An Alan Avatar protested that, compared with Susan Burns, who had been entangled in half of his face by a cobweb and could only move his eyes at this time, The anger made the girl temporarily beat Sue, at least in her ruddy face, quite a lot. Draco imitated Alan during the War of the Ministry of Magic, deliberately nudged him to separate them so that they were completely back to where they should be, and dragged on the tone, "It's stupid, I didn't know, but I still spoke evil." In Distromes duel class, as long as this kind of scuffle enters the field, even if it starts, do you think we have to bow to each other before we can start? Didn't see Professor Harris just looked at us in place? It's so stupid that you can't blame anyone. The 9 Alan above Hufflepuff shrugged and spread their hands. Mr. Finelli, Miss Ibo, and Malfoy's behavior did not violate the rules. In actual combat, no one will shout to start before starting. Blaze Zarbini, ascertaining that he had not violated the regulations, seemed to have found his dependence, and he began to ridicule. "Fools, if this group of Hufflepuffs are true enemies, I have to make up one." Flaming. These filaments are flammable and can increase the power of flame magic. If it is a real battle, these little badgers will have been burned alive. The scene was silent, and at the next moment, various spells burst out. The members of the training class suddenly changed. They performed mirroring like Alan. Although they could not achieve 8 avatars like their own professors, they had 1 to 3 avatars with different numbers. At least it can help to confuse the opponent. Even if it is attacked again, the enemy cannot easily choose the correct deity from them. Hermione, who was regarded as a strong enemy by many people, was holding her wand and did not take the initiative to attack. Hermione only stood calmly in the middle of the field, and her brown eyes looked at the field. Combat situation. Then an exclamation came from behind Hermione, and multiple spells quickly hit Hermione, and the rumble sounded suddenly, and the dust was scattered, and it was impossible to see the situation. Parvati Patil looked at Hermione's direction blankly while holding her wand. The exclamation was just from her. If it was not for her to witness it, she could hardly imagine that Hermione's strength had exceeded. There are so many. Just after Parvati discovered 7 or 8 Slytherins behind a bunker not far from her, they suddenly got up together, and at the same time cast multiple spells to attack Hermione. Just when she found out that it was too late to remind herself that the nickname knew everything. When she was a roommate of the lady, Hermione turned around quickly as if she had seen eyes behind her, quickly raised the mud wall with transfiguration, and the shield made by the iron armor quickly condensed in front of Hermione. The huge muffled spells that attacked Hermione plopped into the mud wall, and were shot away by the iron armor spell behind, bursting the mud wall, and the dust flew and the soil splashed, and when the dust settled, the field her body became 9 at once. In order to test his ability, Hermione, who appeared to be unmoved in the middle of the field, deliberately used the telepathic thoughts to gather all the movements around him. Just before the sneak attack, Hermione's telepathic thoughts were noticed. In a deep trench not far from her, the Slytherins spread maliciousness towards her. What made Hermione even more angry was that of the group of Slytherins with the largest number of the team, 2 of the Slytherin pureblood wizards who had not joined the training class had their attitude towards her even if they were forced by the form. The nature but the appearance is considered polite, and the heart is just a little reluctant emotion. But when they attacked her just now, the 2 of them were exposed at the moment of this emotion. In his own heart, he thought of Hermione as a mud seed while casting a spell. This short and strong emotion was detected by Hermione, and Hermione, who was originally quite relaxed, produced a kind of anger that was not only insulted but also deceived. She took so long to work the wizarding world has today's achievements, and these pure blood are actually looking for inexplicable superiority because of her origin. At the other end of the field, Harry kept holding his wand, but no one attacked him. This was because he was standing next to Neville. This unlucky little fat man was treated as a soft persimmon because of his fame, and was frequently encountered by other small children. The wizards attack. Therefore, even if Neville did not perform as badly as others had imagined, Harry had to frequently use an armor spell to help him, but Tony attracted the attention of the wizards around him, and Simo and Dean did. He succeeded many times when he counterattacked with a spell. Their struggle on the whole was not intense on the whole. Harry could still spare the time to pay attention to the battle over Draco Malfoy. The situation made the old savior more concerned and more shocked. Because of the opening attack, the Draco squad, which attracted many people's hatred, was regarded as the primary target by many other teams. However, under the siege of Ernie Macmillan and Michael Kona and other sporadic teams, Harry was surprised to find that Malfoy and his team, who thought they would be eliminated soon, had the upper hand. The positions occupied by these little snakes are too favorable, and they do not need to worry about what enemies will appear behind them when they occupy the corner position. And they continue to use super strong armor to make shields to block several gaps and high ground positions when they are attacked. Can easily lean down and hide behind the earth wall. What made Harry unexpected was that Draco Malfoy's own strength had grown so fast that the effect of the mirror image he used could actually surpass the other wizards of the training class and become 5 Malfoy's virtues. All the wands in Draco's hands popped with crackling lightning bolts, and they aimed at Hannah Abbott, who had complained about cheating in the same way. This poor girl faced Draco's attack was stunned in place, and she completely forgot that the 5 lightning bolts that struck her were actually the only ones in which the Draco deity cast. This kind of magic originated from Gellert Grindelwald, was given to him by the way when Draco was an exchange student at Deemstrand last semester. I haven't relaxed the practice of this magic during the summer vacation, and I can only use it to this day. Although Draco's strength is still unable to gather these lightning bolts on top of his wand and store them into a chain of lightning or lightning balls. It is a more lethal expansion attack method, but Susan, who was struck by this basic form with relatively low attack intensity, is also paralyzed by the magic current, and her 2 braids are turned into electricity. The soft hair like a black man swelled up, and her wand had already fallen from her hand. She couldn't even make a cry, and she was lying on the trench with her body spastically. Seeing the opponent's wish, Draco raised his mouth with satisfaction, then sneered contemptuously. His wand pointed at Hannah Abbott, who was still shaking, and Ernie Macmillan roared and thought to come to the rescue. He jumped back immediately to avoid the obstacles launched by Gore. A flash of lightning from Draco's recast went straight to Susan, who had been hit by a darkened face, and Hannah, who was trembling, closed her eyes in despair, but the expected pain did not come. She opened her eyes and found that Professor Alan Harris had stood before her. Harry, who had been paying attention to this situation, opened his mouth in astonishment as the little wizards around him. He had never seen such a situation. The fierce lightning that Draco wanted to make up was flying. After a short distance, he suddenly turned around and flew back, hitting Draco's feet directly, causing Draco and the crab beside him to be electrocuted with numbness. Alan, who appeared next to Susan, proved that the vision was obviously caused by his handwriting. Just using the magical counter ability learned from the Nether Scroll in ancient times, instead of simply dispelling Draco's spell, he directly reversed the decision of Alan, who went back and decided Susan was defeated and eliminated. Then Alan looked at Draco, who looked ugly and wanted to say nothing. Draco, although when facing a real enemy, you are definitely the right choice to add a lightning bolt. But you are now facing it as your classmates. Even if you don't worry, you need to cast another spell to make sure that she completely loses her ability to move. You should also choose a lesser spell like the petrified spell with subsequent damage. My ancient magic class is to let you learn how to control the use of these forces, rather than arbitrary control by these forces. Remember to keep your reason when casting spells. Sorry, Alan, I promise I won't next time. Draco's face was flushed, and he found that he was indeed quite proud of the smooth on the field and was somehow out of control and immersed in the power he had. After learning this knowledge, I know that this emotion and tendency is a dangerous sign of Draco, but I don't want to gradually lose myself. and I have fallen into a black who can only summon some magic maggots to devour my own wizard. Suddenly, a small black bottle volleyed towards Alan, who was standing in front of Susan. Alan held the bottle in his palm, pulled out the cork, and dropped a drop of mercury. The mercury became a midair. Susan floated slightly in the middle. Susan rose slowly from the ground and lay flat on the floating dish. Everyone's eyes turned to the other Professor Harris, who was throwing the bottle, and turned back to look at Professor Harris, who was directing the floating dish to fly out while using the air touch to treat Hannah. Professor Harris, who had just demonstrated his ability to counter magic spells and turn Draco Lightning back out of thin air, turned out to be just an avatar, and the items on his body did not have practical effects. Then came the sudden screams from the middle of the field, interrupting the wizard's thoughts on Alan's doppelganger. They followed the sound far away and found that the two Slytherins rushed out of the trenches with their teeth open. And on the ground behind them, the grasses began to float in the air and turned into small thorns and awls, and they were attacking them wave after wave. And Hermione were slowly chasing behind the group of small snakes. In the short confrontation just now, the two mirrors were touched by the curse and splashed rubble and disappeared. Transfiguration and 10,000 bullets fire at the same time. Parvati looked at her roommate in surprise, although she had already learned these two kinds of magic herself, but she couldn't do the momentum like Hermione. Such precise control cannot be achieved. Hermione, who had just launched an attack on Slytherin, attacked her, transformed her weeds into grass thorns and awls using morphing, and then fired the needles with 10,000 shots. The phantom avatars produced by this group of Slytherin team members who used mirroring technology disappeared instantly under this intensive attack. This is still because Hermione did not summon the dog to bypass the smell because of fear of insecurity. The situation that affects the visual and auditory mirrors and directly attacks the deity. www.mentalnovel.com. And the two Slytherin little wizards who cursed her in their hearts have become the targets of key care. These plant thorns do not cause death, hurt, but they were all covered in the scattered flying, and because of the hollow shape inside, the blood flowing out made the two little snakes look quite emaciated, and the new tingling they screamed together, protected their heads and faces, and rushed out and ran out of the venue to eliminate themselves. After being hacked, the members of the Slytherin training class who were more or less successful in the body suddenly panicked. After peering behind the bunker, they began to think that their master of the training class was out of there. The dissatisfied and moving hands of the collective sneak attack. But the situation of the scene now makes this group of small snakes sensitive to politics and dissent rely on her understanding of Hermione's ability to somewhat guess the mind of the idiot they just absorbed into the team. Worrying about the future, Slytherin had already ignored the fight and stood up and shouted to Hermione to explain. "Miss Granger, we don't think so." After venting for a while, Hermione deliberately imitated the movement style of Alan in her memory. She interrupted the Slytherin's argument with her hands on her back. "I know, don't worry, otherwise you are outside now." Chapter 747 Fear of Trouble. Thanks sincerely to the leader Jiang Nanan in the venue. The chaotic situation gradually became clear as time passed. I saw Hermione Granger's powerful strength and the members of the Harris training class working together like heroes. Many did not participate in this training. Wizard has already started to abstain automatically and walked out of the field to avoid meaningless curses. But their departure did not alleviate the situation, and the battles on the field with more positions vacated became more intense. In addition to the wizards of the Harris training class, the members of DA that Harry Potter founded last year, after all, also after more than half of the semester training and little wizards who have no experience in this area, they can successfully cast iron armor after all. Although they are in a state of suppression, they can still persist for a while. The witches who stayed on the field began to escalate their fighting intensity, and they all used their full power. Various spells flew, causing them to be injured more or less. Of course, this did not include Hermione Granger, who returned to the center of the venue. She started to give up actively to provoke others. Of course, she was also bold to provoke her to end. which was nothing more than being eliminated immediately. Michael Kona's arm in the Ravenclaw 4 team was hit in the battle with the Draco team, and he was weakly placed on the side to swing with the body, which made him cold and sweat drift down. But he also successfully cooperated with Edward before the spell. Edward Schaefer covered all the solid surfaces of the 10-foot square area with a layer of smooth grease on the earth outside the entrance and exit of the high ground soil wall where Malfoy and his party were located, and the fat Vincent Crabbe really did. Under the circumstances, he unfortunately stepped on these grease surfaces, and finally fell off the highland and slipped out. And Michael also took the opportunity to stand up and use flames to blaze Crabbe, who was sliding down the slope. Although this made Michael also the price paid for one arm. Although this kind of magic grease made by greasy technique is called grease, it is actually not combustible like cobweb. They are just more greasy than grease. As a veteran member of the training class, Michael of Ravenclaw, they did not forget that they were not real enemies in fierce fighting, and kept enough reason to choose more appropriate spells. But the flames Michael used to make Crabbe didn't show large, blister-like blisters on his skin. The hair and clothes of Slytherin's chubby snake were burnt down, and Crabbe had slid under the high ground. After getting up, he immediately embarrassedly covered his intimate place with his thigh and stepped on a small broken step. He automatically left the venue and voluntarily abstained. In this situation, he could no longer feel the pain. On the other side, Padma Patil, who was regarded as the most beautiful girl by many people in Gryffindor, was wiped by a gravel blown by a magic spell released by somebody, and the wound on her cheek was facing the Evershan. The flesh and blood are vaguely scary, which makes the little witch who can continue to fight scream instantly, and after Crabbe just stepped out of the game, he also left the venue and went outside to beg for students. Alan, who was healed, treated her for her injuries. Because the quantity and types of potions are well prepared, these little wizards who left the field can be treated by Alan in time, and the minor injuries can be solved by taking the potions, and the injuries like Crabbe or the Indian girl are more serious. Alan, who is more sensitive to the injured part, chose to use his own hands, and the healing that was applied in the magic ointment and the direct air separation with his hands made the two unlucky eggs' injuries and pain disappear in a short time. Alan even made a mirror for them to reassure them, but only Padma needed it. Crabbe, who was bald and without eyebrows, just took a glance, and was busy going to replace Alan for him. The cloth Crabbe, temporarily transformed by the transformation technique, now has a large amount of Jinjialong in his arms. This is the compensation made by the Professor of Ancient Magic class for his damaged clothes. The fat wizard has completely forgotten the blisters just now. The pain came. He was wondering how to use the unexpected wealth to buy some snacks except for a new set of clothes. With the passage of time on the field, the 6th grade scuffle ended with Hermione Granger's final victory. After seeing the magical skills that Miss Master had just revealed, it was not surprising to anyone. There has been a long distance between Hermione, who passed the attribute potions and began to practice ancient magic in the 3rd grade, and the ordinary little wizard. Outside the court, Harry, who was paralyzed on the ground, was enjoying Ginny's massage. He wiped the magic wand he had cast a little too frequently. He and Neville were both killed by Draco Malfoy. Draco, who was eyeing and resolved, would not miss this opportunity that would teach them all in front of Alan, without causing Alan to be angry. Harry touched himself with explosive hair, but his eyes involuntarily looked at Draco Malfoy, who was receiving Alan's treatment. Just now, in the last battle with Hermione, Draco was shaken by Hermione's deliberately more powerful lightning and couldn't control his muscles and limbs. Despite this, his partial head also turned into an explosive head. Under the treatment and praise of Alan, he was still very satisfied and proud of himself. Harry sighed and said suddenly, "Malfoy is different." "What?" Ouch. Ginny's fingers were flicked by the static electricity still carried by her boyfriend's hair. "Which? What's different?" Neville's double chin was trembling because of electricity, making his teeth unclear. "You mean his current spell level?" "No, I don't mean that. Malfoy has become worse. The previous Malfoy was a small counselor, but you have just seen it. After they won the final battle with Kona, he took Zambini with him. He took the initiative to go to the Highland to find Hermione, and he will definitely surrender directly before the change. In addition, even if Hermione first easily resolved the rest of Malfoy's followers, he did not give up, but bravely chose fight straight until you are out of electricity. Harry reached out and stroked his hair. Although he was not electrostatically charged like Ginny, the vertical hair still stubbornly pushed forward to the sky. It's really different. Hearing their conversation, Simon O'Finnegan, who had collaborated with Harry just now, came over and looked at the wizards fighting on the field. It's not just Draco who participated in the training. The wizards of the class are far more powerful than the wizards who have not participated. Choosing to take an ancient magic class is undoubtedly the most correct decision. No professor has ever dared to adopt the teaching mode of Professor Harris. This kind of fighting style we have never experienced in the classroom. This is the same as our second grade duel club. The kind of ceremonial and ceremonial duel taught is too different. This is the real battle. More training like this will allow us to protect ourselves against the Death Eaters. I don't think that except the mysterious person himself in addition, who can beat Hermione and his men. Harry said eagerly, in his mind. The ancient magic class has already become his favorite class, especially with the magic spells of last semester. It needs to be compared in a secret way. WDA has performed a lot better than untrained wizards, but they can't compare with them. Parvati Patil, who finally confirmed his face by looking in the mirror, also sat down beside them. Frustrated, and then suddenly remembered what suddenly broke and kicked Sama's feet. I asked just now that your enchanted gravel hurt my face. How do I know that all the weapons I cast will explode except you? Simo, who had suffered a white meal, also seemed very wronged. For many years, he actually suffered from this talent. When you first learned the floating mantra in the first grade, you all have an explosion effect. Why don't you know? The Indian girl who almost felt that she was disfigured didn't easily let go of the pale brown wizard with a strong accent. You have seen Professor Harris means 27 professors. I noticed that the first two avatars can still perform different actions and use different magic. I think our principal and mysterious person are both. There is no such means. If we can learn this hand, is it equivalent to the fact that during the battle, the strength has been improved several times? Judging from the tone of Ginna's worship, this is also considered to be a sophomore event in the second grade. The red-haired girl rescued by Alan has become a loyal fan of ancient magic lessons. It's time for me to play next. The fighting process and results of the 5th grade afterwards were unexpected to most people. Ginny successfully joined a team composed of members of the training class with her good social skills. When they successfully left the wizards on the field, they were ready to fight each other to decide the final winner and see who will survive. At this time, the crazy girl Luna suddenly appeared on the field, attracting their attention, and some red-eyed Ginny one pointed at her instantly. Luna, you should hide with the magic spell for a longer time. But you don't have any teammates. You're surrounded by us. Go out. The rest of the squad also gave up their fights, followed by Luna, who pointed her wand at the lonely person inside the training class and knew that the crazy girl's personal strength was not as unreliable as she seemed. Now that Luna appeared on her own initiative, they suddenly discovered that they had completely ignored the existence of the other party in their minds, who had originally regarded Luna as their primary enemy during the battle just now. Luna didn't just sit there just now. She didn't use the phantom spell. Why did they notice her now? The Malay expulsion spell is also useful for the wizard. Harry was very strange. Luna was fighting just now. These little wizards sitting outside the field could see clearly. She found a dirt wall and jumped up to sit down to watch singing contrast, and the others didn't take her meaning at all. Originally Harry thought it was just because Lunai's reputation and relationship with Alan made others deliberately spare her temporarily, but only after hearing his girlfriend's words made him realize that something was wrong. In a blink of an eye, the little wizards exclaimed, because Luna, like Alan Harris, made themselves 3 before them, and then became 27, quickly flashing. The remaining team on the field held their wands at a loss and watched all around, surrounded by Luna, and the erratic voice of the crazy girl rang from all directions. But you are surrounded. The crazy girl's hand calmed the wizard team on the field. www.mtlnovel.com realized that it was an overwhelming thing to treat Luna as a big enemy, let alone Crazy Girl and Harry. Professor C used the same method, knowing that Luna, who had not thought that Ginny had used the magic spell before, understood that if they were not willing by the other party, they and others could not even find her. So the fighting in 5th grade was fiercely different from the whole in 6th grade. The original championship team had to follow Luna's meaning and left the venue voluntarily. Luna is so powerful. Why did she start hiding? Harry was stunned. He thought that Hermione should be the strongest student among all students except Alan. He didn't expect that the crazy girl Luna, who usually received implicit discrimination from other people because of various strange behaviors and even insulted, did not care about her personal strength. You have to know that the strong, just like Hermione, can only do it to maximize the number of mirror images to create 8 illusions. In the beginning, there were too many people fighting. She was afraid of trouble. Hermione, who had returned to the 6th grade group of Gryffindor, answered Harry's question angrily. As for why she wants to show her strength in the end, it is also estimated because I am afraid that if only the last person left in the team shows up to solve the other party, I will be troubled by the dissatisfied 5th grader when I am a teaching assistant. This is because she is afraid of trouble. Chapter 748. I have to bleed so much every month thanks to Jiang Jiang. The subsequent 7th and 4th grade battles were no more intense and splendid than those of the 5th and 6th grades, because neither of these 2 grades showed such personal strength as Luna, Hermione, Draco, etc. Powerful characters. The little wizards who have experienced 2 fierce competitions in different styles feel that these 2 games are dull and boring. It was only in the 7th grade fighting that there was a small fuss. The last surviving members of the training class got 12 excellent wizards. Eddie Carmichael in the 5th grade. Al's exam, completely ignoring the fact that the other party already has a Quidditch professional athlete boyfriend. Take the initiative to give the final victory to the beautiful girl Kujang, who has been protected by him on the court. Carmichael is a shameful liar. He said before that his good grades were all due to the use of Barfy brain rejuvenation, and he also tried to sell it to his schoolmates. Fortunately, Gryffindor's female commander Granger confiscated all of his potions and poured them into the toilet. Carmichael's performance at this time caused him to be blown away by a magic spell from Carmichael at the beginning of the battle. Marietta Akemo, who had red hair and golden curls, was not in a mood to celebrate his girlfriend Kujang, but was very annoyed and dissatisfied. The purple pustule on Marietta's face that was overgrown by last year's whistleblowing incident has disappeared with the help of Dumbledore's Hasty, and only vaguely sees some slight scars. This is an angry 7th grade Ravenclaw. What Miss Lau didn't know was that the list that made her ugly in public was not the one to see. The one who cast the spell on it was Hermione Granger, the female chief of Gryffindor, who was helping her friend Harry make this list. At the time, Hermione also added tough spell skills to the curse, and it took some time for these scars to completely disappear. As for the wizards of the last 3rd grade, this scuffle is more like a fuss. After observing the scuffles of the senior wizards, at the beginning, they were able to send a few basic spells to fight each other, but as a 3rd-year student who has just started electives, he has limited types of spells and power to cast spells. When the fire broke out from each other, some people even appeared to simply throw away their wands and began to use fists to teach others to be like Amal. This caused more people to follow suit, and finally the scene became a punch-you fighting together, so that in the end, although they were not seriously injured, they looked very embarrassed on the outside, either with dark eyes or missing teeth, and their clothes were crooked or even ripped. This also forced Alan to stop the fuss in advance. The 3 Alan were in a hurry to heal the group of little wizards and make an economic compensation. Alan, who failed to select the last candidate, could only directly let the 4th grade assistants manage them. Congratulations, Congratulations to my new teaching assistants. At the same time, I think you must have your own understanding of this way of fighting at this time. Such activities will be held once a month. Every time we stay in the last, that person is my teaching assistant. When the deadline expires, I will arrange for all of you to fight again, regardless of grade. After all the battles are over, Alan let his avatars and mirrors disappear completely from the sky that has been floating up and down. It's so cool. Michael Kona moved his already healed arm. It's like a real battle. Whether it's a black magic defense class or the occasional fight duel, we are all in under a very fair condition, in an attuned duel. There is no need to consider the terrain, strength, and retention of physical magic. In this melee, you don't know where the magic spell will come from. Not just worry about one opponent. How problems such as preserving physical strength and not attracting hatred are all things we will encounter in actual combat and need to be considered. Bleeding like this once a month. Although the injury can be cured. But it hurts too much before it is cured. I just want to get a good sleep. Alan's former roommate Edward clearly didn't Michael's excitement. He was set on fire once by the Draco team just in the battle. He was now tingling with the pain just now. He couldn't help but regret that he should leave time to doze off instead of running to be cursed. In the middle of the venue, Alan apparently also detected the thoughts of the little wizards who had the same fear as Edward, so he continued, "Of course, because your current strengths are somewhat different. The practice class, although the combat part, can get some bonus points as a teaching assistant. If students who have no confidence in their own strength temporarily abstain in this activity, this year will not affect you to your grades. As long as the usual theory classes and ordinary practice, you can get an excellent job with me if you do well in class." The supplement of the Ancient Magic class professor has released the fears of many little wizards, and their resistance to the course just disappeared after a long breath. The next class will be Friday. Padma Patil took out his class schedule and circled the Ancient Magic class with a feather pen. I used to think that the Defense of Black Magic was Hogwarts' most interesting course, but compared to Ancient Magic lessons, it was simply the difference between badminton and rugby. Colin Crivey organized some of the photos he took. Crab, who was burned with blisters, covered his private part with a painful expression. "Will this be given to me? Can be used as my spoils?" Waiting for Colin to respond, Michael took the picture from the back of the little Gryffindor cameraman with a large tooth gap from behind. For Harry, this day seemed destined to bring him a lot of feelings. Harry returned from the Ancient Magic class to the Gryffindor common room and was different from other little lions who were very tired after attending the Ancient Magic class. Even at night, they felt their spirits were very exciting. After a few hours of arrangement from Quidditch, from the Ancient Magic class to the new semester, Harry received a letter from Dumbledore, and Dumbledore invited him to interview the principal's office before the curfew. Late at night, Dumbledore sat in the principal's room and picked up a diary with a big hole in the middle. He looked down at the diary through his half-crescent-shaped glasses and lowered his eyes. Then a knock on the door rang out, and he threw a broken ring into the hole in the notebook and put it in the drawer under the desk. "Harry, you have received the letter, come in." Dumbledore looked at Harry, who walked in kindly. "How is today?" "Very good, Professor," Harry said. "Do you still like the class?" Dumbledore asked. For a moment, Harry couldn't tell clearly whether Dumbledore asked the potion class or the Ancient Magic class. "Ah, of course, as far as I know, Ancient Magic classes are liked by all the little wizards who participated, although I personally think that its process is too dangerous for your students," Dumbledore said with a smile. "The potion, how is the class?" "I know that Professor Slughorn, because you followed Ron, who was not in luck, failed to brew the potion that failed him for at least 3 days, but despite this, he still likes you very much." Harry just remembered what happened in the potion class. www.untitlenovel.com. He laughed awkwardly and politely. "I just thought he was so excited tonight because of the Battle of Ancient Magic classes during the day and because the strength shown by the members of the training class stimulated themselves." I heard Dumbledore's reminder at this time, and I realized that the life and death water of the failure was the real reason for the excitement of my spirit. Dumbledore's smile was more kind. So, how are your extracurricular activities? Professor, what do you mean? Harry didn't quite understand his principal's question. I noticed that you often come and go with Miss Ginny Weasley, so I can't help but guess. Dumbledore leaned his head. Oh, yes, she is great. Harry smiled shyly. You guessed it. You should take Miss Weasley to sit at Madame Patif's tea house on the weekend. Although the seat is a little cramped, everything inside is decorated with beautiful lace, even the small round table. Those golden fat angels throwing the quality of the candy is a bit worse. After that, Dumbledore looked serious again, and said in a serious tone, you must be wondering, why should I invite you over tonight? Chapter 749 Wall Orphanage. The answer is here. Dumbledore stood up, walked around the table, and walked past Harry, to a three-story metal storage cabinet in the room, which was set up in a golden light like a gorgeous castle. It was filled with a transparent candle-shaped crystal bottle, and the transparent crystal bottle was filled with a silvery white thing floating and floating. These things you see are memories. Dumbledore pointed to a crystal bottle in the storage cabinet. What is in this vial is the memory of Tom Riddle. Harry heard the news and stepped forward to see Tom Riddle written on the bottle label that Dumbledore was pointing at. The grey stone meditation basin flew out of the locker and landed on the principal's table. Dumbledore shared with Harry the memory of Tom Riddle's family. Out of the meditation basin, Harry stood at the table digesting what he had just seen and heard. What makes Harry even more disgusting is that Dumbledore also told Harry that the Gunter family is a very old wizarding family, known for restlessness and violence, because they are used to intermarrying members of the family. The characteristics that led to their families are more pronounced from generation to generation. Their lack of reason, coupled with their special fondness for luxury, so long before Marvellow's generations, the family's property was squandered. He was surprised to find that Voldemort's maternal grandfather Marvellow Gant was terribly grumpy but arrogant. He regarded his ancestral relics much more precious than his son Morphin and his daughter Merop. Thinking of Voldemort's life, Harry felt that he seemed to be a lot lucky compared to him. Although they were also orphans, they did not attack muggles or even the Ministry of Magic officials. The grandfather and Uncle Pennies who were finally imprisoned in Azkaban were like angels to Voldemort's relatives. She was the crystallization of her parents' love, and Voldemort's mother was lucky to escape the sad fate caused by her family tradition after her father and brother were detained in Azkaban. But she used an obsessive to confuse the long-awaited handsome and maloled Tom Riddle. After pregnant with little Tom Riddle, Dumbledore speculated that Mellop had mistakenly thought that the other party would really love her without letting Voldemort's Malfather continue to take the obsessive, and was abandoned. In the late pregnancy, Mellop could only stay alone in London. She lacked the skills to make a living, because she desperately needed money and had to sell the only valuable thing on her heirloom pendant box that her father Marvello cherished very much. The ignorant and desperate Mellop sold only 10 heirlooms gold gallon. Compared with her mother, Mellop apparently lacked courage. After she was abandoned by her husband, she no longer used magic, and even refused to raise her wand to save her life before she died. But fortunately Mellop remembered to get Voldemort to the orphanage before dying. Don't tell me, you have sympathy for Voldemort. Dumbledore's voice interrupted Harry's thoughts. No, but Mellop is optional, isn't it? Unlike my mother. Harry looked up in a daze and found Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. Your mother can also choose. Dumbledore didn't ask. He turned the tray in the storage cabinet and took out another bottle of memory. He pinched the oval base at the bottom of the crystal bottle and said, "This is my first. It's not too late. When I saw Tom once. If you want, I hope you can see it." Dumbledore gave the crystal bottle to Harry. Harry looked at Dumbledore's injured hand, took the crystal bottle, pulled out the top of the crystal bottle stopper like a candle flame, and walked to the principal's table. In front of the meditation basin, Dumbledore's arm gently waved a semicircle above his head, and the meditation basin shimmered slightly, neither liquid nor gas. Harry poured the silver material from the bottle into the meditation basin, and they slowly spun out in the basin, turning into a black catkin-like material. Harry leaned forward, took a deep breath, and plunged into the basin. He felt his feet off the floor of the office. He passed through the constantly rotating darkness and fell down, and the black catkin-like material also fell, and then turned into the city and street in Dumbledore's memory. Dumbledore, who was only about 50 or 60 years old, had no white hair at this time, wearing a fuchsia suit that attracted a lot of male eyes, and with a long auburn hair and beard. He held a black umbrella and followed it. The sidewalk strode forward meteorically. Harry judged from several iconic buildings that it was in the South Lamberts district of London, and then Dumbledore opened a large iron door marked Wall Orphanage, which looked a little spooky. Often a dense iron fence was installed on the high wall of the courtyard to prevent creeping. "I have to admit that I was a little confused when I received your letter, Mr. Dumbledore." A woman with short blonde hair and a tired look stared at the suit and the more sultry chrysanthemum scarf on Dumbledore's body with this suspicious look. Then took him through the cold and narrow staircase. For so many years, no relative has ever visited Tom. After climbing several floors in a row, she stopped and approached Dumbledore at the stairs of the third floor, whispering, "There have been some accidents on other children, terrible accidents." Then she took Dumbledore a few steps forward, stopped at the first door of this long corridor, knocked and pushed open the door. "Tom, someone came to visit you. How are you doing, Tom?" Dumbledore's cloak had already hung on his arms. He crossed the wife of the orphanage director who brought him over and walked into the door. "This is an empty, undecorated hut, with only an old wardrobe and an iron bed. A boy who looks like a handsome old Tom Riddle in a reduced version sits on a grey blanket. He has with dark hair and pale face." He looked at Dumbledore without saying a word. Dumbledore's hand reached the old wardrobe, and Tom Riddle immediately froze coldly. "Don't touch it." Dumbledore withdrew his 7 stones in a row on the window sill, and held a photo on the handle of the pipe on the wall near the window. It was an island that was beaten by waves or could only be counted as a large piece. "Reef Place." "Are you a doctor?" Tom Riddle asked alertly. "She asked the doctor to come and examine me." "No, Professor Dumbledore, Albus Dumbledore." Dumbledore sat down, and met Tom Riddle without any dodge. "I don't believe they want me to see a doctor. They think him different from others." Tom Riddle's voice was annoyed. "Well, they might be right," Dumbledore said patiently. "She wants someone to show me the disease, isn't it?" "To be honest," Tom Riddle stressed, he spoke fiercely and loudly in the last 3 words. Although he was just a child, he was scary. "This is a command." It seems that such orders have been issued many times before. The boy suddenly widened his eyes and stared fiercely at the red-haired wizard, and Dumbledore did not answer, but continued to smile amiably, and after a few seconds, Riddle's gaze relaxed slightly, but it seems more alert. Dumbledore still had a friendly smile. "Hogwarts is not a lunatic asylum. Hogwarts is a school. A school that teaches magic. I'm not crazy." Tom Riddle looked at Dumbledore, trying to tell whether the other person was lying. "I didn't treat Amy Benson and Dennis Bishop. You and the old witch can ask yourself. You can do something, right Tom? Something other children can't do?" Dumbledore asked. "I can move things without touching. I can let animals listen to me without teaching. If anyone is not good to me, I can make him suffer." Riddle's mouth curled up. The excitement flushed from his equally pale neck quickly spread to the sunken cheeks. "I can hurt them for as long as I want." "Who are you?" "I'm like you, Tom." Dumbledore looked at Riddle intently, unusually. "Prove it to me." Riddle narrowed his eyes. Dumbledore's lips rose, and there was no action. The shabby closet in the corner immediately ignited a fire, and the light illuminated Tom Riddle's face. In the firelight, the closet made a clicking sound. "Something in your closet seems to be coming out, Tom." Dumbledore's facial expression became serious. Riddle came to the flaming cabinet, opened the door, and took a box out of it. The fire disappeared and the old wardrobe stood intact. Riddle carelessly placed all the contents of the box on the bed. There was nothing strange in it, only a bunch of ordinary things that were regarded as treasures by children in orphanages. including a tour cable, a silver thimble, a dull harmonica. They lay motionless on the bed. Hogwarts doesn't allow stealing. Dumbledore looked at the little boy calmly. You have to return these things to their owners and apologize to them. I promise I will know if you did. I knew I was different. I was very special, and there was something in it. Riddle, facing his trembling hands, did not respond to Dumbledore's warning about his theft. Let Dumbledore's smile convergent stare at Riddle more attentively. Suddenly, the boy raised his head. His face was different from the previous one, revealing a fanatical emotion. This ecstasy did not make his expression look more beautiful, and made his original delicate facial features distorted. It's like turning into a monster. At Hogwarts, you have to learn not only how to use magic, but also how to control it. Dumbledore leaned forward and asked, "Do you understand what I mean?" "Yes, sir. I will give them back." Riddle's eyes narrowed slightly, as if weighing Dumbledore, and then obediently put the pile of stolen goods back into the box. And then he unkindly addressed Dumbledore said, "I have no money." "It's not a problem," Dumbledore said, and took out a purplish leather purse from his fuchsia suit. "Hogwarts has a fund specifically for those who need to buy textbooks." And the little wizard in the school robe. "But I am afraid that some of your magic books can only buy second-hand goods." "Where to buy the magic book?" Riddle interrupted Dumbledore's words, and even without thanking, he took the money bag, and then lowered his head and began to carefully examine a thick gold gallon. "In a place called Diagon Alley." Dumbledore did not care about the other's impoliteness. "I brought your list of books and school supplies. I can help you buy everything." "Are you going with me?" Riddle asked, raising his head. "Of course, if you—" "I don't want to use you." "I'm sorry, I mean, Professor." Riddle met Dumbledore's inquiring gaze, and suddenly seemed to remember something, and then said in a polite tone that judged them both, "Professor, I'm used to doing my own things. I always run around in London alone. So I think I can do it without delaying you. So, how should this diagonal lane go?" "Professor?" Harry thought Dumbledore would insist on staying with Riddle like other little wizards who didn't know Diagon Alley. But the matter was beyond his expectations again. Dumbledore handed the envelope containing the list directly to Riddle, and told Riddle the specific route from the orphanage to the Broken Cauldron Bar, and then said, "You must be able to see it, despite the moles around you. That is, people who don't know magic can't even notice it. Ask the bar owner how to enter Diagon Alley. The name of the boss is Tom, just like you. It's easy to remember." Riddle, who had begun to maintain a friendly posture, twitched angrily at this moment, as if to drive away a nasty fly. "You don't like the name Tom?" "Sorry, Professor, but there are too many people called Tom," Riddle grumbled. Then he seemed to be in the throat, not vomiting, and seemed to blurt out, "Is my father a wizard? They told me he was also called Tom." Riddle, "Sorry, I don't know," Dumbledore said, his voice soft. "My mother obviously can't be magic, otherwise she won't die. It must be my father." Riddle didn't seem to be talking to the professor at Hogwarts, but more like convincing himself, and then he woke up. "Sorry, Professor, after I bought everything, when and how do I get to this Hogwarts school?" "All the details are written on the second parchment in the envelope. You depart from King's Cross Station on September 1st. There is also a train ticket in the envelope." After that, Dumbledore got up and said goodbye to the boy to leave. Riddle stared at Dumbledore silently, and when Dumbledore was about to walk out of his room, he suddenly said, "Professor, I can still talk to the snake." Dumbledore froze and stood in place. "They found me and whispered to me." "Is this normal for someone like me?" Riddle asked, but his tone contained an undeniable pride. He deliberately waited until the end. "This is my most special skill." Dumbledore turned sideways, hesitating a moment. The man and the boy stared at each other. The memory turned into chaotic black catkins again. Harry was out of Dumbledore's memory. He stood at the table panting, still thinking about everything he had just seen. "Do you know, Professor, I know that I might be the most evil black wizard of all time." "Of course I don't know," Dumbledore said. "Even if I know, Dumbledore continued in silence for a while, He was at Hogwarts in these years. Tom Riddle and the teacher have been very close. Guess who the teacher is? Harry thought of what Dumbledore took him to do before the semester. He raised his eyes and looked directly at Dumbledore. You advise Professor Slughorn not to teach potion classes, right? Not only. Dumbledore slowed his tone. Professor Slughorn has something I desperately need, and he will not easily hand it over. Harry heard that, as if he understood something in his heart. He continued to ask, you said he would want to recruit me to get started. Yes, Dumbledore replied without hesitation. www.untitled.novel.com. Do you want me to agree? Harry turned his head. Dumbledore's eyes turned and Harry looked at him, and nodded again. Yes. Dumbledore knew Harry's choice when he saw Harry's face serious, his eyes firm and his lips closed. Besides that, I need you to bring your trusted friends, such as Ginny and Ron. You go to Talentless every time in the sky, and I have arranged Sirius to teach you how to change it in the way passed down by their family. Become animagus. If the transformed animal type is suitable, it will be helpful when you need to hide yourself. I know that the invisible cloak can't cover all of you now. Dumbledore returned when we reached our principal's seat. Our fingers were pointed together, looking at Harry with a rejoicing expression at once. What he did not say was that he hoped that this would allow them to focus their energy on animagus, which takes a lot of time and energy to learn, and it's not that letting Harry already have a good impression of ancient magic puts all his attention on learning those dangerous knowledge. Dumbledore needs Harry's character not to be affected by black magic in any way, so that when it is appropriate, Harry will not become more private and cause him not to die willingly. Chapter 750 Mountain Eagle. When Dumbledore and Harry talked at night, in Albania, in this country of mountain eagles that built 750,000 bunkers but only had a population of more than 2 million, among those deep mountain old forests, ancient trees towering the sky-covered forest and the dark night sky look more horrible and mysterious. In the depths of the jungle, many vine-like long beards hang down from the branches. These long beards will shrink when they touch a creature, and hang the creatures. These trees are all white bones. The long beards are captured. After the food is released, a highly toxic and corrosive juice will be secreted. The people captured by it will die terribly, but when such a cannibal meets several people in black robes, it shrinks its long beard, as if it dare not touch it at all. A witch with a python-like head put his wand in his right hand, and in his left hand he pulled a rusted short-haired, backbone covered with black bone spurs like a large hyena-like monster. This cheek prick. There are 2 sharp black horns, and the eyes shine with red light. This thing is the dog that the Britishers love to use. I patted the dog's head heavily to make this not obedient dog follow, and Rabistan Lestrange said in disgust, if not, the owner still needs these trees to cover the base. I just want my dog to vomit. They were burned by a fire, and these long beards protruding endlessly were just as annoying as the moles howling day and night. Jidero Lockhart, with short blonde hair beside him, carefully put on his hat that had just been touched by a tree branch. He saw how these Death Eaters treated moles. He is now afraid to speak indiscriminately. Now the Dark Lord, after recruiting a lot of men, he wasn't sure if his forgetting spell would allow him to be treated the same as those moles after he provoked these fierce people. Through this long-bearded wood, and over a steep, towering full of ancient trees, in a fairly flat forest, Rabistanchai leaned down, cast a spell on the ground to dispel the illusion. A cellar door appeared to everyone in front of him. The double door of the cellar was opened to fall to the ground on both sides, and the splashed dust flew all around. When the dust settled, the huge black hole appeared in front of them. They walked down the icy and rough stone steps. The large underground hall appeared in front of them. The fire on the wall burned blazingly, illuminating the huge blue stone floor covering the hall, with many black-robe wizards walking around. Beside a burning bonfire, several moles were hung from the head down in the air, and several wizards sat on the ground, watching a scruffy blonde big-headed witch shoot a spell with his wand. On the body of the mole's red fruit, draw a red for fun. Dorphine, Don't torture these moles, put them down. Rabastan Lestrange roared. I don't know when Lestrange had such kindness, and would actually sympathize with these moles. Dolphin Roll hit another brown-haired female mole above his head with another spell. Her leg was cut in half and her 2 legs fell to the ground. Idiot. The master's ritual is ready. We are asked to take these moles. These moles have died enough these days. If the remaining numbers cannot satisfy the master, Dolphin, your good day will be it's over. Rabastanky arms up in disgust. Dolphin's expression stiffened for a moment, then turned to look at the female mole who had fainted, put away her wand, and rubbed her hands. Rabastan, you don't have fewer moles to torment me. The remaining moles. Guadu is well there. Dolphin took them around a few bends, passed through several underground tunnels, opened a huge stone door, and various crying and wailing and moaning sounds poured in instantly their ears. The rusty smell and rotten smell came from, causing Jidro to cover his nose involuntarily. He frowned and looked up, a dark world in front of him, as if he could not see any color except black and gray. Below the dark, uneven stone walls are dense iron cages with dried bloodstains on the iron cages. Each iron cage is stuffed with no less than 10 moles. In this invisible underground, these moles lie, whether they are wailing, crying, dull. When they heard the footsteps of Dolphin as they entered, everyone suppressed their voices as much as possible. The girl mole covered her and the child in her arms, lowered her head in horror, and curled her body, want to avoid attracting the attention of these evil wizards. Damn, another one. You forgot to feed them again, Dolphin. Rabastan pointed out his wand and pointed to an iron cage. The moles inside the cage screamed and shrank back, and one huddled. The old man's face on the ground was covered with dead ash, and a flame fell on him and burned. It's your brother Rodolphus who is in charge of food. He doesn't send me to take care of anything. Dolphin retorted immediately. That broken hand waste is even this matter. Then Dolphin noticed that Rabastan, whose head was like a python, couldn't say anything more. If I don't give it to Rodolphus next time, I'll get it myself. These moles are too weak. Dolphin lowered his head and muttered, then waved his wand with Rabastan Lestrange. Click. The voice continued to ring, and the door of the cage was opened. Some moles in the cage stood up in disbelief. A young man stepped forward and obediently pushed the cage door open, but they dared not take a step. They had seen too much because of resistance or dissatisfaction. The emotional people were tortured to death by these wizards, and these blood lessons made them dare not step out of their cages. All moles turned their gaze to the evil wizard except those who couldn't bear the pain. You filthy, lowly mud species, still stunned what to do, all came out to follow me. A magic spell hit the iron door in front of the male mole who first pushed the cage door open. Sparks scared that young man mole quickly backed away a few steps. Dolphin opened his mouth and laughed, and then shot the spell continuously into the cage. The sparks that hit the slate floor caused these moles to evade, so they were driven out of the cage. Line up, don't mess up, or you will be burned to death. The flames from Rabstein's wand made his face look even more grim. A scream came, and an old woman was shrouded in flames and wailing in pain until there was no longer any noise. She was unable to enter the team in time because of her inconvenience in legs and feet, and she became the target of Rabastan Lestrange. The moles can only help each other and dare not resist to form two rows. They followed these wizards numbly out of the iron prison that made them oppressive, painful, and desperate, and walked into unknown fear. Jidero Lockhart and another low-ranking Death Eater walked in the end. He walked out of the area where moles were held. www.mtlnovel.com. The huge stone door closed slowly. The magic torch automatically extinguished because no one was there. The huge darkness enveloped the area. With a bang, the stone door closed, and Jidro turned away. The clutter of footsteps sounded in the deep tunnel, and they came to a room that was much more spacious than the previous hall. In the room, a black robe with no hair turned around, and the moles saw him, screaming in horror, and then stopped. This is tall and thin, like a skull of a witch whose skin is like wax. and it is paler than bones. The joints and muscles of the feet without shoes are twisted weirdly. The white eyes seem to be permanently filled with blood. If Rabastan his head is just a bit like a python, then this face is like a real snake. The flat nose, the nostrils are two thin slits. The hands are like pale giant spiders, the pair of shiny red eyes, and the pupils standing like cats sweep through these moles coldly. Let them stand in line. Voldemort's loud and cold voice sounded, and Death Eaters such as Dorfin and Rabastan hurriedly drove the moles into order, with an interval of about an arm between all moles. Suddenly, Voldemort's two slit pupils stared at Dolphin sharply. "Dolphin, do you like to torture them?"